Bloodline elimination. Light escape. Having transmigrated from the world of pirates to the realm of ninjas, I find myself living a life reminiscent of Satoru Gojo, with his light golden hair styled like that of Genzo. Shitara as a laid-back protagonist, I leave the affairs of the ninja world to Naruto for fostering peace, entrust the investigation of the Akatsuki clan to Sasuke, and delegate the governance of a nation to Shikamaru. What am I doing, you ask? Simply enjoying a blissful existence as a carefree youth seems rather delightful. Chapter 1. Senju Tetsuya. Konoha, year 58. With a series of piercing sounds, dozens of wooden targets bore kunai embedded at their bullseye. Observing the results of my once secret imitation of Itachi's throwing technique, I found my enthusiasm waning. Though impressive, its practical application left much to be desired. Tetsuya sighed. It seems this leisurely life is drawing to a close. My name is Tetsuya Senju, a descendant of the second Hokage, connected by blood to Tobirama Senju. While I could refer to him as grandfather, our ties are not of blood. Born in Konoha in year 51, I am merely a 7-year-old child. My parents, Senju Kan and Senju Minaho, complied with the second Hokage's request to assimilate into Konoha by shedding their surname, and they perished on the battlefield during the second ninja war. Of course, this is merely my public persona. My true identity is that of a transmigrator, specifically a second transmigrator. My first life was spent in the world of pirates, where I opted out of forming a pirate crew to accompany Luffy, knowing the plot well enough. During my journey, I devised a plan to eliminate Momonosuke. Although I too wield a formidable sword, being a devil fruit user excluded me from the ranks of pure swordsmen. Thus I refrained from contesting Zoro for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. I leveled up through battles until I arrived in Wano, enviously watching Luffy's crew excel in their studies, and my laid-back demeanor prevented the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, leaving me to practice my mastery of armament Haki and observation Haki. As Luffy honed his Conqueror's Haki, I idly replaced Zoro in a fateful encounter with Hiyori. Each day, I teased Hiyori while awaiting Luffy's return, and eventually, she exchanged her Amaterasu for my autumn water. Thus, prior to the great battle, I formed a bond with Hiyori, who later succeeded Momonosuke as Wano's first female general. Ultimately, I vowed to accompany Luffy on his quest to become the Pirate King before returning to Hiyori's side. In the end, Luffy's father, Dragon, successfully led a revolution to overthrow the world government, reshaping the world order. In honor of my captain, I exchanged points with the system for socialist literature to aid Dragon in his endeavors. And so, Luffy ascended as the Pirate King, while Dragon restructured the world government. I disembarked in Wano, bidding farewell to my companions and embracing a tranquil life with Hiyori. Occasionally, I would apply my past experiences to assist Hiyori in governing Wano, and my friends would visit, celebrating together. By the time of my passing, Wano had flourished significantly. Eventually, I entrusted the land to my son, Kazuki Hikari, leaving this world with a smile alongside Hiyori. This encapsulates my previous life. Due to the limitations of the lazy system, I could only bring a single devil fruit with me. However, I chose to model my character after Satoru Gojo during my transmigration, granting me access to limitless techniques and the 6 eyes, albeit with certain restrictions. Limitless technique, ability to halt time, curse technique, blue, with derivative applications including teleportation and high-speed movement, was modified by the system to utilize flying thunder god marks, allowing me to mark locations directly with my 6 eyes or through contact. The marking design resembles the 3-tomo pattern reminiscent of Kakashi's sealing technique. The 6 eyes enable me to combine high-speed observation with the ability to replicate jutsu and immunity to illusions. My devil fruit powers do not allow elementalization. The system integrated my abilities, allowing me to teleport to any location within my field of vision. When activated, my eyes emit a blue light. I opted not to adopt the adult Gojo's blindfold, but rather chose round sunglasses, akin to a student days, as I wished to retain my handsome appearance. Host, Tetsuya Senju. Appearance, Satoru Gojo. Hair color reminiscent of Tsunade. Hairstyle akin to Genzo Shirtera. Bloodline, Senju clan. Physical strength, max. Mental, strength, max. Speed, max. Perception, max. Intellect, max. Chakra capacity, 10 tons. Wind, fire, water attributes. Skills, limitless technique, stop technique, blue. Animal type, fish fruit, mythical beast, radiant dragon fruit, a fusion of a light fruit and azure dragon fruit. removing elementalization and weather manipulation. Abilities. Flying Thunder God. Allows teleportation to any marked location in conjunction with the six eyes. Combo techniques. The system has integrated techniques from Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 into my memory, enabling me to utilize them alongside my Radiant Dragon abilities. Note, all ninjutsu activation requires the host to be at least 16 years of age. The system has merged the Radiant Dragon abilities with Limitless technique, allowing for synergy with Flying Thunder God. Items. Trident Kunai of Flying Thunder God, 999, various fresh ingredients. Routine items omitted for brevity. Points, 260,000. Gazing at my impressive status panel, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me due to the numerous restrictions imposed by my age. The Limitless technique and Devil Fruit abilities require me to be 14 years old, while the six eyes and an array of unmodifiable ninjutsu demand a minimum age of 12. And a simplified version necessitates 16 years that I pondered when the system would rationalize my fruit powers. With a deep sigh, I mused, the plot of graduating from Ninja Academy is about to commence. Tomorrow marks my official enrollment. I suppose I will have to rely on body flicker technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique for now. At least I still have my hard eye. Reflecting on my earlier choices, I regretted hoarding a plethora of Flying Thunder God Kunai before my transmigration, as well as purchasing those ninjutsu. It is all the system's fault for implementing this early reservation mode, causing me to squander the points I had painstakingly accumulated over the years. After decades of diligent effort, I find myself right back at square one. How infuriating. Nevertheless, with the Konoha F4 still around, maintaining a low profile is prudent. Once Tsunade assumes leadership, I can afford to be slightly more ostentatious. At least acquiring a golden, radiant title would be worthwhile. Thus, I grumbled my way home. The system simply replied, I am indifferent to your plight. Seek what you desire in the shop, as I have no time to cater to you. Tetsuya. My home, a modest two-story duplex gifted by my parents, features a living room, kitchen, and dining area on the ground floor, with 2 bedrooms above. Living alone feels somewhat empty, yet the silver lining is that my neighbor is Hanabira Ino, with whom I share a childhood bond, often playing together in our youth. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. As if summoned, I opened it to find Ino standing there. Hello, Tetsuya-kun. Tomorrow is the first day of school. Have you prepared everything? I'm all set. What about you, Ino? I'm nearly ready. My mom sent me to fetch you. Since you'll be home alone, she invited you over for dinner to celebrate our enrollment. All right, please thank your mother for me. I'll come over tonight. Great. See you later, Tetsuya-kun. Bye. See you tonight. Bye. After seeing Ino off, Tetsuya began to ponder, in the original work, there is no version of me that I may not necessarily be placed in Class A. Although my performance is decent, I am uncertain if the third Hokage will take notice of me. After all, I currently possess only 3 jutsu, and my graduation grouping is not easy to navigate. I'll have to wait and see how the third Hokage allocates the classes. If I'm not in Class A, I'll just utilize the shadow clone technique to attend lessons. Without the opportunity to deepen my relationship with Ino, the only joy of attending school would vanish. The thought of Ino ending up with Sai from the original story fills me with unease. Since I've arrived here, Sai, you may have your sketchbook. Ino belongs to me. With this thought, Tetsuya chuckled foolishly but quickly composed himself. He tidied up the room and organized the items he needed to bring for the next day before heading out to buy some gifts. In the evening, upon arriving at Ino's house, Uncle Kai and Aunt Keiko greeted him with their usual warmth, and the dinner was filled with laughter and joy. After returning home, Tetsuya washed up and went to bed, thinking, damn it, I'm in my 20s, yet tomorrow I have to go to elementary school. What a predicament. Frustrated, he decided not to dwell on it and fell asleep, awaiting the start of school the next day. Asterisk, asterisk, chapter 2. The beginning of school, asterisk, asterisk. At 7 a.m., a knock sounded. Tetsuya-kun, I'm coming in. Ino unlocked the door and entered, finding our protagonist still lounging in bed. Tetsuya-kun, wake up. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Honestly, you still love to sleep in. Hurry up. With that, Ino began tugging at the blanket. Suddenly, a large hand wrapped around Ino, pulling her into an embrace as Tetsuya resumed his slumber. Instantly, Ino's face flushed as she lay in his arms, her mind racing. After 5 minutes of this warmth, Ino could no longer resist and began to stir, successfully waking Tetsuya. Groggily awakening, Tetsuya grinned mischievously. So, how's it, my little cutie? Comfortable in my arms? Ino's cheeks turned crimson as she playfully scolded, "You big bully. Always teasing me. Hurry up, or we'll be late." With that, she covered her face and dashed out the door, leaving Tetsuya chuckling. Teasing this girl occasionally was quite enjoyable. Stretching, he got up to wash and dress. He tied his hair up with a rubber band, donned round sunglasses, wore a black long-sleeve shirt with rolled-up sleeves adorned with a golden dragon embroidery, accessorized with a silver necklace, put on casual three-quarter pants, and finished with black ninja shoes. He glanced in the mirror, not bad, and then headed downstairs. In the living room, Ino sat on the sofa, still blushing from the earlier teasing. When she heard him coming down, she turned to see Tetsuya dressed more formally than usual, at least in her opinion, as he usually dressed casually, and felt that he looked even more handsome. Tetsuya approached, waving his hand in front of her face to snap her out of her daze. "What's wrong, my little cutie? Have you been mesmerized by my charm?" Ino blushed deeper. "Humph, you're so full of yourself." Noticing the contradiction in Ino's words, Tetsuya merely smiled, dismissing it. After all, the outfit was a design from the system, and although it might be a bit lackluster, the system's creations were undeniably of high quality. He then took Ino's hand, and they set off towards school, attracting glances from passers-by, causing Ino to feel a bit shy. After adjusting her demeanor, Ino asked, "Tetsuya-kun, do you think we could be in the same class?" "Who knows? I did well on the entrance exam, but I'm not from a prestigious family, so my chances of getting into Class A are uncertain." Ino felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Tetsuya's words. After all, they had been childhood friends, and she longed to attend school together. Coupled with Tetsuya's good looks, he was certainly her type: handsome, pleasant personality, occasionally flirtatious, and an excellent cook. Indeed, Tetsuya's culinary skills were commendable. Before his arrival in this world, he had been single and had taken an interest in cooking, learning to prepare meals. Given that the world of Naruto primarily consisted of Japanese cuisine, his cooking was highly praised by the Yamanka clan. Thus, the two chatted and laughed until they reached the school gate, where they began checking their class assignments. As expected, most of the elite students were in class Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanka, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and even Naruto. Looking at those familiar names, Tetsuya felt that being a child again had its perks. Life could be carefree. Of course, he wished to be in class A, especially since Ino was from the Yamanaka clan, which meant he would frequently encounter Shikamaru and Choji. Sometimes, they would also bring Naruto along. Thus, Tetsuya was somewhat familiar with Naruto, though not too close, as he didn't want to attract too much attention from the Umbu and rude operatives observing nearby. At that moment, Shikamaru and Choji arrived. "Hey Tetsuya, you're here too. School is such a hassle." Shikamaru remarked that. "Hi, Tetsuya. Long time no see." "Don't say that, Shikamaru. School is actually quite nice since we can hang out with friends," Choji added. "Hey Shikamaru, Choji. It's been a while. But honestly, Shikamaru, I admire you the most. You managed to keep all your grades just above passing. To be frank, not many can pull that off." "Haha." Ino gasped. "Really?" Shikamaru squinted. "Tetsuya, you really are annoying. Why expose me? It's such a hassle." Tetsuya playfully draped an arm around Shikamaru's shoulders. "Come on, we're both in the same boat of laziness. I just lack your talent for score manipulation." Shikamaru sighed, realizing that Tetsuya was not much different from him. Intelligent yet equally lazy, he belonged to that category of individuals who would rather lie down than sit, and would choose to sit rather than stand. Despite having potential and smarts, he was even lazier than Shikamaru, who called it a Buddha-like attitude. Indeed, Shikamaru understood Tetsuya well. He had seen Tetsuya sneaking away alone on several occasions. Out of curiosity, one day he and Choji secretly followed Tetsuya to a remote training ground where they found him slacking off instead of training. As soon as they arrived, Tetsuya noticed them, showcasing his shuriken skills, body flicker technique, and uncanny sensory abilities. They agreed to keep this a secret among the three of them, and whenever they had free time, they would practice together. Thus, in the following days, Tetsuya and Shikamaru would often banter while Choji munched on snacks and watched their exchanges. Shikamaru remarked, "Stop staring. We just checked, and you got lucky to be in the same class as us. I heard you scored just slightly higher than a civilian ninja, and they bumped that person down to Class B. You're one lucky guy." "Haha, I'm always lucky. Don't be envious. I possess the protagonist's halo of good fortune," Tetsuya replied. Choji, Shikamaru, Ino interjected, "All right, you two, stop bickering. Let's hurry to class before all the seats are taken." Thus, the four of them entered class together. Upon entering, they heard a familiar voice. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to become the Hokage. Tetsuya quipped, "Ah, yes, before you become Hokage, you need to let your future wife become Hokage first." A long pause ensued. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Even Shikamaru chuckled, while Naruto took a moment to process the comment. That moment, Tetsuya leaned toward Hinata and whispered, "Hinata, did you hear? Naruto wants to become the Hokage, so you should work hard and aim to become Hokage soon." Instantly, Hinata's face turned beet red, nearly transforming into a steam engine, prompting Tetsuya to hastily retreat and find Ino, plopping down next to her. That moment, Ino inquired, "Tetsuya, what were you discussing with Hinata that made her face so flushed?" "I just told Hinata that Naruto intends to become Hokage and urge her to strive towards that goal as well." Ino appeared bewildered. "Huh? Hinata and Naruto?" Tetsuya responded with an odd expression. "Didn't you notice? Hinata has always harbored feelings for Naruto. Even Shikamaru is aware of it." "What? How could I have missed that?" "Ah, it's my fault for diverting your attention. I've inadvertently caused you to overlook those around you." Ino's face turned crimson as she playfully punched Tetsuya's chest and turned away, ignoring him. Tetsuya merely chuckled, unconcerned. This girl was still too bashful, although much improved compared to Hinata at that moment. Naruto finally grasped the situation and angrily approached Tetsuya, saying, "Hey, Tetsuya, I just said I want to become Hokage, not that I want to be the man of Hokage." Tetsuya replied, "I know, I merely wish to lighten the mood a bit. After all these years, I've grown weary of your catchphrase. While I admire your determination, I believe that vows are best kept close to one's heart and expressed through actions." Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into contemplation and after a while responded, "You're right, Tetsuya. I understand now. Thank you." "Not at all. Now hurry back to your seat. The teacher will be here shortly." With that, Naruto returned to his position just as the teacher entered the room. Tetsuya observed the arrival of none other than Naruto's mentor, Irika Yumino. It seemed the narrative was proceeding as expected. Irika announced, "Silence. Students, I am your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years, Irika Yumino. You may call me Teacher Irika." "Hi," responded the class in unison. "Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves, starting from the first student in the bottom left." "Hello, my name is Yamada Yuichi, and my dream is..." "Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke, Narashikama, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino." "Hello, I am Tetsuya, and my aspirations and hobbies coalesce into 2 words. Buddhist mindset, thank you. Yamanaka Shino, Inazuka Kiba." "Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to gain the acknowledgement of the villagers. I speak my mind and act on my words. This is my ninja way. My interests include eating ramen, and my hobby is indulging in Ichiraka ramen." Excellent. Each of you possesses your own dreams and goals that I hope that during your time at school, you will study diligently and move closer to your aspirations. Now, I would like to invite the Hokage to address us. The students applauded. Next came the moment to listen to the third Hokage as he began his lengthy discourse, the third's version of the Will of Fire. While the elder rambled on, I toyed with Ino's small hand as she listened to Sakura whispering about how handsome Sasuke was. In this atmosphere, after enduring an hour of the elder's monologue, the school day finally concluded. Today marked the entrance ceremony, with actual classes commencing the following day. Thus, everyone returned home to prepare for the lessons ahead. Chapter 3. Campus life. As the days passed monotonously, the routine of school and home became a relentless cycle. Tetsuya found himself thoroughly bored. The only solace was that Ino, unlike in the original narrative, did not compete with Sakura for Sasuke's affection and instead chose to spend time with him. However, due to their youth, neither was ready to confront the unspoken feelings between them. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino's relationship mirrored the original story's conflicts, as Sakura began to indulge in petty comparisons. Sakura admired Sasuke's looks, while Ino found Tetsuya handsome, leading to a heated argument between them. Ino enlisted Shikamaru and Choji, while Sakura rallied Naruto, resulting in a standoff that left the boys bewildered and clueless. Aside from Ino, Naruto was another character whose storyline Tetsuya had altered. Their childhood friendship had a significant impact on Naruto, teaching him the harsh truth about unrequited affection. Consequently, Naruto had no romantic feelings for Sakura, recognizing her infatuation with Sasuke. However, during their school days, Tetsuya often mentioned Hinata, rekindling Naruto's memories of the girl he had once helped. This led Naruto to frequently seek out Hinata for conversations. igniting her interest and fostering a budding connection between them. Thus, the annual final assessments approached. Both Tetsuya and Shikamaru, disinterested in the hassle, opted for score manipulation, a technique Tetsuya had painstakingly learned from Shikamaru. This resulted in their grades hovering around the average range, while Naruto struggled to keep afloat. The group of four, dubbed the Tail-End Quartet, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Naruto, was formed, and Tetsuya, being an ordinary citizen, was determined not to be relegated to the bottom. After all, this quartet was orchestrated by the third Hokage, and Tetsuya, aware of the familial ties involved, could not afford to jeopardize his future by failing the group assignment or attracting the attention of the Umbu. Irika announced the final practical assessments, which included shuriken throwing, shadow clone technique, and combat scenarios. Upon hearing Irika's words, reactions varied. Those with good grades felt the tasks were trivial, like Sasuke, while those less adept, such as Naruto, were visibly anxious. Tetsuya recalled the Uchiha clan massacre occurring when Sasuke was in his first or second year, but chose to remain indifferent, hoping the red-eyed clan members would reform. Unfortunately, the civilian Uchihas bore the brunt of this tragedy, suffering unwarranted consequences while striving to be law-abiding citizens. Tetsuya knew that revealing his identity would lead to being captured by Danzo for experiments, and given the fate of the first Hokage's grandson, he surmised his own future would not fare much better. He resolved to wait patiently for the third Hokage's demise to devise a plan against Danzo. The day of the final assessments commenced, and the entire school participated. Tetsuya's scores fluctuated around 80, with hopes of elevating them to 90 by the time he reached 6th grade. After completing the assessments, the group gathered outside, discussing plans to celebrate, albeit excluding Naruto. Amidst laughter and camaraderie, they dined at a barbecue joint until nearly 8 in the evening. Tetsuya excused himself, citing prior commitments, and returned home to prepare a few dishes, bringing along some barbecue to Naruto's house, as it wouldn't be a true celebration without him. Upon arriving at Naruto's doorstep, Tetsuya knocked, announcing his presence. "Hey, I brought some food. Care to share?" Naruto, his eyes slightly misty, welcomed him inside, surprised by Tetsuya's visit. Tetsuya rolled his eyes, jesting about the time it took to prepare the meal, and urged Naruto to put away his instant noodles, for tonight was a feast prepared by Tetsuya-sama himself. Excited by the prospect of Tetsuya's cooking, Naruto eagerly joined him. However, Tetsuya, having already eaten, merely sampled the dishes while Naruto devoured the majority, leaving Tetsuya in fits of laughter as Naruto belched contentedly after his meal. While Naruto tidied up in the kitchen, Tetsuya conjured a shadow clone resembling Ino and knocked at the door, leading to a lively game of cards amongst the trio. Tetsuya fabricated an excuse that Ino had come to find him, as everyone was aware of their relationship, though they chose not to speak of it openly. As the clock approached 10, they bid farewell, with Naruto expressing his joy at the day's events. Thus, the first semester came to a close. The second year commenced, and the Uchiha massacre unfolded as anticipated. Yet, Tetsuya remained detached, knowing he was immune to Genjutsu due to his 6 eyes and had no fear of the Tsukuyomi. His unique ocular abilities were unparalleled in the ninja world, rendering him impervious to the Sharingan and Rinnegan. About a week later, Sasuke returned to class, distinctly changed. Once a proud and protective brother, he now exuded an air of aloofness, with only Naruto and Sakura daring to approach him. Sakura's bravery bordered on naivety, embodying the quintessential simp in her unwavering pursuit of Sasuke. Meanwhile, Tetsuya, engrossed in his own romance with Ino, paid little attention to their dynamic, focusing instead on affectionately teasing Ino, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. As the years passed, Tetsuya and Naruto's friendship blossomed. Each year, they celebrated the end of the semester together, and soon Ino joined them, primarily to accompany her boyfriend. As graduation from the Ninja Academy drew near, everyone busied themselves preparing for the final exams, whether mastering jutsu or studying theoretical questions. Tetsuya noted that at least half the students were cramming at the last minute. With the graduation exam looming, he realized it was time to strategize for the unfolding narrative and to begin utilizing some of his abilities. Host, Senju Tetsuya appearance, Gojo Satoru, hair color akin to Tsunade. Hairstyle resembling Takigawa Genji, bloodline, Senju clan bloodline physical strength, max mental strength, max speed, max perception, max wisdom, max chakra capacity, 10 tons, wind, fire, water attributes, skills, limitless sorcerer, power of stasis, azure, animal type fish fruit, Mythical Zone, Shining Dragon Fruit Flying Thunder God Technique, with 6 eyes. Allows instantaneous teleportation to any visible location. 8 trigrams fist. Jeet Kyun Do, 3 body technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, Uchiha throwing technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, mind's eye modification, beginner observation Haki integration, spiraling sphere, full collection, fire release, great fire annihilation, great fire extinction, single seal version, second generation water release full collection, simplified seal version, sage mode, Yada mirror, Yada jewel, Kusanagi sword, laser beam, light speed kick, rage of the shining dragon. Note: all ninjutsu activation requires the user to be at least 16 years of age. The system has fused the abilities of the Shining Dragon Fruit with the Limitless Sorcerer, allowing for synergistic use with the Flying Thunder God technique. Items: Trident Flying Thunder God Kunai, 999, various fresh ingredients. Everyday items omitted here. Points: 650, 000. Having reviewed the information below, I can now activate the 6 eyes. There is no need to worry about illusions. The Flying Thunder God Kunai can also begin to mark locations. Fire and water releases are now available. However, the hand seals are quite bothersome. Thankfully, I have practiced hand seals for 6 years, although I can only manage 4 seals per second. That should suffice for the initial phase. It irks me to see the Water Dragon Bullet, 44 seals. Whoever invented that must be dealt with. It takes over 10 seconds just to perform the seals. Chapter 4. Graduation plot begins. Konoha, year 64. Today is indeed a splendid day, Shikamaru. Where shall we go to unwind after our graduation? I lamented while resting my head on the table. Yesterday, we celebrated our impending graduation by visiting a hot spring, and I reveled in the experience, humming in bliss. After all, I had never soaked in a hot spring in my past life. If it weren't for the group discount, my meager savings would not suffice for such indulgence. The system's points translate to a 1-to-1 ratio with the currency of the Naruto world, leaving me to dream of leisure as an elusive aspiration. Shikamaru regarded me with a deadpan expression. You, my friend, are living like an old man enjoying retirement. How dare you say that? I am savoring life. Consider this. After graduation, we shall embark on missions. There will be little time left for enjoyment. After 6 arduous years, I am finally graduating. What is wrong with indulging a little? At my shameless proclamation, Shikamaru appeared utterly flabbergasted. He had never encountered such a lazy individual. Even Shikamaru, the one who detests trouble, felt compelled to yield. Tetsuya asserted that the system was to blame for such behavior. System, is it time to consider a new host? As we engaged in idle chatter and envisioned our futures, Irika entered the classroom. Silence, students. We shall commence the graduation examination shortly. Please adjust your mindset and prepare yourselves. Those whose names I call will proceed to the adjacent room to take the exam. This year's examination will focus on the clone technique. As soon as the announcement was made, our savior became visibly anxious, fidgeting in his seat. Clone technique. That is my weakest ninjutsu. Seeing Naruto like this didn't concern me much, as he had Swamoku to assist him, so I remained calm. However, I pondered whether I should seek an opportunity to communicate with Naruto to see if he could help me record the Flying Thunder God technique from the sealing book. As I contemplated, the exam began, starting with Sakura, followed by Sasuke. I had lost track of time and began to yawn when my turn was finally called. Tetsuya-kun, number 30. I stepped into the classroom to commence my examination. Unlike the simplified exam depicted in the original story, this examination was quite different. Initially, we were asked questions about the Will of Fire, the major shinobi villages, and the founding years of Konoha, some rather trivial inquiries, before assessing the clone technique. After such a lengthy period, it was time to reveal some of my capabilities. I bypassed the clone technique entirely and opted for the shadow clone technique, producing 5 clones standing before Irika and Swamoku. Both were momentarily stunned, but eventually congratulated me on passing the assessment. Emerging with my ninja headband, I decided, like Shikamaru, to wear it on my arm. Upon stepping outside, I was met with a cacophony of chatter from my peers, all abuzz about my use of the shadow clone technique. Sasuke shot me a cold glance, but I chose to ignore him, such at Sundara. Yet this provided a satisfactory explanation. After all, one of my parents was a high-ranking jonin, while the other was an elite jonin, making my use of the shadow clone technique quite justifiable. Just then, it was Naruto's turn to enter the examination room. However, knowing the original story, I refrained from watching. after planting a kiss on Ino's cheek, disregarding her blushing face. I greeted Shikamaru, Chuji, and promptly made my way home. After all, I had previously arranged with Naruto to celebrate our graduation dinner together, fully aware he would likely fail. This was a matter of necessity. I needed Naruto's assistance with the Flying Thunder God technique. With this thought in mind, I ventured to the system shop to purchase a replication card, which allows one to copy contents simply by placing the card on the text. This item was rather costly, priced at 10,000 points per card. However, it proved useful. After copying, I could simply slap it onto my forehead, and the contents would automatically embed in my mind. As I pondered and prepared dinner, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Most likely, it was Naruto, so I wiped my hands and opened the door. Upon opening, I found a somewhat dejected Naruto. "What's wrong, Naruto? Did you fail?" "Yeah, I didn't pass again." "Sigh, but there is some good news. I'll tell you in a moment." We both entered the house. I resumed my culinary endeavors while Naruto contemplated in the living room. Half an hour passed. "Naruto, come in and help with the dishes. It's time to eat." "Oh, okay." We plated the dishes I had prepared, and I began to feast. I paid no mind to Naruto as he dug in, momentarily allowing the examination to slip from his mind. After all, eating was of utmost importance. After our meal, Naruto expressed his desire to discuss something with me. I summoned 2 shadow clones to wash the dishes while Naruto recounted his experience of failing the test and encountering Swamoku-sensei beneath the school swings. Swamoku suggested that Naruto sneak into the ceiling book that evening, seeking my thoughts on the idea. I stroked my chin, contemplating, and responded, "Naruto, I believe this plan is feasible. However, I have heard that the sealing book contains many forbidden techniques. I recommend you learn the multi-shadow clone technique, as that particular ninjutsu would suit you perfectly given your heritage as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, blessed with abundant chakra." Upon hearing this, Naruto agreed that he would consider learning it if he came across it. "By the way, Tetsuya, do you have any ninjutsu you wish to learn? This is a rare opportunity. If that scroll truly contains many forbidden techniques, you must have some interest." Naruto's query sparked a light of inspiration within me. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as I had grown weary. "Ahem, Naruto, there is indeed a ninjutsu I wish to learn, the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time teleportation technique. If it is possible, could you assist me in copying the training methods?" As I spoke, I produced the replication card and began to instruct Naruto on its usage. Once he mastered it, he expressed a desire for one of his own. Seeing the eager gleam in Naruto's eyes, I felt a sense of resignation. There was no alternative. I had boarded this ship of misfortune and could only acquiesce, shedding tears as I purchased another card from the system shop for him. After handing the card to Naruto, I earnestly cautioned him, "Naruto, I only possess these 2 cards. Once used, they are gone. This card was a gift from my father, and I am unsure how he acquired it. Please, make sure to use it correctly. However, you may first engage in learning. If you truly find it insurmountable, then resort to replication. Furthermore, ensure that you do not disclose the replication card to me, for if you do, I may find myself subjected to dissection for research purposes." Upon hearing the mention of dissection, Naruto, although unaware of its true implications, instinctively understood it was not a favorable matter. He promptly assured me of his discretion and vowed to keep the secret. After discussing our general plans, agreeing that he would impart the ninjutsu to me the following day, I sent Naruto on his way. Now, all that remained was to await Naruto's delivery of the replication card on the morrow. The thought of Naruto's earlier suggestion to use seduction techniques on the 3rd Hokage made me chuckle. Little did he know that it was a ninjutsu specifically devised for him, merely a means to ensnare Yamato. With that thought, I dismissed it and lay down to rest, eager to see Naruto's accomplishments the next day. The following day in the school classroom, I had scarcely settled into my seat when Naruto arrived. His furtive demeanor and the headband atop his head indicated that his mission had succeeded. He approached me and discreetly placed the replication card into my desk drawer, signaling an okay gesture before darting off to find Sasuke. After Naruto's departure, Ino took a seat beside me, and I stealthily retrieved the replication card. Upon seeing the recorded method for utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, a smile crept across my face. I had accomplished my objective. I would simply await the chaos that would ensue when Naruto and Sasuke shared their first kiss. True to the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged their initial kiss, leaving Sakura nearly fainting from disbelief, while Ino mocked Sakura from my side. Through my clairvoyant sight, I discerned the 3rd Hokage observing Naruto and the others through a crystal. Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, I swiftly pressed the replication card to my forehead and returned to my original state, beginning to assimilate the method for the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 5. Team 7. As Iruka entered the classroom, the earlier ruckus came to an end. Iruka began, "Silence. Congratulations, students, on your successful graduation. I hope each of you can embody your ninja way and uphold the will of fire as you pursue your dreams." With that, he commenced the class assignments. Class 1, Class 2, Class 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Tetsuya. Upon hearing my assigned class, I had surmised the situation and chose to remain silent. However, Naruto leaped up, exclaiming, "Iruka-sensei, why must I, a person of such strength, be placed in the same class as Sasuke?" Iruka sighed, clearly exasperated with Naruto. "Sit down. You are the bottom of the class, while Sasuke ranks first, and Tetsuya is among the top 3 academically. This arrangement is meant for balance." The class erupted in laughter, with Ino being the only one displeased, as her boyfriend would not be in the same group, causing her to pout indignantly. I had to expend considerable effort to appease her. After all, the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji had a bond that couldn't be easily severed. At that moment, I recalled that this was likely the doing of the third Hokage. My suspicion was indeed correct. It was because of him. Due to Naruto often dining with Tetsuya to improve his meals, the third began to take an interest in Tetsuya. Initially, he was quite wary, fearing Tetsuya might be a spy from a rival nation with ulterior motives regarding the tailed beasts. During this time, he even arranged for Umbu to infiltrate Tetsuya's home for surveillance. Naturally, Tetsuya was aware of this, given his perceptive abilities. Eventually, upon realizing that Tetsuya was merely making friends, the third relaxed his vigilance. When the third assessed Tetsuya's academic performance, he discovered that Tetsuya had a commendable grasp of theoretical concepts, often providing unique insights, particularly on the will of fire. Consequently, the third decided to place Sakura in a different class, recognizing that there was no significant bond between her and Naruto. Observing the burgeoning friendship between Naruto and Tetsuya, combined with Tetsuya's understanding of the will of fire, led to Tetsuya being assigned to Team 7. If Tetsuya were aware of the third's reasoning, he would likely react with disbelief at the notion of the will of fire. After all, anyone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education could easily dismiss such naive rhetoric. For Tetsuya, this concept was trivial, easily articulated, and could be readily outshined. Returning to the matter at hand, after reprimanding Naruto, Iruka continued with the class assignments. Class 8, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata. Class 9, Yamada Yuichi, Haruno Sakura. Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Hearing this, Ino felt somewhat reassured, as neither Sakura nor Hinata would be paired with their respective crushes, leading her to believe she had escaped unscathed. Tetsuya, meanwhile, glanced at Class 9 and noted that aside from Sakura, the others were mere supporting characters. He pondered whether Sakura would still have the opportunity to apprentice under Tsunade, given that she was primarily a love-struck character. Without the prestige of Team 7, it was uncertain whether she would succeed. Once Iruka concluded the class assignments, he offered a few final words and departed, leaving the students eagerly anticipating their new instructor. Ino began to chat with me, fantasizing that our teacher would be handsome. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but think of Asuma's rather unappealing visage. Coughing lightly, I mused that perhaps Kurenai had no choice but to settle for Asuma. Otherwise, she would not have chosen him. Had Kakashi been less aloof, perhaps the situation would have been different. At that moment, various teachers began to enter the classroom, taking their respective classes. To my astonishment, aside from the 12 Little Strong class, all other classes were led by Chunin instructors. Clearly, these students were destined to be fodder. The image of a Chunin teacher leading a gaggle of inexperienced students was quite comical. I decided not to dwell on it. Class 8's teacher, Kurenai, took her students away, followed closely by Asuma. Ino's reaction to Asuma's face was immediate. She froze in horror, beginning to resist. After much coaxing, I ultimately had to kiss her in front of everyone to coax her into leaving, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dashed out. Finally, surveying the classroom, only the 3 of us remained. I rested my head on the desk, feigning sleep. Knowing that my teacher would be Kakashi, I had no intention of waiting idly. Instead, I would utilize this time to further absorb the knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique, ensuring I could employ it when the Land of Waves arc commenced. Meanwhile, Naruto was busy concocting his mischievous schemes. It is worth noting that while Naruto still enjoyed mischief, he did not engage in the same attention-seeking antics as in the original narrative, such as defacing the Hokage rock. Rather, it was now merely a harmless hobby. With friends like Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, Naruto's childhood was not as bleak as it had been in the original story. Returning to the subject at hand, Naruto was prepared for his pranks. Sasuke, outwardly stoic, began to observe the situation. As for me, I had no interest in mischief. My focus remained solely on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Kakashi entered, the chalkboard eraser falling onto his head in a manner reminiscent of the original tale. Haha, Tetsuya, look, this teacher actually got hit. I raised my head to observe this chakra measuring unit. Kakashi scrutinized the three of us. Sasuke appeared indifferent, Naruto was plotting mischief, and I seemed too languid, lacking any sense of teamwork. To be honest, my first impression of you all is quite poor, Kakashi remarked as he stepped further into the room. Now, let us head up to the rooftop. With that, he proceeded to exit the classroom, and we three followed suit, making our way to the rooftop. All right, let us start with some self-introductions. You can share your dreams, interests, and hobbies. Upon hearing this, Naruto interjected, shouldn't the teacher introduce himself first? Me? Fine, Kakashi replied. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. As for my dreams and interests, I prefer to keep those to myself. That is all. Seriously? We only learned your name, Naruto exclaimed, prompting Kakashi to point at him. You go first. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my aspiration is to become Hokage, gaining the acknowledgement of everyone in the village. My passion lies in indulging in ramen, particularly the delectable offerings from Ichiraku Ramen and the exquisite dishes prepared by Tazai. Upon hearing Kakashi's mention of Tazai, I thought to myself, it seems there exists a commendable bond between them. Next, I introduced Sasuke Uchiha, whose ambition is to restore the Uchiha clan. As for his interests and hobbies, to be precise, he has a singular goal, to personally eliminate that man. Sasuke spoke with a brooding expression. The Uchiha. It appears Itachi's influence on Sasuke is quite significant, Kakashi mused. Just as he was about to prompt the next introduction, Tazai interjected. Hey, Sasuke, if you wish to revitalize the Uchiha, you ought to start matchmaking right away. Marry 10 or 8 wives, and have a dozen children. In about 10 or 20 years, the Uchiha clan will be rejuvenated. Kakashi and Sasuke exchanged glances, both bemused by this peculiar line of reasoning, while Naruto erupted in laughter. Sasuke, upon witnessing Naruto's mirth, felt an overwhelming urge to challenge him to a duel. Kakashi cleared his throat, signaling for the commotion to settle down. All right, Tazai, it's your turn. Very well, I am Tazai. My dream is to carve out my own reputation. After all, I have become a ninja now. As for my interests and hobbies, I would say I lean towards a more laid-back philosophy. Kakashi listened thoughtfully to the trio's self-introductions, pondering their aspirations, yet bemused by their peculiar interests. Yet another trio of troubled youths, he thought, shaking his head. With the introductions complete, I shall announce your first mission. Naruto and Sasuke sat upright, while Tazai remained indifferent. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, in the 3rd training ground. Do not eat breakfast. Naruto inquired. Why, Kakashi-sensei? Because I fear you may vomit, Kakashi replied with a serious countenance. Noticing the apprehension in Naruto and Sasuke, I remained unfazed, already aware of Kakashi's little tricks. After finishing his statement, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. After Kakashi's departure, I felt no desire to linger with the two, offering a brief farewell before disappearing, as I had promised Ino to celebrate our graduation at her home that evening. Chapter 6. Survival exercise. The sound of the alarm clock stirred me from slumber, and I rose leisurely. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 in the morning. I promptly got up, washed, dressed, and donned my ninja gear before heading out for breakfast. At the 3rd training ground, Naruto and Sasuke sat languidly on the ground, gazing at the sky in a daze. Suddenly, they heard footsteps and looked down to see Tazai sauntering over. Hey Tazai, what's the deal? Why are you so late? Naruto exclaimed. I, not particularly concerned, shoved 2 meat buns into Naruto's mouth and tossed a couple to Sasuke. Do you two not know that Kakashi is infamous for his tardiness? Should I call you both foolish or merely naive? Their faces flushed slightly, realizing the importance of information gathering as ninjas. Yesterday, Kakashi had indeed been late, and they had failed to notice. They said little more, opting to eat the buns in silence. After finishing, The three of us sat on the ground to rest, during which I shared insights about the purpose of the survival exercise and discussed our strategies for the impending battle against Kakashi. Naruto would engage Kakashi directly, using his shadow clone jutsu to exhaust him, while Sasuke and I would reposition ourselves to strike at the opportune moment. I would assist Naruto in his offensive, while Sasuke would find a suitable vantage point, utilizing ninjutsu and the Uchiha Shuriken to harass and attack. Upon hearing this, both agreed without hesitation, and we awaited Kakashi's arrival. Approximately 20 minutes later, Kakashi finally arrived. I apologize, I lost my way on the path of life, he offered. A lackluster excuse that prompted Naruto to ridicule him. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, not overly concerned. Alright, let us commence the survival exercise. This is an exceptionally challenging task with a 66 elimination rate. You must approach this battle with the resolve to defeat me. The time limit is until noon. You must seize the bells from my possession before then to be deemed successful. He placed an alarm clock on a stump and hung the 2 bells from his waist. Naruto, noticing the 2 bells, questioned, Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells? Kakashi leisurely replied, because among the 3 of you, one will inevitably fail and be sent back to ninja school for a repeat. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions grew serious, while I remained nonchalant. Observing Kakashi's antics, as if he would dare send the son of his teacher back, I thought, confident in my ability to handle Kakashi with ease, armed with the Flying Thunder God technique and my own strengths. Once everyone was prepared, Kakashi announced, "Let the exercise begin," and resumed his focus on the alarm clock. As the exercise commenced, Sasuke and I vanished in a flash, leaving Naruto alone. Following our previous discussion, Naruto unleashed over 100 shadow clones and charged at Kakashi, while I took position in the trees at a 45-degree angle, waiting for the right moment. At that instant, Sasuke sprang into action from the left, launching a barrage of kunai and shuriken at Kakashi. Kakashi raised a shadow clone to defend, and as the clones exploded, Sasuke utilized wire to retract the shuriken, ensnaring Kakashi, and unleashed a great fireball technique toward him. The impact caused Kakashi's shadow clone to burst apart. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly repositioned, while Naruto, noticing Kakashi's absence, dispelled his shadow clones. I watched in frustration as Naruto's action inadvertently revealed his location to Kakashi. As expected, the moment Naruto dispelled his clones, Kakashi appeared behind him, executing a signature technique, the Leaf Village Taijutsu secret art, 1,000 Years of Pain, launching Naruto into the air. I facepalmed, utterly embarrassed. At that moment, I heard Sasuke's call, likely having fallen prey to Kakashi's shadow clone and Jinjutsu. Poor Sasuke, unwittingly usurping Sakura's role. It seemed I had no choice but to intervene. I retrieved my Flying Thunder God kunai from my ninja tool pouch, and, spotting Kakashi engrossed in his alarm clock, I hurled the kunai, followed by my shadow clones. As I unleashed my jutsu, the kunai multiplied exponentially, soaring toward Kakashi. Seeing the incoming projectiles, Kakashi leapt back, landing and recognizing the distinctive style of the kunai. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. These kunai belong to the Flying Thunder God? How does this boy possess them? While Kakashi pondered, I materialized before him, locking eyes with him. Upon meeting my gaze, Kakashi's expression became solemn as he noticed the faint glow in my blue eyes. Tazai, what are these kunai? Hush, Kakashi-sensei. Allow me to share a secret. I possess a hidden surname, Senju. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Senju? Then these Flying Thunder God kunai are. Oh, I had them custom-made. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, it was created by my grandfather, so I see no issue in utilizing it. Kakashi stood momentarily dumbfounded. Senju? Grandfather? The second Hokage? Clearing my throat, I continued. Alright, Kakashi-sensei, this is a secret. I must ask you to keep it, especially from the third Hokage. You are aware of the upper echelons in Konoha, and I simply wish to live peacefully here, avoiding excessive interaction with them. You understand, don't you? Kakashi fell into contemplation, recognizing the truth in my words regarding the unsavory nature of Konoha's higher-ups. However, as a Konoha ninja, failing to report such information. Cough, Kakashi-sensei. How about considering various limited editions of Ika Paradise? Deal. That was quick, no thought required? Taken aback by Kakashi's immediate agreement, I was astonished. Is Ika Paradise truly that alluring? Never mind. If I can keep a secret, it matters not. Later, when Jiraiya returns to the village to instruct Naruto, I can handle this matter myself. Well then, Kakashi-sensei, It is time for me to make my move. With that, I launched my attack. Thus, Kakashi and I commenced our battle. Without wasting words, I began unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi, though capable of defense, was unaware that my 6 eyes could directly mark him. Consequently, I inscribed my mark on the 2 bells, and, seizing the moment when Kakashi was distracted, I used the Flying Thunder God to snatch both bells. At that moment, Naruto was hanging upside down from a tree, while Sasuke had been ensnared by an illusion and bound to a stump. After I freed both of them, Kakashi remarked, "All right, it's your turn to decide. How will you divide the 2 bells?" He then turned his gaze towards me. Without hesitation, I tossed the 2 bells to them, stating, initially, "We agreed on a battle strategy. Sasuke and Naruto's cooperation is commendable, though they lack practical experience. As for my individual combat prowess, I shall let them learn from you." The illustrious Kakashi, while I returned to repeat a year of study. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's forehead darkened, contemplating how this lazy boy intended to slack off for another year. However, it was indeed true that, upon observation, the 3 of us must have devised a strategy, but my interference had disrupted one of its components. Upon hearing Kakashi's and my words, Naruto and Sasuke protested, insisting that we were all comrades. "If need be, we can repeat the year together. It is no great matter. We can just fight again next year." Seeing the determination in their expressions, a slight smile crept onto Kakashi's lips beneath his mask. "Very well. I hereby declare the formation of Team 7. He then flashed a thumbs up. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden change from unqualified to qualified. Observing their confusion, Kakashi elucidated, "In the journey of a ninja, while missions are undoubtedly important, those who fail to complete them are often deemed worthless. However, those who disregard their comrades are even less than that." Without waiting for their reactions, he announced that we would gather at the Hokage Tower's mission hall at 9 o'clock the following morning to commence Team 7's first mission. Dismissed. Chapter 7. The mission of Team 7. Coordinates A reached. Coordinates B reached. Coordinates C reached. Acknowledged. Any sign of the target? Coordinate A. Target not found. Coordinate B. Target not found. Coordinate C. Target located. Acknowledged. Prepare for capture. Commence action. Report. Target, Little Tiger, has been captured. Received. Confirm the target and return. At the Hokage Tower's mission hall, our Team 7 spent an entire month engaging in tedious D-rank missions. Today, Naruto could no longer contain himself and began clamoring for more advanced tasks, while Sasuke silently nodded in agreement. I, however, paid no heed to their uproar and began to examine a panel I had not looked at in quite some time. Host, Senju Tetsuya appearance. Gojo Satoru, with Tsunade-like hair color and a hairstyle akin to Takigawa Genji. Bloodline. Senju clan bloodline stamina. Max mentality. Max speed. Max perception. Max comprehension. Max chakra volume. 10 tons. Wind. Fire, water attributes. Skills. Unlimited technique master. Power of stasis. Azure. Animal type fish fruit. Mythical type. Shining dragon fruit. Flying thunder god. 6 eyes can teleport to any visible location. 8 extremes fist. Jeet Kyundu, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, Uchiha throwing techniques, shuriken shadow clone technique, hard eye modification, beginner observation haki fusion, spiraling sphere series, fire release, great fire annihilation, great fire disappearance, single seal version, second generation water release series, simplified seal version, sage mode, Yada mirror, Yada Kagami, Kusanagi sword, laser beam, light speed kick, roar of the shining dragon note. Activation of all ninjutsu requires the user to be at least 16 years old. The system has fused the skills of the Shining Dragon Fruit and the Unlimited Technique Master, allowing the Shining ability to synergize with the Flying Thunder God. Items: Trident Flying Thunder God Kanai, 999, various fresh ingredients, common necessities omitted, points, 330,000. I mused that this mission might involve the Land of Waves, and I anticipated that I could amass several million Rio through my exploits. I had already devised plans for their use. Once Pain's assault concluded, I would purchase a piece of land near a bar and, following the Fourth Great Ninja War, establish a bar reminiscent of my past life. It would undeniably be profitable. I imagined building a modest villa akin to Naruto's, and the thought brought me great satisfaction. After glancing at the other aspects, I noted no changes aside from the points and promptly closed the panel, feeling disinterested in further scrutiny. After all, I had reached the pinnacle of my capabilities. As I had yet to turn 16, many features remained dormant. I had no desire to acquire the Rinnegan, as it would be difficult to explain. Regarding the decrease in points, half was attributable to Naruto's frequent visits to my home, clamoring for me to prepare meals. The other half was due to my habitual trips to Ino's house, where I cooked with a plethora of ingredients, and with Choji's insatiable appetite, the quantity was undoubtedly substantial. Of course, I utilized the system to expend points, creating a necklace identical to mine, inscribing it with the Flying Thunder God mark, which I then gifted to Ino. This prompted Aunt Keiko to tease Uncle Hachi for quite some time, urging him to learn from me. Ino and I blushed profusely, as it was difficult to maintain composure in front of my future in-laws. Despite having lived 2 lives, my past self was still a single dog. And even in the world of One Piece, I had no family when marrying Miko. I had never truly experienced such moments. Ahem. Hearing the voice of the 3rd Hokage, I brought my thoughts back to the present. In that case, I have a C-rank escort mission to assign to Team 7. With a wave of his hand, the 3rd Hokage summoned an Umbu to fetch the employer. A few minutes later, he announced, "Come in." At that moment, an old man, clad in a straw hat and reeking of alcohol, leaned against the wall as he entered. "Hick, are these kids up to the task? Especially that short one in the middle. He looks rather unreliable." He took another swig of his drink. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately exploded with anger. But Kakashi quickly restrained him. "Rest assured, they are all my capable subordinates. With me, a Jonin, escorting you, it will be no problem." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Dazna ceased his complaints and began introducing himself. "I am Dazna, a renowned bridge builder from the Land of Waves. You are to protect me as I return to my homeland and await the completion of the bridge." With that, he turned and walked away, disregarding Team 7. Kakashi then notified the team to gather at the village gate in 1 hour. Thus, the escort mission to the Land of Waves was about to commence. After all, it was a main storyline mission, and I felt obliged to show some respect. Moreover, the 3 of them had never left the village, so it would be disingenuous to claim they were not excited. An hour later, Team 7 assembled, and the 5 of us set forth towards the Land of Waves. As we traversed the path, we chatted and walked through the forest, during which Kakashi imparted knowledge about various ninja villages and the fundamentals of chakra. Dazna occasionally interjected with comments. As we continued on our way, we suddenly came upon a small pond. Both Kakashi and I, aware of the unfolding plot, recognized the significance. I promptly tossed a Flying Thunder God kunai into a nearby tree, and upon seeing my action, Kakashi understood that I had detected something. We proceeded to walk nonchalantly. As Kakashi passed the pond, I had already teleported away using the Flying Thunder God, and the pond began to stir, surging towards Kakashi, who was abruptly engulfed. "Teacher Kakashi," Naruto exclaimed in shock. "First target neutralized," I declared, as 2 Chunin charged towards Naruto and Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto was utterly petrified, while Sasuke, true to the original narrative, secured their weapons to a tree trunk and prepared to conclude the battle with a great fireball technique. Just then, Kakashi emerged from the bushes, applauding. "All right, Tetsuya, it's your turn to join us." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, I wasted no time and instantly appeared before everyone, having leaped down from the tree. Kakashi approached the 2 mist nin and began to extract information. Naruto and Tsunade, still in a daze, seemed profoundly shaken. After Kakashi had dealt with the 2 Chunin, he began summarizing the situation. Regarding this unexpected development, both Sasuke and I performed adequately. I had already identified the issue with the pond and prepared in advance, while Sasuke managed the crisis rather well. As for Naruto, he remained in a stupor during the whole incident, being the closest to the employer yet failing to protect him. What would you have done if a real situation had arisen? And Mr. Tsunade, a C-rank escort mission does not involve ninjas. When I interrogated those 2 Chunin, their target was you. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Tsunade fell silent, while Naruto pondered deeply. Suddenly, he seized a kunai and plunged it into his palm. "This is the last time. Next time, I will certainly take action. I am destined to become Hokage." Hearing this, Kakashi felt a surge of pride and rushed to Naruto's side to examine his injury. Noting that the wound was already beginning to heal, was it due to the 9 tails? Meanwhile, Tsunade, true to the original story, began concocting justifications for his actions, resorting to moral coercion, claiming that one person would be heartbroken and another would report Team 7 to Konoha, leaving Naruto and Sasuke momentarily stunned. However, Kakashi inquired about our opinions. Did he really need to ask? After finally getting the chance to go out, why would we return so soon? The three of us immediately expressed our willingness to continue with the mission. Thus, our journey resumed, and the five of us made our way toward the Land of Waves. Chapter 8. The journey to the Land of Waves amidst the dense fog. The five of us cautiously traversed the waters to infiltrate the Land of Waves. Feeling as if we were akin to thieves upon entering this land was disconcerting. After all, it was merely a group of ordinary warriors. As we walked, I noticed that the fog thickened further, and I surmised that we were soon to encounter Zabuza. A memorable moment was about to unfold, the water dragon bullet technique requiring 44 hand seals. At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly hurled a kunai into the underbrush, only to discover a snow rabbit. Realizing this, I understood Zabuza must be nearby. Just as I thought this, a massive sword came flying toward us. "Get down," Kakashi shouted, pushing Sasuke to the ground while I tackled Naruto and Tsunade. "Isn't that the illustrious copy ninja, Kakashi?" With that remark, everyone turned toward the source of the voice, where Zabuza stood dramatically atop his executioner's blade, striking a pose. Sasuke, Naruto, Tetsuya form a protective formation to shield Tsunade. Upon finishing his command, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Sasuke, upon seeing Kakashi's Sharingan, became somewhat agitated. I noticed his reaction and said, "Calm down, Sasuke. That Sharingan was given to Kakashi-sensei by a former comrade before their demise." I stumbled upon this information while researching Kakashi. Hearing this, Sasuke managed to quell his excitement. While Kakashi cast a surprised glance in my direction, I returned his gaze with a smile, then resumed my position beside Tsunade. In that fleeting moment, I had also discreetly thrown several flying kunai behind us to ensure Tsunade's safe evacuation, considering that someone named Haku was observing from a nearby tree. Thus, Kakashi engaged in battle with Zabuza while the three of us remained vigilant, observing our surroundings and preparing defenses. At that moment, Zabuza executed the hidden mist technique. However, this jutsu was ineffective against me, as my sixth sense was fully awakened. Zabuza attempted to attack us several times, but eventually conceded, opting to focus on Kakashi instead. True to the original narrative, Kakashi, overwhelmed, was soon ensnared by Zabuza's water prison technique. Meanwhile, Zabuza's water clone advanced toward us. But Naruto unleashed hundreds of shadow clones to momentarily stall Zabuza's water clone. As for us, the three of us began contemplating how to rescue Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke aimed to save him as depicted in the original story, while I took a more direct approach. Enough with the overthinking. Watch me. With that, I began to weave hand signs for the water release, water shark bomb technique. A high-pressure jet of water surged towards Zabuza, who quickly evaded the oncoming attack in alarm. Kakashi, astonished, thought to himself, "Tetsuya can use the second Hokage's water release technique. It seems his lineage as a Senju is genuine. No one could learn such jutsu without guidance. It must be a scroll passed down through his family." With this realization, Kakashi dismissed any lingering doubts and prepared to confront the imminent threat. Naruto and Sasuke, witnessing my technique, gasped in awe, having never encountered such a jutsu before. Naruto was eager to learn it, while Sasuke, despite his pride, also gazed at me intently. "After your mission concludes, you should both test whether you possess water chakra. If so, I will teach you." Upon hearing this, Naruto inquired about how to test for chakra, and I proceeded to educate both of them on chakra attributes, chakra paper, and how to utilize it. Meanwhile, Kakashi continued to engage Zabuza, replicating the iconic scene from the original narrative with the 44 hand seals to perform the water dragon bullet technique. Afterward, Haku appeared to retrieve Zabuza, leaving Kakashi unconscious due to chakra depletion. Once the battle concluded, we took turns carrying Kakashi back to Tsunade's home, awaiting his awakening. Fortunately, Kakashi sustained no injuries due to our protection. He merely required time to replenish his chakra. The following day, upon regaining consciousness, Kakashi summoned the three of us to a nearby forest for training. However, before we began, Naruto expressed a desire to test his chakra attribute, prompting Kakashi to produce some test paper for us. As expected, the results aligned with the original story. Naruto possessed wind chakra, Sasuke had fire and lightning attributes, while I held the trifecta of wind, fire, and water. Naruto, feeling disheartened, was soon uplifted when I persuaded Kakashi to teach him a C-rank wind release technique, which Kakashi agreed to, improving Naruto's spirits. After our playful banter, Kakashi shifted to serious matters. I reflected this morning and suspect that the Umbu of the Mist may be allied with Zabuza. He likely hasn't perished. Upon hearing this, Naruto inquired about how we would deal with Zabuza, to which Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "I'll handle Zabuza when the time comes. Your priority is to protect the bridge builders." Thus, Kakashi commenced instructing us in tree climbing techniques. As I had already mastered walking on water, Kakashi assigned me to oversee the safety of the workers on the bridge. Perched atop the bridge, I watched the construction unfold, feeling a sense of monotony wash over me. To alleviate my boredom, I decided to indulge in music, spending 100,000 on a wireless gaming headset from the system shop. Thanks to the system's features, I could purchase songs of my choice, which would automatically be stored on the headset's chip. After spending an additional 20,000 selecting dozens of tracks, I reclined comfortably and immersed myself in music, disregarding the others around me. Thus, I spent several leisurely days in this manner, during which Naruto and Sasuke competed in tree climbing as per the original storyline. Naruto encountered Haku and had a confrontation with Inari. However, I paid little mind to these events, as the task proved exceedingly dull. Each evening, I returned home grimy and soaked. As the days pass, tomorrow marks the completion of the bridge, and if all goes according to plan, an unexpected turn of events is likely to unfold. Tomorrow is the final day, and if we do not take action, we may very well face an assault at this critical moment. Thus, the entire 7th Squad will participate in the bridge protection operation. On the following day, a dense fog envelopes the bridge, and Zabuza appears before us, accompanied by his subordinate Haku. "Kakashi, I have come to exact my revenge today," he declares. "Haku, entertain those young ones at the back." The battle divides into two groups, Kakashi against Zabuza, while Haku faces the three of us. To be honest, my interest is waning, and I lack the desire to engage, so I leave the fight to Sasuke and Naruto, considering it a means for their growth. Otherwise, they risk becoming ineffective if I continually take charge. I position myself beside Tsunade to protect him, taking on the role that Sakura played in the original narrative. During the skirmish, Haku attempts to ensnare me within his ice mirror technique, but I swiftly utilize the flying thunder god technique to evade him. Aside from my unexpected intervention, the story proceeds along its original path. Zabuza and Haku perish, and in his final moments, Zabuza takes Kato down with him, leaving the bridge to be named after Naruto. However, the night before returning to the village, I glean information from the system regarding Kato's whereabouts. I dispatch a shadow clone to locate the funds Kato left behind, and, employing the flying thunder god technique, I gather all the treasure into the system's repository, discovering a staggering sum of 1 billion Ryo. Astonished, I make a quick exit, returning to Tsunade's cottage. Chapter 9. The eve of the Chunin exam. Upon our return from the Land of Waves, the 7th Squad resumes the monotonous D-rank missions. However, having completed tasks using shadow clones, Sasuke and Naruto soon adopt the same strategy. Sasuke even approaches me to learn the shadow clone technique. Thus, the four of us complete missions with shadow clones. Meanwhile, Naruto begins practicing the C-rank wind release technique that Kakashi had promised to teach him. Sasuke dedicates his time to mastering water walking and the great fireball technique that I had taught him. Indeed, I imparted this jutsu to him. He inquired about my fire chakra, and I thought it fitting to share a technique belonging to their Uchiha clan. As a month passes, the four of us gather at the meeting point, where Kakashi prepares to take us on a D-rank mission when he suddenly spots a messenger hawk in the sky. "Dismissed," he announces before departing. This leaves Naruto and Sasuke perplexed about Kakashi's sudden change in plans, but I recognize that the Chunin exam is imminent. With the defection of Sasuke, Naruto's apprenticeship under Jiraiya, Tsunade's return, and the death of the third Hokage, I chuckle inwardly. Soon, I will no longer need to remain concealed. Just as I contemplate this, Naruto suggests, since we have no missions, why not gather for a meal at Ichiraku Ramen? I agree, noting that we have not dined together in a while. With our recent focus on missions and training, we must also prioritize rest and balance. I consider the prospect of cooking for this group again and quickly dismiss the idea, given their formidable appetites. Sasuke, after some thought, concurs. Upon returning to the village, my display of strength during the Wave Country mission has earned Sasuke's respect. Additionally, my teachings of the Shadow Clone and Great Fireball techniques have made our interactions less strained, though he still retains his aloof demeanor. The three of us decide to head to Ichiraku Ramen. As we walk, I ponder the possibility of correcting Sasuke's trajectory within the narrative, though my inherent laziness makes this seem unlikely. After all, it took Naruto and Sasuke 3 years of training outside the village to become so powerful. Who seriously trains within the village? Hey, let go of Konohamaru. I am jolted from my thoughts by Naruto's voice. As I turn, I spot Kankuro and Konohamaru. Oh, isn't this Naruto's little brother? What's the matter? Being bullied? Without waiting for my commentary, Naruto rushes in to rescue Konohamaru. Sasuke hurls a rock at Kankuro's hand, allowing Naruto to free Konohamaru. Meanwhile, I throw a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting behind Kankuro and pressing my weapon to his throat. Don't move. Be careful with your neck. My kunai is quite sharp, I warn. Kankuro attempts to defend himself, claiming that we from Konoha mistreat visitors from other villages. That kid bumped into me first, he protests. Before Konohamaru can speak, I interject, brother, you're quite bold to provoke the grandson of the third Hokage. Are you truly fearless or simply foolish? Realizing he has bitten off more than he can chew, Kankuro falls silent. Just then, Temari, noticing the tension, speaks up, Kankuro, stop embarrassing yourself. We all look up to see Gaara, with his distinctive gourd, standing atop a nearby tree, his dark circles under his eyes alarming. Is that really how he looks? I think to myself, astonished. Gaara approaches and apologizes on Kankuro's behalf. Kankuro, wanting to retort, is silenced by a mere glance from Gaara. Gaara then turns to Sasuke, what is your name? Before responding, Sasuke scrutinizes Gaara, who continues, I am Gaara of the Sand. I am Sasuke Uchiha. He replies, eyes narrowing. Gaara acknowledges him, I shall remember you. I hope we meet in the Chunin exam. With that, he departs with Kankuro and Temari. Hey, what is this Chunin exam you all speak of? I ask, but before anyone can answer, I interject, Naruto, the Chunin exam is set to occur soon. Likely the semi-annual event Kakashi just went to address. Those individuals are likely genin from the Sand Village, and this exam may be a joint endeavor between Konoha and Tsunade. With my explanation, Gaara and his companions remain silent as they leave. Meanwhile, we welcome 3 new additions to our Ichiraku Ramen gathering. The following day, Kakashi indeed finds us, presenting the registration forms for the Chunin exam and inquiring if we wish to participate. Before he can finish, I snatch a form and begin filling in my details. Naruto and Sasuke quickly follow suit. Observing our enthusiasm, Kakashi refrains from further comment. Knowing our capabilities well, he is confident we will succeed in the exam. Once we complete our forms, Kakashi announces a 3-day break, instructing us to gather in classroom 301 of the Ninja Academy in 3 days. He then vanishes in an instant. As we prepare to disperse, a voice calls out to us, Sasuke-kun. We turn to find Sakura, who pauses to see what she wants. Sasuke-kun, it's been a while. I heard the Chunin exam is starting soon. Did you register? Yes, we just finished signing up. Is there something else, or can I go train? I notice Sakura's expression darkening as Naruto inquires, Sakura, what's wrong? Is your team participating? Well, Naruto, my 2 teammates have opted not to join this time. So our team won't be participating, she explains. Understanding her situation, we express our support, while Sasuke walks away without a glance. Sakura hastily follows after him. I exchange farewells with Naruto and prepare to head home, reminding him to practice his water walking. Upon hearing this, Naruto resolved to practice treading water over the next few days, for he believed in his own words and trusted that I would not lead him astray. Meanwhile, I returned home to prepare for a long-awaited date with Ino, as I had missed the girl dearly after such a prolonged absence. Thus, the 3 days passed with Sasuke honing his ninjutsu, Naruto working on his water treading, and I indulging in daily rendezvous with Ino, striving to make up for the month of separation. Chapter 10. The Chunin exam. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days had elapsed, and today marked the day of the Chunin exams. The 3 of us agreed to gather at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Upon my arrival, I found Sasuke and Naruto already there, and together we made our way to classroom 301. As we reached the 2nd floor, we encountered 2 gatekeepers from Konoha employing Jinjutsu to obstruct our passage. With my 6th sense, I quickly discerned the illusion, a realization that Sasuke also shared, and we proceeded forward without hesitation. Upon reaching the entrance, we spotted a green-haired boy pleading with the gatekeepers to let him pass. At that moment, Sasuke spoke up, hey, could you step aside? This Jinjutsu is far too simplistic. Don't obstruct our way to the 3rd floor. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged glances and acknowledged Sasuke's insight. It was then that Lee and his companions realized the truth behind the illusion as we prepared to move on. Just as we were about to depart, Lee suddenly intercepted Sasuke. I am Rock Lee, the top graduate of this year's class, Uchiha Sasuke, is that you? Hearing this, Sasuke proudly lifted his chin, resembling a peacock in full display. Lee then declared, I wish to challenge you, Uchiha Sasuke. I aim to prove that hard work can surpass natural talent. Thus began a spirited bout between the proud Sasuke and the determined Lee in a training classroom. True to the original narrative, Sasuke found himself outmatched by Lee's taijutsu, and it was ultimately our beloved guy who intervened to bring the skirmish to a close. We then ascended to the third floor and entered classroom 301. As I pushed the door open, Ino leapt into my arms, and I affectionately ruffled her hair while greeting the other members of Team 12. Whereas Sakura? Ino inquired, noticing her absence from the exam. I recounted the earlier encounter with Sakura and the reasons for her non-participation, revealing that only our team had a Jonin as their instructor, while the others were led by Chunin. At this juncture, Kabuto approached to fulfill his role, and I quietly observed him, watching his pretentious demeanor. As anticipated, he was soon reprimanded by the lower-ranked ninjas from his own village. Shortly thereafter, Marino Ibiki entered the classroom, instilling fear in the lower-ranked ninjas with his intimidating presence. He promptly laid down the examination rules, subtly implying that the test would evaluate everyone's ability to gather intelligence without the knowledge of the target. With that, the exam commenced, and upon receiving the test paper, I began to peruse the questions. To my astonishment, the first question left me exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" It asked for the necessary force to hit a target 20 meters away with a kunai. Why not ask why 1 + 1 = 3? I thought. Consequently, I lost interest in answering and simply wrote my name before tossing the paper aside to feign rest. Ino and Sasuke observed my behavior closely. Ino appeared concerned while Sasuke contemplated copying my answers. However, upon seeing my expression of indifference, he was left perplexed. He could not fathom my lack of engagement, especially since I had always excelled in theoretical studies. After some consideration, he understood the essence of the test. Gathering intelligence was paramount, and whether or not one answered the questions was inconsequential. Thus, he abandoned the notion of copying from me and sought another target instead. Meanwhile, Naruto was growing increasingly anxious, wrestling with the desire to cheat but lacking the confidence to do so. At that moment, Hinata offered her test paper, indicating that Naruto could copy from her. After much internal conflict, he glanced at me and, noticing my nonchalance, graciously declined Hinata's offer. As Naruto pondered my inaction, Ibiki announced the 10th question, attempting to intimidate the remaining candidates. Naruto felt a surge of nervousness, yet he found solace in Sasuke's and my indifferent expressions. This diverged from the original narrative, as my camaraderie with Naruto led him to seek my counsel whenever he faced uncertainty. Thus, upon witnessing my unperturbed demeanor, he refrained from the dramatic self-encouragement depicted in the original story. Ibiki then proclaimed, "Those who remain will pass this assessment." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door burst open, and Mitarashi Anko made a striking entrance. 1234. 39. Oh my, there are so many? Ibiki, observing this Chunin girl, maintained a look of exasperation. How could that be? I devised these questions myself. Fine, I understand. The next part is under my purview. Follow me, and I will ensure half of you are eliminated, she added, licking her lips. At Anko's words, the lower-ranked ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. In that moment, Naruto reverted to his spirited mode, passionately expressing his ninja way and dreams. Philosopher? Ugh, Sasuke muttered, a hot-blooded underachiever. Both Sasuke and I silently agreed that we did not recognize him, while Hinata gazed at Naruto with starry eyes. Anko, noticing Naruto, decided to assert her dominance. She swiftly threw a kunai at him, but I intercepted it mid-air and hurled it back at her, stating, "Examiner, kunai is not meant to harm comrades." I then returned to my team, leaving Anko momentarily flustered. At this moment, Sasuke quietly inquired, "Hey, philosopher, what jutsu was that? A variant of the body flicker technique?" I assessed our surroundings, confirming we were alone, and replied, "No, this is the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage, a space-time ninjutsu that utilizes marking techniques for spatial teleportation." Sasuke was taken aback, realizing the sophistication of the technique. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a swell of pride, recalling that it was he who had initially replicated this jutsu for me. Returning to the matter at hand, Anko wasted no time and presented the life and death contract, explaining the examination rules and the forest of death. Several teams opted to withdraw after hearing the details. We three, however, proceeded to sign our names and collect the Heaven Scroll, which was consistent with the original narrative. In a shadowy corner, an androgynous figure was observing Team 7 intently. It was Orochimaru. Glancing at Sasuke, he turned his gaze toward me. Flying Thunder God? How did this kid learn it? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I took note of Orochimaru's gaze but dismissed it, regarding him as nothing more than an unsightly serpent. Consequently, I conferred with Naruto and Sasuke regarding who would carry the scroll. Ultimately, I assumed the responsibility, for with the Flying Thunder God, my mobility was unparalleled. And so, we awaited entry at Gate 44. 5 minutes later, the gates swung open, and various teams surged into the forest. We exchanged glances and, together, ventured into the woods, embarking on the 5-day examination. Chapter 11. Within the Chunin exam upon entering the forest, the three of us began our journey. True to the original story, Sasuke intervened to rescue a girl named Ino, while Naruto sought a restroom. This diversion provided an opportunity for the ninjas from the Rain Village to launch a surprise attack. I find no inclination to indulge the other party, for in my recollection, they wielded the Heavenly Scroll. Thus, I swiftly dispatched these minor characters with ease. The three of us continued on our journey, only to suddenly realize that it was just Sasuke and me remaining, while Naruto had inexplicably vanished. This led me to surmise that Orochimaru was on his way. Indeed, a palpable aura of malevolence descended upon us, leaving Sasuke paralyzed with fear. I, on the other hand, remained unfazed, for I could withstand the pressure of Shanks-Conqueror's haki, and Orochimaru's presence felt like mere child's play. In the distance, Orochimaru's form emerged atop a tree. His serpentine gaze fixed upon Sasuke and me. I promptly delivered a swift slap to Sasuke's head to rouse him from his stupor. At this moment, Orochimaru sauntered towards us, exclaiming, "Ah, what splendid fortune! 2 little mice. You possess the Heavenly Scroll, I assume? I am the Earth Scroll, so if you desire it, come and seize it from me." As he spoke, he brandished the Earth Scroll before swallowing it whole, subsequently licking his tongue as if savoring the act. His grotesque display churned my stomach, while Sasuke, with a serious demeanor, prepared himself for battle. Orochimaru wasted no time and launched his assault, keen to assess Sasuke's potential. Observing Orochimaru's advance, I too prepared to engage. At this juncture, Orochimaru performed hand seals, summoning a massive snake to attack me. Recognizing that Orochimaru intended to plant a curse mark on Sasuke, I deftly evaded and leaped to another location to engage in combat. As I battled the serpent, Sasuke's encounter mirrored the original tale, with Naruto transforming into his Nine-Tails form to protect him, only to be ensnared by Orochimaru's 5-element seal. Sasuke experienced his moment of glory, employing his shuriken and wind jutsu in conjunction with fire style, impressing Orochimaru, who personally planted the curse mark as a gesture of gratitude, inviting Sasuke to return should he wish for more. Satisfied, Orochimaru departed, and as the narrative reached its conclusion, I joined the two, creating a shadow clone to escort them to a secure cave where we could rest. Just as I intended to take a brief respite, I noticed a fluctuation of chakra emanating from Ino's necklace. Without hesitation, I left a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal and instantly transported myself to Ino's side. There, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka trio huddled in the grass, trembling, for outside, Gaara was engaged in a one-sided battle against the grass ninja. At that moment, I materialized beside Ino, leaving the trio bewildered, unaware of how I had arrived. Gaara, having also spotted me, sought to challenge me. "Gaara, you should leave. You'll have your chance in 5 days. We can fight then," I stated, disregarding his presence as I led the trio away. Gaara, upon hearing my words, glared at my departing figure for a prolonged moment before turning away silently. Meanwhile, I walked alongside the trio towards the location where Naruto and Sasuke were previously situated. "Zetsu, how did you suddenly appear beside me?" Ino inquired as we reached safety. I replied, "Look at the necklace I gifted you. I marked it with the Flying Thunder God seal. I sensed your chakra input, which prompted my arrival. In times of danger, simply channel chakra into it, and I shall come to your aid." Ino smiled softly, feeling a sense of reassurance from my protective demeanor. She examined her necklace and discovered a circle engraved with a 3-tomo design on the back. At that moment, Shikamaru spoke up, the Flying Thunder God, a technique invented by the second Hokage. "How did you come to master it, Zetsu?" I replied, "I can share that secret, but you must promise to keep it confidential." The trio's expressions turned serious, particularly Shikamaru, who regretted his curiosity, sensing impending complications. As anticipated, my revelation left them stunned. I actually have a surname. It's Senju. My full name is Senju Zetsu. I can refer to the second Hokage as grandfather. Haha, surprised are we? The three nodded woodenly in response. It's no big deal. My surname doesn't change anything. We've known each other for so long. You should know me well enough by now. Just keep my secret. They nodded in agreement. And soon our laughter filled the air again. Ino entwined her arm with mine, and I took her hand, leading our quartet in the direction of my earlier path. As for Naruto and Sasuke, after my departure, Sasuke's curse mark activated, releasing a surge of malevolent chakra that attracted the 6 paths of sound ninja. True to the original narrative, Sasuke faced 3 foes and acquired the Earth Scroll. Just as he concluded the battle, Naruto awoke, and I, along with Ino, arrived at the scene, discovering that, aside from Ino's trio, the team of Guy and the 8th squad were also present. To my astonishment, the 12 rookie ninjas had gathered. Upon confirming our safety, Guy's team departed. Hinata, still concerned for Naruto, found solace in my assurance that he was unharmed, allowing her to leave with ease. I suggested that Shikamaru and the others could also take their leave, with plans to reconvene at the central tower later. Noticing Ino's reluctance to part, I guided her to a nearby tree, and in a moment of spontaneity, I kissed her softly. Ino, initially taken aback, blushed and shyly reciprocated. Despite our previous secret encounters, it was a delightful experience for both, yet due to our youth, Ino remained bashfully flustered. After a prolonged moment, we parted. I smiled at her flushed face, saying, "All right, my dear, you should go with Shikamaru and the others to the central tower. I will wait here until Naruto and Sasuke are in better condition." Ino nodded and ultimately departed with Shikamaru and Choji. I assessed Naruto and Sasuke's conditions, noting their chakra reserves were nearly depleted, so I kindled a fire to prepare some barbecue. After our meal, Naruto and Sasuke had sufficiently regained their strength. Glancing at the scrolls in my possession, we set off towards the central tower, urging both to hasten their pace to conserve energy for the upcoming preliminaries. Thus, within the span of a day, we reached the central tower, having avoided any encounters with Kabuto due to our swift journey. Chapter 12. Chunin exam. Upon entering the central tower, we encountered Ino and the others, exchanging pleasantries before attending to matters at hand. I retrieved the Heaven and Earth scrolls, opening them simultaneously. With a resounding bang, Irika emerged from the smoke. Naruto exclaimed, "Irika-sensei, what brings you here?" "Haha, Naruto. I'm here to personally congratulate you on passing the second phase of the exam." Irika chuckled at Naruto's astonished expression. "Now, Naruto, there's still a day left, so make sure you all rest well. The next phase of the exam will commence shortly, so stay alert." Thus, teams 10 and 7 proceeded into the central tower, each finding their designated rooms to tidy up before resting. Suddenly, I jolted upright in bed at the sound of the system's long-awaited notification. System ding. To optimize the host's devil fruit abilities, a task has been issued. The system grants the host an egg of a summoning beast's offspring. The host is to utilize their abilities to hatch it. The host may choose from the powers of light, fire, water, or wind. The summoning beast will evolve according to the attributes provided during hatching. The incubation period is 1 year. Upon receiving the task from the system, I turned my attention to the panel. Host, Senju Tetsuya. Appearance: Gojo Satoru, similar hair color to Tsunade. Similar hairstyle to Takigawa Genji. Bloodline: Senju clan. Bloodline: stamina, max spirit, max speed, max perception, max comprehension, max chakra, 10 tons, wind, fire. Water attributes: skills, limitless sorcerer, power of stasis. Azure: animal type fish fruit mythical species. Glimmering dragon fruit, flying thunder god, with 6 eyes enabling instant teleportation to all visible locations. 8 extremes fist. Jeet Kyun-do, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, Uchiha throwing technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, hard eye modification, beginner observation haki integration, spiraling sphere, full collection, fire release, great fire destruction, great fire extinction, single seal version, second generation water release, full collection, simplified seal version, sage mode, Yada mirror, Yada jewel, Kusanagi sword, laser beam, light speed kick, roar of the glimmering dragon note. Activation of all ninjutsu requires the host to be at least 16 years of age. The system has fused the glimmering dragon fruit skill with the limitless sorcerer, allowing the glimmering ability to be used in conjunction with Flying Thunder God. Items: Trident Flying Thunder God Kunai, 999, cash, 1 billion Rio, various fresh ingredients, everyday essentials omitted, summoning beast egg, 1 points, 500020 upon noticing an egg in my bag. I took it out to examine it, only to be startled by its considerable height. After a closer look, I deduced that this egg would likely hatch into a dragon, as the patterns on its shell bore resemblance to dragon totems from my homeland. I then inquired with the system for further details. Is this a dragon egg? How do I incubate something this large? The system replied, Host, are you foolish? Simply place it back in the system bag and select your ability to incubate it. Indeed, it was a dragon egg. Once hatched, it would serve as your exclusive summoning beast to assist you. This aligns perfectly with your need for Sage Mode after transforming into a dragon. Understanding the system's explanation, I realized that to use Sage Mode, I must awaken my abilities through the fruit, providing a valid reason for receiving a summoning beast. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke would soon acquire their own summoning beasts, and it would be unacceptable for me to be left behind, especially since I had relied on Naruto to secure a contract with Myaboka Mountain. With that thought, I felt grateful for the system's attentiveness. Oh my system is so considerate. Love you so much. The system interjected, there is no need for such expressions. Please maintain your composure. You are male. Tetsuya. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Now even the system was expressing disdain. Nevertheless, I needed to address the summoning beast issue first. System, I choose to use my light ability to incubate the dragon egg. Ding. Host has chosen light ability for incubation. Once the summoning beast egg is returned to the system bag, it will automatically absorb light energy. The host will be notified upon completion. Upon hearing the system's words, I promptly placed the dragon egg back in the system bag, relieved to set it aside for now and await the results. With that settled, I decided to rest in anticipation of the preliminary rounds the next day. The following day, everyone gathered at the preliminary match venue, where the opening remarks were once again filled with the ramblings of the third Hokage. After 30 minutes of discourse, the matches finally commenced, overseen by the referee, Moonlight Breeze. Observing the frail figure of the referee, I felt a pang of sympathy for Yuzuki Yugao. Their romantic life must be quite challenging. At this moment, Moonlight Breeze inquired if anyone wished to withdraw, and as in the original story, Kabuto Yakushi opted to forfeit. The remaining participants then proceeded with their respective matches. The first match mirrored the original narrative, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akatsuki armor, concluding with the same lion's barrage. Following this, Kakashi escorted Sasuke away to seal his cursed mark. The second match pitted Saku against Yamanaka Shino, with Shino emerging victorious. The third match featured Ken Mitsuki versus Kanjiro, with Kanjiro claiming victory. The fourth match saw Kinto versus Yamanaka Ino, where Kinto triumphed using an illusion technique. The fifth match had Tintin facing Temari, with Temari winning. The sixth match showcased Nara Shikamaru versus Akimichi Choji, with Choji forfeiting quickly. The seventh match involved Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba, where Naruto, with a single fart, sent Kiba into a frenzy, ultimately finishing the battle with a final barrage. The eighth match featured Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji, where the examiner intervened to prevent Neji from losing control, and Naruto made a bold entrance to protect Hinata. Afterwards, I handed Naruto a recovery potion purchased from the system store, urging him to give it to Hinata to prevent any lingering effects. The ninth match was Gaara versus Rock Lee, following the original plot, with Guy coming to Lee's rescue. The 10th match was Tatsu versus Tetsuya. I entered the arena mimicking the 4th Hokage's grand entrance during the 4th Great Ninja War, teleporting in with a flying thunder god Kunai, eliciting gasps from the audience, including a surprised reaction from the 3rd Hokage. Once the match commenced, I did not hold back against Tatsu, executing a seamless series of flying thunder god combos, swiftly sending Tatsu away and securing an effortless victory. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage summoned Kakashi to inquire about my abilities. Kakashi, seeing no reason to conceal the truth, explained his recent acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to surprise everyone. This successfully left the 3rd Hokage in a state of awe. Upon learning my full name, Senju Tetsuya, and recognizing my resemblance to the 2nd Hokage, the 3rd was flooded with nostalgic memories and promptly called for the Umbu, instructing them to have me meet him at the Hokage Tower after the matches concluded. Thus, the preliminary rounds concluded successfully, with Breeze announcing that the final selections would commence in a month, alongside the drawing of matches. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. The second match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. The third match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Temari. The fourth match, Senju Tetsuya vs. Kanjuro. The fifth match, Yamanaka Shino vs. Kinto. The crowd gasped at the matchups, particularly because of the change in my name. It was evident that the third Hokage had orchestrated this, hastily restoring my surname for unknown reasons. Regardless, I thought, it didn't matter. After all, that old man would only be around for another month. Ignoring the opinions of others, I called out to Team 10 and left with Naruto and Sasuke, planning a small celebration in the evening. Chapter 13. Eve of the final exam. As we stepped outside, the Umbu suddenly materialized before us. Senju Tetsuya, the Hokage requests your presence. Upon hearing the Umbu's words, we exchanged glances, and I had anticipated this moment. I told my companions, you all go ahead to the barbecue place. I'll meet you after I speak with the third Hokage. After they departed, I followed the Umbu to the Hokage Tower. To be honest, it was my first visit here. While I had seen it in anime, I had avoided any entanglements with the elder officials out of fear of causing trouble. Lost in thought, I arrived at the door, where the Umbu instructed me to knock and then vanished. Shaking off my scattered thoughts, I knocked on the wooden door. Come in. Hearing the third Hokage's consent, I pushed the door open. The third turned to regard me as I entered. Once inside, I surveyed the room. The Konoha were gathered, and I couldn't help but feel that Konoha was rather decayed. Despite having various technologies, the development of science in the world of Naruto was severely lacking. Reflecting on this, I realized that true technological advancement in the Naruto world only began to unfold during Kakashi's tenure as the 6th Hokage, later accelerating under Naruto's leadership as the 7th. After so many years of internal political strife, the Hidden Leaf Village has neglected technological and industrial development. Fortunately, there are no nations like the one in my previous life, or else Konoha would have perished long ago. Putting these thoughts aside, I refocused and greeted everyone. Good day, Lord Third, esteemed elders. I have arrived. The third Hokage welcomed me with a warm smile and invited me in. Thank you, Lord Third. After returning the courtesy, I took my seat, awaiting his inquiries. At that moment, the third took a couple of puffs from his pipe and posed his question. Jia, I had no idea you were the grandson of Master Tobirama. This revelation has surprised us all. However, I must ask, from whom did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? It is a forbidden jutsu from the Book of Seals. To answer your question, Lord Third, due to the relationship between my father and the second Hokage, we have some records of the Flying Thunder God technique at home. Albeit incomplete, it appears to be an earlier version used by the second Hokage. I discovered the scroll while cleaning my room and began my research. Upon realizing the technique's deficiencies, I took it upon myself to improve the Flying Thunder God, refining it until the Chunin exams. Upon hearing my response, the three elders and the third Hokage regarded me with astonished expressions. The third thought to himself, this is no joke, the Flying Thunder God is a space-time ninjutsu. Unlike Minato, who utilized the improved version from the Book of Seals, this child has developed the original version and enhanced it himself. He is truly a genius. Such talent should be nurtured within our village, especially since he demonstrated a profound understanding of the will of fire during his graduation assessment. Meanwhile, Danzo, maintaining a stoic demeanor, contemplated his next move. I could sense he was likely scheming to pull me into route. The third, breaking his contemplation, remarked, I am astonished by your intelligence at such a young age. It seems Konoha has produced another prodigy. Ha. Lord Third, you flatter me, I replied, maintaining my composure. All right, young one, I have a general understanding of the situation. I hope you will continue to strive diligently, becoming a pillar for the new generation of Konoha and ensuring the will of fire endures. The future belongs to the youth. You may leave now. Yes, Lord Third. After bidding farewell to the third and the elders, I turned and headed off to join my friends for some barbecue. Leave this child to root. I can certainly cultivate him into the second Tobirama of Konoha, Danzo declared as soon as I left. The other two advisors merely chuckled, understanding the absurdity of his claim. The third's expression darkened immediately, and he retorted, Danzo, that is Master Tobirama's grandson. Do not extend your grasp towards that child. He is the hope of Konoha. Mind your own route. And remember, I am the Hokage. Danzo trembled in anger, tired of hearing that phrase, I am the Hokage, used against him daily. After a moment, he regained his composure, scoffed, and stormed out. The 3 remaining individuals ignored him, instead deliberating on how to handle me, whether to keep me in Team 7 or incorporate me into the Umbu. Ultimately, the 3rd decided to maintain the current arrangement and reassess after the joint Chunin exams. Meanwhile, I paid no mind to the 3rd's considerations and began celebrating with Team 10. When Naruto noticed the curse mark on Sasuke, he exclaimed, "Sasuke, your mark looks just like the one on Jiye's kunai." This remark caught everyone's attention, including Sasuke and Kakashi, who turned to look. I then took out my Flying Thunder God kunai for everyone to see. They all agreed it was indeed identical. What could I say? It was merely a coincidence. Thus, everyone enjoyed light-hearted banter as we concluded our meal. The following day, I spent most of my time with Ino, either accompanying her on shopping excursions or training together to enhance her taijutsu and ninjutsu skills. Sasuke was whisked away by Kakashi for secret training, learning Chidori, to be precise. As for Naruto, he encountered Jiraiya. That evening, when Naruto shared this news with me, I was genuinely happy for him and prepared a feast to celebrate his finding a mentor. While Naruto trained in summoning techniques at a distance, I approached their training area, seeking Jiraiya's autograph on his Makeout series books. Initially, Jiraiya assumed we were kindred spirits, but upon learning it was for Kakashi, he expressed disinterest. Left with no options, I resorted to my 100-person super seduction technique, nearly causing Jiraiya to faint from excessive nosebleed. Once I secured the signed books, I swiftly fled and contacted Kakashi to retrieve them. To my surprise, the old pervert had arrived ahead of schedule. It seems the allure of Makeout Paradise was the only way to ensure Kakashi's punctuality. Thus, in the month leading up to the final assessment, everyone was engrossed in their respective training, preparing fervently for the Chunin exams. Only I understood that this assessment would not proceed as planned. So I continued to accompany Ino on shopping and training outings. Initially, Ino urged me to train diligently, but after realizing her efforts were in vain, she resigned herself to the situation, cherishing the rare time we had together, as it had been a while since we had enjoyed each other's company. Chapter 14. The final assessment begins today. The weather was splendid. After a month of rest, the day of the final assessment had finally arrived. The atmosphere was lively from early morning, with various food vendors opening their stalls. Meanwhile, I remained nestled in bed, reluctant to rise, until Ino entered and insisted on waking me. However, I am not one to yield easily. The answer was a resounding no. Thus, I began to pout. If you don't give me a kiss, I won't get up." Seeing my antics, Ino sighed, realizing she had to indulge her boyfriend. She leaned in for a kiss, but I swiftly pulled her onto the bed, pinning her beneath me as we began to kiss passionately. Ino was momentarily taken aback, but soon reciprocated. After what felt like an eternity, we finally broke apart, our lips still connected by a thin strand. Ino playfully scolded, "You rogue. You always bully me like this. Next time, I won't fall for your tricks." He understood. I promised not to do it again next time. I acknowledged my wrongdoing, but had no intention of changing my ways. The couple savored their rare morning intimacy, finishing breakfast and preparing for the day. I wore an outfit similar to my previous ones, with a white long-sleeved shirt, sleeves rolled up, and black casual three-quarter pants, complemented by black ninja shoes. After donning our couple's necklace, we interlaced our fingers and stepped out together, with both of us being quite good-looking. And given that it was the day of the final assessment for the joint exams, many visitors had come to Konoha to watch the competition, resulting in numerous admiring glances. However, I had grown accustomed to the attention and thought little of it. We leisurely made our way to the competition venue. Upon arrival, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, most participants were already present. Rather than rush over, I chose to accompany Ino to the stands to find a good viewing spot. Once settled, I was about to chat with Ino when an announcement called for all contestants to gather at the competition grounds. Reluctantly, I bid Ino farewell and jumped down from the stands to join the others. "Don't you get tired of being with Ino all the time? Just looking at my parents makes me think women are troublesome," Shikamaru inquired curiously as he approached. Upon hearing Shikamaru's inquiry, I couldn't help but marvel at his naivety regarding matters of romance. "It's all right, Shikamaru. I don't mind the hassle," I chuckled. Shikamaru, seemingly unfazed by my nonchalant response, began to lament the arduous nature of the upcoming assessment, expressing his reluctance to participate and even regretting that he had been slower than Choji in surrendering. This prompted a hearty laugh from me. "Come on, Shikamaru. The Nara clan has always been the strategists of the Hokage. Surely, you wouldn't want to bear the title of a lowly genin for eternity, would you, little strategist?" Shikamaru rolled his eyes at my remark. "Please, I find the Chunin exams tedious enough. Spare me the strategist talk. I hope to have more time for my afternoon naps in the future. I merely shrugged, thinking to myself that Shikamaru was still young. Once the Fourth Great Ninja War commenced, he would be the first to clamor for a position as Naruto's strategist, perhaps even rushing to Kakashi to learn in advance. As we engaged in our light-hearted banter, a familiar figure approached, Konoha's very own Shinobito, Shiranui Gima. The moment I spotted him, I sensed that Mizuki's presence would soon follow. He greeted several other candidates as he reached us, but he seemed to ignore our conversation, lost in his own thoughts. Observing his demeanor, I sighed. Konoha had become so complacent that even the middle and upper echelons were disinterested in their responsibilities, merely putting on a facade. It was no wonder that during the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, there were only 3 Umbu present, all of whom were merely there to narrate the events. As my thoughts wandered, spectators began to fill the arena, and the third and fourth Kazekage, Raza, made their way to their seats. Amidst the surrounding noise, I glanced up to see the two engaged in a rather commercial exchange of flattery. Is that Orochimaru I see? He certainly possesses the qualities required for a Kage. Mastering the art of mutual praise with the third Hokage. Just then, Shiranui began to speak, and as the main gates of the arena prepared to close, I heard a commotion behind me. It was Naruto, who, upon entering, barely stirred any excitement. A moment later, an Umbu member approached Shiranui, whispered a few words, and departed. After a brief adjustment, Shiranui commenced the introduction of the final assessment's requirements and the recently modified order of appearances. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and Orochimaru noticed that Sasuke had yet to arrive. At Orochimaru's suggestion, they decided to place Sasuke's match at the end. After all, the feudal lord was present to witness the performance of the last Uchiha. After a moment's consideration, the third agreed, and thus, the final assessment commenced. In the first match, Naruto Uzumaki faced Neji Hyuga. True to the original narrative, Naruto utilized the chakra of the Nine Tails to break through Neji's chakra points, employing shadow clones to secure his victory. He proclaimed, "I used to be terrible at the clone technique. Don't believe in fate. Instead, strive to change your destiny." This resonated with Neji, who was visibly moved. Following the match, Hinata took Neji away to resolve their misunderstandings, and Naruto was met with applause from the audience. The second match featured Shikamaru Nara against Temari. As Shikamaru hesitated, Naruto approached him and gave him a playful kick, causing the audience to erupt in laughter. Just like in the original anime, there was no deviation. Shikamaru successfully employed his high intellect to control Temari. However, due to insufficient chakra, he ultimately conceded. Nevertheless, Shikamaru had unwittingly gained himself a fiancée. The match was captivating, and applause rang out from the spectators. The third match was between Senju Tetsuya and Kankuro. Just as I prepared for the next match, Kankuro unexpectedly forfeited, leaving me at a loss for words. Although this mirrored the original story, it placed me in an awkward position. Shikamaru approached, expressing envy for my advancement without the need to compete. I rolled my eyes at his comment, while the audience lamented the sudden absence of a Senju clan member, eager to see his performance, only to be disappointed by Kankuro's withdrawal. In the fourth match, Shino Aburame faced Kinto. Similarly, due to Orochimaru utilizing Kinto as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation, Kinto was absent, granting Shino an easy victory. As the fifth match approached, featuring Sasuke Uchiha against Gaara, Gaara had already entered the arena, waiting silently for Sasuke's arrival. Noticing this, Shiranui chose not to intervene. As the audience grew impatient with Sasuke's delay, murmurs of protest arose. The third Hokage, observing the situation, contemplated declaring Gaara the victor when Kakashi arrived with Sasuke in tow. I watched as the two delayed their entrance, striking poses, completely oblivious to the time, a vivid illustration of their detachment from reality. Chapter 15. The collapse of Konoha's plans. As Kakashi and Sasuke basked in the atmosphere, Shiranui interrupted their banter. "Ahem, all right, Uchiha Sasuke. Now that you are here, please prepare. The assessment is about to commence." Hearing this, Kakashi leaped onto the stands and made his way towards us. "By the way, Kakashi, I shouldn't even call you teacher anymore," I remarked. Although Naruto was taken under Jiraiya's wing for training, Kakashi had taught me a wind release technique, while Sasuke had received his own personalized instruction. I, on the other hand, had learned nothing and even assisted in delivering Kakashi a paradise of affection. The only thing I could possibly learn was how to strike poses like the two of them. Upon seeing Kakashi approach, I couldn't help but express my frustration. It's rather disheartening to see your students from Team 7 having nothing to learn. They already master the basics. They don't require ninjutsu, and they possess more chakra than you. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. Well, Tetsuya, who can blame you for being a genius? I have nothing left to teach you. The ninjutsu you wouldn't even want, and you can't learn my techniques because you lack lightning release. Kakashi continued to chuckle, ignoring me as he perused the paradise of affection I had gifted him. With Kakashi no longer engaging with me, I shifted my attention back to Sasuke's match. As the match commenced, Sasuke and Gaara exchanged harsh words. I shook my head, realizing Sasuke was getting ahead of himself. However, the two wasted little time before launching their attacks. Sasuke threw shurikens, which were effortlessly defended against by Gaara's sand. Following this, Sasuke unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, which, though not as grand as Madara's, still elicited gasps from the audience. Realizing it had little effect on Gaara, Sasuke resorted to utilizing his Sharingan to replicate Rock Lee's taijutsu, executing a series of seamless combos. When Gaara transformed into a ball for defense, Sasuke, realizing his attacks were futile, leapt onto the wall to form hand seals and successfully executed the Chidori, severely injuring Gaara. At that moment, Kabuto, concealed in the shadows, unleashed a Jinjutsu, attempting to hypnotize the audience. Naruto and the others on stage succumbed to the illusion. Below, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro noticed the commotion and fled, prompting Sasuke to pursue them. Meanwhile, I swiftly performed hand seals to dispel the Jinjutsu, while Shikamaru remained sprawled on the ground. Noticing his pretentious act, I delivered a swift kick to his rear. Hey, what are you doing? I finally have a chance to rest, and you're making it troublesome. At that moment, Sakura, Ino, and Kakashi approached. Kakashi observed the situation and began assigning tasks. Naruto and Shikamaru were to pursue Sasuke and join him in confronting Gaara and the others. Sakura volunteered to accompany Naruto in the search for Sasuke, leaving Shino to fend for himself. Jie and Ino, your mission is to safeguard the civilians. Whenever possible, utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer unrelated individuals to safety. After issuing these instructions, I summoned Parker to assist Naruto in locating Sasuke. Upon receiving the signal, everyone began to disperse. Ino hurried off to find Choji, Hinata, and Kiba to help guide the newly awakened civilians, while I summoned several shadow clones and commenced large-scale teleportation of unconscious civilians using the Flying Thunder God technique. After delivering the last batch of civilians, I did not return to the venue but instead went home, fetching a stool and some headphones to sit and listen to music. After all, this is my only home, and I wish to preserve it for the time being. Meanwhile, Naruto and the third Hokage proceeded smoothly according to the narrative. Naruto continued to impress Sasuke and even managed to sway Gaara's heart. The third Hokage remained focused, using the dead demon consuming seal to seal the souls of the first and second Hokages alongside Orochimaru's. Through the perception of my mind's eye, I sensed that the third Hokage was nearing his end. Alas, this could be considered a heroic exit for him. As I pondered this, a rather irreverent voice interrupted my thoughts. Oh, isn't this one of Naruto's teammates? What's your name again? Senju. Yeah, right? What are you lamenting about all alone? Hearing Jiraiya's words, I felt a wave of annoyance. Seriously? You only remember my surname, not my given name. It's rather fitting that Naruto calls you the perverted sage. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly at my retort, as the sudden mention of a Senju clan member in Konoha had piqued everyone's curiosity. However, Jiraiya did not dwell on it for long. He had seen me sitting alone, seemingly in deep thought, surrounded by the bodies of a few sand and sound ninjas. Out of curiosity, he approached to inquire about my presence there. In response to Jiraiya's question, I replied tersely, you know this is the dignified exit Orochimaru has arranged for the third Hokage. If you're not going to get involved, why should I? Let them handle it themselves. With that, I pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one, ignoring Jiraiya's presence. Jiraiya observed my young age and smoking habit, his expression twitching slightly, but soon turned serious as he contemplated, this kid seems to know more than he lets on. He must possess impressive analytical skills. Suddenly, a ninja from the sand appeared on a rooftop, preparing to attack us with a kunai. Upon noticing this, I swiftly threw a Flying Thunder God kunai and executed a quick combination with the spiraling sphere, dispatching the assailant with ease. I had been contemplating when to reveal my Flying Thunder God and spiraling sphere techniques to Jiraiya, and fortune smiled upon me. As I concluded the skirmish, Jiraiya was left stunned by my abilities. Aside from the differences in hair color and style, I bore a striking resemblance to a younger Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya, regaining his composure, asked earnestly, "Hey kid, who taught you these two ninjutsu?" I recounted the reasons I had previously shared with the third Hokage, asserting that the spiraling sphere was my own invention. This technique emerged from my need for a non-hand seal attack while using the Flying Thunder God, as I lacked lightning affinity and could not learn Kakashi's lightning cutter. Thus, I contemplated a hand seal-less ninjutsu, and, during a shopping outing with Ino, was inspired by a child tossing water balloons. However, I had yet to figure out how to launch it effectively. Jiraiya was taken aback by my explanation. "What is going on? This is remarkably similar to how Minato initially conceived the spiraling sphere. Is this genius? No. Perhaps even more remarkable than Minato himself. After all, this kid has improved upon the original Flying Thunder God, which is no small feat. It seems that Konoha has a promising successor." With this realization, Jiraiya sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further but instead began to observe me intently, pondering whether I might be the prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of the Frogs. At that moment, an Umbu approached Jiraiya to report that the battle had concluded, Orochimaru had fled, and the Sand Ninjas had surrendered. The Elder Council summoned Jiraiya to the Hokage's office. Thus, Orochimaru's plan to crumble Konoha came to an end. Chapter 16. The Search for the Fifth Hokage. Watching Jiraiya depart with the Umbu, I stood up to clear the surrounding bodies and returned home to prepare my morning attire. At the Hokage building, Jiraiya and the two advisors engaged in a lengthy discussion, ultimately suggesting that Tsunade be brought back to become the fifth Hokage. The advisors consented to this plan. However, when Jiraiya proposed to take Naruto along, the advisors immediately objected. Jiraiya insisted that he had gathered intelligence regarding an organization known as Akatsuki, which aimed to capture the tailed beasts, and for Naruto's safety, he needed to accompany him. The advisors, left with no choice, reluctantly agreed. In the current state of the village, no one else could guarantee the safety of the Jinchuriki, so they had to entrust him to Jiraiya. The following day, all the ninjas in the village donned black attire to mourn the brave sacrifices of the third Hokage and the other ninjas who fell during Orochimaru's assault. After the mourning concluded, Jiraiya promptly sought out Naruto to inform him to pack his belongings and accompany him in search of the fifth Hokage. Meanwhile, at the village gates, two figures, one tall and one short, wearing conical hats, entered Konoha, accompanied by the sound of jingling bells. At the dango shop, Yuhi, Karini, and Asuma were enjoying a leisurely stroll, intending to relax with some dango, when they suddenly noticed two suspicious figures. Just then, Kakashi arrived, as he had arranged to meet Sasuke there. Observing the expressions of the two figures, he subtly indicated to Asuma and Karini to follow them. As the suspicious figures moved on, Sasuke approached Kakashi, who apologized, stating that he had to attend to a matter and would meet up with him later. Sasuke, puzzled, left without further thought. After Sasuke's departure, Kakashi pursued the direction Asuma and Karini had taken. Meanwhile, Asuma and Karini reached the riverbank, where the two individuals in black cloaks with red clouds came to a halt. "Long time no see, Asuma-san, Karini-san." The shorter man removed his hat, revealing his face. "Uchiha Itachi," both exclaimed in surprise, taken aback to find an S-rank rogue ninja within the village. "It seems you have quite the reputation in Konoha," remarked Asuma. Just then, they noticed another unfamiliar face, a shark-like man. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kisame Hoshigaki, Itachi's partner." Asuma then inquired, "Are you looking for Sasuke?" "Not at all. We are here for Naruto," Itachi replied. "Ah, so the target is the Nine Tails," Asuma mused, beginning to devise a strategy. Suddenly, Itachi and Kisame sprang into action. As a result, Karini and Asuma engaged the two in combat. Just when they seemed to be at a disadvantage and Kisame unleashed the water dragon jutsu, Kakashi arrived just in time. While Kakashi strategized on how to capture Itachi, the latter swiftly incapacitated him with the Tsukuyomi. "So the target is Naruto. It appears that you truly hail from that organization called Akatsuki," Kakashi remarked. Itachi and Kisame paused momentarily, and Itachi stated, "The Nine Tails is the highest priority assigned to us by the organization. Kisame, capture Kakashi and take him away." Kisame charged at Kakashi, but just then, Guy arrived to rescue Kakashi. Upon seeing Guy, Itachi decided to abandon the capture of Kakashi and fled with Kisame. After ensuring Kakashi's safety, the group began to discuss Itachi's situation. At that moment, Sasuke, who had come to find Kakashi, was stunned upon hearing the news that Itachi intended to capture Naruto. Regaining his composure shortly thereafter, he dashed out, pursuing Naruto in the direction of the village exit. Meanwhile, Naruto was accompanied by 2 others as they made their way toward a small town. Indeed, there were 3 of us. I had been dragged along as an extra. By virtue of my lineage, I could address Tsunade as cousin, which is why Jiraiya insisted I accompany Naruto. He artfully dubbed it traveling together. Upon reaching a quaint town, Jiraiya was lured away by a woman clad in purple, leaving me speechless. It was quite perplexing that he would indulge in such a rudimentary illusion by Itachi. One must admit, Jiraiya truly is a lecherous old man. Thus, Naruto and I settled in a tavern to rest, during which I imparted to him the techniques for practicing the shadow clone jutsu and instructed him on the training method for the Rasengan. To my astonishment, Naruto had been utilizing shadow clones for so long, yet remained oblivious to their potential, truly a fool reminiscent of his portrayal in the original narrative. As Naruto engaged in the first phase of his water balloon training, a knock echoed at the door. I approached to open it, expecting Itachi and Kisame. As anticipated, upon opening the door, I was met with a pair of Sharingan eyes and another pair of beady eyes fixed upon me. Naruto, seeing this, rose to join me at the door, where Itachi promptly stated, "Uzumaki Naruto, come with us." I stood by, stifling a yawn. Kisame, noticing my demeanor, swung his blade, Samahata, toward me. In response, I swiftly threw a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique to the side and launched a Rasengan at Kisame, marking him while inadvertently striking Itachi as well. Just as Kisame prepared to take things seriously, Sasuke rounded the corner. Upon seeing Itachi, his expression shifted dramatically, and he formed hand signs to unleash the Chidori, charging directly at Itachi. At that moment, Jiraiya returned, positioning himself before Naruto and me. Thus, Jiraiya faced Kisame, ensnaring both Kisame and Itachi with the summoning technique. Meanwhile, Itachi delivered a series of brutal strikes to Sasuke, topped off with its Tsukuyami to disorient him. Without hesitation, he called for Kisame, and together they vanished, utilizing Amaterasu as their path. On our side, Gai soon arrived, and Jiraiya tasked him with escorting Sasuke back to Konoha. The 3 of us then continued our journey towards the small town, where Jiraiya intended to teach Naruto the Rasengan. However, due to my interference, Jiraiya relinquished his teaching responsibilities to me and wandered off to indulge in his vices. Thus, our trio ambled leisurely toward the small town, where Tsunade encountered Orochimaru. Orochimaru tempted Tsunade with the prospect of resurrecting her most cherished individuals in exchange for her assistance in healing his arm. The following evening, the 3 of us entered a tavern. In a corner, a golden-haired woman with twin ponytails and a short-haired girl clutching a pig were drinking. It was evident they were Tsunade and Shizune. Jiraiya approached them with a greeting, prompting Tsunade's surprise at the unexpected gathering of old friends. Heeding Tsunade's words, Jiraiya introduced us to her. Tsunade expressed astonishment upon hearing my name, realizing that the Senju clan still had descendants, theoretically a cousin to her. I, however, shrugged it off, having lived with this knowledge all along. At this juncture, Jiraiya encouraged Tsunade to return to the village as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade scoffed, declaring only a fool would aspire to be Hokage, to which I silently nodded in agreement. Naruto, unable to contain himself, declared that becoming Hokage was his dream and could not be tarnished, leading to a heated argument with Tsunade. Noticing Naruto's resemblance to her brother, Tsunade proposed a spar outside. As in the original tale, Naruto was swiftly subdued by a mere finger from Tsunade, prompting him to resort to an incomplete Rasengan in desperation. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she chastised Jiraiya for teaching Naruto such a technique. Jiraiya could only smile awkwardly, yet Tsunade suddenly became intrigued by a wager. "Hey, kid, if you master the Rasengan within a week, I'll agree to return as Hokage and grant you a gift." Thus began Naruto's week of intense training. As time passed with Naruto's rigorous training, my earlier instruction in the shadow clone technique allowed him to grasp the Rasengan sooner than in the original timeline. I insisted that he train using only one hand, forbidding the use of shadow clones. With the week drawing to a close, we gathered for dinner at the tavern. I was acutely aware of Tsunade's intentions, to lace the food and drink with sedatives to disrupt our chakra, allowing her to confront Orochimaru. I had no desire to participate in their reunion. I would eventually need to assist Naruto in helping Tsunade overcome her blood phobia, a subplot in which I had no role. Therefore, I decided to play along with Tsunade's performance. To prepare for the next day's events, I voraciously consumed my meal, even outdoing the others, concluding our dinner. The next morning, Shizune and Naruto erupted into a quarrel. They had uncovered Tsunade's scheme and spotted Jiraiya on the balcony. After Shizune provided basic treatment for our trio, Jiraiya prepared to lead us to Tsunade, but I declined, stating, "You all go ahead. I overindulged yesterday and need time to recover before I can join you." Jiraiya, seeing my condition, did not press further, allowing Shizune to guide the others towards Tsunade. Once they departed, I promptly visited the system shop to purchase an antidote and drank it, then reclined on my bed to check my status panel. Host, Senju Tetsuya appearance. Wataru, same hair color as Tsunade. Hairstyle akin to Takigawa Genji. Bloodline. Senju clan bloodline stamina. Max mental strength. Max speed. Max perception. Max comprehension. Max chakra capacity. 10 tons. Wind. Fire. Water attributes. Skills. Limitless sorcerer. Power of stoppage. Azure. Animal type fish fruit. Mythical type. Shining dragon fruit flying thunder god. With 6 eyes. Capable of instantaneous teleportation to any visible location. 8 extremes fist. Jeet Kyundu. 3 body technique. Body flicker technique. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha throwing technique. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Mind's eye modification. Elementary observation Haki fusion. Complete Rasengan. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Great fire extinction. Single seal version. Second Hokage's complete water release. Simplified version. Sage mode. Yada mirror. Yada jewel. Ama no Murikamo. Laser beam. Light speed kick. Roar of the shining dragon note. All ninjutsu activation requires the user to be at least 16 years old. The system has integrated the Shining Dragon Fruit skills with the Limitless Sorcerer, allowing the Shining ability to synergize with Flying Thunder God. Items: Trident Flying Thunder God Kanai, $9.99. Cash, 1 billion Rio. Various fresh ingredients. Everyday items omitted. Summoning Beast Egg. Hatching. Points. For 138, 200 upon reviewing my panel. I resolved to teach Naruto the Flying Thunder God technique, as I would no longer require the Kanai after turning 16, nor would many ninjutsu be necessary. I could simply bestow the Kanai upon Naruto, given that the system's warehouse still contained hundreds of unused Flying Thunder God Kanai. Having addressed all matters, I reclined on my bed for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, just as in the original narrative, Naruto valiantly defended the blood-phobic Tsunade. However, due to my insistence that he utilize only one hand for the Rasengan, Naruto, when attacked by Kabuto, did not resort to shadow clones, single-handedly sending Kabuto flying. The subsequent gathering of the 3 ninjas and their summoned beasts marked a long-awaited battle among the seasoned summoners. Once the matter concluded, Tsunade prepared to return to the village to officially assume her role as the 5th Hokage. Just as I was lost in a dream, indulging in tender moments with Ino, I suddenly felt someone shaking me vigorously, interrupting my delightful reverie. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by Naruto's large face, exclaiming, "Tetsuya, Tetsuya, wake up! Granny Tsunade and the pervy sage sent me to get you for dinner." Hearing Naruto's words, I groggily glanced at the clock, realizing that I had unknowingly slept until past 5 in the evening. Thus, I promptly got up, washed up, dressed, and descended with Naruto to the tavern below. As we pushed the door open, we found Tsunade and Jiraiya already deep into their drinks. "Hey kid, you're feeling better, I hope." "I was a bit worried after seeing how much you ate yesterday," Tsunade remarked, grinning widely at our entrance. "Old hag, I swear I want to dine with you again," I retorted, choosing to ignore Tsunade and plopping down next to Naruto to devour my meal. "What did you just say, brat?" Tsunade slammed her hand on the table in anger. All right, Lady Tsunade, Tetsuya-kun, let us all tone it down a bit," Shizune interjected to ease the tension, while Jiraiya cowered in the corner, afraid to provoke Tsunade. With that, Tsunade and I fell silent as we continued our meal. In the midst of our quiet dining, Naruto leaned over and whispered, "Tetsuya, is Granny Tsunade really going to be Hokage? With her being drunk every day, gambling, trying to act young, and having such a bad temper, I'm worried about the future of Konoha." Hearing Naruto's words, I felt a wave of frustration and quickly covered his mouth. "Can you keep your voice down? Can't you see how quiet it is around here?" I glanced at Tsunade's increasingly darkening expression, just as I was about to explain myself. "Hey, Naruto, it's time to fulfill our bet. Come outside with me," Tsunade declared, abruptly standing and striding out. While Jiraiya buried his face in his hands, wishing to avoid witnessing his foolish apprentice's antics. Thus, the five of us stood on the street, watching the impending showdown between the two, rendered speechless. One was an adult getting worked up over a child, and the other was a child who couldn't read the atmosphere. "Kid," I said, "I would only use one finger. If you can defeat me, I'll give you a present," Tsunade challenged, extending her index finger towards Naruto. Seeing Tsunade's provocation, Naruto, brimming with determination, charged at her with a Rasengan. Tsunade effortlessly sidestepped him, and just as Naruto closed his eyes, expecting to be knocked back as before, Tsunade halted her movement. Gently kissing his forehead and placing her first Hokage necklace around his neck, saying, "This necklace is for you, the future Hokage." At Tsunade's words, Naruto blushed slightly. Yet he accepted the gift with joy. Thus, this little farce concluded, and after a night of rest, the five of us set off to return to Konoha the following day. Along the way, Naruto inquired about the necklace, and Jiraiya took the opportunity to enlighten him about its origins. Chapter 18. Aftermath and defection. After a 3-day journey, we returned to Konoha, exchanging greetings before parting ways. Naruto went home to tidy up, Jiraiya accompanied Tsunade to the Hokage building, and I sought out Ino for some quality time. Upon her return, Tsunade went to Kakashi's house and the hospital to assist the injured, prioritizing Lee's treatment. Meanwhile, Naruto was summoned to the Hokage building due to Kinomaru's antics, while Sasuke was being cared for daily by Sakura at the hospital. It seems I haven't written about Sakura in quite some time, but there hasn't been much to say. Seizing the opportunity for a date with Ino, I was suddenly interrupted by a member of the Umbu. "Senju Tetsuya, the Hokage requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Ino urged me to hurry. Reluctantly, I escorted her home before making my way to the Hokage's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." I pushed the door open and walked in, observing Tsunade engrossed in her duties. Without a word, I plopped down onto the couch. "You're a bit too casual, aren't you?" Tsunade shot me an annoyed glance, while Shizun smiled awkwardly beside her. I shrugged nonchalantly. "It's all thanks to the Hokage's teachings." "Tsunade." "Shizun." "All right, enough banter. I called you here regarding the Chunin exams." "The Chunin exams? Didn't they end abruptly? What else is there to discuss?" I feigned ignorance, suspecting it was about promotion to Chunin, even though you didn't participate. "I heard from Jiraiya that you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique from your second grandfather and the Rasengan from the fourth. I also heard that Naruto's Rasengan was taught by you." "The Rasengan was something that pervy old man insisted I teach him since he saw I could use it. As for the Flying Thunder God, I found the scroll left by my father while cleaning the house. The pervy old man should have informed you about it." I replied candidly to Tsunade, having no reason to hide the truth. "Yes, that aligns with what I've heard. Additionally, I've been informed that you developed the Rasengan on your own. Although the fourth had already created it, it seems you're quite the prodigy." Cough, cough. "It's merely a matter of being surrounded by talented individuals. I prefer to remain humble." "Tsunade, this brat is still so insufferable. I miss the days of Shinjiro." Cough, cough. Enough with the distractions. "Senju Tetsuya, in my capacity as the 5th Hokage, I hereby officially appoint you as a Chunin of Konoha. Do you have any objections?" "No." Upon hearing Tsunade's formal declaration, I ceased my jesting, affirming my acceptance. Satisfied with my agreement, Tsunade instructed me to take the appointment letter to receive my Chunin certificate, forehead protector, and vest. Lady Hokage, can I opt not to wear this vest? It's rather unattractive and doesn't suit my taste." Tsunade sighed in response. "Fine. Do as you wish. Also, please remind Nara Shikamaru to hurry. He hasn't arrived yet." "Understood." I saluted and hurried out, dispatching a shadow clone to find Shikamaru while I proceeded to obtain my Chunin certificate. Thus, in this ripple effect, both Shikamaru and I became Chunin. When I returned home after completing my tasks, I learned from Ino about the events of the day. "Tetsuya, shortly after you went to the Hokage building, Naruto and Sasuke ended up fighting on the hospital rooftop. I heard about it from Sakura when I ran into her." "Oh, who won?" I inquired, already suspecting that Naruto had provoked Sasuke. The influence of their Indra and Ashura chakra was indeed significant. Sasuke still sought out Naruto instead of me. Ino continued. "Sakura mentioned she couldn't stop them, and it was ultimately Kakashi-sensei who intervened to separate them. Is that so? Then there's no need to worry. Everyone has their own path to tread. We just need to focus on ourselves." Upon hearing my words, Ino shifted the topic, excitedly exclaiming that she wanted to tell her mother about my promotion to Chunin. suggesting a celebration that evening. No need, Ino. Not only I, but Shikamaru has also become a Chunin. Since you all belong to the same team, Asuma will likely celebrate with you. I'll pass. Just a kiss will suffice as a reward. Rolling her eyes, Ino remarked, "You little pervert, always trying to take advantage of me." Despite her teasing, Ino leaned in and kissed me. 5 minutes later, she pulled away, her cheeks flushed, saying, "All right, you naughty boy, I've rewarded you. Fine. I'll let you off the hook today." With that, I refrained from pursuing the matter further, contemplating when to formally seek Ino's parents' consent. As Uncle Hai and Aunt Keiko had already tacitly approved, yet I still felt the need for proper procedure. As I indulged in my thoughts, Shikamaru and Choji approached to invite Ino to join them for a barbecue to celebrate Shikamaru's promotion to Chunin. Tetsuya is here too. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin as well. Would you like to join us? It's a perfect opportunity for celebration, they urged. Choji, noticing my presence, extended the invitation, and Shikamaru nodded in agreement. However, I declined politely, saying, "Thank you, but I will pass. I won't join the celebration of your team. I need to find Naruto." Seeing that I had other matters to attend to, they said no more and headed towards the barbecue place with Ino. I waved goodbye to them and made my way to Naruto's house. Knocking on the door, I called out, "Naruto, are you home?" "Coming." Shortly after, Naruto opened the door, looking puzzled. "Oh, Tetsuya, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Can't I just visit you? Let us go. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. You can eat your fill." "Really? Wait for me." With that, Naruto dashed inside to put on his coat. We hurried to Ichiraku ramen, where we enjoyed a simple meal together, especially since Naruto would be leaving soon. By the time he returns, I should have been promoted to Jonin. They say the strongest genin of Konoha, and I can't help but feel a twinge of regret about my Chunin promotion. Upon entering the shop, Uncle Ichiraku greeted us warmly. "Ah, it's Naruto and Tetsuya. It's been a while. What would you like to eat?" Naruto replied, "It's been a long time, Uncle Ichiraku." I took a seat and said, "Good to see you, Uncle Ichiraku. Same as always. I'll have 2 large bowls of miso chashu with extra egg, extra chashu, and narutomaki." Coming right up, Uncle Ichiraku began to prepare our orders. As we settled in, Naruto remarked, "Tetsuya, I heard you just got promoted to Chunin. Congratulations." "Haha, thanks. But you're also impressive. Your promotion to Chunin is just a matter of time." Hearing our conversation, Uncle Ichiraku chimed in. "Tetsuya became a Chunin. Congratulations. Today, the first bowl of ramen is on me, to celebrate Tetsuya's promotion." "Thanks, Uncle," we both exclaimed. "By the way, Naruto, I heard from Ino that you got into a fight with Sasuke on the rooftop of the hospital this afternoon." Upon hearing my question, Naruto explained, "Well, after handling the situation with Konohamaru, I went to the hospital to see how Sasuke was doing. As soon as I entered his room, he challenged me to a match." So you two ended up fighting?" I interjected. "Yeah, at first, but after we both used jutsu, Kakashi-sensei came in and stopped us. He said, teaching us jutsu doesn't mean we should use it against our comrades." From Naruto's explanation, I surmised it was likely a Rasengan against a Chidori, and Kakashi intervened upon witnessing it. However, Sasuke probably saw the power of the Rasengan, which might provoke him further. I advised, "Well, it's not that jutsu can't be used against comrades. It depends on the reason behind its use. It can be used to attack enemies or to protect allies. Just be clear about that, Naruto." "Is that so? I understand now," Naruto replied, regaining his composure. "All right, enough of this talk. Let us eat." With that, I neglected any further conversation and dove into my meal. Thus, we chatted intermittently while eating, and thanks to my guidance, Naruto was in good spirits. When it came time to pay, Naruto had devoured 6 bowls of ramen, while I had only 1. It made me think of Hinata, the big eater, and I couldn't help but conclude that Naruto's tough days had yet to come. After satisfying our appetites, we each returned home. On this quiet night, an event of great significance unfolded. A young child had defected from Konoha. Chapter 19. Pursuit of the defector Sasuke. Early the next morning, members of the Umbu appeared at my window. "Senju Tetsuya, urgent mission. Report to the Hokage building immediately." Upon hearing the Umbu's words, I swiftly got up, freshened up, and headed towards the Hokage building. On my way, I encountered Shikamaru, who seemed to have also been summoned. "Tetsuya, you were called to? I wonder what it's about." "How troublesome," he remarked. I shrugged and smiled, knowing full well what the matter was, Sasuke's defection. At this hour, the only reason they would seek both Shikamaru and me would be this. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, we knocked and entered. "You two are here." The Umbu reported that Uchiha Sasuke has defected. Both of us were taken aback, and Shikamaru inquired, "When did this happen?" "Just last night." Sasuke knocked out Sakura and 2 guards before leaving. At this revelation, both Shikamaru and I fell silent. He was deep in thought while I feigned ignorance. As I alone knew the plot, Shikamaru then spoke up. "So, Hokage-sama, what do you need us to do?" "Nara Shikamaru, Senju Tetsuya," Tsunade began, "as the 5th Hokage. I am assigning you a mission. You two are to gather trusted Chunin allies and form a team to pursue Uchiha Sasuke." Hearing this, Shikamaru frowned and asked, "Lady Tsunade, aren't there Jonin in the village? Why can't we use them?" Tsunade responded, "Because all available Jonin are on missions, and we lack additional manpower. But rest assured, once Kakashi returns, I will send him after you." With that, Shikamaru and I said no more and set off to find our teammates. Unbeknownst to Shikamaru, this was merely a trial set by Tsunade for the 12 young ninjas, aimed at fostering their rapid growth. Thus, Shikamaru and I began to search for allies: Naruto, Neji, Choji, and Kiba. Together, we gathered at the village gate, 6 of us in total. At that moment, Sakura and Ino approached. With tears in her eyes, Sakura pleaded, "Naruto, please bring Sasuke back. This is my lifelong request." Upon hearing her, Naruto immediately gave a thumbs up and declared, "Don't worry, Sakura. I will definitely do it. This is also my lifelong request." Meanwhile, I turned to Ino and said, "Take care of yourself. Wait for my return." After planting a kiss on her cheek, I joined the others as we set off. An hour later, 6 figures darted through the woods, suddenly halting atop a tree. "They should be just ahead. Probably less than 2 kilometers away," Kiba and Neji reported. Upon hearing their intel, Shikamaru promptly devised a strategy. "Neji first, Choji second, I'll take third, Naruto fourth, Kiba fifth, and Tetsuya last. Neji and Kiba will scout. I'll formulate plans. Naruto and Choji will protect everyone, and Tetsuya will provide timely support." "Understood," we all affirmed. "Let us move out." Thus, the 6 of us set off in pursuit of Sasuke and the Sound Four. Not far ahead, Jirobo said, "Looks like we have a few little mice following us." Upon hearing this, the Sound Four quickened their pace. "This one do, Jirobo. You stay behind and hold them off," Kadamaru suggested. With that, Jirobo stayed back while the other 3 carried Sasuke's barrel and departed. Just then, Neji noticed the situation and was about to warn us when we were suddenly trapped in a earth prison technique. Wasting no time, I instructed Neji, "Use your Byakugan to analyze the chakra flow of this jutsu." Neji complied and began his observation. "It's over here." Upon hearing Neji's words, I unleashed a massive Rasengan towards the weak point of the jutsu, instantly shattering the earth prison. Jirobo was taken aback, surprised at how quickly we had broken free. At this moment, Choji stepped forward and declared, "Leave this guy to me. You all continue chasing Sasuke." With that, the rest of us resumed our pursuit, while Naruto, seeing my Rasengan, expressed his desire to learn it. "Naruto, after this mission, you can ask Jiraiya. He knows this jutsu too. But for now, focus on the task at hand." With that, we quickened our pace. As in the original story, the battles unfolded: Choji versus Jirobo, Kiba and Akamaru versus Sakan and Yukon, Neji versus Kadamaru, and Shikamaru versus Tayuya. Meanwhile, I continued to chase ahead with Naruto. Before us stood a lush lawn, where we encountered a strikingly handsome young man awaiting our arrival. "You two should leave at once. This is an important vessel for Lord Orochimaru and cannot be taken by you," he declared. The moment his words left his lips, Naruto erupted in fury. "What nonsense! Sasuke! Sasuke! I know you can hear me. Come back with me. Sakura is still waiting for you." Naruto endeavored to rouse Sasuke, while I readied my flying thunder god kunai, prepared to intervene once Naruto's performance concluded. Seeing Sasuke's indifference only fueled Naruto's anger, prompting him to unleash thousands of shadow clones charging towards the young man, Kimimaro. I, recognizing my moment of inactivity, opted to observe the spectacle from the sidelines. "Oh dear, Naruto seems quite agitated," I mused, noting his transformation into the Ninetales. In that instant, the barrel containing Sasuke shattered explosively, releasing him with a chilling aura. Naruto shouted his name, yet Sasuke ignored him and leaped away. I approached Naruto, saying, "Enough shouting, Naruto. I'll handle this one. You pursue Sasuke. Don't force it, just do your best." After a reassuring pat on his shoulder, I resolved to confront Kimimaro. eager to assess the true strength of this character known for his narrative-driven prowess. Naruto, having received my encouragement, dashed off without hesitation. As Kimimaro attempted to obstruct him, I swiftly hurled a kunai towards him, executing the Flying Thunder God technique to land a powerful Rasengan upon him, simultaneously marking him for teleportation. You are quite formidable. What jutsu is this? Kimimaro inquired as he rose from the ground. The Flying Thunder God, a space-time ninjutsu, I replied. Understanding dawned upon him. Ah, no wonder. I am Kaguya Kimimaro. Senju Tetsuya, I introduced myself, noting the slight shock in his demeanor at the mention of my name. Senju? No wonder. I shall take this seriously. At the very least, I will assist Lord Orochimaru in dealing with you before my departure. Huh, you think you can deal with me? I merely wish to test your strength. Otherwise, I could leave at any moment. Do you think the Flying Thunder God is merely for show? Upon hearing my words, Kimimaro fell silent and entered his second cursed seal stage. I tossed my kunai, summoning shadow clones armed with shuriken, rapidly surrounding the area with kunai. Kimimaro, upon noticing the surrounding kunai, furrowed his brow, bracing for defense, unaware that he was already marked. As I pondered my approach, considering this was my first formal attack using the Flying Thunder God, I decided against overthinking it. After all, he would soon be vanquished. I dispatched 3 shadow clones, exchanging glances before launching our assault. One clone unleashed a Rasengan at Kimimaro's feet, while another charged from the right with a follow-up Rasengan, catching him off guard. In response, Kimimaro extended his bones for defense, prompting me to signal my clones to execute a synchronized maneuver. One clone reached Kimimaro's side, while the other utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to my side, allowing me to unleash a colossal Rasengan. The remaining clone teleported in for another colossal Rasengan before dissipating. Under the combined onslaught of our Rasengans, I thrust forward, propelling them and Kimimaro several meters away, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Kimimaro lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. This fellow isn't as formidable as the original tale suggested. Or is it merely my own strength? I pondered, stroking my chin as I observed Kimimaro fall victim to my assault. Suddenly, a voice echoed above, "You are Senju Tetsuya. It appears this battle requires no assistance from me." Turning to look, I saw Gaara floating in the air, observing me. With a smile, I greeted him. "Hello, Gaara. It's been a while. You've changed quite a bit. How have you been?" "I've been well, thanks to Naruto," he responded with a faint smile. Recognizing Gaara's expression indicated Naruto had been quite persuasive, I remarked. "Is that so? You must be sure to thank Naruto when the opportunity arises. By the way, are you here to assist?" "Yes, the 5th Hokage of Konoha requested aid from Tsunade, so we came." "Oh, are there 2 more? Temari and Kankuro?" "Indeed, but they should have concluded their business by now." As we conversed, Kimimaro regained consciousness and, sensing his impending demise, resolved to make one last desperate stand. Dance of the Camellia. Instantly realizing the grave situation, I turned to find Kimimaro awake and preparing to unleash his technique. There was no time for explanations. I swiftly teleported to Gaara's side, gripping his arm and executing the Flying Thunder God to escape the scene. As I fled, Kimimaro expelled a breath, collapsing slowly, regretfully acknowledging that he could not aid Lord Orochimaru as he had wished. "Forgive me, Lord Orochimaru. I could not assist you," he thought as he breathed his last. From a distance, Gaara and I exhaled in relief as the jutsu ceased. "What was that jutsu?" "Its range was immense," Gaara inquired. "I'm not certain, but it must be a signature technique of that individual," I replied. "That individual possesses a bloodline limit?" "Yes," he introduced himself as Kaguya Kimimaro. "He is likely from the Kaguya clan of Kirigakure, and his bloodline limit appears to be the Shikatsumiyaku, utilizing his bones as weaponry." "I see," Gaara acknowledged, understanding the implications. Suddenly recalling that Shikamaru and his team had likely sustained severe injuries, I turned to Gaara and said, "Gaara, could you do me a favor? I need to check on my companions ahead. Can you see how they are faring? You can also pick up Temari and Kankuro on your way back to Konoha." "Of course," Gaara nodded. "I will check on your companions and then proceed to Konoha to inform the 5th Hokage of the situation." "Thank you. I shall take my leave," I replied before teleporting towards the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke had concluded as in the original narrative. Naruto had lost, and Sasuke departed. When I arrived, I found Naruto unconscious on the ground. Observing the surroundings, I approached him. "Hey, wake up. Come on. After multiple attempts to rouse him yielded no results, I decided to wait for Kakashi. I settled down to rest, contemplating my plans for Naruto's departure from the village. With both Naruto and Sasuke gone, I could seek Tsunade to join the Umbu for 2 years while waiting for my summoning beast to hatch, and perhaps arrange for Ino to receive some training from Tsunade. Ultimately, I could apply for a journey outside the village, providing me with a legitimate reason to utilize my fruit abilities while enjoying some travel. Just as I finished contemplating, Kakashi arrived. Hey, is it over? Yes, it appears Naruto lost, but Sasuke hasn't gone so far as to kill him. Their relationship seems quite amicable. I shrugged, adding, Sasuke didn't even acknowledge me earlier. It appears they share a genuine bond, while I am merely a bystander. Kakashi's expression turned serious. All right, let's get Naruto on my back. We need to head back. Okay, hello, Pakin. It's been a while. I greeted as I assisted in placing Naruto onto Kakashi's back. Isn't that Tetsuya? It has indeed been a long time. The last time we met was during the Chunin exams. Indeed. Seeing you makes me think I should also find some time to acquire a summoning beast, I replied, engaging in conversation with Pakin, completely oblivious to Kakashi's presence. At this moment, Kakashi spoke up, saying, All right, enough chatter, let's get moving. Thus, the 3 of us, accompanied by a dog, made our way back to Konoha. Upon our return, Kakashi escorted Naruto and me to the hospital, where he ensured Naruto was settled before we ascended to the operating room. After all, several of our comrades were gravely injured, and it was imperative to check on them. It was then that I noticed Shikamaru waiting outside the operating room for Choji. Approaching him, I greeted, Shikamaru, how is everyone faring? Upon hearing my voice, Shikamaru lifted his head, relieved to see that I had sustained no serious injuries, and exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, Choji is in critical condition due to the use of family-forbidden jutsu. Niji has penetrating wounds to his right shoulder and left abdomen, while Kiba and I are in slightly better shape and should recover in about a month. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, comforting him, Choji and Niji will be fine. Do not worry too much. This is something we all must endure, as we are ninjas. Just then, Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, approached us, saying, so you are the one who has taken away that fellow's precious daughter. Cough, cough. Uncle Shikaku, please refrain from such frivolous remarks. That was not deception. It was mutual affection. Kindly choose your words more carefully. Hearing my response, Shikaku burst into hearty laughter, which somewhat alleviated the somber atmosphere. He then addressed Shikamaru, Shikamaru. What Zetsu just said is indeed correct. As ninjas, we must always be aware of the risks that accompany our missions. You will all have to confront this reality. If you lack this understanding, you are unworthy of being a ninja. I believe Choji and the others possess this awareness and trust in you. Therefore, you must trust them in return. With that, he departed. Chapter 21. Each path we take. Shikamaru, lost in thought after his father's words, was silent, and I found myself at a loss for words. Just then, the operating room light turned off, and Tsunade emerged. Shikamaru hurriedly stepped forward. Lady Hokage, how is Choji's condition? With a sigh of relief, she replied, Fortunately, he was brought back in time and is no longer in critical danger. He will need to stay in the hospital for a while to recuperate. After stretching her limbs, she took her leave. At that moment, Shikamaru shed tears of joy, exclaiming, Thank goodness, Choji is all right. I stepped forward to pat his shoulder in consolation before departing. Downstairs, Sakura and Ino had arrived at the hospital to check on our comrades. Sakura said, Ino, I'll go see how Sasuke is doing. Ino replied, Go ahead, I'll look for Zetsu. The two parted ways just as I was descending the stairs and happened to run into Ino, who, upon seeing that I was unharmed, leaped into my embrace, exclaiming, Thank goodness, you're okay. Seeing Choji and the others so badly hurt made me fear for you as well. Hee, I have the goddess of luck protecting me. So I'm fine, aren't I? Right, my goddess of luck, I said, ruffling Ino's hair. She, feigning annoyance, retorted, Stop being so silly, I'm being serious here. All right, I admit my folly. I only wish to relieve your worries and lighten the mood, I replied, taking her hand as we walked out of the hospital. By the way, Sakura went to check on Sasuke. How is he? Is he injured? Ino queried. Who said he was brought back? I replied nonchalantly. Naruto and Sasuke fought at the Valley of the End. Naruto lost, and Sasuke left. Ino's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? So that means it was all for nothing? Who said that? While this mission may have ended in failure, we all grew from the experience. I believe Lady Tsunade arranged this mission to foster our growth, I explained. Is that so? I thought we were genuinely going to capture Sasuke, Ino remarked. Foolish girl, think about it. With so many jonin in the village, any of them could easily complete such a task. Why would Lady Tsunade insist that we, mere genin, undertake it? Capturing Sasuke was indeed the goal, but it was not an absolute necessity, I clarified. Understanding dawned on Ino as she realized this was merely akin to a trial. The return of Sasuke was secondary to the growth of the new generation in the village. Thus, we continued our walk home, and as I closed the door behind us, I pulled Ino to me and kissed her passionately. Why do you always kiss for so long? I can hardly breathe, she exclaimed. I can't help it. I adore you, and every time I see you, I am unable to restrain myself, I replied. Blushing, Ino gazed into my eyes, her beautiful blue irises captivating me. She leaned in for another kiss, and I began to explore her with my hands. After a long moment, we finally parted. Are you satisfied now? You naughty boy? Ino pouted playfully. Hee, fully charged and currently satisfied, I said, wrapping her in my arms as we nestled together, savoring this simple yet tranquil moment. Meanwhile, Naruto had just awakened and was reporting the mission's outcomes to Kakashi. Sakura entered, disheartened by Sasuke's absence. Observing her distress, Naruto reassured her, Sakura, don't worry, one day. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. I promise you. Thank you, Naruto, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. She responded before bidding farewell as Kakashi had to leave for another matter. Not long after, Hinata entered, and upon seeing Naruto, her face flushed as she greeted him, Naruto-kun. How are you feeling? Are you hurt? Thank you, Hinata. I'm fine. The doctor said I should recover in about a week, Naruto replied. And the two shared light-hearted banter in the hospital room. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya remarked, Tsunade, I have gathered information regarding that organization and Orochimaru. What do you have to say? Tsunade leaned back in her chair. According to my intel, the Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts. So I plan to take Naruto out of the village for 3 years of training. Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu has just been completed, and the next opportunity will not arise for another 3 years, making Sasuke relatively safe for now. Listening to Jiraiya's report, Tsunade began to contemplate. After a moment, she pressed her temples and said, All right, you handle it as you see fit, but prioritize safety. If things go awry, return. Understood, Jiraiya affirmed. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly inquired, By the way, what are you planning to do about Zetsu? He asked, the only one left in Team 7. Realizing that Team 7 was on the verge of dissolution, Tsunade summoned the Umbu to bring Zetsu to her. Once he arrives, we shall inquire about his thoughts. Let us first see what he intends to do, she stated. Jiraiya agreed. That works. Let us see what he has to say when he arrives. After a while, a knock resounded at the door. Tsunade called, Come in, and I entered. Lady Hokage, what does the lecherous old man want with me? You little brat. You are just as disrespectful as Naruto. I am the legendary sage Jiraiya. Before Tsunade could interject, Jiraiya exploded in indignation. Enough of that. This meeting is for serious matters. Tsunade interjected, putting an end to their banter. What is so urgent? I asked, puzzled. It's not particularly urgent. I merely wish to discuss your thoughts. Jiraiya intends to take Naruto out of the village for 3 years of training, and with Sasuke having defected, he is currently safe. So, I wish to know what your plans are. Understanding the situation, I pondered for a moment before replying, Lady Tsunade. I intend to apply for a position in your direct Umbu for 2 years of training. In the 3rd year, I plan to venture out to explore. Originally, Jiraiya had hoped to take me on as his apprentice alongside Naruto, but upon hearing my determined plans, he ceased to press the matter. As Tsunade listened to my words, her eyes sparkled with interest. Entering my Umbu would be beneficial for you. Having such talent by my side is preferable, she remarked. You can train there, and perhaps I might even teach you my extraordinary strength. Upon hearing her words, I immediately shook my head in refusal. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. While I am open to training in the Umbu, I do not require anything else. I have my own cultivation plan. However, I suggest you consider taking Ino as your disciple. What do you think? At my suggestion, both Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances. The first part of my statement indicated I had my own plans, so they refrained from further discussion. Upon hearing the latter part, Tsunade teased, All right, I see what you're doing. You're trying to use this opportunity to have me look after your little sweetheart, aren't you? I felt a bit embarrassed, as her guess hit too close to home. Nevertheless, Tsunade did not decline. Fine, I will assess Ino first. Whether she qualifies will depend on her abilities. If she proves worthy, I will consider accepting her as my disciple. Realizing there was hope, I quickly expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. That will be all. You may leave now. I will have someone inform you about the Umbu matters, Tsunade said, waving me off. Having achieved what I desired, I departed. Chapter 22. We shall meet again after leaving. I hurried to Ino's house to share this delightful news. Little darling, I have wonderful news for you. What news? Ino inquired. Ahem, just now, Lady Tsunade summoned me to her office to ask about my future plans. I informed her of my intention to join her Umbu, but I declined her offer to take me on as a disciple. Later, I suggested that she take you as her apprentice. She did not refuse and mentioned it would be a test for you. If you pass, she will accept you. Ino paused for a moment, then joyfully exclaimed, Really? Did Lady Tsunade truly say that? Of course, why would I lie? Just be prepared. When Lady Tsunade approaches you, don't falter, I replied. Ino playfully punched me, pouting. How could I? I will go buy medical-related books right away. I accompanied Ino to a nearby bookstore to purchase foundational texts on medical ninjutsu. And later we enjoyed a simple meal at Uncle Hai's house. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had also left to visit Naruto in the hospital, informing him about training outdoors and ensuring safety during the 3 years with Sasuke under Orochimaru. Naruto was overjoyed and expressed his eagerness to embark on the journey. Jiraiya advised, Wait until you fully recover before we set off. You have about a week. Use this time to say your goodbyes to your companions. After saying this, he departed. On the 5th day, Naruto was discharged from the hospital. After tidying up his small home, he ran to my house, calling for me to join him at Ichiraku Ramen, as we were to depart the next day and wanted to share one last meal together. The following morning, at the entrance of Konoha village, the 12 young ninjas had mostly gathered. Lee, having recovered from his previous injuries, was also present. Naruto, take care of yourself when you go out, Chuchi said. Naruto, make sure to train hard with Jiraiya-sama, Shikamaru added. Naruto-kun, please be careful on your journey, Hinata said. Naruto-kun, ignite your youth. Lee cheered. Naruto, wait for me to surpass you, Kiba declared. Feeling touched by the farewell from his friends, Naruto promised, Don't worry. I will become stronger and prove myself as the Hokage you all recognize. Just then, I called Naruto over. What is it, Tetsuya? Before he could finish his question, I placed a Flying Thunder God Technique card on his forehead. Naruto, seeing my action, did not suspect anything, although I had previously mentioned there were only 2 cards. He didn't dwell on it, understanding that everyone has their secrets. He immediately accessed the memory associated with the card, realizing it was the Flying Thunder God Technique I had given him, and looked at me in confusion, not comprehending my intention. Seeing his bewilderment, I explained. Master this space-time ninjutsu during your training. Do you understand why I urged you to learn the one-handed Rasengan? It is for this purpose. Oh, and don't forget the training method I shared for using shadow clones. Naruto nodded in understanding. At that moment, Jiraiya approached and asked, What was that all about? What ninjutsu do you want Naruto to learn? I just taught him the Flying Thunder God Technique's training method, so he can master it during these 3 years, I replied. Jiraiya was astonished, not expecting me to impart such a powerful technique to Naruto. However, considering Naruto was Minato's son, he did not press further and prepared for departure. Naruto, catch. Just as Naruto was about to leave, I tossed him a storage scroll. Before he could speak, I said, Inside are about 500 specially crafted kunai for the Flying Thunder God Technique. Regular kunai are too lightweight, so I had these custom-made for you. Consider it a parting gift. Touched, Naruto responded, Tetsuya, I promise I will master this ninjutsu. I believe in you. It's getting late. Let us set off, I said, waving goodbye to Naruto. Thus, under the watchful eyes of their friends, Naruto embarked on his 3-year training journey. Shortly after sending him off, I was summoned by Tsunade to join the Umbu, commencing my own 2-year career in the organization. Meanwhile, Ino began her studies in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, but Sakura, upon learning of this, sought out Ino to request an introduction to Tsunade. In a twist from the original narrative, due to my influence, Ino and Sakura essentially swapped roles, with Sakura now seeking out Ino. Not long after Naruto left the village, while I was on a mission monitoring the village for the Umbu, I sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures, one of which belonged to Sasuke. Suddenly, I recalled the storyline from Boruto, where Sasuke returned to the past with Boruto. Without overthinking, I swiftly vanished from my perch in the trees. Is this the Konoha village from before, Sasuke-sensei? Boruto asked. Indeed, I am uncertain about the exact time. Let us inquire for guidance, Sasuke replied. No need to ask. I can tell you, I said as I appeared beside them. Both Sasuke and Boruto turned in surprise at my voice. Sasuke, what is the situation? I inquired. Seeing my recognition, Sasuke was taken aback and asked, how did you know it was me? Noticing their astonishment, I explained, come on, I can sense your chakra. Given this kid's appearance, it's clear he must be Naruto's son. So you've taken Naruto's son as your apprentice? Yes, this child believes Naruto only cares about being Hokage and neglects his family. So he wishes to learn ninjutsu from me to defeat Naruto, Sasuke responded. Hearing this, I felt as though the future had not changed much. Naruto still seemed neglectful of his family. Perhaps I should inform Naruto about the cabinet system to encourage him to take more time to rest. Alright. The current period aligns with Naruto's training journey. He has only just left a few days ago. If you hurry, you can catch up with him. I have my own tasks to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, I vanished once more. At this moment, Boruto asked, Sasuke-sensei, who is this Umbu? You know him. He is Senju Tetsuya, Sasuke replied. What? He is Uncle Tetsuya? No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity earlier. I didn't realize it was true. So Uncle Tetsuya was so stylish when he was younger. Boruto exclaimed, astonished by my identity. After hearing Boruto's assessment of Tetsuya, Sasuke remarked, your perspective is rather one-dimensional. Tetsuya possesses considerable strength. Currently, neither Naruto nor I could defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation unless we joined forces. Is that true? I always thought Uncle Tetsuya was rather lackadaisical. It's hard to see such prowess in him. Moreover, neither Kyudru nor Byakuya has mentioned anything about this, Boruto replied. Skepticism evident in his tone. Sasuke shot Boruto a sidelong glance and said, do you think Urashiki escaped to this time period merely by chance? He was driven away by Tetsuya. Really? I must ask Uncle Tetsuya about this when I return, Boruto exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hasten to find Naruto, Sasuke declared, leading Boruto away from Konoha towards Naruto's location. 3 days later, Sasuke and Boruto found me in the village. Briefly outlining the situation. Since Urashiki had been driven away by me, their arrival in this timeline precedes the original timeline. Furthermore, Urashiki did not venture into Konoha but sought out Naruto directly, indicating potential alterations to the future. As for Sasuke, he did not team up with Jiraiya as in the original narrative. Instead, he single-handedly defeated Urashiki. The reason for this newfound strength lies in Sasuke's possession of both Rinnegan eyes, making him more formidable than in the original tale. After this revelation, Sasuke intended to use Genjutsu to erase my memory, but I interjected, brother, have you forgotten about my eyes? Is your Genjutsu truly effective against me? Upon hearing my words, Sasuke recalled the awkward encounter during the Fourth Great Ninja War, realizing my eyes had granted me immunity even against infinite Tsukuyomi. Noting Sasuke's perplexed expression, I reassured him, do not wear that constipated look. Here, take this. I tossed him a scroll, explaining, this is intended for Naruto. It outlines a cabinet system designed to alleviate his workload, allowing him more time for rest and to spend with his family. Please convey this message to him. A small family fosters a larger community. Devote time to your loved ones. You do not need to shoulder every responsibility alone. Learn to delegate and collaborate effectively. Moreover, when you arrived, this world transformed into an alternate reality akin to yours. The events taking place here have not occurred in your original timeline, rendering your attempts to erase my memory largely ineffective. Comprehending my explanation, Sasuke bid me a brief farewell, and without further delay, he and Boruto returned to the future. Upon their arrival, Boruto hurriedly sought out his future self, while Sasuke approached Naruto to present the scroll I had prepared. As Naruto examined the scroll detailing the cabinet system, Sasuke conveyed my message. Naruto erupted into laughter upon hearing it, subsequently notifying Shikamaru to convene a high-level meeting to discuss the implementation of the cabinet system. Chapter 23. The 3-year deadline. Finally. It has been a year. I, Hansen, cough, I, Senju Tetsuya, have returned. I stood before the gates of Konoha, overwhelmed with emotion. At last, all my skills have been activated. There are no restrictions left. The summoning beasts have hatched, and Sage Mode has been achieved. It has been quite the journey. Host, Senju Tetsuya appearance. Similar to Satoru Gojo, same hair color as Tsunade. Hairstyle akin to Katsuragi Genji, bloodline. Senju clan stamina, max mental fortitude, max speed, max perception, Max insight, max chakra capacity, 10 tons, wind, fire. Water attributes, skills, unlimited technique master, power of stasis, azure, animal type mythical fish fruit, glimmering dragon, awakened, flying thunder god technique, types 1 to 6, 6 eyes integrated. No need for markers, instantaneous teleportation to the LAZIEST target, 6 unique attack methods created, 8 extremities fist. Jeet Kyendu, mind's eye modification, spiral sphere, full collection, second Hokage's water release, full collection, great fire destruction, great fire extinction, sage mode, dragon transformation, light particle mode, Yada mirror, Yada jewel, Kusanagi sword, laser beam, light speed kick, roar of the glimmering dragon, items, summoning beast glimmer, cash, 1 billion Rio. Various ingredients, daily necessities omitted here. Note, all skills activated. Skill bar displays only frequently used ninjutsu points. 50002 at this moment. The protagonist is 17 years old. Standing at 183 meters tall, casually smoking a cigarette, occasionally indulging in one, sporting a hairstyle akin to Katsuragi Genji. Dressed in a pure white long-sleeved shirt, sleeves rolled up, revealing a tattoo sleeve running from his right chest to right arm, a tattoo that appeared after dragon transformation, allowing the summoning beast to merge within the tattoo to store natural energy, akin to a Ein ceiling, wearing round-framed sunglasses, paired with casual cropped pants and high-top ninja shoes, and adorned with a couple's necklace alongside Ino. On his right ring finger rests a ring, an engagement ring purchased with Ino during a shopping trip a year prior to leaving the village. Just as I prepared to enter the village, I was greeted with surprise from a familiar figure. Hey, isn't that Naruto? You've grown so tall. Wait, who are you? Is that Tetsuya? Naruto exclaimed after a prolonged stare. Jiraiya approached. Well, Tetsuya, you've grown up too. Long time no see, you lecherous old man, I replied. Acknowledging Jiraiya. Little brat, Tsunade mentioned in her letter that you ventured out alone for training a year ago. How did it go? Any gains? Jiraiya inquired, curiosity piqued. In response to Jiraiya's question, I recounted the events of the past year to Naruto and Jiraiya. It was necessary to explain my newfound power rationally. After all, the Flying Thunder God Kanai now lay and used in the system warehouse, as I no longer required markings. A year prior, I had left the village, first reaching the borders of the Wind Country, and then proceeding towards the confluence of the Wind and Earth. During my ascent along the confluence, I stumbled upon an ancient ruin. Upon entering, I discovered a ceiling on the wall containing a ninja beast. At the request of the beast, I assisted in breaking its seal, revealing a golden dragon. Through our communication, I learned that this species existed even before the Sage of Six Paths, yet had been driven to extinction by war. This last dragon was sealed within the stone wall by its parents at birth to protect it, awaiting a fated individual to break the seal. Thus, I formed a blood contract with the dragon, a reason concocted by the system. I named this dragon Glimmer, for it possessed the ability to wield light. We began our training together. The method of contract with Glimmer differed from all other summoning beasts in the ninja world. My contract was formed by dripping a drop of my blood onto the dragon's forehead. Thus I now bore a dragon core within me. This dragon core allows me to merge with Glimmer and transform into a dragon, akin to tailed beast transformation. Hence, we required time to harmonize, which took approximately half a year. We then trained in light particle mode for nearly another half year. I explained the state of my sage mode to Jiraiya and Naruto. Detailing light particle mode, my eyes shift to golden vertical pupils, my tattoos are released, and my body enveloped in golden natural energy. Naruto's tailed beast transformation is orange gold, while mine is pure gold. Dragon horns sprout from my head, and my glasses transform into light particles resembling dragon whiskers, with Glimmer coiling around my arm to absorb natural energy. The second state is the dragon transformation, merging with Glimmer to become a golden dragon, similar to the tailed beast water god dragon. Jiraiya and Naruto listened, somewhat bewildered. You can wield the power of light? There are no summoning beasts like that in the ninja world. To assuage their disbelief, I summoned Glimmer from my arm tattoo. Master Tetsuya, what brings you here? Glimmer inquired. Nothing urgent. My friends wish to meet you. After my explanation, Glimmer greeted them before returning to the tattoo. Is this summoning beast within your tattoo or inside your body? Jiraiya asked, intrigued. Upon hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, I understood the reason behind it and proceeded to explain. It resides within my tattoo. After undergoing the transformation into a dragon, this tattoo manifested. It serves as a resting place for the dragon, which directly materializes into the tattoo to rest within. This tattoo is akin to Tsunade's seal, but I store Senjutsu chakra within it. After my explanation, without waiting for the two to react, I turned to Naruto and asked, "So, Naruto, how has your training been over the past 3 years?" "Not bad," he replied. "I've developed a derivative ninjutsu of the Rasengan. And I've also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique you wanted me to learn, though I haven't quite reached the 3rd stage yet." Hearing his enthusiastic response brought me joy. "I see. Then take all of these," I said, tossing my remaining Flying Thunder God Kunai scrolls to Naruto. Naruto looked surprised, while Jiraiya was equally taken aback. "Aren't you going to use them?" Naruto inquired. "I don't need them right now. Just a few for backup will suffice. I mainly rely on techniques developed through training with my summoning beasts." Upon hearing this, Naruto wasted no time and stuffed them all into his bag. And the 3 of us headed toward the village gates. As we entered the village, Naruto eagerly jumped onto a telephone pole, exclaiming, "Ah, it's still the familiar village. Oh, and Tsunade's face has been added to the Hokage rock." Just then, a voice called out, "Naruto, is that you? When did you arrive?" Turning around, we saw Sakura standing beneath the pole, calling up to Naruto. "Ah, Sakura, I just got back. I ran into Tetsuya at the gate and chatted for a bit." Naruto responded as he jumped down. "Ah, you're Tetsuya? You've grown so tall. And what is this tattoo?" Sakura looked at me in surprise. "Well, it's a bit complicated to explain in just a few sentences. Perhaps another time," I deflected. "Tetsuya." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and as I turned, a figure leaped into my arms. It was Ino. Despite not seeing her for a year, I instantly recognized my little darling. "Ah, I'm back," I said, smiling at Ino. "Hee, welcome back," she replied with a sweet smile. At this moment, Jiraiya interjected. "All right, enough of your tender moments. First, we need to report to Tsunade in the Hokage's office." Chapter 24, the 3rd training ground. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." The door to the Hokage's office swung open, and our group of 5 entered. Sakura smiled and called out to Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, look who it is." Shikamaru squinted as he scrutinized. "Naruto, is that really you? It's been so long. I almost didn't recognize you." "Ah, Shikamaru. Long time no see." Naruto greeted back with a grin. Turning toward the girl beside him, he pondered. "Who are you?" Temari scoffed. "You don't remember me?" Shikamaru stepped in to ease the awkwardness. "This is Temari. Remember her from the Chunin exams?" "Oh, right. You're Gaara's sister." Naruto finally recalled. "Yo, Shikamaru. Long time no see." I extended my fist toward Shikamaru, who reciprocated the gesture. "Yeah, it's been a while. You've grown quite a bit in just a year." Everyone turned to me, noting that I had only been 175 meters tall a year ago. Just as I was about to greet Temari, Tsunade spoke up. "Ah, isn't this our renowned Golden Flash? You finally returned?" "Golden Flash?" Both Naruto and Shikamaru looked confused, while Jiraiya stared at me in astonishment, as this title had not been uttered in years. As Temari sensed the conversation shifting, she excused herself and prepared to leave, while Tsunade instructed Shikamaru to escort her out. Once the two had departed, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and Naruto, asking, "You two have been away for so long and were unaware of this kid's exploits?" The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. At that moment, Shizune stepped forward to clarify. "Ahem, here's the situation." It turned out that about a year after Naruto and Jiraiya had left, Tetsuya, who was still in the Umbu, had been stationed at the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. During this time, a provocateur team from the Cloud Village came to taunt Konoha and, after provoking, retreated. Tetsuya, having just arrived, learned about the situation from the nearby Konoha ninjas. It became evident that this team had previously tried to provoke Konoha but failed to elicit a reaction, as their skills were lacking. Gradually, the team grew bolder in their taunts along the border. Unable to retaliate or scare them off, they continued their antics. Upon hearing this, Tetsuya gathered a few ninjas to devise a plan to deal with them the next day. When the provocateurs returned, they were met with a barrage of kunai from all directions. Just as the team leader was about to give the attack order, Tetsuya swiftly eliminated them using the Flying Thunder God technique. The remaining Cloud ninjas reported back to Raikage, who, upon hearing of the attack method, noted its resemblance to that of the 4th Hokage. Consequently, he personally went to the front lines to confront Tetsuya. Thus, a battle ensued, wherein Tetsuya, with his exceptional sensory abilities, managed to evade many of Raikage's attacks and even inflicted injuries upon him. Upon returning home, Raikage placed a bounty of 100 million on Tetsuya's head in the underground black market, labeling him as the second Golden Flash. Upon hearing Shizun's explanation, everyone finally understood the situation. Jiraiya remarked, "Both Golden Flashes have faced the same Raikage. Truly impressive." Intrigued, Naruto pressed for further details, prompting Jiraiya to recount the events of the fourth Hokage's encounter with the Cloud Brothers during the Third Great Ninja War. This clarified why they were dealing with the same Raikage, as both the fourth Hokage and the fourth Raikage had yet to become their respective leaders at that time. Meanwhile, I took the opportunity to report on my own experiences from the past year, sharing the same narrative I had previously told Jiraiya and Naruto with Tsunade and the others, explaining that my current abilities stemmed from the power of light. Skeptical, Tsunade requested a demonstration. Thus, I showcased my newly acquired ability, the Yata Mirror, utilizing the principle of light refraction to bounce light around the Hokage office, while calling forth its brilliance for all to witness. Tsunade's belief in my words solidified upon witnessing this display. As everyone remained in awe of my earlier demonstration, Tsunade interrupted their thoughts, saying, "Ahem. Enough of the idle chatter, let us proceed." Everyone looked puzzled as a white-haired figure entered through the window. It was Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Ah, Naruto. Long time no see, you've grown quite a bit." Kakashi smiled. At this point, Tsunade took on a serious tone, stating, "The reason for calling Kakashi here is to test Naruto and Sakura on the results of your training during this period." "Huh, test us too? What about Tetsuya?" Naruto questioned. "I already know Tetsuya's strength, so he doesn't require testing," Tsunade replied. The others voiced no objections. "All right, in that case, we will gather at the third training ground tomorrow at 1 p.m. You're all dismissed for now," Tsunade concluded, waving her hand. As everyone began to leave, Naruto called out to Kakashi, "Wait, Kakashi-sensei. Here, I have something for you." He pulled out a green book from his bag. "Nanny." Kakashi's eyes lit up at the sight of the green cover. "I borrowed this book from the perverted sage, but I couldn't make sense of it. I thought you might enjoy it since I saw you reading it before, so I got it from the sage for you," Naruto explained, noting Kakashi's eager expression. "All right. Don't be late tomorrow," Kakashi said, closing the book and vanishing in an instant, not waiting for anyone's response. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto, who was pouting and grumbling. "Umph. This is an extraordinarily rare limited edition signed book, yet to be released. Truly a fellow devoid of any appreciation for art." After this brief interlude, everyone summoned Shikamaru and Temari to join them for a barbecue at Q, while Jiraiya and Tsunade opted to indulge in some drinks. As they walked, Naruto began to inquire of Temari, "What brings you to Konoha at this time? Are you on a date with Shikamaru?" Shikamaru, finding it troublesome, replied, "Don't be ridiculous. It's merely because of the Chunin exams." Temari, her cheeks slightly flushed, did not respond to Naruto's question but adjusted herself and said, "This time, we are collaborating with Tsunade for the Chunin exams, so I represent Tsunade to discuss the details here in Konoha." At that moment, Sakura recalled something and asked, "What about you, Naruto? Are you participating in this exam?" Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback. In that instant, Ino chimed in, "Yes, Naruto, among our peers. You and Sasuke are still genin." The mention of Sasuke brought a tinge of sadness to both Naruto and Sakura. Suddenly realizing, Naruto exclaimed, "You all have become Chunin." "Indeed." Sakura gestured in triumph. Not only that, Ino continued to elaborate, "Shikamaru and Neji have both ascended to the rank of Jonin. Neji has just recently been promoted, while Shikamaru achieved this approximately a year after your departure." Upon hearing this, Naruto remarked, "No wonder Tsunade said Shikamaru no longer needs to take the test. By the way, what about Gaara? Where is he?" At this juncture, Shikamaru interjected, "Gaara is now the Kazekage, so when you see him, you must address him as Lord Kazekage." Hearing this, Naruto smiled with satisfaction. "Kazekage, huh? It seems Gaara has gained the recognition of his village." Thus, they all engaged in casual banter as they made their way to the barbecue, where they also called for Choji to join them. Sakura then explained to the group that she had withdrawn from her Team 9 duties to follow Tsunade for training, leaving her no time for missions. Consequently, they all joyfully concluded their gathering that evening. I, meanwhile, held Ino's hand as we returned to my home. Upon entering, disregarding everything else, I embraced Ino's waist and kissed her, both of us expressing our long-held feelings for one another after a prolonged separation. After a considerable time, our lips parted. "Darling, I could not restrain myself," Shikamaru declared, to which Ino bashfully murmured in agreement. Thus, the two, ignited by passion, transformed their relationship into something deeper, moving from the living room to the kitchen, then the bathroom, and ultimately to the bedroom, where the sounds that many would prefer to avoid echoed throughout the house. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Chapter 25. Kakashi's team. 2 hours later, after their vigorous activities, the two lay in bed, Ino nestled against my chest, still slightly panting, while I savored the delightful sensations from earlier. Looking at the beauty in my arms, I gently kissed her forehead and said, "Darling, I finally claimed you." He. Hearing my words, Ino's face flushed crimson as she playfully reproached, "Humph, you naughty rascal, returning just to bully me." The sound of Ino's playful tone instantly reinvigorated me, prompting me to leap up and retrieve the stockings and knee-high socks I had prepared beforehand. In my favorite colors of black, white, and gradient. Ino's expression turned momentarily dazed as she teasingly remarked, "Oh, you sly wolf. It seems you had this planned all along." Gazing at Ino's alluring, tousled hair, and hearing her sweet, playful voice, I could not resist. I dashed back to the bed and kissed her passionately. Thus, the two who had just tasted forbidden fruit, though I was already experienced from my past life, began another night of revelry. This time with Ino donning the various stockings I had prepared for her, filling the room once more with sounds that many would rather not hear. Here, another 1,000 words are omitted. That night, the two were quite wild, and by the early hours, silence finally fell. The following afternoon, as sunlight streamed into the bedroom, I awoke languidly, glancing at my beloved in my arms, reminiscing about our wild night. A smile gracing my lips as I pecked her delicate mouth. This gentle kiss stirred Ino from her slumber, and as she opened her eyes, still half asleep, I cheerfully said, "Darling, sleep a little longer. I shall prepare breakfast." Ino murmured, flipping over to drift back to sleep. As I beheld her adorably sleepy figure, I smiled and got up to freshen up before heading downstairs to prepare a heartfelt lunch. About half an hour later, I returned to the bedroom to find Ino still indulging in her slumber. I approached her side and gently called, "Little lazy pig, time to rise. Breakfast is ready." Ino, still in a daze, looked at me and said, "I don't want to get up, hug me." Seeing the adorable girl who only acted cute in front of me, I affectionately ruffled her hair, scooped her up in a princess carry, and walked into the bathroom. Thus, the two of us spent nearly 2 hours in tender moments at home before finally stepping outside. By then, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon, and as we walked along, Ino suddenly realized that she had not returned home the previous night. "Oh no, it's all your fault. I must hurry back. My parents will surely scold me." "Not at all," I replied with a raised eyebrow. "I bet your mother will be quite pleased." Upon hearing this, Ino blushed and playfully scolded, "It's still your fault. Just wait until I deal with you next time." Humph. Without waiting for my response, she hurriedly dashed home, while I chuckled and shook my head, proceeding toward the third training ground. Aunt Keiko noticed Ino's flushed complexion upon her return home. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she immediately understood what had transpired and felt elated, thinking she might soon be a grandmother. However, considering their ages, she advised Ino to take precautions, which only made Ino blush deeper as she realized that Shikamaru had indeed guessed correctly. Nevertheless, she requested her mother to keep this a secret from her father, given that they were merely engaged and not yet married. Meanwhile, as I approached, I found Kakashi casting Genjutsu on Naruto and Sakura, so I made my way to Tsunade and Jiraiya's side. Jiraiya, recognizing my presence, gave me a thumbs up, to which I responded with a grin and a similar gesture. Tsunade, however, looked exasperated, indicating her disapproval of the two fools. Thus, we all continued to observe the test. Unlike the original narrative, due to my imparting the Flying Raijin technique to Naruto, he was considerably stronger than in the original, employing various shadow clones and Rasengan to give Kakashi a hard time. Ultimately, Kakashi had no choice but to retreat. Sakura, having learned Tsunade's incredible strength, notably, Sakura had mastered all of Tsunade's ninjutsu, while Ino had only learned medical ninjutsu and the sealing technique, which was less effective without mastering the Byakugan technique, delivered a powerful punch to the ground, suspecting Kakashi might be underground. Thus, the three engaged in relentless pursuit until evening when Kakashi's chakra finally wavered, allowing Naruto to sneak attack and obtain the bells. Tsunade then stepped forth to commend Naruto and Sakura before solemnly declaring, "Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Tetsuya Senju. Under the orders of the Hokage, I hereby assign you to form Kakashi's team, commencing your missions tomorrow. Hearing Tsunade's command aligned closely with my expectations. Even though Sakura was not in Team 7 and I held the rank of Jonin, the will of the world still possessed a corrective force, albeit varying in severity. Afterward, Naruto invited me, Sakura, and Kakashi to celebrate at Ichiraku Ramen. Kakashi outright declined, and it was clear to the three of us that he wished to return to his reading. Thus, Naruto looked to me and Sakura. I shrugged, indicating my indifference, and Sakura also agreed. Consequently, the three of us headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. After the meal, the three of them dispersed. Upon returning home, they discovered that Ino was absent, presumably having gone back to her own house. Calling forth Hikari, they requested assistance in delivering a good-night message to Ino before retiring to wash up and sleep. The following morning, at the Hokage Tower's mission hall, they were met with the sight of Tsunade, who appeared to be in distress, Shizun wearing an awkward smile, and Irika looking exasperated. Naruto, in his usual manner, was throwing a tantrum, unwilling to take on a low-ranking mission. Kakashi and I exchanged exasperated glances, while Sakura stood by, visibly uncomfortable. After 3 years, Naruto remained as unreliable as ever, having grown in stature but little else. Just as Tsunade was about to present a B-rank mission, an umbu suddenly arrived, delivering a secret scroll to her. After reviewing its contents, Tsunade's expression turned grave as she addressed Kakashi's team. We have an S-rank mission. Gaara, the Kazekage of Tsunade, has been captured by the Akatsuki. Tsunade requests our assistance. You are to head to Tsunade immediately to aid the Sand Ninja in rescuing Gaara. The gravity of the situation startled everyone. The capture of the Kazekage was no trivial matter. Naruto, upon learning of Gaara's abduction, became frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan, and the others sensed the urgency as well. Kakashi then instructed Kakashi's team, gather at the village gate in 10 minutes. Dismissed. In an instant, the 4 figures vanished. 10 minutes later, fully equipped, Kakashi saw that everyone was ready and led the group forward, with Naruto charging ahead, anxious for the safety of his friend. Chapter 26. The Kazekage Rescue Operation in the Desert of the Land of Wind. 5 individuals traversed the path to Tsunade, Kakashi's team accompanied by Temari. During their journey, they encountered Temari returning, to whom they conveyed the news of Gaara's capture. Understanding the severity, Temari urged everyone to hasten towards Tsunade. However, not long after entering the desert, they were met with a sandstorm, forcing them to slow their pace. Temari, akin to an ant on a hot pan, grew increasingly anxious, prompting Kakashi to offer words of comfort. After approximately 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at the One-Line Sky and hurried to the Tsunade hospital. Upon arrival, they were met with the alarming news of Kankuro's critical condition. Temari collapsed in despair, and I quickly called out, "Nurse, we have an emergency here." Then I added, "That umbu over there, please take this pink-haired girl to treat Kankuro. She is Tsunade's apprentice." Thus, Sakura followed the umbu to assist Kankuro, while the nurse worked to stabilize Temari's emotions. Meanwhile, Naruto, Kakashi, and I waited outside Kankuro's room for Sakura to complete her treatment. As Kakashi read his book, he remarked, "Well done, Tetsuya, you're beginning to resemble a Jonin." Calmly assessing before taking action. Though flattered, I felt no particular joy, as my role was merely a reflection of the original storyline, having usurped Kakashi's duties. Naruto, on the other hand, was inspired by my commanding demeanor, envisioning himself as Hokage one day, leading others. Suddenly, footsteps echoed down the corridor, prompting Kakashi to look up. One individual, upon spotting Kakashi, leaped forward, shouting, "Konoha's White Fang, prepare to meet your end." Kakashi found himself in an awkward position, and as he recognized the attacker, the assault was already upon him. In a flash, Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones to restrain the elderly assailant. Just then, another voice chimed in, "Sister, take a closer look. This man is not Konoha's White Fang. He has long since passed." The elderly woman began to scrutinize Kakashi, and upon realizing the truth, she playfully exclaimed, "Just kidding." The moment left Kakashi awkwardly smiling, while Naruto remained oblivious to the situation. Inside, Sakura was diligently working to detoxify Kankuro, while outside, Kakashi engaged in conversation with Chiyo and Ebizo. "You are the son of White Fang." Chiyo expressed surprise at Kakashi's introduction. It dawned on her that the man before her was the offspring of her nemesis. Kakashi nodded, and just then, Temari approached, looking considerably more composed. Seeing Temari, Naruto reassured her, "Don't worry, Sakura has gone in to detoxify Kankuro. We will know soon." Temari exhaled in relief, while Chiyo scoffed. "Anyone can claim to possess medical ninjutsu nowadays. I'm getting old and can't keep up with the times." At that moment, the operating room light turned off, and Sakura emerged, announcing, "The toxins have been eliminated from Kankuro's body. He just needs to take the antidote I prepared and rest for a few days." Temari felt genuine relief, entering the room to check on Kankuro, while Chiyo mused, "The youth are indeed impressive. Your medical skills are remarkable, reminiscent of Lady Tsunade of Konoha." With pride, Sakura responded, "I am indeed Tsunade-sama's disciple." After a brief exchange, Sakura went to prepare the antidote, and Kankuro awoke, handing Kakashi a shard of the puppet's clothing he had managed to tear off, revealing his encounter with Sasori of the Red Sand, a member of the Akatsuki. Without further ado, Kakashi summoned Pakin to assist in locating their whereabouts. Chiyo, taken aback by the news, fell silent, lost in thought before departing without a word. Naruto and I stood idly, devoid of any tasks. Eventually, we arranged for everyone to rest in Tsunade, as the evening sandstorm rendered any further action impossible, leading us to retire for the night. The following morning, Pakin returned with news, and the four of us awaited the ninja dispatched by Tsunade at One Line Sky. After waiting for several minutes with no signs of arrival, Naruto, growing increasingly anxious, asked, "Where are they? If they delay any longer, Gaara's fate is uncertain." At that moment, an irate Temari approached, engaged in a dispute with Maki, and both Kakashi and I understood the situation. Kakashi explained to Naruto, "It seems Tsunade will not be sending anyone with us. Their higher-ups may have decided to abandon Gaara. After all, when the third Kazekage went missing, they dispatched numerous ninjas to search, which ultimately led to the third Great Ninja War. They are likely apprehensive about a repeat of such events." Naruto fell silent, grappling with the incomprehensible notion that his comrades would hesitate to rescue their own leader. Just then, a voice from above interrupted the tension. "Allow me to accompany you." Chiyo's declaration prompted Naruto to express concern about her age, but she promptly leaped down from the summit of One Line Sky, startling the Tsunade ninjas. Temari then insisted on joining Chiyo in the rescue mission, but Maki countered that someone had to remain in Tsunade while Kankuro was hospitalized. Chiyo reassured them, "It's quite all right. I can manage alone. It's high time I visited my long-absent grandson." Thus, the five of us set forth in the direction indicated by Pakin. Meanwhile, Kakashi received word from Tsunade regarding Guy's team being dispatched for assistance, and he arranged for Pakin to rendezvous with them. As the two teams progressed toward the same destination, Chiyo grew curious about Naruto's steadfast determination to rescue Gaara. Kakashi, overhearing her musings, elucidated, "Naruto, like Gaara, is a Jinchuriki. Having faced hardships in his own village, he understands the plight of another Jinchuriki." At this juncture, I interjected, "Thus, when Naruto learned of Gaara's ascension to Kazekage, he felt immense joy for his friend." Chiyo, deep in thought, was soon approached by Sakura, who inquired about the tailed beasts. I proceeded to inform Sakura of the identities of the Jinchuriki, from Shikaku to Kurama. Kakashi and Chiyo expressed mild astonishment at my accurate knowledge of the Jinchuriki from various hidden villages, surprised that I possessed such information. Naturally, I refrained from revealing that I had read the original work and instead explained that I had acquired this knowledge during my travels. Consequently, we quickened our pace to catch up with Naruto as we made our way toward the Land of Rivers. Chapter 27. Obstruction within a dark cavern stood a colossal humanoid statue, unmistakably the Outer Path Golem. At its fingertips lingered 8 ethereal forms alongside 2 ninjas clad in red cloud-patterned black cloaks, forming the core members of the notorious Akatsuki. "Scorpion, it seems you haven't properly disposed of the insects behind you," Deidara taunted. "Silence, Deidara. They are merely insects. We can deal with them," Scorpion retorted impatiently. At this moment, Kakuzu interjected, "Leader, how much longer must we wait? I have more money to earn." "Kakuzu, stop fixating on wealth and join me in praying to our great evil god." Haiden urged him. "You can pray to your pathetic god by yourself," Kakuzu shot back without any regard. "What did you say, you bastard? I'll offer you as a sacrifice to our lord." "Enough. Kakuzu, Haiden, be silent. We likely have just one more day until completion," Pain announced. "Oh, how harmonious our interactions are," Kisame remarked. The others responded with puzzled expressions. Where do you see harmony among us? Pain continued. Now, in these final moments, I need two of you to impede the approaching ninjas. Leader, let me and Kisame handle it. We are familiar with the leaf ninjas, Itachi proposed. Yes, leader. Let me and Itachi go. I have a score to settle, Kisame added. Seeing this, Pain nodded in agreement. Very well, Itachi and Kisame. You two will confront the ninjas while the rest of us continue the sealing process. Thus, Itachi and Kisame dispelled their illusion techniques and exited the sealing process. Finding a rock to strategize their targets, Kisame, leave that distant beast to me. I have a score to settle with it. Hearing Kisame's request, Itachi consented. Fine. I shall confront the Nine Tails. The two swiftly employed the technique of transformation to send doppelgangers toward their respective targets. Meanwhile, our team was en route to the Land of Rivers, with the destination merely a day's travel away. Upon encountering a familiar scene, I was greeted by none other than Uchiha Itachi. Ah, I see. This is where Itachi entrusted Naruto with the Sharingan, I mused. Just as I was reminiscing, Itachi spoke. Sasuke, disregard that, Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi, with a solemn expression, murmured Kakashi's name. I then noticed Naruto's chakra was in turmoil, indicating he had fallen into a Jinjutsu. It seemed the Sharingan had already been given to Naruto. I raised my hand and tapped Naruto on the shoulder, helping him disrupt the opposing chakra. You've grown, Naruto, Itachi softly remarked, adding, you must be the so-called golden flash they speak of. I did not expect you to be so young. I recall you are Kakashi's student as well. Student might be too generous. One could say we are teammates, as he has never truly taught me, I replied. At this moment, Naruto snapped back to reality and, upon hearing my words, playfully inquired, Kakashi-sensei never taught you? Should we have Kakashi-sensei teach you the secret leaf body technique, the 1,000 years of pain? I learned it on the sly. Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi. Tetsuya. Upon hearing Naruto's jest, the three of us were left in a state of disbelief, while Itachi began to wonder if he had mistaken his target, sensing Naruto's unreliability. Cough, cough. Let us be mindful of the situation and stop the antics. I quickly intervened, sensing Itachi's skepticism towards Naruto. After all, only Naruto can ultimately confront Sasuke. And since I am immune to Jinjutsu, without any divine intervention, fighting Sasuke would be a sheer waste of air. Returning to the current scenario, Naruto and Kakashi were now facing off against Itachi, and I prepared to assist. Just then, Naruto's shadow clone approached, stating, Tetsuya, you should refrain from joining this battle. I want you to witness the fruits of my training. Hee. All right, good luck then, I responded, stepping aside to join Chio and Sakura as spectators. At that moment, Kakashi engaged Itachi with the aid of his shadow clones, while Naruto hid behind a tree, preparing to unleash a Rasengan. Witnessing Naruto's approach, I felt a surge of irritation. He had mastered the Rasengan 3 years prior with one hand, yet now he required two to perform a mere giant Rasengan? Furthermore, now that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, why couldn't he mark Kakashi's clone and then teleport? Why was he shouting while running? Upon hearing my remarks, Naruto instantly felt embarrassed, while Kakashi wore a wry smile, unsure of how to respond. Sakura, too, felt awkward, as my words resonated with the truth. Chio, astonished, contemplated that both of these young men from the Leaf could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, and this lad named Tetsuya seemed to be the recently famed Golden Flash. Oh, how the prodigies abound in the Leaf. I disregarded their thoughts and addressed Naruto. Listen well. After this mission concludes, return to the village and devote yourself to training. Aim to master the single-handed giant Rasengan within a week. Otherwise, I will not teach you the other derivative techniques of Rasengan. Upon hearing my mention of derivative techniques, Naruto eagerly vowed, rest assured, Tetsuya, I will fulfill this task. With the matter settled, we continued our journey. At this point, Kakashi curiously inquired, are there other derivative techniques? Is it related to the transformation of chakra properties? Indeed, my current direction of development closely aligns with what Jiraiya taught Naruto, as both of our chakras are inherently abundant. Kakashi's expression turned incredulous as he processed my words. Is it truly wise to say that in my presence? Consider others' feelings, you brat. Observing Kakashi's incredulous demeanor, I shrugged and continued. For someone like Naruto and myself, in addition to the giant Rasengan, we could further evolve it into the super giant Rasengan. And we can even introduce wind attribute transformation into the Rasengan. Although I have developed the wind attribute Rasengan, I prefer to entrust it to Naruto to name once he learns it. Upon hearing that I intended to name my technique, Naruto was instantly moved and exclaimed, "Rest assured, Tetsuya, I will practice the one-handed Rasengan immediately upon my return. Once I master it, I will seek your guidance for new ninjutsu, and I promise to come up with a super cool name." I shrugged in response, indicating that it was fine, while Kakashi, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, shivered at the thought of his former teacher's naming abilities. It is common knowledge that Minato Namikaze struggled with names, a victim of late-stage Chinibu. Just look at the absurd titles like Rasengan, Spiraling Flash Super Rondo, and the names given to Naruto and Sasuke's techniques, such as Blazing Release, Light Wheel Gale Black Arrow Zero. Thankfully, the second Hokage aptly named the Flying Thunder God technique and also corrected the Rasengan's name, or we might have been inundated with a series of Chinibu monikers. Chapter 28. The Gathering of Allies. As we traversed the forest, Naruto inquired, "Tetsuya, aside from the wind-style Rasengan, you also possess fire and water styles. Have you developed Rasengan techniques for those elements?" "Ah, I have, but their utility is limited. The fire variant is powerful, yet it's a close-range attack that can backfire. The water-style Rasengan is indistinguishable from the standard Rasengan, unless..." "Unless what?" Naruto pressed, growing impatient at my silence. "Unless you incorporate fire or water attributes into the wind-style Rasengan," I revealed without reservation. Kakashi pondered. "Incorporating fire or water into the wind form." Noticing everyone deep in thought, I interjected, "Enough speculation. I have attempted it, and it is exceedingly difficult. Even with precise chakra control, it proves futile due to the need to investigate the appropriate ratios of elemental fusion. I had yet to attempt it further, and the wind-style Rasengan is already classified as an S-rank forbidden technique. If successful, it would likely be deemed Ultra S-rank and could be named the Blazing Release Rasengan." Everyone was taken aback, and Shio remarked, "I didn't expect such a young lad to develop such a perilous ninjutsu. You and your village's second Hokage would surely have much to discuss." Everyone else simply stared in silence. Shio asked, "What's wrong? Is there an error in my statement?" "Well, Shio-bachan, the second Hokage could be considered my grandfather." "Nani? Oh yes, you share the Senju surname. I had forgotten. I remember that Tobirama Senju was fond of developing forbidden techniques. It seems you have inherited this trait quite well," Shio exclaimed in astonishment. "Not exactly. I do not enjoy developing forbidden techniques. I merely require powerful techniques, as I mentioned regarding the Rasengan's development. The term forbidden technique is only applicable because ordinary individuals cannot utilize it. Although I am currently the only one who can wield it, under certain conditions, everyone will eventually be able to use it." I countered Shio's statement. Kakashi, hearing about the necessary conditions, inquired, "Conditions? Physical requirements or chakra capacity?" The others directed their gazes towards me, awaiting my definitive answer. Seeing everyone's attention fixed upon me, I decided to clarify. The most crucial condition for utilizing this ninjutsu is mastering sage techniques, specifically attaining sage mode. Isn't that still a forbidden technique? Mastering sage techniques is no easy feat. The group expressed their astonishment at my stated requirements, given that only the first Hokage of Konoha, Jiraiya, and Tetsuya could use sage mode, making the prerequisites exceedingly stringent. Feeling somewhat awkward, I rubbed my nose. There was no way around it. As I continued my training, I inadvertently stepped into the realm of forbidden techniques. However, upon mentioning the conditions, curiosity sparked among the group regarding the strength of the wind-style Rasengan that necessitated sage mode for its use. At that moment, Naruto sidled up to me and asked, "Tetsuya, is this ninjutsu truly that formidable?" "Indeed, it is exceedingly powerful, so much so that it could become your signature technique. Moreover, it differs distinctly from the fusion of fire and water, giving the impression that the Rasengan has mutated." "Mutated?" The group echoed in surprise. "Quickly, Tetsuya, demonstrate it for me," Naruto urged eagerly. "Perhaps another time. For now, we must focus on our journey. Rest assured, I will teach you upon our return." "So there's no need to rush," I replied, reminding Naruto, "By the way, once you learn it, you need to seek Jiraiya at Mount Myaboku to master sage techniques. Otherwise, even if you learn it, Lady Tsunade won't allow you to use it." "All right," Naruto conceded, no longer pressing the matter as we continued on our way. However, he remained puzzled as to why Lady Tsunade would disallow its use. Yet, aside from Naruto, the other three seemed to have already deduced the implications of my words. After all, Kakashi was a genius, while Sakura and Chiyo, one a medical ninja and the other a puppeteer, possessed a solid understanding of human anatomy. They all recognized the corresponding applications of chakra attributes and could piece together the situation. Kakashi declared, "All right, everyone, we have delayed long enough. Let us quicken our pace." With that, the five of us began to move swiftly onward. A day later, in a valley within the land of rivers, five figures suddenly appeared on the surface of a lake. A massive rock stood on the water, adorned with a seal, and in front of it stood a torii gate, where the five figures, Kakashi's team and Chiyo, were gathered. Upon arrival, they began surveying the surroundings in search of an entrance when suddenly they heard a flurry of sounds. They looked up to see Guy's team arriving. "Yo," Naruto greeted. "Naruto-kun, long time no see, youth." Lee exclaimed, excited to see Naruto. "Naruto, you've changed quite a bit." Niji nodded slightly. Tenten remarked, "It's been a while, Naruto. You look very different." Everyone else fell silent. "Yo, everyone, long time no see," I lazily greeted them. "Good to see you again, Tetsuya-kun. You're just the same as before," Tenten replied. "Still as lazy as ever," Niji remarked coolly. "Come on, Tetsuya-kun. Let us ignite our youth and have a duel," Lee proclaimed passionately. Guy smiled broadly, saying, "That is splendid. Just like me and Kakashi. He will always be my rival." "Hi, Guy-sensei. By the way, I feel quite sorry for both of you. It must be tough," I remarked, glancing at Niji and Tenten. Both Niji and Tenten were left speechless, unsure how to respond to my comment. Meanwhile, within the rock, the group had just finished sealing, and a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground. White Zetsu stated, "Leader, the Konoha ninjas have arrived. How shall we proceed?" Sasori replied, "I shall remain here to battle them and see if there are any suitable materials for puppet making." Deidara added, "In that case, I will stay with Sasori. The rest can disperse." Pain made the final decision. At that moment, Deidara asked, "Hey, 1 against 7, and the Nine Tails is here too. What does it look like?" "I might as well take care of it. The loudest one entering will be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails," Itachi replied. Outside, the group was still engaged in idle chatter when Kakashi interrupted. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Niji, use your Byakugan to survey the situation behind the rock." Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan to examine the interior of the rock. Chapter 29. Splitting up, I observed 3 individuals inside, one of whom is lying on the ground. Niji reported after his inspection. "Then let us commence our mission," Naruto declared. "Wait, Naruto, there's a sealing symbol on the rock." "Niji, use your Byakugan again to see if there are similar seals around," Kakashi instructed, stopping Naruto. "Understood," Niji responded, beginning to survey the surroundings once more. About a minute later, Kakashi addressed his students, stating, "Yes, there are 4 seals positioned at the north, south, east, and west, each 1 kilometer apart." Niji reported his findings, prompting Naruto to inquire. "What are these?" Kakashi explained, "These are 5 sealing barriers. We need 5 individuals to simultaneously tear off the seals to dismantle the barriers." At that moment, Guy interjected, "Kakashi, let my team handle this." Consequently, Guy's team donned communication headsets and dispersed in the direction indicated by Niji, while Kakashi stood before the seal on the rock. "Sakura, once I tear off the seal, strike the rock with all your might," Kakashi commanded. "Understood, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura replied. Lee, Niji, Tenten, and Guy confirmed their readiness. "All right, on my signal. 3, 2, 1, tear," Kakashi announced, ripping off the seal and leaping away. Sakura rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the rock, revealing a hidden entrance. Kakashi's team and Granny Chiyo dashed into the cave, where they encountered Sasori and Deidara. Deidara sat atop Gaara's lifeless body, grinning at the assembled group. The atmosphere turned tense, and Naruto shouted, "Hey, get off Gaara! Gaara, wake up!" Meanwhile, Kakashi contacted Guy's team. "Guy, how's it going on your end?" "Kakashi, there's been an unexpected development. I'm being blocked by someone who looks just like me," Guy replied. "Same here," echoed the others. Kakashi realized, "It seems the Akatsuki have set up contingencies in case we break the barriers. Can you handle your situation?" "No problem, Kakashi. We'll resolve this here before regrouping with you," Guy assured. Deidara then addressed Naruto. "Sasori, this little brat must be the one described as taking on 7 opponents." Sasori coldly remarked, "I didn't expect Granny Chiyo to show up. How tedious, a game of grandparent and grandchild." Deidara chimed in, then Sasori, "You handle Chiyo while I play with the Jinchuriki." With that, Deidara crafted a flying object out of clay, consumed Gaara, and ascended above the cave, detonating clay bombs and blasting the ceiling outward. The others swiftly dodged the explosion. Upon seeing Deidara flee with Gaara, Naruto pursued him, prompting Kakashi to instruct Zetsu, "Stay back and assist while I chase after Naruto." Zetsu thought to himself, "Seriously? You didn't even ask for my consent before running off. Naruto in his Nine-Tails form is beyond your control." Granny Chiyo said, "You two step back. Let me deal with him. After all, it has been years since I last saw my grandson." Upon hearing Chiyo's request, Zetsu retreated, allowing space for the impending battle, while Sakura approached with concern. "Zetsu-kun, is this wise? Granny Chiyo is quite elderly. It's fine. Let them fight for now. If things go awry, I will intervene," I reassured Sakura, who sighed in relief. Knowing my strength was formidable, I had reached a power level comparable to Naruto and Sasuke during the Sage of Six Paths era, especially since my enhancements had been activated, while Naruto and Sasuke's awaited the arrival of the Sage during the Fourth Great Ninja War. As Chiyo and Sasori exchanged pleasantries, the battle commenced. Chiyo summoned the parent and mother puppets to engage Sasori's Hiriko in a fierce confrontation, exchanging dozens of blows without a clear victor. Realizing the parent and mother could not secure victory, Chiyo summoned the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu for a second round against Sasori. This time, Hiriko faltered against the onslaught, causing Sasori to emerge from it, revealing his youthful visage. Chiyo exclaimed, "Sasori, you have forsaken your humanity and transformed yourself into a puppet." Sasori retorted, "Old woman, you know nothing. Only eternity is true art." With that, Sasori ceased his banter, producing a scroll to summon the third Kazekage, declaring, "This is my most perfect work." Chiyo gasped, "So it was you who killed the third Kazekage. No wonder he was never found." "Of course. This is my ultimate masterpiece," Sasori boasted. The two engaged in nearly 100 rounds of combat before halting. Chiyo, panting, surveyed her 10 puppets, which lay in tatters, while the third Kazekage puppet sustained minimal damage. As Chiyo gasped for breath, the Kazekage puppet launched an attack with iron sand. Just then, Sakura, unable to bear it any longer, dashed forward and punched the iron sand towards Sasori. Sasori narrowly dodged and glared at Sakura. Chiyo urged, "Sakura, retreat. I will handle Sasori myself." Sakura firmly responded, "Granny Chiyo, no, you need to rest. I will fight him." Observing this, I stepped forward, instructing Sakura, "Sakura, take Granny Chiyo to safety. I will deal with him." Sakura complied, escorting Chiyo away from the battlefield. I then turned to Sasori, saying, "Sasori, are you prepared to deliver your last words?" Infuriated, Sasori commanded the Kazekage puppet to attack. I retaliated, unleashing my technique, Roar of the Radiant Dragon. A colossal beam of light surged toward the Kazekage puppet, engulfing it and obliterating it instantly. The onlookers were left in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Sasori, unfazed, regarded me. "You're impressive. I may consider keeping you." He then removed his Akatsuki cloak, revealing his modified puppet body, and produced a scroll, unleashing a torrent of flames. I swiftly countered with Water Release, Water Severing Wave, directing it towards Sasori's body. Sasori dodged and unleashed his ultimate technique, Red Secret Technique. Performance of 100 puppets, astonishing both Sakura and Chiyo with the sight of hundreds of puppets. Sasori coldly declared, "Little brat, I've used them to destroy an entire city." I remained unfazed, replying, "Is that all? Is this your final performance? If this is all you have, then I shall end this battle." Without further ado, Sasori commanded the multitude of puppets to assault me. I whispered the incantation, entering Sage mode, causing both Sasori and Chiyo to pause in awe at my radiant golden aura. Ignoring their astonishment, I leaped into the air, unleashing my ultimate technique. Sage Art, 8 Shaka Shoten. As a torrent of golden beams rained down, everything within the cave was caught in the attack. Sakura, realizing the impending danger, quickly evacuated with Granny Chiyo to safety outside. After a minute of widespread devastation, I descended, surveying the wreckage below, and began searching for the chakra heart within Sasori's puppet. At that moment, Sakura and Granny Chiyo approached me. Sakura asked Zetsu-kun, "Is this the power of light you mentioned before?" "Indeed. This is a derivative technique I can use in Sage mode," I replied while searching for Sasori's core. Chiyo remarked, "So this is Sage mode. It truly is impressive." I clarified, "This must be unique to me. Other forms of Sage mode likely differ." Sakura inquired, "Is that so? I always thought all Sage modes were alike." considering I've never seen any other. Not quite. The Sage mode from Mount Mayaboku seems to enhance overall abilities evenly, while the one from the Earth Dragon Cave appears to amplify offensive capabilities. As for the Wetbone Forest, I am unfamiliar with it. I cannot confirm whether the first Hokage utilized the Sage techniques from there. You can inquire with Lady Tsunade when you return. Upon hearing my explanation, Sakura and Chiyo truly grasped the distinctions between the three sacred places and the various forms of ninjutsu. Following my voice, they turned to discover a purple cylindrical object inscribed with the character for Scorpion. Curiously, Sakura inquired, "Tetsuya-kun, what is this? I noticed you were searching for it." I patiently clarified, "This is the chakra core of Scorpion, akin to his heart. After all, if his entire body is a puppet, he cannot utilize chakra. Hence, my relentless search for this." I then handed the core to Chiyo, stating, "Here, Chiyo Baba, this belongs to Scorpion. Consider it a memento." Gratefully, Chiyo responded, "Thank you, Senju Tetsuya." To which I replied, "You're welcome. Now, let us proceed to check on Naruto." With that, the three of us made our way towards Naruto's location. As we departed, another figure entered the cave, searching for something, while a carnivorous plant, a pitcher plant, appeared on the ground. "Zetsu. I never expected Scorpion to lose," said White Zetsu. "Now that he has, I can become an official member." "Zetsu, help me find Scorpion's ring," exclaimed Toby. "Look for it yourself. If Deidara sees you in such a hurry, he will kill you," replied Black Zetsu. "I bet he will use clay to blow me up." "Found it," Toby exclaimed. Meanwhile, Naruto was relentlessly pursuing Deidara in a fit of rage, forcing him to the edge of his clay birds, while Kakashi, anxious, could not suppress his own concerns. Due to his own circumstances, Kakashi had not received the suppression seals from Jiraiya to control the tailed beasts. At that moment, a voice called out, "Naruto, calm down." Kakashi turned to see us arriving and asked, "Tetsuya, have you resolved matters on your side?" I replied, "Yes, it was too easy. I dispatched them swiftly." Deidara, hearing this, furiously shouted, "What nonsense! How could Scorpion possibly lose?" I paid Deidara no mind, my 6 eyes illuminating as I gazed into Naruto's eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I found myself in a sewer, drawn towards the light ahead. Turning a corner, I encountered a massive iron door. This must be the place where the Nine Tails is sealed. I thought as I approached, "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" A grim voice inquired. "How I entered is none of your concern. Just suppress your chakra and do not interfere with Naruto," I retorted. "Ha ha ha. Do you know who I am to speak to me like that?" The Nine Tails replied, "Oh, Kurama, the proud fox, who does not know of you?" I mocked. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The Nine Tails shouted in agitation. "Calm down, Kurama. I am not here to argue. You need not know who I am. Only that Naruto is the boy foretold by the Sage of Six Paths," I explained patiently. The Nine Tails, still proud, questioned, "How do you know this, and why should I believe you?" I responded, "A golden-haired, blue-eyed boy frolicking with the nine-tailed beasts. Do you not observe? I am not asking for your belief, you arrogant fox." Without waiting for a reply, I continued, "Well, I am leaving now. Just withdraw your chakra and observe Naruto's chakra. You may find something surprising." With that, I exited the ceiling space. After I left, the Nine Tails retracted its chakra and began to sense Naruto's chakra, and upon doing so, it was startled. This familiar chakra, how could the Nine Tails not recognize it? It was unmistakably Ashura's chakra. Back in reality, I approached Naruto, whose tailed beast chakra was receding. "Naruto, you must learn to control your emotions and temper your impulsive nature," I advised. "I understand. I felt wronged for Gaara when I saw him," Naruto replied. At that moment, Guy arrived after resolving his own battle and joined the others. Seeing this, Deidara began chewing the clay on his bird, prompting Kakashi to shout, "Everyone, move away. That guy intends to self-destruct with his clay." Before Deidara could utter a word, a voice declared, "Have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick?" Deidara, momentarily stunned, was unable to react as I delivered a kick that sent him flying several kilometers away. Moments later, an explosion echoed, enveloping the area in smoke. Once the smoke cleared, we rushed towards the explosion's epicenter. After a prolonged search, we found no trace of Deidara's body, likely having escaped, adhering to the principle that where there is smoke, there are no injuries. Ultimately, we returned to search for Gaara's body. With sorrow etched on his face, Naruto lamented, "After all this effort, Gaara finally earned the village's recognition. Why? He had just become Kazekage, and he is still so young." After contemplating for a while, Chiyo stepped forward and utilized her forbidden technique, the self-resurrection. Sakura, recognizing the jutsu, quietly wept from the sidelines. The others, witnessing Sakura's sorrow, fell silent. Unaware of the situation, Naruto approached Sakura and, upon learning that she was attempting to save Gaara, rushed to Chiyo's side, placing his hands over hers. I have plenty of chakra. Use mine, he urged. Chiyo, glancing at Naruto with gratitude, thought, this is your era now, young ones. I have faith that you will create a future unlike ours. With that, she began to channel more chakra, and Gaara slowly regained his vitality. Where's this? Huh, Naruto? Don't leave. Wait for me. Gaara suddenly opened his eyes, finding Naruto smiling at him. A bit dazed, Gaara began to survey his surroundings. Upon noticing Chiyo's unusual state, he grasped the situation and struggled to rise. Gaara, your body is still weak. Rest for now. You should thank Chiyo Baba, for she fell asleep from the effort to save you, Naruto advised. Turning his gaze, he saw Sakura holding Chiyo, as the others looked somberly at her. I approached Naruto, stating, Naruto, Chiyo Baba utilized a forbidden technique, sacrificing her life for Gaara's. She has passed away. Stunned, Naruto stood silent, while Gaara rose to his feet and bowed deeply before Chiyo. At that moment, numerous small black dots appeared in the distance. Gradually drawing nearer, it was Kankuro and Temari, leading a contingent of Sand Village ninjas who had followed our trail to find Gaara. As the group celebrated Gaara's revival, they soon discovered Chiyo's lifeless form nearby. Kakashi stepped forward to explain the situation, and upon learning of Chiyo's sacrifice, the entire battalion of over 1,000 ninjas fell silent, bowing in mourning for her. Aizo, reflecting internally, felt a profound sense of awe. Little did he know that his sister would give her life for another. It seemed she had found a new legacy. After the event, everyone began their journey back to Sunagakure. 5 days later, they finally arrived. When Naruto saw the throngs of cheering ninjas in the sky, he felt a genuine joy for Gaara. It was at this moment that Gaara was truly recognized by the villagers. The group gathered before Chiyo's tombstone to mourn collectively, and I asked Sakura to place Sasori's core in front of it. After resting for half a day, they set off back to Konoha. At the entrance of the village, Naruto and Gaara participated in a historic moment, their first handshake as the leaders of their respective villages, before everyone proceeded back home. Of course, the iconic scenes from the original narrative could not be overlooked. Guy continued to carry Kakashi on his back, radiating camaraderie, while Lee made an earnest request to ride along with Neji, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Ultimately, Lee ended up shouldering everyone's luggage, and as he chased after Guy, the two dashed towards Konoha. We exchanged glances with Neji and Tintin, who shared our sense of helplessness, prompting us to follow the two ahead. What was initially a 3-day journey was condensed to less than a day. By the time we reached the gates of Konoha, we were all panting heavily. I couldn't help but think, if I had known earlier, transforming into a dragon would have been much quicker. I would never accompany this group of madmen again. Thus, Kakashi was sent to the hospital by Guy, while Neji and I headed to the Hokage's office to report on our mission, and the others dispersed. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade acknowledged, I've been briefed on the situation. Thank you for your efforts. The teams of Guy and Kakashi will rest for now until further notice. Yes, Hokage-sama. We replied in unison. Neji, you may leave for now. Tetsuya, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you, Tsunade gestured. Understood, Neji said before departing. Cough, Hokage-sama. What is the urgent matter? I inquired, puzzled by Tsunade's decision to keep me behind. It pertains to a scroll delivered by Danzo from Root, concerning Orochimaru. The contents suggest that one of Orochimaru's subordinates will meet with a member of the Akatsuki at a location known as the Tenchi Bridge. Since there may be information regarding Sasuke and the Akatsuki, I intend to send your team to investigate. However, Kakashi is currently unable to lead due to his condition. I initially planned for you to take command, but considering Naruto's situation, I feared the potential for the Nine Tails to rampage. Hence, I sought someone capable of suppressing Naruto to lead the mission. With that, she clapped her hands and called, Come in. A figure appeared, and Tsunade instructed, Remove your mask. The individual complied, revealing himself as Yamato. Hokage-sama, how may I assist you? He asked. Yamato, you are here for a mission, Tsunade responded. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? Yamato replied. You will lead the mission to the Tenchi Bridge in 3 days to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki and Sasuke. Ideally, we want to avoid unnecessary conflict. During this time, You will not be referred to as Yamato. You will temporarily use the code name Tenzo. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yamato affirmed. It was then that I spoke up. Hokage-sama, if I am not leading, will I still participate in this operation? Tsunade explained, originally, it was meant for your team, Kakashi's, alongside Yamato. However, Danzo insisted on including an extra member from Root to ensure the Nine Tails remains under control. You know how it is. Sometimes, the elders put pressure on me. However, I wanted to get your input, considering the team's size. My input? I echoed. Yes, one of you, either you or Sakura, must refrain from participating in this mission. As you all have connections to Sasuke, this presents a dilemma, and I hoped you could help me decide. Tsunade elaborated. Upon hearing this, I replied, then I shall abstain. Between Naruto and Sakura, my relationship with Sasuke is merely casual, as we have only spent a short time in the same class. Very well. Yamato will lead the mission with Naruto and Sakura, along with one ninja from Root. As for you, Tetsuya, take some time to rest in the meantime. Until I provide further instructions, Tsunade concluded. Understood, we both affirmed. Suddenly, I interjected. I almost forgot to mention Hokage-sama during my battle with Sasori. I overheard a few words that seemed to be his final words, although they were faint. Sakura was too far away to hear. Oh, what were they? Tsunade inquired. It was Tenchi Bridge. I only caught those 3 words. Based on your earlier intel, the Akatsuki member heading to the Tenchi Bridge is likely Sasori, given Orochimaru's past association with the Akatsuki. Furthermore, Orochimaru seeks immortality, and Sasori has transformed himself into a puppet, aspiring for eternal art. Hence, I deduce they may have partnered during their time in the Akatsuki. Tsunade considered my analysis and deemed it plausible. She instructed, Yamato, once you reach the Tenchi Bridge, you can disguise yourselves as Sasori to extract information from Orochimaru's subordinate, but maintain caution. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yamato affirmed. All right, that concludes our discussion. You may all leave now. Tsunade said, rubbing her temples. Yes, we replied, exiting the Hokage's office. After we left, Tsunade and Shizun made their way to the balcony of the Hokage building, where Tsunade intended to enjoy the scenery and unwind. During their conversation about the mission, Naruto overheard them but remained oblivious to the Root member's addition since he only caught wind of my absence from the operation, prompting him to rush off in search of his teammates. Meanwhile, I let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the Tenchi Bridge plot would unfold despite Sasori's lack of final words. It seemed that Danzo's intel was more about tracking Orochimaru than monitoring the Nine Tails. Thankfully, I had the foresight to reveal Sasori's identity, or else the 4 of them would have struggled to complete this mission. I also wondered if Naruto would be able to control the Nine Tails after communicating with Kurama. Chapter 32. 3 Little Rascals Leaving the Hokage Building. I set off to visit Ino, my dear wife. However, Aunt Keiko informed me that Ino was not home, apparently off on a mission with Shikamaru and Choji. After bidding farewell to Aunt Keiko, I sought out Shikamaru and the others. On my way, I spotted Hinata hiding behind a wall, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching her, I asked, Hinata, what are you doing here? Tetsuya-kun. It's been a while, Hinata exclaimed, startled. At that moment, Naruto dashed over. Hey Hinata. And Tetsuya, what are you both doing here? With a mischievous grin, I explained, I was just passing by and saw Hinata peeking at you. So I thought I'd come over and ask. I was actually on my way to find Ino. Upon hearing my explanation, Hinata instantly blushed and fainted, collapsing backward. I took the opportunity to give Naruto a nudge, pushing Hinata into his arms, and remarked, Naruto, you really are a dense blockhead. How could you not notice Hinata like this? Naruto, confused, replied, notice what? Isn't Hinata just fainting? I couldn't help but thump his head in frustration. You blockhead. If you don't get it, then you can forget about me teaching you that S-rank jutsu I promised. Just then, Kiba and Shino approached and greeted me. Hey, Tetsuya's back. We hadn't seen you around during your mission. Hey Kiba, Shino. It's been a while, I replied with a smile. Tetsuya, long time no see. I didn't expect you to remember me. You see, before Shino could finish, Kiba interjected. What were you two talking about? What jutsu? I sighed. Oh, it's just Naruto's thick-headedness. The whole village knows about Hinata's feelings, except for Naruto. I'm just frustrated that he doesn't see it. I told him if he doesn't understand Hinata's feelings, then he can forget about learning that S-rank jutsu. I explained the situation to Ino and Shino, and they soon understood the circumstances at hand. They immediately expressed their willingness to assist Naruto in resolving the matter. Naruto, upon hearing this, assured them, "Don't worry, Tetsuya. I'll figure it out and come back to you. I will definitely master the jutsu you mentioned." With that, he took his leave to find his teammates while I strolled along the streets of Konoha, pondering Ino's whereabouts. At that moment, I unexpectedly ran into Naruto again. He was conversing with Shikamaru and Choji about their teamwork, and I approached them as well. We exchanged greetings, and I inquired about Ino's location. After Shikamaru informed me, he prepared to seek her out. Just then, an ink lion charged at us, only to be obliterated by Choji. On a rooftop ahead sat Sai, who, witnessing the scene, conjured 5 more lions to charge toward us. Choji swiftly utilized his expansion technique to capture the lions, while Shikamaru unleashed his shadow imitation technique at Sai. Naruto had already leapt onto the rooftop, charging at Sai, who blocked Naruto's kunai with a short blade. At that moment, I unleashed a laser beam that pierced Sai's left shoulder. Surprised, Sai gazed at me, and I coldly remarked, "Are you prepared to face the consequences of attacking comrades within the village? Don't assume your position en route grants you any superiority. I could eliminate you in an instant." Startled, Sai realized there was someone who knew of Root, but he maintained his composure, stating, "Ninjas are inherently accompanied by death. I am merely testing the strength of your group. Stop pretending to be aloof before me," I retorted. "I am Senju Tetsuya. Return and inquire with Danzo if he dares to harm the grandson of his teacher. You are insignificant, leave." Without waiting for his response, I reduced my power and kicked Sai toward the entrance of Konoha's route. Observing his disheveled state, I thought, "Be grateful I held back, Sai. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to undertake missions for quite some time. While your arrogant demeanor irks me, you did show your face. And it is ultimately improper to attack a comrade in public." I had initially considered confronting Danzo since my abilities had been activated, but due to my fierce performance in the Umbu, Danzo was too intimidated to confront me. Damn it, I wished to eliminate that old dog Danzo. Yet he never provided me the opportunity. Upon learning of the events, Danzo remained silent but let out a cold snort, instructing Sai to seek medical attention. Tsunade, upon hearing this, laughed heartily, thinking it served him right for provoking me. Naruto, confused by my mention of Root, I could not be bothered to explain. I urged him to find his teammates while I sought out Ino, as we had a date planned, especially since she was set to undertake a mission the following day. After returning home, we did not stay up late, engaging in light activities for 2 hours before retiring for the night. The next day, Yamato departed early with Naruto and the others towards the Tenchi Bridge, while Ino and Shikamaru also set out on their mission. With everyone gone, I found myself alone, uncertain of what to do. Naruto's mission at the Tenchi Bridge had commenced, but I was left wondering how it would unfold. I decided to wait until their return to inquire about it. Just as my thoughts wandered, a member of the Umbu approached me, saying, "Lord Tetsuya, the Hokage requests your presence." "Oh, understood. You may leave," I replied to the Umbu, who then departed. Watching him go, I reflected on the hierarchical nature of the Hokage world. When I had just graduated, they treated me with indifference. However, once they learned I was a Senju, their attitude shifted completely. After spending 2 years in the Umbu, they now addressed me with respect. I could understand the formalities, as during my time in the Umbu, I had tackled the most perilous missions, which is why I was promoted to Jonin within a year after Naruto's departure. Even the old dog Danzo dared not provoke me lightly. Previously, Tsunade had wanted me to become the Umbu leader, but I declined, citing my youth. Suddenly, I pondered, could this summons to Tsunade signify that she intends for me to assume the role of Umbu leader? The more I thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, I began considering potential excuses to decline as I made my way to the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the office, I knocked on the door and heard, "Come in." I pushed the door open and entered. "You're here. I have a mission for you," Tsunade stated as soon as I stepped inside. Upon hearing the word mission, I sighed in relief, grateful it was not a summons to return to the Umbu. Tsunade, noticing my expression of relief, teased, "What? Did you think I would call you back to the Umbu?" "I did not. Don't speak such nonsense," I hastily denied, realizing my thoughts had been exposed. Tsunade chuckled and said, "All right, I know you don't wish to return to the Umbu, and I won't force you. I have a small task for you." She then beckoned someone from behind, saying, "You may enter." Following her gaze, I turned to see 3 young children peering from the doorway, and I felt a sudden headache. Isn't that Naruto's trio of little followers? How did I get roped into this? Tsunade proceeded with the introduction of the task. "Ahem, Tetsuya, You are to look after these three for a few days. Ebisu has been temporarily assigned a mission outside the village, and your task will conclude upon his return. Relieved to hear it was only for a few days, I agreed. Fine, then these little ones shall accompany me. Thus, I led the three youngsters away from the Hokage's office toward the nearest training ground. At the 7th training ground, I cleared my throat and stated, "All right, you little ones. Please introduce yourselves." The trio responded, with Konohamaru speaking first. "Hello, I'm Saratobi Konohamaru. My dream is to become Hokage like Big Brother Naruto, and I enjoy learning ninjutsu from him. My hobby is eating ramen. Hello, teacher, I am Kazama Moegi. My dream is to become the strongest kunoichi in Konoha, and my interests are the same as Konohamaru's. I love growing beautiful plants. Hello, teacher, I am Ayasu Udon. My dream is to become an excellent ninja. My interest is reading, and my hobby is factorization. All right, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, I am Senju Tetsuya. I have already fulfilled my dream, and my interests and hobbies remain unchanged. Although our time together will be brief, I hope we can make the most of these days." I introduced myself to the trio. "Yes, teacher," they chorused. At this moment, Konohamaru raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, you mentioned your dream has been realized. May I ask what that dream is?" In response, I explained, "My dream is to carve my name into the ninja world, and I have achieved that." Moegi, curious, inquired, "Teacher, what is your name?" Although I felt a tinge of embarrassment when revealing my name, I answered, "Ahem, my current title is the Golden Flash." "So cool," they exclaimed in unison, with Konohamaru expressing excitement and the other two nodding in agreement. "All right, little ones, the introductions are complete. Now, I need to know what Ebisu has taught you." With that, I created a shadow clone. This clone possessed 1/10 of my strength and would allow you 10 minutes to devise a strategy, so I may assess your abilities. I leaped onto a tree while the shadow clone retreated 50 meters away to await their readiness. 10 minutes later, "Teacher Tetsuya, we are ready," Moegi announced. "Good. Then let the battle begin," I declared, signaling the start. As the battle commenced, the trio resorted to several ineffective D-rank ninjutsu learned from Hibiki. Alongside the seductive technique taught by Naruto, whimsically dubbed seduction technique for girls. They even attempted a combined technique called seduction pudding combo, leaving me utterly speechless. Consequently, I dispelled my shadow clone and called for a halt to the battle, stating, "All right, cease hostilities. I have gathered sufficient insight into your situation. None of you possess any offensive ninjutsu. Naruto's seduction technique is only effective against lecherous individuals." Approaching the three, I continued, "Now, dry your tears. Over the next few days, I shall impart a practical offensive ninjutsu to each of you. Today, I will demonstrate it, and from tomorrow onwards, I will formally teach you." I proceeded to assess their chakra affinities, armed with chakra testing paper. Konohamaru exhibited wind and fire affinities, while Moegi displayed water and earth, and Udon revealed a pure water affinity. After the tests, I declared, "Now, I shall commence the ninjutsu demonstration. Pay close attention." With that, I began hand signs. Casting fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water trumpet technique, and water release, water chaos waves. Upon completion, I announced, "These 3 techniques will be your focus for the next few days. Should you grasp them quickly, I may teach you additional techniques. If not, these shall suffice for now." Konohamaru will learn fire release, while Moegi and Udon will master water release, and both of you may learn both water techniques. Upon hearing my words, Konohamaru looked displeased and remarked, "Teacher Tetsuya, this seems rather unfair. They have 2 techniques, while I am left with just 1. I chuckled, "Ah, young one. If you can master the fire release technique swiftly, I shall teach you the Rasengan, which is Naruto's signature technique." Hearing this, Konohamaru leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Really? That's wonderful. All right, that concludes today's session. We shall reconvene here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Now, you may disperse," I concluded, swiftly departing. The trio returned home, eager to prepare for their training the following day. The next day, at the 7th training ground, I was greeted by the enthusiastic calls of the children. "Good morning, Teacher Tetsuya." I responded, "Good morning, little ones. Today, we shall officially begin the instruction of the 3 ninjutsu from yesterday." With their serious expressions, they listened intently as I explained the learning process for the ninjutsu, detailing the sequence of hand signs, how to channel chakra, and how to stabilize the resulting forms. After a morning of practice, the 3 children had begun to grasp the techniques, managing to execute them at times, albeit with limited range and damage. All right, gather around. Let us check the time, I called, summoning them closer. You all performed admirably this morning. If you continue at this pace, I estimate you will be able to use these techniques within 3 to 5 days. However, due to your young age, the range of your ninjutsu will be limited for now, but it will suffice. As you grow older and your chakra reserves increase, so too will your abilities. I summarized their training for the day. Understood, Teacher Tetsuya. They replied in unison. As it nears noon, I shall treat you all to lunch today. Let us go for barbecue. With that, I turned and headed toward the streets of Konoha. Hooray! They cheered, and together we enjoyed a delightful lunch at the barbecue restaurant. In the afternoon, the trio continued their training under my guidance, and thus the day passed. The following day, I took the children on several D-rank missions near some lakes. Hibiki had already taught them tree climbing, so I instructed them in water walking. We integrated training with our tasks, and by the end of the day, the children were exhausted, collapsing into bed upon returning home. On the third day, we resumed training, beginning with water walking and hand sign speed drills in the morning, followed by ninjutsu practice in the afternoon. By evening, the trio had become proficient in the techniques I had taught them, prompting me to take them out for ramen at Ichiraku. On the fourth day, I chose not to take them on missions, but instead assessed their mastery of the ninjutsu, which they had all excelled at. I also received word from Tsunade that Hibiki would return to the village in the afternoon. After evaluating the children's progress, I taught Konohamaru the training method for the Rasengan and informed the other two. I have imparted the Rasengan training method to Konohamaru. Should you wish to learn, you may request it from him. As Hibiki-sensei returns to the village this afternoon, I must say, although our time together has been brief, you three have shown remarkable intelligence. I am quite pleased. This is my first experience as a teacher, and it has been a joyful one. I hope we may meet again in the future. With a wave, I took my leave. As I departed, the three children called out, "Thank you, Teacher Tetsuya." They bowed in gratitude. "No need for thanks. Keep up the good work, little ones," I replied, waving back as I turned away, relishing in my success. Following that, I made my way directly to the Hokage's office to report to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, with Hibiki's return, I shall no longer oversee the three children. They have performed admirably over these past few days, each mastering one B-rank ninjutsu, and I have also taught Konohamaru the Rasengan." Tsunade smiled upon hearing this. "Well done. It seems you possess a natural talent for teaching. Perhaps next time, you'll lead a class officially? Let us discuss that later. I'll consider it when I have the time. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," I replied before exiting. Chapter 34. Naruto begins his training days past, and soon Naruto and the others returned to Konoha. After learning that Naruto had reported back at the Hokage Tower, I made my way to his home. "Knock, knock, knock. I'm here. Tetsuya, come in. I was just thinking of looking for you later." Naruto called as he opened the door. I stepped inside and casually found a place to sit, inquiring, "How did the mission go? Did you see Sasuke?" Excitedly, Naruto recounted the details of the mission. It closely mirrored the original storyline, with Yamato disguising himself as Sasori and collaborating with Kabuto, who ultimately attacked Yamato, revealing his true identity as Orochimaru appeared. Unlike the original tale, Naruto did not manifest his three tails upon arrival. Instead, he inquired about Sasuke's whereabouts. At that moment, Kabuto launched an attack on Naruto, who countered with the Flying Raijin technique, landing a Rasengan that severely injured Kabuto. Orochimaru, witnessing Naruto's mastery of the Flying Raijin, expressed mild surprise, realizing that Minato's child had also learned the technique. "You have grown considerably, Naruto. I wonder who is stronger now, you or Sasuke," he mused. Before making his escape toward an open area, Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Yamato pursued him. A battle ensued among the three, while Sai observed from above. Orochimaru's repulsive techniques proved ineffective. Noticing Sai's inaction, Naruto grew irritated and sought chakra from the Nine Tails. Trusting my previous words, the Nine Tails refrained from interfering. When Naruto requested chakra and saw the loathsome Orochimaru, the Nine Tails readily complied. However, the excessive power led to Naruto tapping into Four Tails, nearly losing consciousness. But the Nine Tails stealthily assisted in maintaining control. Ultimately, Yamato, unaware of the Nine Tails' influence, assumed Naruto had gone berserk and attempted to suppress the Nine Tails chakra with wood release. Meanwhile, Sai approached Orochimaru, leveraging his collaboration with Danzo, leading Orochimaru to instruct Sai to bring Kabuto back to his base. After Sakura treated Naruto's injuries, The trio set off in pursuit of Orochimaru's retreat. They soon discovered Sasuke at Orochimaru's base. Despite Naruto's persistent attempts to persuade Sasuke, he remained indifferent to Naruto's words. A minor skirmish ensued among them, but ultimately, Orochimaru intervened just as Sasuke was about to unleash his Kirin technique and departed with Sasuke and the injured Kabuto. On their way back, Naruto and Sai engaged in a heated argument, with Naruto accusing Sai, while Sai relentlessly mocked their wounds and even assigned them ridiculous nicknames. This was clearly a realm where Naruto and Sakura fell out of their depth, as neither had much experience with insults. Frustrated, they found themselves nearly at their wits' end. After listening to Naruto's grievances, I chuckled and said, "There's no need to be upset, Naruto. Everyone has their own personality. That's just how Sai is. Simply ignore him from now on. At worst, consider him as part of the air around you. Focus on yourself and act with a clear conscience." "Is that so? Haha. I understand, Tetsuya. Let's go. Let's head to Ichiraku Ramen. After chatting for so long, I must be starving." Seeing Naruto's carefree demeanor, I shrugged in resignation. "All right. But since your mission has concluded, you should seek out Hinata. Once you resolve matters with her, you can start your training." Upon hearing my words, Naruto's face flushed slightly. After all, he had been informed by Ino and Shino before departing about Hinata's tendency to blush and faint at his presence. "Ahem, understood," he replied, still blushing. "That's settled then. If you and Hinata succeed, I will personally cook and invite everyone for a grand feast." "Really? Then I'll go find Hinata tomorrow," Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After 3 long years, he was eager to savor my cooking once more. That night, after enjoying dinner at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto set off to find Hinata the next day. Meanwhile, I reached out to Ino and Niji, arranging for them to come over for dinner the following day. I began contemplating what dishes to prepare, ultimately deciding on a fusion of Japanese and Chinese cuisine. The next day, my friends gathered at my home, and their eyes lit up at the sight of the spread I had prepared. Mapo tofu, pan-fried dumplings, sweet and sour pork, teriyaki chicken, fried pork chops, fried steak, grilled meat, steamed shrimp, steamed crab, sushi rolls, fried chicken wings, braised ribs, and grilled eel, among other delicacies. Observing their eager expressions, I knew they were ready to indulge. And soon, the competition for food escalated, almost leading to a scuffle. "Enough. If you keep fighting, none of you will eat," I declared, and the chaos subsided. Eventually, it became apparent that Naruto and Hinata were now together. Naruto, in his usual goofy fashion, scratched the back of his head and grinned, while Hinata blushed profusely. Thankfully, I had asked Ino to keep Hinata company to distract her, preventing her from turning into a flustered mess. Thus, everyone joyfully finished the delicious meal. Once it was all over, I proclaimed, "I am retiring from cooking." After seeing everyone off, I collapsed onto the sofa, reflecting on how insatiable they were. They had devoured at least 3 times the normal portion, leaving me utterly exhausted. At that moment, Ino approached and sat beside me, gently saying, "Well, you are inherently lazy. Everyone only gets to enjoy your cooking once in a while. They were bound to eat more. I know, but the quantities I prepare are always excessive. As for the future, if I feel inclined, I will cook. If not, I'll only cook for you," I said, planting a kiss on Ino's cheek. "Hee. Then I will only eat your cooking from now on," Ino replied cheerfully. "All right, but you must agree to marry me first," I teased. I knew it. "I'm not talking to you anymore," Ino pouted, crossing her arms. "Okay, I was just joking. I'll cook for you whenever I can." Seeing her reaction, I couldn't help but soothe her. "All right, I'm just kidding. I'm heading back now," Ino said, jogging toward the door. "Take care. And please send my regards to your parents," I called after her. "I will. Good night." "Good night, my dear." After bestowing a good night kiss upon Ino, I saw her out the door. The following day, I summoned Naruto and Yamato to the 5th training ground. "Today, I will teach you a new jutsu. One of considerable difficulty, Naruto. As you are aware, it is an S-rank technique." "Yes, I know. It's that wind release, Rasengan, right?" Naruto replied excitedly. "Indeed. That is the jutsu. Once you master it, you may even name it yourself. As for you, Captain Yamato, I require your assistance with Naruto. As we both know he struggles to control the 9 tails chakra. I would appreciate your support." Yamato responded affirmatively. "Understood, Tetsuya. Feel free to ask for anything. I will assist as much as I can." Thus, we commenced preparations for the jutsu training. "Captain Yamato, please utilize your jutsu to construct a bridge capable of accommodating around 1,000 people by the waterfall. I will have Naruto sever the waterfall when the time comes. Naruto, create 500 shadow clones and have them gather leaves from the trees, at least one leaf per clone. Once both were ready, I instructed, Captain Yamato, find a position nearby. Prepared to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra at any moment. Naruto, follow me. We walked to the center of the training ground. Naruto, in the first phase, hold the leaves with your shadow clones and channel your wind chakra. Visualize your chakra as a thin, sharp blade. Remember, it must be both thin and sharp. Cut through the leaves, and once successful, return to me for the second phase. Upon hearing my instructions, Naruto and his clones nodded in unison. I added, if you struggle with visualization, you can seek guidance from Asuma. His weapon is imbued with wind chakra. All right, understood, Tetsuya. Naruto exclaimed. All right, everyone, let us do our best. Oh, echoed 500 voices in unison. Thus, Naruto embarked on his journey to master this jutsu, while I took a moment to rest alongside Yamato. Days passed in this manner, and on the third day, while conversing with Yamato, I sensed a disturbance in Ino's chakra. Suddenly, I realized it was around the time Asuma would be ambushed by the immortal duo. Captain Yamato, I entrust Naruto to you. I must investigate Asuma's situation. Without waiting for a response, I activated my Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. At that moment, Asuma was already bleeding profusely from his abdomen, and without immediate intervention, he would perish. Haiden stood in his cursed circle, taunting the gathered shinobi of Konoha. Kakuzu urged, hurry up, Haiden. Finish him off quickly so we can move on to earn more money. Understood, Kakuzu. Just as Haiden prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice interrupted, hey, can we have a chat? Before Haiden could respond, I used Flying Thunder God to transport him outside of the cursed circle. Upon seeing me, Kakuzu remarked, Senju Tetsuya, the second golden flash, with a bounty of 100 million in the black market. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Oh, you're the one who, from 800 meters away, threw a shuriken at the first Hokage and then ran off in fright? I taunted. Furious, Kakuzu retorted, you little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? I, Kakuzu, would never run away. Oh, you seem agitated. It appears I struck a nerve, S-rank rogue ninja, immortal Kakuzu, I teased. Hey Kakuzu, stop wasting time and deal with this guy. Haiden shouted at Kakuzu. Hearing Haiden's command, I fixed my gaze on the two of them and called out, Ino. Time was of the essence to save Asuma. Otherwise, he would meet his demise. Upon hearing my words, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino hastily rushed to Asuma's side to carry him away for treatment. At that moment, I set aside my languid demeanor and declared, everyone, keep your distance, otherwise, I shall not be accountable if you get caught in the crossfire. Before anyone could respond, I immediately created 2 shadow clones, marking one of them, and dispatched it using the Flying Thunder God technique to find a more open area. Meanwhile, the other clone and I engaged in a fierce battle with Kakuzu and Haiden. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. I unleashed a technique of equal might to that of Madara. Seeing the extensive flames, Kakuzu instinctively dragged Haiden away to evade the onslaught. In unison with my clone, I executed Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. The two adversaries began to retreat in disarray, dodging attacks as they fled. After a series of exchanges, the clone finally sent a signal indicating it had found a suitable location. We exchanged glances and, taking advantage of their momentary distraction, used the Flying Thunder God to teleport to the designated site. Behold, this shall be your grave. Are you too satisfied? I proclaimed, casting my Flying Thunder God kunai mockingly. Little brat, how dare you underestimate me? I am immortal. Kakuzu retorted, his expression grave as he realized my strength and contemplated an escape. Knowing he and Haiden could not prevail, I disregarded their thoughts and boldly stated, neither of you shall escape today, not even if Jesus himself were to intervene. Just as they pondered who I referred to as Jesus, a blinding light enveloped me. Have you ever experienced the speed of light kick? I asked. And with a swift motion, Haiden was sent flying 2 kilometers away before I pursued him, leaving Kakuzu to my clone. The clone unleashed a barrage of water-style ninjutsu and laser beams upon Kakuzu, eventually exhausting itself before finishing him off with a spiraling shuriken, sending him to the depths of hell. As for my main body, upon catching up to Haiden, I swiftly severed his head and sealed his body, ultimately reducing his head to a fine powder with the spiraling shuriken. It was unavoidable. 2 immortals of such caliber were easily dispatched. Haiden, with nothing but his immortality and physical prowess, was no match. while Kakuzu's 5 hearts proved to be a simple obstacle. Having concluded the battle, I activated my Byakugan to locate Ino and the others. Upon sensing them, I advanced at light speed, arriving before the Leaf villagers. "How is Asuma?" I inquired. Ino collapsed into my arms, exclaiming, "We just finished." Thankfully, his injuries did not worsen. He should be fine after resting for about a month. I gently stroked Ino's hair. Smiling, "That is a relief. I dealt with those Akatsuki members myself. Let us return together. I have something for Lady Tsunade." With that, I, along with Shikamaru, Choji, and the 2 Leaf gatekeepers, transported Asuma on a stretcher back to the Leaf village. Upon learning of the situation, Kurenai rushed to the hospital, while I made my way directly to Tsunade's office. "Is this the immortality you spoke of?" Tsunade inquired as I unveiled the headless corpse from the scroll. Indeed. Though I severed his head, he remained alive. However, I am uncertain of what will happen to his body once I obliterate the head, so I thought it prudent to bring it to you for research. Understood. I will have someone examine it. You may leave now. Very well, I shall take my leave. I replied before heading toward Naruto's training area. At that moment, Naruto had just completed the first phase of his training and was resting on the ground. "Hey, have you completed the first phase?" I asked as I approached him. "Yeah, what were you doing?" Naruto queried, curiosity piqued. "I encountered Asuma while he was engaged with the Akatsuki, and Ino called for my assistance. I just finished dealing with them." I recounted the events to Naruto and Yamato before commencing Naruto's instruction for the second phase of his training. "Naruto, stand on the bridge that Captain Yamato constructed over the waterfall. Then create shadow clones to span its length. Finally, using the method from the first phase, work together to sever the waterfall." With that, I took my leave. Days passed seamlessly, with my time spent accompanying Ino. Shikamaru and Choji visited to express their gratitude for saving Asuma, followed by Kurenai, who also conveyed her thanks. Their appreciation was heartwarming but also slightly embarrassing, nonetheless. I reassured them that it was a trivial matter, as we were all comrades in the village. During my free time, I made sure to observe Naruto's training. On the 4th afternoon, I arrived at the training grounds to find Naruto had completed the second phase. I began guiding him through the final stage. "Naruto, I will now teach you the last phase of your training. You must incorporate the sensation of severing the waterfall into your Rasengan, thus infusing it with wind chakra to create a wind release version of the Rasengan. I suggest you create 2 shadow clones, in groups of 3. One will stabilize the Rasengan, while the other infuses it with wind chakra." Turning to Yamato, I cautioned, "Captain Yamato, this is the most critical and perilous step. It is easy to exhaust chakra at this stage, which may lead Naruto to draw upon the Nine-Tails chakra. I need you to intervene immediately if he shows any signs of the Nine-Tails cloak." Yamato nodded seriously, "Understood. I will ensure it is managed." I nodded, then addressed Naruto. "Now? I will demonstrate the completed wind release Rasengan as I promised. Watch closely." With that, I entered Sage mode, my body enveloped in golden light, and a massive windmill-like Rasengan materialized before Naruto and Yamato. "Zetsu, is this what it looks like when it's complete?" "So cool," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Such an enormous chakra." Yamato echoed in awe. "Exactly. Now, Naruto, you may want to ponder what to name this technique," I said as I dissipated the wind Rasengan. Naruto squinted, stroking his chin in deep thought. After a moment, he brightened and declared, "How about wind release? Raisen Shuriken? That is an excellent name. Henceforth, it shall be known as the wind release, Raisen Shuriken. Keep practicing. This will become your signature jutsu." I encouraged, smiling. "All right, I'll work hard to master it." Naruto cheered, determination in his eyes. "I shall not disturb you further. Focus on your training. I will fetch Hinata to keep you company." With a chuckle, I departed. Naruto blushed upon hearing my words, but quickly composed himself, summoning approximately 300 shadow clones to begin his training. I made my way to the Hyuga household. Knocking on the door, a servant from the branch family soon appeared, inquiring about my visit. "I am Senju Tetsuya, here to see Hinata about a matter. Please inform her." "Certainly, Lord Senju Tetsuya. Please wait a moment while I notify the head of the clan." The servant hurried off to inform Hayashi Hyuga. At that moment, a voice shattered the tranquility of Senju Tetsuya's existence. "Ding! Warning! Warning! The Worlds will has detected a force not belonging to this realm. It is seeking the source of this power to obliterate it. Please prepare within 24 hours. The system will assist in your transformation." Upon hearing the system's voice, I was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? The will of the world? Goodness! Without regard for decorum, I dashed into the Hyuga clan's courtyard and seized the servant who was about to announce my arrival to the clan leader. "Excuse me, where's Hinata? Take me to her immediately. I have urgent matters to discuss." Oh, please follow me." The servant, sensing my urgency, wasted no time and led me to Hinata. We traversed 2 corridors and arrived at the training ground of the Hyuga estate, where Hinata was engaged in a sparring session with Niji, developing her own unique techniques. "Hinata, I need to speak with you for a moment." Tetsuya-kun, you're here? What is it?" Hinata, noticing my haste, was somewhat perplexed by my urgency. "I have a pressing matter, so I'll be brief. Naruto is training a new jutsu at the 5th training ground, and he is on the brink of success. But it is also the most perilous step. I hope you can go and encourage him when you have a moment." Oh, all right, no problem." Hinata blushed slightly at the thought of cheering for Naruto. "Well then, I must find Lady Tsunade. We shall talk later, Niji as well." Without waiting for a response, I vanished in an instant. This left Hinata and Niji staring at each other in confusion. I burst into the Hokage's office, exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade, urgent matter." "Tetsuya, what is so urgent?" "Hokage-sama, please find me a secluded place where I can enter seclusion for training, I beg you." I rushed into the office, speaking in haste. Tsunade frowned upon hearing my urgency. "What is going on? Why the sudden need to enter seclusion? Explain yourself, so I can assess the situation. Otherwise, I cannot accommodate you." "Lady Tsunade, it's urgent. There's no time for explanations. I will clarify everything once my training is complete. No, the ninjas in the village are currently on missions. I had already arranged tasks for you after your long rest." Tsunade firmly declined. "Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do," I replied, removing my leaf headband from my shoulder and placing it on Tsunade's desk. "Kid, what are you doing?" Tsunade shouted in anger. My temper flared, and I retorted, "I told you, I'm in a hurry. I'll explain later. If you want to allow me to train, then I'll leave the village and find a place to train on my own." With that, I prepared to depart. "Wait." Tsunade, recognizing my seriousness, reconsidered and said, "All right. There's a cave behind Hokage Rock where the 4th and Jiraiya used to train. You can go there." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, I promptly left. "Here." Tsunade tossed my headband back to me. "Next time, don't casually use it as a bargaining chip." "Understood," I replied without looking back. After exiting the Hokage building, I created 2 shadow clones, sending one to find Ino and the other to locate Naruto, informing them that I would be in seclusion for training and would reach out after I was finished. As I departed, Tsunade pondered seriously. This boy, Tetsuya, usually quite lazy, has never been so eager to train as today, and he doesn't want to be disturbed. Even in urgency, he wouldn't act as he did earlier. Something must have occurred, or he is grappling with an issue. With that, she called out, "Come here." An Umbu appeared. "Hokage-sama, arrange a team to seal off the cave behind Hokage Rock. No one is to approach without my permission. Immediately contact Jiraiya and instruct him to return at once. Inform him that something has happened in the village." "Understood." The Umbu vanished in an instant. "Shizen," Tsunade called. Hurrying to the office, Shizen asked, "Hokage-sama, what is it?" "Dispatch a barrier team to the cave behind Hokage Rock and meet me there. I will head over first," Tsunade said, leaping out of the window. Chapter 37. A new beginning approaches. As Tsunade issued her commands, I was seated within the cave, conversing with the system. "System, please clarify what you meant when you said the world consciousness has discovered me?" "Yes, however, it has not yet located the host. It merely detected a force not belonging to this world and has begun searching." "Why? Wasn't everything going smoothly before?" "Although the host had been using it before, it did not impact the original plot." "Hasn't Ino already been altered by me?" "Currently, Ino has not married the host, so it is not considered a change. She may still end up with Sai." "Does that mean I was discovered only after eliminating Kakuzu and Haiden?" "Correct, host. After the transformation, if I alter the plot, will I still be discovered?" "No. If the host solely utilizes the powers of this world, it will no longer be considered the plot, and the host will be regarded as a person of this world, rendering the concept of a plot irrelevant. Then, is this so-called world consciousness the sage of 6 paths?" "All right, I suspected as much. It must be that old man's doing." "Will I lose the ability to use the Gomu Gomu no Mi after the transformation?" "Theoretically, you can still use it, but it will be modified by chakra, and the summoned beasts previously provided to the host will be reclaimed by the system and transformed into Yang attribute chakra. The summoned beasts will disappear?" "Indeed, host. As your summoned beasts do not originally belong to this world, Then I cannot transform into a dragon. The host can choose to transform into a dragon and become the first dragon-shaped summoned beast in this world. Forget it. What about Sage Mode? The system will assist the host in cultivating an entirely new Sage Mode. Very well, let us commence. Please be advised. To acquire the Gomu Gomu no Mi's abilities through chakra modification, the following preparations are necessary. Possession of fire, wind, lightning, and water chakra attributes, as well as the hydration technique of the Akamichi clan. Host, please note, fire combined with lightning enables the host's light to possess offensive capabilities and increase potency. Wind combined with lightning grants the host the ability to float and move at the speed of light. Lightning combined with water allows the host's light to exhibit flexibility. For instance, swift movement can evade the necessity of refraction. Learning the hydration technique will provide the host with elemental transformation. Upon reviewing the instructions, I could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! The system is leading me astray." Lightning attribute and hydration technique. I recall that Suigetsu was at one of Orochimaru's bases. Let me think. Yes, it was in Orochimaru's eastern stronghold. Upon this realization, I immediately created 2 shadow clones, one to seek Kakashi for the lightning attribute chakra training method, and the other to swiftly move eastward at light speed. Host, please be reminded, you have 13 hours. If the transformation is not completed within this time, the Sage of 6 Paths will discover your location. I understand, I said, opening the panel. Host, Senju Tetsuya? Closed? Points, 32, 600. What is the situation, system? Host, due to preparations for the transformation, relevant functions are being gradually shut down. After 13 hours, all items will be reclaimed, closed, and refreshed. Can I still purchase items from the shop now? Yes. Hurry and buy me 2 replication cards. Understood, host. The system procured 2 replication cards. But now the system's backpack was unavailable, and I could only retrieve them to place in my pocket. I also noticed that the color of the tattoo on my right arm had faded, and when I called for the light, there was no response. At this moment, outside the cave, shortly after my 2 shadow clones departed, Tsunade arrived at the cave entrance, instructing, "Barrier team, erect a barrier around this mountain. No one is to approach without my consent." Yes, X6. At that moment, Kakashi was at home perusing a risque book when he suddenly noticed someone arriving. Upon seeing my shadow clone, he inquired what the matter was. The shadow clone informed Kakashi of its need to cultivate lightning-style chakra. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately retreated into his dwelling, presenting the shadow clone with his scroll for lightning attribute training. Meanwhile, the shadow clone soared eastward, utilizing its heightened perception to finally locate the base with 3 hours remaining. Inside the base, the shadow clone engaged in a transaction with Mizuki, offering him freedom in exchange for the water transformation technique. As for whether it could be mastered, that was left entirely to his own efforts. After liberating Mizuki, the shadow clone found a secluded spot to practice the technique taught by him, while Mizuki sought his great sword within the base. Thus, with only half an hour left, the shadow clone successfully learned the water transformation technique and subsequently dispelled itself. In the cave, I utilized the training scroll brought back by the shadow clone to cultivate my own lightning-style chakra through careful replication of the techniques. I then awaited news from the other shadow clone when suddenly, a message infiltrated my mind, indicating that the water transformation technique had been mastered. Once the preparations were complete, I declared, "System, all set. We may commence the modification." The system responded, "Understood, host." Initiating diagnostics. It continued, "Please select your desired appearance." I opted to retain my current form, with the exception of altering my hair to a light golden hue. The system cautioned, upon completion of the modification, the host will possess only the abilities of the Shining Fruit, while all powers of Satoru Gojo will be rendered unusable. I replied, "That is acceptable. I merely require Gojo's aesthetic. The eyes shall remain blue, and the eyebrows will match the color of my hair." The system acknowledged, commencing the modification process, which will span 1 month. It provided a friendly reminder. The Sage Chakra and Brilliance stored in the host's arm have been absorbed, to be transformed into Solar Attribute Sage Chakra, which will be integrated into this modification. The distribution will be as follows: Water 0. 5. Water Transformation Technique 0. 5. Fire 1, Lightning 1, Wind 1, Solar 6. Very well, let us begin, I affirmed. The system stated, the modification will take approximately 1 month. During this period, the host will enter a dormant state. Please ensure the surrounding environment is secure. Farewell, host. 3, 2, 1, commence. 2 weeks later in the Hokage's office. Tsunade. I'm back. I heard there was trouble in the village. What happened? Jiraiya questioned as he entered. Ah, Jiraiya, you're back. It's not about the village. It's about that brat. Tetsuya, Tsunade replied. Tetsuya? What did he do? Get caught peeping on young girls. Jiraiya jested. You fool. Not everyone is like you. Tsunade retorted angrily. Previously, Tetsuya rushed to me, desperately seeking a secluded place to train. I initially refused, but he tossed aside his forehead protector and attempted to leave the village. In the end, I allowed him to train at the location where you and Minato once practiced, Tsunade recounted as she leaned back in her chair. I thought it was something serious. You're calling me back for this? If he wants to train, let him. That kid is already sharp. He might develop some extraordinary jutsu, Jiraiya said as he plopped down on the sofa. The issue is, I sense something amiss. Otherwise, why would I summon you back? Tsunade rolled her eyes. What did you notice? I noticed that the kid seemed extremely anxious, as if something bad could happen at any moment. He even lost his temper with me. After I arranged for him to leave, I pondered the situation and felt he must be facing some sort of trouble or health issue that necessitated his intensive training or perhaps even a healing retreat. Tsunade analyzed seriously. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, wore a solemn expression as he contemplated the implications. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in, Tsunade called. As the door swung open, both Jiraiya and Tsunade turned to see Naruto enter. Hey, Granny Tsunade. Oh, the pervy sage is here too. Naruto exclaimed upon entering. Yes, Naruto. What brings you here? Tsunade inquired. Oh, it's like this. Tetsuya came to me earlier and said he was going into seclusion for training. He instructed me to find you, Granny Tsunade, to arrange for the pervy sage to take me to learn sage mode. But since you're here, there's no need to trouble you, Naruto explained with a smile. I see. So what jutsu are you training in? Tsunade asked, intrigued. Tetsuya only mentioned that you were training. He didn't elaborate on your progress. Jiraiya also looked at Naruto with curiosity, awaiting his response. It's the jutsu Tetsuya promised to teach me when he returned after saving Gaara. It's a wind-style fusion of the Rasengan, and I even gave it a super cool name. Tetsuya said this jutsu will become my signature technique, Naruto proclaimed proudly. Oh, Naruto, you've mastered chakra nature transformation as well? Pray tell, what is the name of this jutsu? Jiraiya asked, suddenly captivated. Ahem, it's called wind release, Raisen Shuriken, Naruto declared, his head held high like a proud peacock. Tsunade and Jiraiya chuckled at Naruto's exuberance. Jiraiya then said, well then, Naruto, let us head to the training ground and see the fruits of your labor. With that, Jiraiya stood, beckoning Tsunade to join him. While Tsunade instructed the ANBU to summon Kakashi to the 7th training ground to meet her. Thus, the group made their way to the nearby 7th training ground. At the 7th training ground, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yamato, Kakashi, Hinata, and even Sakura and Ino, who had come to witness Naruto's accomplishment of mastering an S-rank jutsu, gathered eagerly. Ahem, I shall begin now. Please stand back, Naruto announced, creating 2 shadow clones to perform the jutsu. The crowd stepped back as they watched Naruto. When suddenly a buzzing sound filled the air and a massive spiraling wind-shaped Rasengan materialized before them. Indeed, it was the wind release, Raisen Shuriken. The powerful winds generated by the jutsu whipped against their faces, causing discomfort. At that moment, Naruto raised the Raisen Shuriken with one hand and charged toward a wooden post, striking it with tremendous force. Following this, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear at his previous position, leaving behind a colossal circular wind-style jutsu crashing against the post. Jiraiya marveled inwardly. Minato, this kid Naruto has surpassed you. The Rasengan has evolved into a nature-altered technique. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, this jutsu was taught to Naruto by Tetsuya, leading him to believe that Tetsuya had assisted Naruto in its development. After a minute, the jutsu dissipated, leaving the spectators reeling from its residual force, and it took a while for everyone to regain their composure. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she addressed Naruto. You are forbidden from using this jutsu again. The wind release, Raisen Shuriken, has been classified as an S-rank forbidden technique. Naruto, who had been elated moments ago, instantly hung his head in disappointment, while Jiraiya inquired, What's wrong, Tsunade? Is there something amiss with this jutsu? Tsunade replied, This jutsu is far too perilous. It poses a danger not only to the target, but also to the user. Just look at Naruto's hands. The others turned to observe Naruto's palms, which bore numerous fine cuts from the technique. Tsunade elaborated, "This is the inherent danger of this jutsu. Observe that wooden post. It has been utterly obliterated." After examining Naruto, I discovered that this jutsu simultaneously severs the chakra pathways of both the attacker and the target, with the user experiencing milder symptoms. However, prolonged use will lead to a loss of function in the arm. Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, the crowd was taken aback, astonished by the perilous nature of this ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood contemplatively beside them. At that moment, Naruto spoke up, "Grandma Tsunade, I'm already acquainted with this. Zetsu had mentioned it to me previously, which is why I asked the perverted sage to take me to Mount Mayaboku for sage training." Zetsu indicated that a prerequisite to utilizing this ninjutsu is mastering sage mode. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura recalled Zetsu's earlier remarks, and thus she affirmed to Tsunade, "Indeed, Master, Zetsu-kun did say exactly that." Kakashi then added, "Yes, Lady Tsunade. Zetsu indeed educated us on sage chakra." At this juncture, Jiraiya interjected, interrupting Kakashi, "I see. I understand why Zetsu wanted me to take Naruto to train in sage arts." The assembly turned their attention towards Jiraiya, who elaborated, "You see, the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku enhances one's abilities in a balanced manner, significantly augmenting all physical attributes and providing remarkable resilience. In other words, if Naruto employs this ninjutsu while in sage mode, it would pose no harm to himself." With Jiraiya's elucidation, everyone grasped Zetsu's rationale for urging Naruto to learn sage mode. Jiraiya then mused that Zetsu is truly brilliant. His thought process is exceptionally clear, and his training regimen is meticulously designed to cater specifically to Naruto's unique training, each step carefully orchestrated to spare him from unnecessary detours. In that moment, the group realized that Zetsu had been calculating all of this long before, marveling at his genius. Hearing their conversation, Naruto acknowledged Zetsu's dedication, silently vowing, "Thank you, Zetsu. Should you ever need my assistance, I shall undoubtedly be at your service." Tsunade, reflecting on Jiraiya's comments, pondered for a moment before stating, "Naruto, for now, cease your training and take some time to recuperate and heal your injuries. During this period, refrain from using this ninjutsu. Afterwards, I will assign you a mission, and upon its completion, I will arrange for you to accompany Jiraiya to Mount Mayaboku for sage training." "Understood, Grandma Tsunade," Naruto replied affirmatively. "Well then, with that settled, everyone is dismissed. Jiraiya, let us return to the office." With that, Tsunade departed. In the Hokage office, Tsunade resumed their earlier discussion. "What are your thoughts on Zetsu's situation?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya responded, "I believe you have a valid point. How about this? I will remain in Konoha for the time being to keep an eye on matters while you continue to coordinate missions for Naruto and the others. We shall observe how Zetsu resolves his issues, and once he does, I will take Naruto to Mount Mayaboku for training." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. Recently, Danzo has been rather unruly, so having you here puts my mind at ease. Once Zetsu's situation is resolved, we can inquire about his plans for Naruto's next steps." Jiraiya chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Shifting all the responsibilities onto that kid. You've certainly made things easier for yourself. When he finds out, I wonder how he'll scold you behind your back." Tsunade smirked. "He deserves it. After all, that kid was shouting in my office. I am his elder sister. How dare he insult me? Just wait until I break his legs." After Jiraiya shrugged, seeing that matters were resolved, he took his leave, heading off to indulge in some peeping at the women's bathhouse. Chapter 39. The elimination of super bloodline. Thus, as the days passed, once Naruto had healed, Tsunade summoned Kakashi's team, Ino's team, and Asuma's team, instructing all three groups to head to the Land of Water, specifically to the Hidden Mist Village, to assist the 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, in capturing the Three Tails. However, this time, Kakashi, Ino, and Asuma did not participate. Instead, Yamato led the team. As Kakashi had other obligations, Ino was several months pregnant, and visibly so, and Asuma had to take leave to accompany her. As Naruto and his team embarked on their mission, Jiraiya received intel regarding the Akatsuki organization. The information indicated that the leader of Akatsuki was hiding within the Rain Village. Consequently, Jiraiya bid farewell to Tsunade and prepared to investigate. Much like in the original narrative, the two made a fateful wager on the streets at dusk, one that Tsunade would regret for the rest of her life. A month slipped by quietly. Inside a secluded cave, a voice announced, Ding, transformation successful. The host is about to awaken. At that moment, a figure slowly opened his eyes, revealing our protagonist, Senju Zetsu. Finally, it has come to an end. My body feels so stiff, he exhaled. System, how much time has passed? The system replied, since the host entered hibernation, 32 days and 10 hours have elapsed. 32 days. That was quite a lengthy slumber, Zetsu mused. System, open the ninjutsu shop. After a considerable time, once he completed his purchase of the desired ninjutsu, he began to examine his panel. Host, Senju Zetsu appearance. Light golden hair, blue eyes, hairstyle akin to Takigakure's Genji bloodline. Senju clan abilities. Bloodline elimination of light release. Wind. Fire, lightning, water, yang, stamina, max, mental, max strength, max, speed, max chakra, 10-ton system backpack, 1 copy card, 9, 8 billion Ryo activated ninjutsu, mastery of combat, mastery of swordsmanship, sage mode, human, perception technique, similar to Tobarama's, planetary Rasengan, spiral shuriken light release, Yada mirror, Yada jewel, laser beam, Kusanagi sword, roar of light, light speed kick water release, water formation wall, water severing wave, water dragon bullet, water dragon bite explosion fire release, great fire extinguishing, great fire disappearance points, 330. These ninjutsu should suffice, he concluded. After acquiring the techniques, he turned his attention to the other descriptions. Phew. Thankfully the funds remain intact, otherwise, my bar venture would have met an untimely demise before it even began. System, what does the human sage mode entail? The system responded, host. The human sage mode refers to, the host has not signed a summoning contract with the 3 great sage lands. The system has modified the host's tattoo, enabling the host to absorb natural energy in the human realm and convert it into sage chakra, thus forming a human version of sage mode. The system further cautioned. The host has a small tattoo on the shoulder, resembling the Akatsuki clan's wedge. When the host activates sage mode, the tattoo will crawl up the right arm. This modification utilizes the host's previous tattoo, which will automatically absorb a small amount of natural energy for storage. When activated, it will convert into sage chakra, functioning similarly to the Ein seal. Ha ha ha, system, you truly are considerate. You've ushered me into the tattoo era ahead of time. By the way, system, how long can I remain in sage mode, and how long can I utilize it? The system elaborated, the duration for entering sage mode depends on the host's training. Once proficient, it can be activated instantaneously. The usage duration is, a fully charged wedge can sustain sage mode for approximately 1 week, after which it will cease to absorb natural energy until it is recharged, which takes about 3 weeks. Understood. It appears that my immediate objective is to master sage mode. Activating sage mode will grant me a tattooed arm. The thought alone is exhilarating. With that, he rose, stretching his body. Observing that the surroundings remained unchanged since a month ago. It's time to emerge. I haven't seen my companions in so long, and I wonder how they are faring. With this thought, he made his way toward the cave's entrance. Upon exiting, he noticed several Umbu patrolling the area, prompting him to approach them. Hey there, comrades, what brings you here? Zetsu-sama, you have emerged. One Umbu exclaimed in surprise. I just woke up. Is something wrong? And no, Zetsu-sama. It was the Hokage's orders to station a small Umbu team here to prevent unauthorized access. The Umbu replied respectfully. Is that so? Understood. Thank you for your hard work. You may withdraw now and dismantle the barrier as well. With a wave of his hand, he departed. It was X6 who, after discussing one of the hidden matters, departed to inform the others. In the Hokage's office, I knocked and entered. Tetsuya, finished training? Why has your hair changed color? Tsunade looked up at me, visibly surprised. Yes, I just completed my training and came to report to you. As for my hair, it must be a result of my training. Is that so? Do tell, what exactly happened? At that moment, Tsunade paused her actions to focus on me. Listening to her inquiry, I sighed. Koyo, I apologize for the trouble. I could only let you take the blame for me. I then recounted the explanation I had devised with the system. Well, how should I put it? My body encountered an issue, and my previous summoning beast, for some unknown reason, attempted to seize my body. Realizing something was amiss, I sought a secluded place to resolve it, and then I came to find you. As you know, later, upon entering the cave, I began attempting to absorb the summoning beast's power. After absorbing it, the beast perished, and I contemplated how to integrate this power. As my body could not withstand it, I thought of the bloodline limit. Once I had a direction, I dispatched 2 shadow clones, one to seek out Kakashi for lightning attribute training methods, and the other to locate a member of the Kirigakure clan, from whom I learned the water transformation technique. I then commenced my attempts to create a bloodline limit in the cave, but unexpectedly, what I created was not a bloodline limit at all. Not a bloodline limit? What is it then? Tsunade interjected. Well, it isn't a bloodline limit. It's a bloodline elimination. Bloodline elimination? Tsunade exclaimed in shock, with Shizun also expressing her surprise. Yes, it is a bloodline elimination, but to be precise, it is a fusion of 4 elemental attributes. I previously absorbed the summoning beast's abilities, which consisted of an immense amount of yang chakra, overwhelming my body. Thus, I began to merge wind, fire, lightning, and water, along with the water transformation technique and yang chakra. Initially, it was quite challenging, as improper ratios would hinder fusion. But ultimately, I discovered the optimal proportions, resulting in this fusion. Since I was unsure of what to call the 4 attributes combined, I referred to it as bloodline elimination. After finishing my explanation, I stood by, observing Tsunade. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade remarked, "Indeed, there has never been a bloodline limit arising from the fusion of 4 elemental attributes in the shinobi world, so I am uncertain what to call it either. Let's go with bloodline elimination. By the way, what is your bloodline elimination?" Light release, a mutation resulting from the fusion of the summoning beast's substantial yang chakra. And I can also utilize the water transformation technique from the Kirigakure clan. I term this ability elementalization. Light release. I recall your previous summoning beast possessed light-based abilities. Thankfully, you are unscathed. When you entered for training, I suspected there might be an issue with your body, Tsunade said with a hint of surprise. Haha, is that so? Nevertheless. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade smiled, saying, "All right, you rascal, you have the day off. Come report to me tomorrow morning. I have a mission for you." Understood, no problem. I readily agreed. By the way, Lady Tsunade, I have a theory that I am curious if you are aware of. At that moment, I recalled something significant. Tsunade looked at me with curiosity. What theory? Please share. It pertains to wood release. I have a hypothesis regarding the long-standing mystery of why no one has successfully awakened wood release. I revealed this astonishing notion. What? Tsunade and Shizun exclaimed in unison. Chapter 40. Subverting everyone's understanding. Yes, indeed. This is merely my personal conjecture, and Lady Tsunade, we can discuss it together, as pondering these matters is not against the law. I awaited Tsunade's response. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, Shizun, go fetch Kakashi and Jiku. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizun replied before leaving to summon them. By the way, Lady Tsunade, how have Ino and the others been lately? Kakashi's team, Asuma's team, and Kurenai's team have all been assigned to missions in the Mist Village. They should return after some time, Tsunade informed. Oh, and what of that lecherous old man? Has he gone out spying again? Jiraiya set off to the Rain Village a week ago to gather intelligence, as it is rumored that the Akatsuki leader is there. However, I feel a sense of unease regarding this mission, Tsunade said, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, I was taken aback, thinking, wow, she has an uncanny intuition. Isn't this the plot where Jiraiya is killed by Nagato? Is it happening so soon? However, given the timing, it seems he may not be saved. It is too late. While I pondered this, Kakashi and Jiku arrived. Hey Tetsuya, you're back. Kakashi greeted me. Jiku smiled and said, Oh, isn't that Tetsuya? Long time no see. You've grown taller. Kakashi, Uncle Jiku, it's been a while. Alright, we can chat later. Tetsuya just mentioned he might have uncovered the secret of wood release, so I called you both over to listen, Tsunade interrupted. Kakashi and Jiku instantly adopted serious expressions. And Tsunade added, Alright, Tetsuya, please share your insights with us. Oh, certainly. What I am about to convey is based on my conjecture following the development of my bloodline elimination. Kakashi and Jiku were astounded upon hearing that I had developed a bloodline elimination, yet they refrained from speaking, waiting for me to continue. First, let me clarify that my bloodline elimination is a fusion of wind, fire, lightning, water, along with the water transformation technique from the Kirigakure clan, culminating in the development of light release bloodline elimination. As we all know, the chakra we typically encounter consists of only 5 elemental types. The yin and yang attributes are not well understood. However, Uncle Jiku's clan possesses yin attributes, while the Akimichi clan's expansion technique corresponds to yang attributes. Thus, I wondered if perhaps the original wood release was not a bloodline limit, but rather a bloodline elimination. Bloodline elimination? They exclaimed in unison. Yes. Consider this. What does a plant require to grow? Jiku responded. In addition to water and soil, it also needs sunlight. Suddenly, Jiku realized, Tetsuya, are you suggesting? Precisely. I believe it involves the combination of water and earth, fused with yang attributes, ultimately resulting in the mutation that is wood release. Just as the Uchiha Sharingan is stimulated by an excessive amount of in attribute chakra, leading to its activation. Moreover, Inoki's dust release is an ordinary bloodline elimination that merges wind, earth, and fire, hence lacking the derivative abilities of the original wood release, such as absorbing others' chakra. The capability to absorb chakra is also a significant factor in the original wood release's strength. However, the absorbed chakra likely serves solely as nourishment for the wood release and cannot be utilized otherwise. During the initial battle between the first Hokage and Madara, he would not have been so beleaguered. My light release derivative, elementalization, allows for movement at the speed of light, thus rendering the flying thunder god technique unnecessary. As both speeds are comparable, everyone was left speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade inquired, from what you've said, it seems quite plausible. Tetsuya, do you think if we were to research your theory in the village now, what are the chances of success? Kakashi and Jiku looked at me expectantly. I believe the chances are slim. Moreover, I haven't finished. It's not just about knowing how to fuse, it also requires fine-tuning the fusion ratios. As each body is different, and so are the ratios for fusion. Take me for example. If we consider 10 as the standard, my light release ratio is water 0. 5. Water transformation technique 0. 5. And wind, fire, lightning each at 1, with yang attribute at 6. With this ratio, none of you would succeed. Which is why I say it is improbable. The differences in individual physical conditions mean that using the same ratios for fusion would be futile. Additionally, the yin and yang attributes of chakra are innate. For instance, the first Hokage certainly did not possess the wood release technique from birth, as his yang chakra was insufficient. It was only after reaching adulthood that he inadvertently combined water and earth, leading to an automatic fusion of a quantifiable amount of yang chakra within his body, thereby developing the wood release. Moreover, employing techniques that utilize fused yang chakra requires a consumption of the yang chakra within one's body. Once depleted, it would continue to extract itself. The likely reason for the first Hokage's premature demise is that the rate at which he refined yang chakra could not keep pace with the frequency of its use, resulting in an underlying ailment, particularly given the tumultuous nature of the Warring States period. Take Captain Yamato, for instance. He inherently lacks yang chakra. The presence of yang chakra in Hashirama's cells explains the disparity in the potency of Yamato's wood release compared to that of the first Hokage. With only a minuscule amount of yang chakra present in Hashirama's cells, and the process of extraction being both slow and scant, Yamato is unable to refine any yang chakra himself. To illustrate the fusion of their respective attributes, for the first Hokage, water and earth would be rated at 2, while yang would be 6. In contrast, Yamato might possess water at 3, earth at 2, and yang at 5. After my explanation, Shikamaru summarized, stating that each individual's physiological structure differs, thus necessitating varying fusion ratios. Additionally, special bloodline techniques, such as wood release, require the integration of either yin or yang attributes. Indeed, as Uncle Shikamaru mentioned, the existence of yin and yang attributes is often imperceptible, leading many to mistakenly believe they are merely bloodline limits, when in fact they represent the fusion of 3 types of attributes. Furthermore, if I were to integrate yang attributes, I would essentially possess a super bloodline limit that combines 5 attributes. Under normal circumstances, we cannot extract or utilize yin and yang. They are passively refined and fused by the body. Upon absorbing this information, the group fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, Tsunade declared that we had comprehended the situation and would not pursue related research at this moment. Instead, we would compile a list of ninjas in the village possessing bloodlines or yin and yang attributes and inquire whether they could ascertain the fusion ratios of their techniques. Tsunade then ordered, Shikamaru, you shall oversee this matter. We are not in a hurry and can take our time to gather the information. Understood, Lady Hokage, Shikamaru responded, departing. Kakashi, you may return now. You have worked hard. Tsunade gestured to Kakashi, who also took his leave. Seeing Shikaku and Kakashi exit, Shizun stepped in. At that moment, only 3 of us remained in the office. Tsunade smiled at me and remarked, "You haven't left yet. Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Clearing my throat, I awkwardly replied, I have a small request." Tsunade chuckled, "Then do speak up rather than dawdle." "Well, I would like to request some time off to cultivate Sage Mode." "What? Another request for leave? Haven't you already mastered Sage Mode?" Tsunade asked, astonished. "Previously, yes. But after absorbing the power of my summoning beast, it perished, and I currently cannot utilize Sage Mode. However, I still possess prior training experience and wish to find a location to develop my own version of Sage Mode," I explained. Tsunade pondered for a considerable time before responding. "That is not feasible at the moment. I have a task for you. Once Naruto returns from his mission, I will arrange for you both to practice Sage Mode together. You have already devised a training plan for Naruto, so you can continue guiding him." I was momentarily bewildered and asked, "When did I help Naruto devise a training plan? Did you not instruct him to practice the Raijin Shuriken and then learn Sage Arts?" "He must master Sage Arts before he can utilize the Raijin Shuriken," Tsunade queried, perplexed. "What?" "Lady Tsunade, I developed the Raijin Shuriken, and when Naruto expressed interest in learning it, I informed him that to wield this technique, he must master Sage Mode. Otherwise, he would injure himself," I responded, astonished. "What? You developed this technique?" Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I created it during a year I spent away. Furthermore, once using Sage Mode, my body was able to withstand the technique's side effects, allowing me to deploy it effectively." "Ah, I see. Both Jiraiya and I assumed it was Naruto who developed it," Tsunade reflected with a hint of nostalgia. "One could argue that Naruto contributed to its development since I specifically had him name the technique. Given that he possesses only wind chakra, I aim to create a signature technique for him, which is why it came to fruition," I clarified. Upon hearing this, Tsunade expressed her approval. "You clever boy. It's commendable that you consider others. You truly are my brother's disciple." Clearing my throat, I tentatively asked, "So, can I leave now, sister?" "Go ahead, you rascal. Come by tomorrow morning, and I will assign you your tasks." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "All right, goodbye, sister." "Farewell, Shizun," I said as I departed. Chapter 41. Team Leader. The following morning, I entered the Hokage's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The door opened, and I stepped inside. "Hi there, sister. I'm here," I greeted with a grin. "You rascal, why are you so late? What time is it?" Tsunade complained. I lost my way on the path of life." Tsunade. "Shizun, don't use Kakashi's excuses to brush me off," Tsunade exclaimed angrily. "Lady Hokage, please calm down. Let us discuss the matter at hand." Shizun interjected to ease the tension. You little brat. Your task this time is to serve as a team leader," Tsunade stated, her tone still irritable. "What? Me? A team leader?" I pointed to myself in disbelief. "Yes, there are currently no special missions, so I have assigned you as a team leader. Besides, you tend to be lazy. This is a good opportunity for you to guide the children in the village," Tsunade smirked, as if her plan had succeeded. "Fine. Which class will I be leading?" I asked, reluctantly acquiescing. "Teammate, I intended to notify you earlier, but you were away training for a month, which is why I am only informing you now. Furthermore, Hayashi has entrusted me with his second daughter, Hinata, to be under your guidance. So be sure not to lead her astray," Tsunade instructed. "What? Why did you bring the clan leader's daughter here? Isn't that just adding to my troubles?" "What did you say?" "She is here because she holds you in high regard, and you should be honored to teach her. There is no room for negotiation." Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, raising her voice. Please don't hold me in such esteem. I don't require it," I mumbled quietly. "What? What did you say?" Tsunade glared at me sharply. Cough, cough, nothing. "When do I pick up my students?" "At 2 p.m. this afternoon at the Ninja Academy. However, you must first visit the Hyuga household to collect Hinata," Tsunade replied. "All right, I will head to the Hyuga clan now," I affirmed. "Very well. But remember to maintain a polite demeanor. The Hyuga clan is quite traditional," Tsunade cautioned. "Understood." I saluted before dashing off. Leaving the Hokage building, I made my way directly to the Hyuga clan's estate. At the Hyuga estate, I knocked on the door. The door swung open, revealing a servant from my previous visit. "Lord Senju, the young lady is currently on a mission and has not returned," the servant said respectfully. "Actually, I am not here for Hinata. I have come to visit Lord Hayashi," I awkwardly explained, recalling that I had not greeted Hayashi during my last hurried visit. "Of course. Please follow me to the reception room while I inform the clan leader," the servant said, leading me into the clan's grounds. After a while, the wooden door opened, and a tall man entered. I rose to greet him. I apologize for my earlier rudeness during my previous visit, Lord Hayashi, I said politely as we took our seats. There's no need for formalities, Seiji-kun, said Hinata with a stoic expression. The Hokage has already explained the previous matters. After all, there was an urgent situation, which can be understood. I have come here on behalf of the Hokage, as I have been appointed as the guiding jonin for your daughter, Hinata Hanabi, I stated, taking a seat and awaiting Hinata's response. Internally, I mused, such a rigid clan, no wonder few are inclined to engage with them. This kneeling position is quite uncomfortable. Hinata finally spoke. I am aware of your capabilities, Seiji-kun. I hope my daughter can make progress under your guidance. Hearing his words, I internally scoffed, such grandiloquent rhetoric. Yet he had to seek the Hokage's favor. If not for Tsunade's words, I might have been misled. However, I maintained a smile and replied, of course. As my student, I will do my utmost to teach her. Very well, Hinata said, clapping his hands. Go and bring Hanabi here. After a while, a small child entered the room. Father, did you call for me? Hanabi inquired, bowing respectfully. Yes, this is your future teacher, Senju Seiji-kun. Remember to stay close to him and learn well, Hinata instructed. Yes, father, Hanabi replied dutifully. Seiji-sensei, I look forward to your guidance. After she offered me a polite bow, I responded, very well, Hanabi-chan, I too look forward to working with you. Mr. Hinata, I shall take Hanabi with me now. I will visit again when time permits. I stated, preparing to leave. Seiji-kun, please stay for a meal before you go, Hinata insisted. I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Hinata, but I must visit 2 other children's homes, so I won't impose any longer, I replied. Understood. You are always welcome to visit, Seiji-kun, Hinata said, accompanying me to the door. Indeed, I shall return, I assured him, taking Hanabi's small hand as we departed from the Hyuga clan grounds. On our way, I asked Hanabi-chan, what kind of cuisine do you enjoy? Seiji-sensei, I'm fine with anything, Hanabi replied shyly. Is that so? How about we enjoy some Odin? That sounds great, Seiji-sensei. Then let us proceed. Thus, I led Hanabi towards the Odin shop. After lunch, I strolled with little Hanabi along the streets of Konoha. And soon the inquisitive child was captivated by various sights, tugging at my sleeve with questions. I answered her queries with a smile, aware that her upbringing was strict. And this outing was a rare treat. I disliked the oppressive atmosphere from which she came, making it uncomfortable for me as well. Noticing the time nearing 2 o'clock, I guided her towards the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving at the classroom door, I called out, Class 8, come with me. I then led Hanabi and 2 other children to the rooftop. Leaning against the railing, I observed the trio, pondering, one must belong to the Nara clan, while the one with the dog is undoubtedly from the Inuzuka clan. All right, everyone, let us begin by introducing ourselves, sharing our dreams, interests, and hobbies. I shall start. The Inuzuka child declared. Hello, teacher, my name is Inuzuka Akira. This is my partner, Kuro, and my dream is for all villagers to have dogs. I enjoy playing with Kuro and love napping with him. Hello, Seiji-sensei, I am Hinata Hanabi. My dream is to surpass my older sister. My interest lies in gentle fist techniques, and I love bananas and milk, Hanabi introduced herself. Greetings, teacher, I am Nara Shikamaru. My dream is to sleep undisturbed. I am fond of napping, and my hobby is playing shogi. Excellent. Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Senju Seiji, and you may call me Seiji-sensei or simply teacher. My dream is to make a name for myself, which I have achieved. As for interests and hobbies, I must confess they lean towards idleness. Curious, I turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, I have a question. Isn't the Inuzuka clan usually a trio? Why are you alone? Oh, that's because I'm the only one from this generation. I was born a year after my brother, Shikaku, he explained. I see. And who is your father? My father is Nara Shikaku, the younger brother of Nara Shikamaru, he replied. Understood. Now, everyone, tomorrow at 10 a.m. we shall meet at Training Ground 3 for a simple combat drill. With that, I prepared to take my leave. Seiji-sensei, Akira called out. What is it, Akira? I wanted to ask, you mentioned your dream has been realized, so what is your current title? Akira queried, a hint of shyness in his tone. With a chuckle, I replied, my current title is the Golden Flash. Wow. They exclaimed in unison. All right, little ones, see you tomorrow. Dismissed. With that, I vanished in a flash, enveloped in a golden glow. Chapter 42. A tranquil daily life. The following morning at 10 a.m., I arrived at Training Ground 3. Now that everyone is here, let us commence, I announced, creating a shadow clone. This clone possesses 1/10 of my strength. Your task is to inflict damage upon it using any means or ninjutsu at your disposal. You have 10 minutes to formulate a strategy. With that, I leapt onto a tree. The 3 children began to strategize. 10 minutes later, time's up. The exercise begins, I declared as the trio initiated their assault. With Akira leading the charge, Hanabi providing support, and Shikamaru using shadow imitation jutsu from behind. Thus, after half an hour, the 3 of them collapsed to the ground. I dispelled the shadow clone and approached them, stating, as Chunin, you performed reasonably well, effectively utilizing your learned jutsu. You've passed. Hearing passed, the trio beamed with joy. But I continued, however, I must address your shortcomings. Akira, your attacks are too chaotic, making it easy to lose focus. Hanabi, being young, lacks sufficient strength. And Shikamaru, you are too lazy. Ha. Akira and Hanabi chuckled at my remarks. Now, note this, Shikamaru, being clever, will generally devise your team's strategies. But if he becomes incapacitated and communication falters, what will you do? The 3 exchanged glances, and I pressed on. Thus, you must develop your own attack system. When together, hone your skills, and when separated, be capable of fighting independently. Understood? Understood, they replied in unison. Excellent. Luncheon is on me. Let us celebrate the establishment of Team 10, I exclaimed as we headed towards the barbecue restaurant. From the next day onward, I began to guide the trio through D-rank missions, weeding, collecting litter from the river, tidying homes, and the like, until the 3rd day when Naruto and his team returned to Konoha after completing their missions. Today is a day off. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., we will gather at the mission hall. Dismissed. Upon receiving the news, I granted the trio a day off. As I approached the Hokage building, the others were wrapping up their mission reports. I stealthily approached from behind and embraced Ino, whispering, "Welcome back, sweetheart." Ino, hearing my voice, turned to see my face and nestled her head against my chest. I greeted the others, "Hello, everyone, it's been a while." "Hey, Zeiji, long time no see." They responded warmly. "How did your mission go?" I inquired, and Shikamaru replied, "Not well. The 3 tails proved troublesome, and Orochimaru sent someone with a Kekkai Jinkai. After we left, we heard that members of the Akatsuki showed up, but we don't know what transpired." "Is that so? You all worked hard. Let us go. It's on me. Let us enjoy some barbecue." Oh, X3 Naruto, Kiba, and Choji were the most excited among the group. Thus, the crowd made their way to the barbecue restaurant, where I shared my recent circumstances with everyone. When they learned that I was now a guiding teacher and that my 3 pupils were none other than Shikamaru's cousin, Hinata's sister, and a member of Kiba's clan, they were all taken aback. "Hey, Tetsuya, are you sure you can handle Shikamaru's cousin? A big sloth with a little sloth." Kiba teased. Laughter erupted among the group. "Oh please, I am quite responsible, and soon I will begin training them," I retorted. Thus, we arrived at the barbecue restaurant, filled with laughter and conversation. During the meal, I explained the reasons for my month-long disappearance, just as I had to Tsunade. The initial shock of my spirit beast attempting to devour its master worried everyone. But upon hearing that I had consumed the spirit beast's power and developed 4 unique bloodline traits, they expressed envy, admiration, and jealousy, with some adorable glances of concern. Only Choji and Naruto continued to eat heartily, while I focused on feeding Ino. The gathering concluded with varied expressions from everyone. I then took Ino home, and as soon as we closed the door, we began to kiss passionately. 10 minutes later, I swept Ino into a princess carry and ascended the stairs. "Baby, I missed you," I murmured. "Darling, I missed you too. I love you." In the first act, as the blossoms bloomed and the grass grew lush, my beloved was on the road, enduring the storms and traversing the twilight, yearning to embrace you amidst the sea of people. In the second act, under the bright full moon, my beloved held the starlight in his hands, navigating the winds and waves, journeying through darkness, empathizing, and offering you a redemptive hope. The 2 of us continued our passionate engagement until the late hours of the night, filling the room with springtime warmth. The next day at noon, upon waking, Ino blushed at the memory of last night's epic encounter. Seeing her flushed cheeks revived my spirits, and I promptly pinned her down for a morning workout. An hour later, I emerged from the room, leaning against the wall as I descended the stairs, reflecting, indeed, only a laboring ox tires the field. Ino followed me down, her complexion radiant, clearly well-nourished. Upon finding me sprawled on the sofa, she stifled a laugh. Ha ha ha. You brought this upon yourself. Let us see if you still dare to bully me. At her teasing, I sprang up and scooped Ino into my arms, jesting. A man cannot concede defeat, and amidst her surprised exclamations, we once again engaged in play in the living room for another half hour, depleting my reserves. Hand in hand, we ventured outdoors, with Ino linking her arm with mine, her cheeks flushed and her smile radiant. Sporting my shades, I adopted a charmingly roguish demeanor. We headed to Ino's home for lunch, as she had been with me since returning to the village, and it was time to check in. Upon arriving at her house in the mountains, Aunt Keiko noticed Ino's rosy complexion and giggled behind her hand. Uncle Kai, however, regarded me with a stern expression. After all, no parent would be pleased to find their daughter courted. I felt quite anxious during the meal, fearing that even my breathing might be misinterpreted. Fortunately, Uncle Kai remained silent. Sensing the atmosphere was off, I decided to take my leave. As Ino and Aunt Keiko escorted me to the door, a voice rang out. You little rascal, take good care of Ino. Taken aback, I quickly assured, don't worry, I will dedicate my life to protecting her. Uncle Kai nodded slightly and retreated inside. Aunt Keiko smiled and said, Tetsuya, don't be intimidated by that old grump. Let me tell you a secret. He is quite pleased with you. Is that so? Thank you, Aunt, but I will keep my promise, trust me. Aunt Keiko nodded with a smile, of course. I believe in you. Now go. Aren't there 3 little ones waiting for you? All right, I'm off then. Goodbye, Aunt. Goodbye, my love. With that, I vanished in a flash of light. After I left, Aunt Keiko chuckled, looking at Ino. Oh dear, how sweet, ha ha ha. Mom, don't tease me, Ino exclaimed, covering her flushed face as she dashed back to her room. Aunt Keiko, smiling, proceeded to the kitchen without saying more. Chapter 43. A heartbreaking revelation in the afternoon. I arrived at the mission hall, searching for suitable C-rank tasks for my 3 young protégés. Considering they were all from prominent families, I felt it appropriate for them to engage with C-rank missions, allowing us to explore and help them train. Tsunade, upon seeing me leading the team, offered a C-rank escort mission to the Land of Waves. I thought to myself, another familiar place, and after communicating with the employer, we scheduled our departure for the following day at 10 a.m. I briefed the 3 young ones on the items they needed to prepare before dismissing them. That evening, Naruto approached me, inviting me to Ichiraku Ramen. As we settled in, he excitedly informed me that he had learned the Rasengan and was eager to train in sage techniques once the lecherous sage returned from his mission. I could only congratulate him and encourage him, knowing that Jiraiya had likely perished, and it was merely a matter of time before the toads arrived in Konoha. Sensing my somber demeanor, Naruto felt something was amiss, but he brushed it off and continued sharing stories about their recent mission in the Land of Mist. The next day, at 9:30 a.m., as I strolled through the streets, a sudden crash echoed, and 3 toads appeared beside the Hokage building, Frog Wentai, Frog G, and Shinsaku. Instantly, I knew Jiraiya had fallen. I sent out a shadow clone to lead the team in my stead while I made my way to the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. I pushed the door open, and an elderly voice resonated. So, this is young Jiraiya's disciple Naruto? I paused, while Tsunade explained, Lord Fukasaku, this is my cousin, Senju Tetsuya, a companion of Naruto. I greeted Fukasaku. Greetings, Lord Fukasaku. Hello, young Tetsuya, Fukasaku replied with a smile. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Tsunade inquired. I noticed the large toad by the Hokage building upon my departure, so I came to check the situation. I sent a shadow clone to commence the mission in my place, I explained. Tsunade's expression turned somber as she said, I see. I must inform you, Jiraiya has perished. What happened? I asked, my face growing serious. We should wait for Naruto to arrive before discussing the details, Tsunade replied. 5 minutes passed, and then came a knock. Come in. Naruto entered, still half asleep. Grandma Tsunade, why did you call me so early? After a moment, Tsunade spoke. Naruto, there is some bad news. Jiraiya has passed away. Bang. Naruto's mind instantly snapped to attention, staring blankly at Tsunade. Fukasaku, standing nearby, added, You must be Naruto. I am Fukasaku. Jiraiya often spoke of you. No way. How could he? Calm down, Naruto. This is true. No need for childish tantrums, I interjected, seeing his agitation. Tsunade continued once Naruto had calmed slightly. Jiraiya discovered that the leader of the Akatsuki was an Amigakure and sought to investigate. Unfortunately, He was killed by a man named Pain. What about his body? Did you bring it back? I asked. I've brought it back, and it is currently placed on Myobokuzen, but the severed arm of Jiraiya has not been found. Sage Shinsaka looked at me and spoke. At that moment, Naruto suddenly interjected. This mission was assigned by Granny Tsunade to the perverted sage, wasn't it? The others were silent. If it were the perverted sage, he would never allow Granny Tsunade to undertake such a perilous task. After speaking, Naruto turned and stormed out. Everyone understood that Naruto needed to calm down, so they let him be alone in his silence. Sage Shinsaku then said, Jiraiya took his last breath on Myobokuzen, and with his final strength, he left me a coded message. With that, Sage Shinsaku tore off his cloak, revealing the code on his back. Tsunade inquired, Sage Shinsaku, did Jiraiya share any information regarding this code with you? Sage Shinsaku shook his head. Observing this, Tsunade ordered, Shizune, immediately organize the code team to work around the clock to decipher this message. At that, I approached and examined the code, stating, this code resembles a page number, possibly from Jiraiya's novels. Search for it and arrange it accordingly. Upon hearing my words, Tsunade commanded, Shizune, also gather all of Jiraiya's written works and bring them to the code team as per Tetsuya's suggestion for decoding. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizune replied, rushing out of the office. Shizune, there's one more thing. Jiraiya mentioned that once the mission concludes, he wanted me to take Naruto to Myobokuzen to train in sage arts. Indeed, Sage Shinsaku. I had the same intention. I plan to send Naruto with you to Myobokuzen tomorrow. Very well, I shall return then. Apologies for the trouble. No need to apologize. I take comfort in seeing Jiraiya's apprentice bond so well with him. After this, he leapt onto Gamabunta's head, and the three toads dispelled their summoning and departed. At that moment, Tsunade remarked, Naruto will head to Myobokuzen tomorrow. What about you? Will you also go? Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, I promptly declined. I shall not go to Myobokuzen. I am not fond of toads. Are you jesting? The toads of Myobokuzen are indeed remarkable. Yet look at Jiraiya, who was misled into endlessly seeking the destined child, never living for himself. Moreover, their insect cuisine leaves much to be desired. Is that so? Then let us proceed to the Wetbone Forest. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately tossed me the contract scroll, urging me to sign it. I caught it, opened it, and to my astonishment, saw the name of Hashirama Senju. In addition, Ino and Sakura's names were also present, so I bit my finger, inscribed my name in blood, and pressed 5 fingerprints, completing the contract. I mused, giant slugs are not bad, at least they do not serve insect dishes. And I can coordinate with Ino to summon a formidable giant slug. Once Tsunade confirmed my contract was finalized, she began instructing me on the hand seals. Alright, the contract is complete. The sequence of hand seals for the summoning technique is boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Try it yourself. With swift movements. I completed the hand seals, summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a colossal slug appeared in the Hokage office. The slug surveyed its surroundings, and, upon spotting Tsunade, inquired, Lady Tsunade, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? This time, it was not I who summoned you, but my cousin, Tsunade replied, gesturing towards me. The slug followed her gaze and addressed me. You must be Lord Tetsuya, who has just signed the contract. You and Lady Tsunade are both of the Senju clan. Greetings. Great slug, I waved at the colossal creature. Hello, Lord Tetsuya. Is there something you require of me? The slug asked with curiosity. Oh, nothing specific. My sister asked me to try the summoning technique right after signing, so I summoned you. My apologies. No problem. If you require my presence, you may summon me at any time. We slugs are one entity, and those who appear are merely manifestations of the original, the slug replied. Is that so? Understood. You may return now. Very well. Farewell, Lord Tetsuya, Lady Tsunade. The slug wiggled its tentacles and dispelled the summoning. After the slug's departure, Tsunade asked, when will you go to the Wetbone Forest to train? After this mission concludes, it would be a good opportunity to mentor the 3 young ones. I shall take my leave now. With that, I vanished in a flash of golden light. After my departure, Tsunade stepped out of the office, leaned against the wall, and wept, cursing Jiraiya for being a scoundrel. Chapter 44. Returning to the village, exiting the Hokage building, I soared swiftly towards the village. After approximately half a day, I caught up with the others. Upon dispelling my shadow clone, I learned that a band of mountain bandits had appeared midway, and the 3 young ones had united to defeat them. Hence, I generously praised the trio. The three inquired about what had transpired, so I recounted the events surrounding Jiraiya. Upon learning that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had fallen, they were first astonished, then disbelieving, and finally, sorrow enveloped their faces. Even the employer was taken aback, for he was, after all, a legendary Sannin. Seeing the somber mood, I seized the opportunity to impart wisdom. Ninja missions are fraught with the peril of death. Every ninja must be prepared for the risks inherent in their duties. Lord Jiraiya was no exception. Furthermore, he brought back vital intelligence for Konoha before his demise. His sacrifice was not in vain, but rather heroic. Therefore, you must learn from the spirit of our predecessors. You are now a trio. Learn to trust one another and strive to protect each other in the future. I recalled a saying from my former mentor, Kakashi, those who typically fail missions are deemed trash. However, those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than that. This is a lesson you three must internalize. After imparting my teachings, we continued our journey towards the land of waves. The trio fell into contemplation, and the employer smiled appreciatively upon hearing our conversation. In the days that followed, we made our way towards our destination, finally arriving at the land of waves 3 days later. After escorting the employer to the designated location, we began our return journey. On our way back, I took the time each day to teach the three how to climb trees. Hanabi and Hikari competed to see who could reach the highest, while Kurama remained lethargic, making no effort unless prompted. Thus, we ambled along, practicing as we went. By the third day, Hanabi had successfully reached the treetop, followed closely by Hikari. Eventually, Kurama could no longer afford to be lazy and finally reached the summit on the third day. All right, you three are exhausted after these 3 days. For the remaining time, I will not schedule any further training. It's a rare opportunity to be out, so let us appreciate the scenery along the way without rushing back to the village. Hooray! They exclaimed in unison. Thus, the trio spent their time exploring the lakes, playing with small animals, and occasionally revisiting their tree climbing skills. Each day, the 3 young ones were responsible for hunting, while I retrieved seasonings from my system backpack, and we feasted on grilled meat in a variety of ways. If others were to witness this, they would surely exclaim, "What a spectacle!" While others venture out for missions, these 4 seem to be on a leisurely outing. Finally, on the 6th day, we returned to Konoha. It was astonishing. It took 3 days to go, yet 6 days to return. Upon our arrival in Konoha, we discovered that the entire village, except for the outer protective barriers, had been obliterated. I realized that pain must have invaded. I then commanded, "Everyone, stay close to me and do not wander. First, we need to find someone to inquire about the situation." "Yes," they replied in unison. We entered the village gates in search of information. Indeed, after questioning a nearby ninja, we learned that Pain had invaded Konoha in search of Naruto. Upon discovering Naruto was on Myobokuzen, he unleashed the almighty push, devastating Konoha. Naruto made a grand entrance, battling against Pain's 6 paths alone. Hinata was gravely injured while trying to save Naruto, prompting him to transform into the Nine Tails in a fit of rage to combat Pain's Deva path. Ultimately, everyone was miraculously revived, and Naruto emerged as the village's hero. At this moment, the ninja suddenly spoke, although I witnessed Naruto transforming into the Nine Tails. It appears he did not go berserk. The Naruto I saw had become a small fox with 6 tails, yet it felt as though his consciousness remained intact. "Oh, what does that mean?" I inquired with curiosity. At that time, after Naruto transformed into the 6 tails, he had directly taken the last Pain and left the Hidden Leaf village, presumably to engage in battle far away, although the sounds of the conflict could still be heard from within the village. The ninja patiently explained further. "I see, thank you." With that, I led the 3 companions deeper into the village. After a considerable time, we finally located the temporary office of the Hokage, where Uncle Jukyu and Shizun were present. I approached to greet them, saying, "Hello, Uncle Jukyu, Shizun. Ah, Tetsuya, you're back. Oh, the little brat has returned." "Yes, I just got back to the village and discovered it was in ruins, so I inquired about the situation. I now have a general understanding of the circumstances." "Well, that's good to hear. Here, take this." Uncle Jukyu handed me a map, explaining, "This shows the temporary accommodations for each family in the village. You can have your students return to find their families, and then report back to me." After that, Jukyu resumed his work. All right. I then took the 3 youngsters to seek out their respective family accommodations. After visiting each family, exchanging pleasantries, and engaging in a lengthy conversation, I was finally liberated and returned to the temporary office to find Uncle Jukyu. Uncle Jukyu, I'm here. Let us discuss the specifics of the situation. I casually took a seat on a nearby chair. Uncle Jukyu sat beside me and began to detail the combat circumstances, which aligned closely with what I had already learned. He then added, currently, the situation is that Lady Tsunade has fallen into a coma, and Danzo has sought the daimyo to request the election of a new Hokage. We are recommending Kakashi. Do you have any thoughts? After contemplating for a moment while stroking my chin, I replied, you should proceed according to your judgment, while I will find a way to treat Lady Tsunade. If it ultimately results in Danzo taking charge, so be it. We shall remain still. I have a plan for dealing with him. Hearing my words, Uncle Jukyu felt a sense of relief, sensing that I might have a backup strategy. At that moment, I asked, by the way, Uncle, is there a plan for the reconstruction of the Hidden Leaf Village? Uncle Jukyu responded, due to Lady Tsunade's coma. The Elder Council has decided to restore things in the traditional manner. Is there an available large plot of land near the bar street? I would like to purchase it to open a store later. Uncle Jukyu looked at me with a peculiar expression and asked, a store? Are you serious? Absolutely serious. Don't get any strange ideas, I said, rolling my eyes in annoyance. As long as it's serious. Otherwise, if Hachi finds out, you know the consequences. Uncle Jukyu replied with a light chuckle. Understood. Please help me check for available land. All right, wait a moment. I'll take a look. With that, Uncle Jukyu went to retrieve the map. After a while, he said, here's one option. It's located at the very edge. The previous owner had to exchange this plot for another location due to the destruction of the village. I approached the map, and the location seemed satisfactory, spacious, and quite decent. After reviewing, I stated, this will do. However, I also require another piece of land. My home has been lost, and I need to rebuild. So please find a spot close to this one to exchange with my previous residence. Uncle Jukyu began to search again, and after some time, he found another plot, albeit slightly larger than my former home. However, after inspection, I deemed it still insufficient, ultimately deciding to acquire the adjacent land as well. Little brat, you've exceeded the limit. You'll have to pay extra, Uncle Jukyu said with a stern expression. No problem. Please calculate how much these two plots will cost in total. After some calculations, Uncle Jukyu replied, excluding the area of your previous house, you will need to pay the village 850 million ryo. All right, no issue. I'll go retrieve the money and bring it right back. With that, I dashed out without further ado. Uncle Jukyu sighed, rubbing his forehead, that clumsy little rascal. Chapter 45. A father-son reunion. Upon exiting the office, I found a corner to purchase a sealing scroll from the system store, sealing my 850 million ryo within it. Once completed, I returned to the office. Uncle, it's done. Please verify the amount. I tossed the scroll to Uncle Jukyu. He looked surprised and asked, where did you acquire such a large sum of money? Oh, that? When Team 7 went to the Land of Waves right after I graduated, Zabuza killed Kato. And I took the opportunity to raid the Kato Corporation, collecting all the cash I could carry. I shrugged nonchalantly. Uncle Jukyu's expression twitched as he responded. Is that something a person should say? Nevertheless, he proceeded to finalize the land deed, and I successfully accomplished my initial plan. Afterward, I departed to find Yamato, instructing him to construct a simple 3-bedroom wooden house at my new location. Once that was settled, I went to the site where I intended to open my store and cordoned it off with caution tape. After taking care of these matters, I sought out Ino. Upon meeting her, we embraced for a lengthy moment, for this incident had truly frightened her. I then recounted the process of purchasing the land, which astonished her as she realized just how wealthy I had become. Haha, I was simply lucky. There was still quite a bit of cash at Kato's company, so I seized the opportunity. After all, this is my capital. I am preparing for our future, aren't I? Upon hearing my intention of marrying her, a rosy blush spread across Ino's cheeks, and Aunt Keiko, who was nearby, couldn't help but smile broadly at my words. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll come find you once I'm done. With that, I planted a quick kiss on Ino's lips before vanishing in a flash of light. Meanwhile, Naruto was conversing with the rebuilding ninjas when a voice called out, Hey, isn't this our great hero? Looking rather leisurely, Naruto turned to see me approaching and cheerfully exclaimed, Tetsuya, you're back. I heard you were on a mission. Yes, indeed. It was a C-rank escort mission to the Land of Waves. Come with me, I need to talk to you, Naruto said as he led me to a secluded spot where we could sit and continue. Naruto, please tell me in detail about your experience after transforming into the tailed beast. Patiently, Naruto recounted, after being ambushed by Pain. Hinata rushed out to save me, but was injured by him. In my fury, I transformed into the tailed beast. I initially feared I would lose consciousness again, but I realized I hadn't. I then took Pain away from the village to a remote location to continue the fight. Later, Pain used a technique with immense gravitational force, and I was about to be pulled in when the Ninetales suddenly spoke, instructing me to use my technique against the core. So, I unleashed the tailed beast bomb, shattering that technique, and ultimately extracted the receiver from Pain, ending the battle. Afterward, I found Pain's true body, Nagato, who turned out to be a disciple of the pervy sage. By the way, Konan was there too, and astonishingly, the body of Pain was my senior brother. In the end, I conversed with Nagato for quite some time, and he performed a technique that revived everyone. Finally, Konan took Nagato and Yahiko's bodies away. After all was said and done, I attempted to call out to the Ninetales, but he ignored me. Though Naruto felt a bit disheartened, he continued, later. When I went to Ichiraku to eat ramen, I was summoned by Myaboka Mountain, where Fukasaku informed me that the pervy sage had left the key to the Ninetale seal at Myaboka Mountain, which is how I was summoned there to retrieve the key. Upon hearing Naruto's description, I realized that he had yet to meet his father. Moreover, he had acquired the key, indicating that it was time to instruct Naruto in harnessing the power of the tailed beasts. By the way, Naruto, have you mastered Sage Mode? Yes, I just learned it. But I was summoned back to Konoha immediately, only to discover that the village had been destroyed. Then, I found myself in battle against Pain. Is that so? At that moment, it struck me. Naruto, can you still access the place where the Ninetales is sealed? Well, I can certainly give it a try. Just a moment. All right. Please do. If it works, could you inquire with the Ninetales if there is a way for me to access that place as well? Oh, sure. With that, Naruto closed his eyes and entered the sealing space. Moments later, he opened his eyes and extended his fist, saying, "The Ninetales wants us to fist bump." Thus, I bumped fists with Naruto, and in an instant, I too found myself in the sealing space, once again facing the imposing iron gate. "Hey kid, what do you want?" The Ninetales growled. I replied, "I intend to tear off the seal on this door." "What?" The Ninetales roared as it rose. Ignoring its outburst, I turned to Naruto and said, "Go ahead and tear off the seal. Is that all right? Won't the Ninetales escape?" Naruto asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. "It's fine. This seal consists of 2 layers of the 8 trigram seal, formed by 2 4-symbol seals. Even after you tear off the first layer, the second will remain intact. The intention behind allowing you to remove the first layer is to help you acclimate to the chakra of the tailed beasts. Is that so? Well then." As he spoke, Naruto approached the grand gate, the water on the ground pulling him up to the seal. Just as he was about to tear it off, a hand grasped his arm, and a voice echoed, "Not so fast, Naruto." The newcomer was none other than the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. We exchanged a glance and nodded in acknowledgement. Minato then expressed, "Thank you for taking care of Naruto, Tetsuya-kun. Oh, it's no trouble at all. You two should catch up. I won't intrude." With that, I withdrew from the sealing space, allowing the father and son to reconnect. Though my pretense of helping Naruto was partly true, my primary intention was to provide comfort to him through Minato's presence. After all, he is the beloved little son that everyone adores. Once outside, I retrieved a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, seated myself on the ground, gazed at the sky, and began to smoke. After a moment, Naruto opened his eyes and excitedly exclaimed, "Tetsuya, thank you for helping me discover who my father is." He then rambled on about the information Minato had shared, particularly about the dangers posed by the masked man, expressing confidence in Naruto's ability to overcome them, as he is indeed his proud son. "All right, Naruto. Now you should attempt to communicate with the Ninetales. I believe you two can become friends, and Jiraiya believed in you as the prophesied child. So put in the effort and strive to master the power of the tailed beasts. I must take my leave now." With that, I stood up and brushed off my clothes. "Yes, I will definitely do my best," Naruto responded enthusiastically. I paid no heed to his excitement and returned to my wooden cabin, seizing the opportunity to communicate with the system and plan for my own little villa. System. I wish to design my house. Do you have any suggestions? Host, the system has switched to design mode. You need only envision the desired layout. Is that so? How convenient. Let me think. With that, I began brainstorming. I decided to model my house after the one Naruto would have in the future, as I found it quite appealing. However, I expanded the overall structure to twice its original size, as I had noticed Boruto's room was rather small. I also designed a rectangular indoor basketball court in the back garden. Indeed, a basketball court. I planned to promote basketball after the Fourth Great Ninja War, as I had a fondness for the sport in my previous life. If circumstances permitted, I even wished to introduce soccer. Thus, I envisioned a circular villa with a garden, complete with a court. System, please convert my mental design into detailed blueprints and store them in the system's backpack. Understood, host. This will require a deduction of 100,000 points. Since your current points are insufficient, I recommend converting cash into points. What? The blueprints are that expensive? I just converted points earlier. Indeed, host. This is the best solution available. Alright then, I'll convert 10 million. Confirmed, host. Conversion complete. Points deducted and detailed blueprints have been generated and stored in your system backpack. Please check. Chapter 46. The gradual commencement of plans. I opened my system backpack and examined the generated blueprints, overwhelmed by the dense data that made my head spin. Indeed, such specialized matters should be entrusted to professionals. Nevertheless, I was quite satisfied with the appearance of the house depicted in the blueprints. After securing the blueprints back in my system backpack, I began to ponder what ninjutsu I should teach the three little ones. After some time, I had an idea. I would teach Hanabi a set of Tai Chi forms, while Hinata could learn the shadow clone technique, and Shino could train his mental fortitude. With that, I purchased the Tai Chi and mental training scrolls from the system shop, placing both scrolls into my ninja tool pouch. Having completed that, I thought it was time to tend to Tsunade's healing, so I consulted the system once more. System, do you have any medicine for Tsunade? Host, Tsunade is currently in a deep sleep due to overexerting the chakra from the Ein seal, resulting in her depletion of chakra. The system recommends that the host purchase a chakra potion from the shop. Will she wake up after drinking it? It will take approximately 3 days for the potion to assist her body in rapidly absorbing chakra. Alright, I'll buy one. A vial suddenly appeared in my hand, capped and containing 2/3 of a blue liquid. After shaking the vial, I placed it in my system backpack and checked my status panel. Host, Senju Tetsuya appearance. Light golden hair, blue pupils, hairstyle akin to Tokugawa Genji bloodline. Senju clan abilities. Bloodline limit. Light release. Wind, fire, lightning, water, yang, stamina. Max. Mental. Max strength. Max speed. Max chakra. 10 tons system backpack. 1 copy card. 2 billion cash. 1 house blueprint. 1 chakra potion activated ninjutsu. Mastery in hand-to-hand combat. Mastery in swordsmanship, sage mode, perception technique, planetary Rasengan, Rasen shuriken light release, Amaterasu, Yata mirror, laser beam, Tatsuka sword, roar of light, light speed kick water release, water barrier, water severing wave, water dragon bullet, water dragon bite explosion fire release, great fire extinguishing, great fire vanishing points. 11,500,000. Wow, that's quite expensive. System. How many points does this potion cost? Host, the potion is 300,000 points each. When a normal person is devoid of chakra, drinking the potion can restore it instantly. Please trust the system. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Alright, fine. This is quite a burden. With that, I made my way to the temporary office area. Hey, Shizune, where are Uncle Kakashi and the others? Oh, Tetsuya. They went to the daimyo's mansion to discuss selecting a new Hokage. Shizune replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I see. Don't worry, it's all right. Please take me to see my sister. Oh, of course, follow me. Shizune, seemingly unconvinced by my words, led me through a maze of corridors until we arrived at a secluded room. She paused and said, Lady Tsunade is inside. You may go in, but please do not disturb her. She is currently very weak. Thank you. With that, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, I found Tsunade lying motionless on the bed, her face haggard, and the Ein seal had vanished, revealing the signs of age in her over 50 years. Wasting no time, I carefully retrieved a chakra potion from my system backpack and administered it to her. Once I had resolved the situation, I exited the room and saw Shizune nearby. I said, all right, let us depart. She is gradually recovering and should awaken shortly. Yes, I understand. It's just a bit slow, Shizune replied. Thus, the two of us returned to the temporary office, where I exchanged greetings with Shizune before taking my leave. On my way to the home of the three young ones, I destroyed the test tube. Taking a cigarette from my pocket, I lit it and contemplated my plan. If Uncle Daijiu complied with my instructions, Danzo would assume the role of acting Hokage and participate in the 5 Kage summit, while Sasuke would pursue Danzo. Tsunade would awaken soon, and once she did, I would bring her to the summit seamlessly, a perfect transition. Lost in thought, I arrived at the Inuzuka clan's entrance and shook off my reverie as I walked through the gate. I gathered the 3 young ones at a spacious temporary training ground and said, "You have all rested for long enough. I shall now teach each of you a unique ninjutsu. Upon returning home, practice diligently, as the entire village will be quite busy, and I may not have ample time to instruct you further. For the time being, focus on your training at home." "Yes, X3 Hanabi, this is for you." I handed her the taijutsu scroll and said, "This technique is called Tai Chi, and it should complement the gentle fist of your Hyuga clan. You may learn it and attempt to blend the two, perhaps discovering new techniques." Hanabi joyfully accepted it and said, "Thank you, Teacher Tetsuya. Kiba, this is for you." I tossed him the mental energy scroll and explained, "This outlines the method for cultivating mental energy. Your Nara clan's shadow jutsu utilizes in-release chakra, and developing your mental energy will enhance its potency and ease of use in the future." "Yes, thank you, Teacher," Kiba replied, equally pleased. Next was Kurenai, a friend of mine from the Inuzuka clan. After some contemplation, I decided to teach her the shadow clone technique, as Kiba once mentioned that members of your clan could enhance their beast transformation with it. "Yes, thank you, Teacher Tetsuya," Kurenai said happily. I then explained the hand seals and precautions for the shadow clone technique to her before addressing the trio. "Before your training, you must learn to walk on water. The principle is akin to climbing trees, though it will be more challenging due to the water's fluidity. Mastering water walking will refine your chakra control, making it essential." "Yes, X3 now, upon returning home, practice water walking first. Once accomplished, you may proceed with your respective training. Best of luck, everyone." Dismissed. With that, I vanished in a flash of light. Afterward, I went to accompany Ino at her home, while Naruto received a thorough beating from the shinobi sent by the Cloud Village, as Sasuke had engaged in a fierce battle with the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, at the Kumogakure and ultimately captured him. The Cloud Shinobi came to demand an explanation, but Naruto, refusing to speak on Sasuke's behalf, took the brunt of their wrath. Due to Tsunade's unconscious state, Uncle Daijiu and the others had not returned, and the Cloud Shinobi, through Shizune, declared their intention to hunt down Sasuke before departing from Konoha. The following day, when the 12 young ones learned of the situation, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. After all, although Sasuke had defected, he had not committed any acts against Konoha. Upon hearing their discussions, I surmised that Sasuke had likely fought and let go of the Cloud Shinobi. It seemed that Toki had successfully persuaded him, and Sasuke was now likely wandering due to having activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. When the group asked for my opinion, I merely shrugged and said it mattered little. I would simply confront him when the time came. My casual response left them all in disbelief. Ultimately, Naruto resolved to seek out the Raikage and plead for Sasuke's forgiveness, while Sakura silently resolved to make a significant decision of her own. That afternoon, Danzo, adorned with the Hokage hat he had long coveted, returned to Konoha alongside Uncle Daijiu to discuss plans for the village's reconstruction. The next day, the Kage of each village received sudden word from the Raikage regarding a 5 Kage summit to be held in the Land of Iron. Our esteemed Hokage, Danzo, began his fateful journey, unaware of the countdown to his demise. Chapter 47. The Awakening of Tsunade. When Kakashi and Yamato returned, they found Naruto injured and approached to inquire about what had transpired. Upon learning that Sasuke had captured the 8 Tails from Kumogakure, both were taken aback. After Naruto finished recounting the events, he expressed his desire to ask the Raikage not to kill Sasuke. Yamato replied, "Naruto, I don't believe that is necessary. You are a hero of the village now." Kakashi, wishing to hear Naruto's perspective, added, "What are your thoughts, Naruto?" "Teacher Kakashi, Captain Yamato, if I cannot save my friend, then being a hero is meaningless. Moreover, with Tetsuya's assistance, I met my father, who has always believed in me," Naruto said with a smile. Kakashi and Yamato were momentarily stunned at the revelation of Naruto meeting the 4th Hokage. Yamato inquired, "Kakashi-senpai, could the 4th be?" "Yes, indeed. The 8 trigram seal is still quite mysterious," Kakashi pondered aloud. "Well then, since our hero has spoken, as your teacher, I shall assist. Let us go, Yamato." Kakashi smiled as he prepared to depart. "Ah, Kakashi-senpai, I think I'll sit this one out," Yamato said with a glum expression. "Huh, did you not just call me senpai? You ought to listen to your senpai," Tenzo. Ah, please don't call me that. Yamato protested, scratching his head in exasperation. Thus, the three of them shared some light-hearted banter before Kakashi led Naruto and Yamato on their mission. Just as Danzo set out, the three of them followed closely behind. Meanwhile, I was either at home relaxing or visiting Ino in the mountains until the third day. On the morning of the third day, after washing up and preparing to step out for breakfast, an umbu appeared at my door and said, "Lord Tetsuya, the Hokage requests your presence." Oh, very well, I understand. With that, I adjusted my course and headed toward the temporary office. In the temporary office, I knocked and entered. I found Tsunade ravenously eating. "Ah, you're awake, sister. You had me quite worried." "Humph, you little brat, as if I don't know you. You're probably glued to that Ino girl every day," Tsunade quipped while munching. Cough. "All right, what do you need from me?" I heard during my days of unconsciousness that Danzo has become the acting Hokage to attend the 5 Kage Summit. Deiju said this was your request to remain inactive? Yes. I intended to wait for your awakening and then attend the summit seamlessly. A perfect plan, I said, giving her a thumbs up. Nonsense. How could you know when I would awaken? Wait, did you do something to me? How could you be so precise? Tsunade suddenly narrowed her eyes at me. After a moment, I sighed and admitted, actually, I gave you a bottle of chakra recovery potion to hasten your recovery. And even if you hadn't awakened, Danzo would still meet his end. You little brat, what are you implying? What else do you know? Speak honestly. Tsunade's demeanor turned serious upon hearing of Danzo's demise. In truth, it was Sasuke. While you were unconscious, the Cloud Village sent envoys, stating that Sasuke had joined Akatsuki and captured their 8 tails. They came to Konoha to inquire about Sasuke, as they had already issued a manhunt for him. However, with both you and Danzo absent, they departed. If Sasuke were to learn of Danzo's participation in the 5 Kage Summit, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him, for he has already slain the one known as Itachi. The Akatsuki organization has positioned Sasuke in place of Itachi. What? Tsunade was astounded by my revelation. Furthermore, Naruto has encountered his father, the 4th Hokage. What? How did that come to be? Please elaborate. As for the details, I am not entirely versed. At that moment, I requested Naruto to take me to the space where the 9 Tails is sealed, wishing for him to forge a friendship with the beast, thus becoming the perfect Jinchuriki. Just as Naruto was about to tear the first seal, the 4th Hokage intervened. Subsequently, my consciousness receded, allowing the two of them to bond. I see. Do you understand how perilous this endeavor is? With no one to supervise, what if the 9 Tails goes on a rampage? That won't happen, I reassured. For when Naruto fought pain, he transformed but remained conscious, which indicates that the 9 Tails does not reject him. Rather, it aids him. Is that so? That is indeed reassuring. It seems we can find an opportunity for Naruto to begin harnessing the power of the tailed beast. Currently, Naruto, along with Kakashi and Yamato, has made his way to the Land of Lightning, claiming to plead for Sasuke's sake. What? Those rascals are causing trouble while I'm away. No matter. It may do Naruto some good to face adversity, as he has had it rather easy thus far. I plan to send Naruto to retrieve the key from Mayaboku Mountain upon his return. Indeed, is there anything else? Tsunade inquired after absorbing my words. Oh, there is one more thing. Once this matter is resolved, I suggest we send the remaining 2 useless advisors home to retire. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend informing Sasuke of the high-ranking officials involved in the Uchiha clan's extermination, as he is only aware of Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. What? How do you know of such confidential information? Tsunade was utterly astonished. Come on, the Uchiha clan was a vast family that vanished without a trace overnight. If the upper echelon wasn't involved, nobody would believe it. The Konoha F4 cannot escape culpability. Konoha F4? What is that? Tsunade appeared perplexed. It refers to the collective designation I assigned to the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and those 2 incompetent advisors. Had it not been for your return as Hokage, I would still be concealing my identity, I scoffed dismissively. Tsunade was at a loss for words, as what I said was entirely factual. Enough with the fuss. I won't take action against them. Such would merely tarnish my own hands. As for those 2 useless elders, you can dismiss them at your convenience. Hearing this, Tsunade sighed in resignation. You truly are formidable, young one. You have accounted for every detail, from Naruto's planned training to Sasuke's intent to kill Danzo, and even the timing of Danzo leaving the village and my awakening. I believe your intellect surpasses that of the Nara clan. Haha, thanks to grandfather. Isn't that just cleverness? TCH, If second grandpa knew you were plotting against comrades in the village, he would likely scold you thoroughly. Tsunade scoffed. All right, enough idle chatter. Rest and recuperate. Tomorrow we depart for the 5 Kage summit. By the way, after accompanying you to the summit, I shall head to the Shibakuzen to cultivate sage mode, I declared before patting my backside and leaving. Understood, you little rascal. Tsunade continued her meal. That evening, I joined the Inoshikacho clan for dinner, during which I informed Uncle Ino and Ino of my impending journey to the 5 Kage summit with Tsunade. Chapter 48. At the 5 Kage summit the following morning. After rising and grooming myself, I stood before the mirror, contemplating a change from my long-worn attire. System, do you copy? Over. System, affirmative, host. System, please custom order a suit and cloak akin to the yellow flashes at the mall, altering the back inscription to Konoha, and affixing a forehead protector to the left arm of both the suit and cloak. System, understood, host. Estimated time, 5 minutes. Cost, 502,000 points. 10 minutes later, clad in a suit and cloak reminiscent of the yellow flash, with a white shirt beneath a yellow striped suit and white shoes, topped with a cloak. I donned my sunglasses, embodying the quintessential dapper figure. Gazing into the mirror, I mimicked the yellow flash's expression and tone, bursting into laughter. Of course, aside from the hairstyle, my demeanor lacked the lecherous quality of the yellow flash. After all, I am still quite the handsome figure. I must avoid social embarrassment. Having completed my attire, I ventured out towards the temporary office to find Tsunade. Knock, knock. Come in, Tsunade called. I'm here, sister. Is that you, Tetsuya? What are you wearing? And that cloak? People might mistake you for Hokage, Tsunade remarked, exasperated. Hee hee, no worries, sister. We are all allies here, I chuckled. TCH, fine. Let me prepare, and then we will depart. All right, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Tsunade bluntly remarked. I see you just want to show off outside. No. I can't be of any help in here, so I'll just wait at the door, I retorted. I know your little intentions. Go on, I'll join you shortly. With that, Tsunade stood to gather her belongings. With a flash of golden light, I instantly arrived at the entrance, lighting a cigarette and leaning against the doorframe with my hands in my pockets. The duo of gatekeepers was momentarily taken aback by my appearance, but quickly greeted me. I conversed with them, for the gatekeepers are renowned, and even Pain dared not enter through the main gate. Approximately 15 minutes later, Tsunade arrived alongside Shizun. Upon seeing her, I asked, Sister, you aren't planning to bring Shizun along, are you? Yes, why? Am I not permitted to have someone by my side? Tsunade replied. The issue is, with another person, how will we travel? Will we saunter leisurely? By the time we arrive, the meeting will be over. Having one more person won't hinder our speed. Tsunade questioned. I will be carrying you at lightning speed. Otherwise, do you think you could arrive on the same day? I quipped. Then it seems I shall not accompany you, Lord Tsunade. Shizun interjected to ease the tension. Very well, let us depart, young one. Bring a warm garment, and the Hokage hat. I will handle the rest. Upon hearing this, Tsunade tossed the unnecessary items to Shizun. With the items in hand, Shizun said, Tetsuya-kun, I leave Tsunade Dano in your care. Safe travels. Hokage-sama. Tetsuya. Safe travels, the two gatekeepers echoed. Okay, no problem. Let's go, sister. With that, I wrapped my arm around Tsunade's waist, and with a flash of golden light, we vanished. That was fast, exclaimed the two gatekeepers, and Shizun, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, he had just finished meeting with the Raikage, but his apologies were in vain. Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato were now resting inside a room. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Are you curious why Uchiha Sasuke is unwilling to return to the village? The three instantly tensed, looking up to find a masked figure, Toby, making a grand entrance. Yamato swiftly employed a wood-release technique to bind Toby, who showed no intent to flee. Who are you, and why are you here? Kakashi inquired. I am Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito? Naruto echoed, perplexed, while Kakashi and Yamato's expressions turned grave. What is your purpose? Kakashi pressed again. Utilizing Kimui, Obito effortlessly escaped the bindings. Plopping down on the roof. I am here to explain why Uchiha Sasuke refuses to return to the village. With that, Obito began detailing the relentless oppression faced by the Uchiha clan from the Hokage lineage, which nearly led to a coup, ultimately leading to the third Hokage and Danzo exploiting Sasuke's life to coerce Itachi into annihilating the entire clan. Upon hearing the news, the three were rendered speechless, and Obito paid them no mind. vanishing with Kimui in search of Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already infiltrated the 5 Kage summit, intent on eliminating Danzo. After Obito's departure, Kakashi solemnly remarked, "The veracity of this matter remains uncertain. Naruto, we must ensure that no one outside our trio learns of this, or it could incite chaos." "Understood, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied. "Let us depart and reunite with our comrades. Parker just informed me that Sakura and the others have also arrived." With that, the three exited the inn. Inside the conference hall, the 5 Kage were convening. Just as they had begun to argue over Danzo's use of the Konoha Mitsukami, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, exclaiming, "Sasuke Uchiha has infiltrated the premises. Can you guess his location?" The irritable Raikage, unwilling to tolerate Zetsu's antics, seized him and snapped his neck. Meanwhile, his bodyguard, Kira, sensed Sasuke's presence, prompting the Raikage and Gaara, the Kazekage, to investigate, while the Tsuchikage and Mizukage remained seated, awaiting developments. Danzo, having already fled, was nowhere to be found. At the summit, Gaara found himself unable to impede Sasuke, merely observing as the Raikage engaged in combat with him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a flash of gold appeared, and two figures materialized. A voice rang out, "Tetsuya, look at the mess you've created. Flying so fast, just look at my hair." It was Tsunade. I could barely contain my laughter at the sight of her outrageous hairstyle. The fighters, previously embroiled in battle, turned their attention to Tsunade and me. Noting the ongoing conflict, Tsunade declared, "Continue as you were." She prepared to escort me away when Sasuke called out, "Fifth Hokage, where is Danzo?" "Danzo? Isn't he right here?" Tsunade responded, puzzled. I pressed my hand to the ground to sense the surroundings and, after a brief moment, announced, "Danzo is not here. He must have fled." Upon hearing this, Sasuke sprang into action, but the Raikage blocked his path, roaring, "Uchiha Sasuke, halt. I demand retribution for Karabi." As the Raikage lunged, I executed a lightning-fast kick, sending him crashing into the wall. Darui and Kira rushed to extract him. "Go on. Best of luck, young man," I said to Sasuke, who acknowledged my assistance with a glance before departing silently. Meanwhile, the enraged Raikage bellowed, "What are you doing, kid? Want to fight? Enough. Everyone, cease your actions." Tsunade interjected. I rolled my eyes and walked over to Gaara. Chapter 49. The 5 Kage summit. Approaching Gaara and his companions, I initiated a greeting. "Hello. It's been a while. Should I address you as Kazekage or Gaara?" With a smile, Gaara replied, "Tetsuya, it's been a while. Either is fine." "Come on, Gaara. At least show some respect. He is the Kazekage," Kankuro grumbled. "Hey, isn't that the cowardly little brat from back then?" I retorted, mocking him. "What did you say? You insolent brat." Kankuro rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Tamari, sensing the tension, attempted to defuse the situation. "All right, Kankuro, let it go." "Haha, Tamari. It's been a while. You've become even more beautiful," I complimented. "Cut it out. If Ino hears you, she'll probably beat you senseless," Tamari shot back. "Enough, Kankuro, Tamari. Let's all keep our comments to a minimum," Gaara intervened. After silencing them, Gaara inquired, "Tetsuya, why did you let Sasuke go?" "Well, Sasuke came seeking vengeance against Danzo, the one responsible for the massacre of his clan. As for the Raikage's brother, I suspect he is still alive," I replied. "What? X3 show. This is a secret of our village. Keep your voices down, or everyone will find out," I urged, prompting Gaara and his companions to quiet down. As for my speculation regarding Karabi's survival, it stemmed from his status as a perfect Jinchuriki. Only a fool like the Raikage would believe Karabi could be captured so easily. "Hey, you little brat. Who are you insulting?" The Raikage's voice boomed unexpectedly. Turning to face him, I shrugged. "All right, Tetsuya, stop messing around and share your reasoning." Tsunade commanded. "Fine. The reason lies with Sasuke. He has just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, and he has yet to master its abilities. Moreover, his chakra reserves are insufficient for prolonged high-intensity combat. He can likely only use his ocular techniques a couple of times before exhausting his chakra. Therefore, I deduced that the captured Karabi must be a decoy." The group considered my explanation, finding it plausible. After all, Karabi was a perfect Jinchuriki. If capturing him were so simple, anyone would be able to seize a tailed beast. The Raikage mulled over my words, ultimately roaring that he would settle the score with Karabi upon finding him. Meanwhile, Darui and Kira exchanged glances, exasperated. Thus, the group returned to the 5 Kage summit. Upon seeing Tsunade, the Tsuchikage and Mizukage expressed mild surprise. not expecting the fifth Hokage to have recovered. With that, the five Kage summit resumed, this time avoiding discussion of Karabi, instead focusing on the Akatsuki's motives for capturing tailed beasts. At that moment, Obito made his entrance, adopting Madara's tone, lamenting. I never imagined the five Kage would reunite once more. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards of each Kage sprang into action, positioning themselves protectively in front of their leaders. I approached Tsunade, hands in pockets, gazing at the masked man. Who are you? And what is your purpose for intruding upon the five Kage summit? Tsunade inquired. My name is Uchiha Madara, Obito proclaimed dramatically. Impossible. Uchiha Madara has been dead for ages. That Tsuchikage, Inoki, stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Indeed, Uchiha Madara has been deceased for many years, the Mizukage added. Yes, he was slain long ago by my grandfather. Tsunade affirmed. Are you the granddaughter of Hashirama? I did not perish. After my battle with him, I was gravely injured, which is why I now present myself in this guise. Believe it or not, it matters not to me, Obito said, looking at Tsunade. As for my objective, it is to implement the Eye of the Moon plan, requiring you to summon the 8 tails and 9 tails, he continued, extending his arms as if to embrace the ocean. Absolutely not. I will never hand Naruto over to you, Tsunade flatly rejected. Nor will I. I will take care of my brother myself, the Raikage chimed in. Do not rush. Allow me to share the details of my Eye of the Moon plan, Obito began. Thus, he regaled them with tales of illusions and dreams, where everything was possible. Ultimately, the five Kage rejected his proposal, and seeing no alternative for negotiation, Obito declared, in that case, I shall unilaterally initiate the 4th Great Ninja War against you. What did you say? X5 I said I will commence the 4th Great Ninja War, with the goal of capturing the 8 tails and 9 tails. With that, Obito prepared to depart. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? With a swift motion, I executed a powerful kick, sending Obito flying and vanishing from sight. After this display, I lit a cigarette and casually strolled back behind the scenes. It was only then that the Kage regained their composure and resumed their discussions about the 4th Great Ninja War, deciding to form a ninja allied force. The debate over the command structure ensued, with Inoki sneering at Gaara's youth and inexperience, to which Gaara retorted, What of you? When did you begin to forsake your own? After extensive discussions, it was concluded that the Raikage would assume the role of overall commander for the Ninja World War, the Mizukage would oversee the protection of the daimyo. The Wind Shadow would take charge of the coalition forces, the Hokage would manage medical operations, and the Tsuchikage would be on standby to support the coalition. Subsequently, the 8 tails, Killer Bee, and the 9 tails, Naruto, were sent to Turtle Island in the Land of Lightning for protection. Tsunade took the opportunity to request Raikage's assistance in training Naruto to harness the power of the tailed beasts. Thus, the meeting adjourned, and everyone began their journey home, with the various Kage contacting their respective daimyo to prepare for a high-level meeting in their villages. After the proceedings concluded, I set off with Tsunade back to the village. However, as we had ventured out, Tsunade was reluctant to return so soon. Hence, I accompanied her along the way as she sought out casinos. Watching her dominate the gambling scene was quite a spectacle. It was no wonder she was a big player. Within half a day, half of the 10 million I lent her had vanished. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side, after declaring war, Obito led Sasuke and Sakura to the Great Bridge to await Danzo, the very place where 2 iconic moments would unfold. Using the 4-symbol seal, Danzo sealed the bridge, and I personally felt it could be aptly renamed the Sealing Bridge. There, Sasuke and Danzo engaged in a breathtaking battle. Danzo employed his resurrection coins to revive incessantly, while Sasuke activated his Susanoo. Mimicking Tobirama, Danzo used Kunai to pierce Sasuke's Susanoo, marking the first of those memorable moments. Following Sasuke's brutal defeat of Danzo, the latter sealed the bridge, leading to Sasuke's infamous maniacal laughter. At that moment, a figure appeared on the bridge, Sakura. Upon seeing Sasuke, she exclaimed, Sasuke-kun. Sakura? What are you doing here? Sasuke coldly replied. I wanted to be with you, Sasuke-kun. Please take me with you, Sakura responded. What use would you be? Sasuke scoffed. I can't heal you, Sasuke-kun, she added. Glancing at Sakura, suddenly, Sasuke unleashed a Chidori towards Sakura. Just in the nick of time, Kakashi intervened, saving her. What's going on, Sasuke? Kakashi demanded, visibly angered. This is your comrade. I have no time for your so-called comrade games, Sasuke retorted disdainfully. Let us fight, Kakashi. Show me your strength. With that, he activated the second form of Susanoo, and they began battling beneath the bridge as Kakashi switched to Kamui, preparing to engage. Can that eye of yours wield the power of the Uchiha? Today, I will show you what a true Uchiha is capable of. With that proclamation, Sasuke ascended to the third form of Susanoo, and the winds howled across the lake, leaving Kakashi at a loss. Just then, the Susanoo suddenly vanished, and Sasuke clutched his left eye, his expression one of agony. Sakura, who had descended from above, hesitated with a kunai in hand before Sasuke. In a swift motion, he snatched the kunai and lunged at her. "Sasuke!" Kakashi shouted, unable to intervene in time. Suddenly, a figure appeared, saving Sakura. Sasuke turned to see a blurred silhouette. It was Naruto. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" "Sakura is our comrade," Naruto shouted. "I don't care about anyone but you, Naruto. I will kill you," Sasuke declared fiercely. Isn't this our infamous second pillar?" A voice interrupted, startling everyone. Turning around, they saw me and Tsunade. I had sensed Sasuke's battle and had come to assess the situation. "Senju Tetsuya, what brings you here? Don't think that just because you helped me earlier, I will spare you," Sasuke warned darkly. "Oh, spare you? With those eyes of yours about to go blind?" I retorted nonchalantly. "What?" The crowd gasped in surprise. "All right, enough of this. Let us focus on Sasuke's condition," I said, redirecting the conversation. "Senju Tetsuya, do you know something?" Sasuke pressed. "Perhaps, but we can discuss it later. Your comrade has arrived to retrieve you." Just as I finished speaking, a vortex appeared as Obito arrived on the battlefield. "Welcome to the confrontation route," I quipped unexpectedly. Everyone was taken aback. "Is this your comrade?" Obito asked, observing the awkward atmosphere. "Sasuke, your eyes need rest. Let us go," Obito said as he approached Sasuke. "How did that kick feel earlier?" I inquired curiously, recalling the force I had used. "So it was you. You've caused me to lose an eye. I will remember you." Obito glared at me. "Oh, I'll be waiting," I replied, unimpressed. "All right, Sasuke, let's go." Obito placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and activated Kamui. "I will deal with you personally, Naruto," he declared before vanishing with Sasuke. Back in the cave, Sasuke insisted, "Hurry and transplant me a pair of eternal Sharingan. You can't see anymore?" "Very well, follow me," Obito replied. Just as Sasuke departed, Naruto suddenly collapsed. Tsunade rushed over to examine him, discovering that he had been injured by a poisoned kunai while saving Sakura. Subsequently, Tsunade and Sakura treated the injured Hinata and the poisoned Naruto. After the treatment concluded, the group set off towards Konoha. Along the way, Tsunade asked me, "How did you know Sasuke's eyes were going blind?" "Because his pupils were clearly unable to focus, which is a sign of impending blindness. Moreover, excessive use of the Uchiha's Mangekyo leads to such deterioration." "Did you not know this?" I explained. The group shook their heads, prompting me to continue. "The loss of Mangekyo's ocular power cannot be replenished, which is why one must die at the hands of the other to assist in awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." "The eternal Mangekyo?" Tsunade inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. The eternal Mangekyo is achieved by transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a close relative to oneself, as was the case with Uchiha Madara." "What?" they exclaimed in unison. "By the way, Tetsuya, you mentioned that Itachi acted for Sasuke. Could it be that the Uchiha massacre was indeed?" Naruto questioned, filled with uncertainty. "Wait, Naruto, do you know something?" Tsunade asked seriously. Lady Tsunade, actually." Just then, Kakashi spoke up, recounting the reasons behind the Uchiha massacre that Obito had revealed to them. "Indeed, Danzo is not a good man. I support Sasuke in this matter," I remarked with a sigh. "Watch your words, kid. Danzo is still a Konoha advisor," Tsunade replied, somewhat irate. "What are the higher-ups? Did I say something wrong? Just think about it. How much did the 4 senior leaders set Konoha back? It's as if any ninja village could trample Konoha. Look at the current technological advancements. The land of lightning is already in the lead. And look at us. We have so much electronic technology, yet we haven't made any progress. Furthermore, ninjas could utilize ninjutsu in construction, accelerating development. Chakra conduction could enhance transportation, enabling the construction of various vehicles, chakra boats at sea, chakra planes in the sky, and chakra cars on land. We have televisions, but no phones for remote communication. We possess transmission technology, yet lack designs for chakra cannons. If it weren't for Konoha's abundance of talent back then, victories would have been mere numbers, and Konoha would have perished long ago. Those 4 old fossils should be grateful they are still alive. A bunch of useless cowards obsessed with politics and infighting. targeting this clan and that clan. Konoha is lucky to have survived them. My mercy for not killing them is a testament to my restraint. Since the third Hokage took office, he has not participated in any wars, perpetually donning a facade of benevolence. Tsunade harbors a profound fear of death, having undergone the transplant of 10 pairs of Sharingan, relying on his Anaji to safeguard his life. The two inept advisors merely cower within the village, uttering their empty affirmations. Since Naruto's father perished, Konoha has ceased to be the collective haven it once was, morphing instead into a realm governed by the interests of merely 4 individuals. Particularly, the third Hokage and Tsunade have engaged in a clandestine struggle for the position of Hokage for many years, amidst the political strife that has resulted in the deaths of countless comrades. The inhumane human experiments conducted by Root, the families threatened by the third Hokage, and the sending of young children to the battlefield all bear testament to their ruthless ambition. The death of Rope Tree was likely orchestrated by the two, aimed at facilitating the would-release human experiments. Konoha White Fang was falsely slandered by Tsunade, as he perceived the man as a threat to the third Hokage status. Oh, and Naruto as well. Tsunade spun the rumors surrounding the Nine Tails, which the third Hokage tacitly approved. Thus, the demise of these two is the only avenue for Konoha to regain its vitality, reflecting upon the original will of fire, which intended for the older generation to safeguard the younger. One cannot help but scrutinize the third Hokage, who sends children to war while he remains sheltered within Konoha. Their avarice is indeed disheartening. After this revelation, I lit a cigarette, indifferent to the others as they continued onward. Behind me, Naruto and Sakura wore expressions of shock, utterly unable to comprehend how today's words had upended their lifelong beliefs and perceptions. Tsunade and Kakashi's countenances darkened as they absorbed the painful truths of Konoha's history. Even Ino was taken aback, realizing the darkness that lurked within Konoha. Chapter 51. Journey to the Whetbone Forest. In this manner, we traversed the path in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon reaching a grove, we discovered the 12 young ninjas incapacitated. Sakura awkwardly chuckled. At that time, I wanted to confront Sasuke alone, but everyone stopped me, so the group fell silent. Eventually, those on the ground began to awaken, and Sakura offered her apologies while recounting the events, though she omitted my words entirely. Upon learning of Tsunade's demise, confusion washed over the group, as none knew who was responsible, and Sakura refrained from clarifying. Only Sai was internally shocked, never expecting that Sasuke had indeed killed Tsunade. Thus, the large group made their way back to Konoha, when Kiba turned to me and remarked, "Gia, what else with your outfit? It looks quite dashing." "Hee, isn't it handsome? I had it custom-made." "Ah, that explains it. I thought I hadn't seen it around the village." At that moment, Sai interjected, "Lord Hokage, the Root's curse mark has vanished. What will happen to Root now?" "Oh, I understand. It will automatically dissipate following Tsunade's death. As for your future arrangements, I have yet to decide. We will discuss it upon our return to the village," Tsunade replied, waving her hand dismissively. After 3 days, we returned to Konoha, where Tsunade immediately convened a high-level meeting and informed the daimyo of the impending war. I headed to the Yamanaka residence to report my safety to Ino and let her know I would be heading to the Whetbone Forest for Sage Mode training. That evening, the two of us returned to my home for a momentous battle, during which I also presented my long-saved provisions. The next day, I arrived at the Hokage building and beheld the restored structure, which had returned to its former glory after Dato's relentless efforts. As I approached the door, I knocked and heard a voice call out, "Come in." I entered the office. "Hey sis, Gia, what brings you here? Did you forget? I'm off to train in Sage Mode." "Oh, is that what this is about? Very well, you may go. I will have the slug inform you if anything arises." Tsunade contemplated before permitting my departure. Once I reached a secluded area, I performed the summoning technique. A small slug materialized before me. "Lord Gia, what can I do for you?" "Slug, could you please reverse summon me to the Whetbone Forest? I require an undisturbed place for my training." "Of course. Please wait a moment." With a loud pop, the summoning was dispelled. After approximately a minute, I felt a sudden pull, and the scenery shifted, bringing me to a tranquil, dark island. "Lord Gia," the slug crawled to my side. "Ah, thanks, slug. Not at all. I believe you seek a quiet place, so please follow me." With that, the slug led the way. As I observed the hues of the earth, I mused, this island must indeed be the embodiment of the slug sage. It is remarkably vast, Comparing it to my previous life, it was likely comparable in size to Marineford, if not larger. After a 10-minute walk, the slug halted and said, "Lord Jie, we have arrived. This place was left behind by those who came here to train in sage mode. Thank you. You may go about your business." As I gazed at the modest wooden cabin, I surmised it was likely a remnant of the first Hokage's training. Once the slug departed, I entered the cabin, which contained only a simple bed and a table. I settled cross-legged on the bed and called out to the system. "System, are you there?" "Yes, host." "System, I am now ready to begin my sage mode training." "Understood, please hold on." "Host, the system has integrated the training methods for sage mode into your mind. Upon commencing your training, the system will assist you." "All right, let me see." Sage mode training method. The host should sit cross-legged, immersing their consciousness into their abdomen. The system will activate the wedge to absorb external natural energy while automatically filtering impurities. These impurities refer to the varying natural energies of the three great sanctuaries, resulting in different sage modes. The natural energy filtered by the wedge is the purest in existence, and the host must merge this pure natural energy with their body energy and mental energy. The ratios for the three types of energy are 33 body energy, 31 mental energy, and 36 natural energy. The host must achieve this fusion independently. The system will assist in overseeing the process, alerting the host should any issues arise with their body. Having read the instructions, I grasped the situation as tattoos began to crawl up my arms, and I sensed the overwhelming natural energy. I promptly closed my eyes, focusing my consciousness into my abdomen, and commenced the fusion according to the specified ratios. My training had officially begun. At that moment, the great slug sensed an exceptionally pure natural energy that had not been transformed into the natural energy of the wet bone forest. Consequently, the great slug dispatched a clone to investigate, discovering it was indeed Jie in the cabin. Realizing this, the great slug understood that Jie was training in sage mode, though it was perplexed as to why it had not instructed him on the training process. Observing the situation, the great slug decided to wait until Jie finished his training to inquire further, thus leaving a clone slug behind to monitor the proceedings. While I was engrossed in my training, the external world began mobilizing its military forces. Dato led Naruto and Guy to the land of clouds for intensive training. Meanwhile, in the square of the Hidden Rain village, a woman stood quietly upon the surface of a lake, awaiting something. "I knew you would come," Conan said to the calm vortex. "In that case, take me to Nagato." "That is impossible. Nagato's remains have been placed in an utterly secure location. Those eyes do not belong to him," Obito replied coldly. "Paper shuriken shadow clone." "Ha, Kimui. Wait. Does the paper shuriken have explosive tags embedded within?" "Fire release, storm dance. Paper dance. I've caught you, Kimui." Conan swiftly fled from the vortex, soaring toward a destination, while Obito pursued her, using Kimui. After a considerable time, "I shall bury you here." Upon hearing this, Obito began to scan the surroundings, finding only water and detecting no anomalies. At that moment, the surface of the lake suddenly parted, and Madara began to descend vertically. During his fall, he discovered that the area was filled with explosive tags. "The art of the god of paper. I know your intangibility lasts for 5 minutes. The 600 billion explosive tags here are specially prepared for you. They can detonate continuously for 10 minutes. Prepare to meet your end." 10 minutes later. "Huff, it should be resolved now." Conan knelt on the lake's surface. "Not necessarily." Hearing the voice, Conan turned sharply. A pipe suddenly pierced her heart, causing her to spit blood and quickly distance herself. Madara coldly remarked, "You do not understand the Uchiha. Izanagi can rewrite dreams into reality, the ultimate illusion." "Is that so?" "But the Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko. It is a bridge towards peace." "Not yours." After speaking, Conan used her remaining chakra to execute the paper jutsu, attempting to separate from Madara. He deftly evaded and immediately grasped her throat, employing a jinjutsu to read her memories. Upon locating Nagato's whereabouts, he reclaimed the Rinnegan. At that moment, Conan lay bloodied on the lake's surface, reminiscing about her childhood with the two and the warm memories of Jiraiya, slowly closing her eyes to leave this world. Meanwhile, the allied shinobi forces were heading towards the gathering point at the Cloud Village, totaling 360 members, divided into various units: mid-range, close range, short to mid-range support, long-range support, and special ninjutsu, organized into 5 main divisions. Gaara served as the captain of one squad and overall commander, with Kakashi, Darui, Inoki, and Mitsuki as the other squad leaders, while Tsunade commanded the medical unit, with Shizune as her assistant. Chapter 52, Sage Mode. Within a cave, a white Zetsu rushed in, exclaiming, "Madara, there's a strange person outside who wishes to see you. Is that so? Then I shall take a look." With that, Madara stepped outside. "Ah, Mr. Uchiha Madara. A pleasure to meet you. I am Kabuto Yakushi." "Oh, you are Kabuto Yakushi. What brings you here? I heard you have declared war on the entire ninja world. So I have come to propose an alliance." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and stated, "An alliance? What do you possess to offer me?" "Ho ho ho, of course this. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation." Boom. 10 coffins emerged from the ground, and as the lids fell, the deceased members of the Akatsuki, along with past Kage, wind, earth, lightning, water, and Jiraiya appeared. Seeing this, Madara scoffed. "Heh, such trivialities cannot sway me. Is that so? What about this?" Kabuto, confident, gestured as one coffin appeared before Madara. When the lid fell, Madara's expression shifted to one of surprise and anger. "You, what do you seek?" I do not need to know who you are, Mr. Madara. What I desire is to prove my worth through this war." Kabuto replied, his tone unervingly fervent. "Well then, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be so." With that, Madara led Kabuto into the cave to showcase his army of 100,000 white Zetsu, beginning to formulate their attack plan. After discussions, Kabuto controlled Deidara to capture the wood-release user Yamato, intending to enhance the impure world reincarnation ninjas with him. Madara commanded the 100,000 white Zetsu and all reincarnated ninjas to coordinate and assault the allied shinobi forces. Once the discussions concluded, Kabuto departed to find Yamato, while Madara set about transplanting the Rinnegan into his left eye, preparing to capture the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki corpses. Meanwhile, Naruto entered the ceiling space, and the 9 Tails immediately discerned his intentions. However, as a proud beast, he felt humiliated that his Jinchuriki allied with the 8 Tails to seize his chakra. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and the 9 Tails, who, despite their past promise to befriend tailed beasts, did not resort to direct theft this time. As they fought and conversed, Naruto aimed to sway the 9 Tails, yet the proud beast, irritated by Naruto's collaboration with the 8 Tails, incessantly mocked him, reminiscent of 2 children squabbling. Ultimately, Kushina intervened, trapping the 9 Tails with a sealing technique, leading to a poignant reunion scene. After their conversation, the 9 Tails remarked, "Naruto, you allied with the 8 Tails. I am thoroughly displeased. Here, take this chakra, but do not seek me again. It is embarrassing." He then imparted half of his chakra to Naruto. Although Naruto's yearning for love was fulfilled by Kushina, the bond between him and the 9 Tails remained unsealed, preventing him from fully harnessing the beast's power, leaving him to rely solely on the Sage Mode. However, this sufficed for now. Back in reality, Naruto soon encountered Kisame. Meanwhile, Guy fought Kisame, swiftly defeating him with a single strike. Nevertheless, intelligence was still relayed. Killer Bee began instructing Naruto on how to control his 9 Tails power, initiating a practice session with building blocks. As Naruto embarked on the second stage of his training on Turtle Island, Yamato was captured by Deidara and Kabuto. Thus, the curtain rose on the war across 5 battlefields, with waves of white Zetsu advancing towards the front lines, while Kabuto began to summon cannon fodder via impure world reincarnation to send to the battlefield. In the Wetbone Forest, the pure natural energy that had enveloped the area for 7 days began to converge towards a small hut, absorbing the last remnants of dissipating energy. Inside the hut, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, golden pupils radiating brilliance in the darkness. "Sage Mode successful," I exclaimed with excitement. "At last, I can activate it within 10 seconds. My perfected Sage Mode was most evident in the transformation of my blue pupils into golden ones, emanating light. Exceedingly impressive. Although adorned in a suit and cloak, concealing my tattooed arms, it was of little concern. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Lord Tetsuya, has your training concluded?" "Ah, Fukasaku, yes it has." "Then may I request your presence with me? Sage Fukasaku wishes to see you." "Of course, just a moment." With that, I released my Sage Mode, rose from the bed, and stepped outside. "Apologies, I haven't bathed in a week. I might have an odor." "That's quite all right, please follow me." After a while, upon arrival, I encountered a toad roughly the same size as Gamabunta standing before me. "Are you Tetsuya Senju?" The Sage Fukasaku curiously scrutinized me. "Yes, Sage Fukasaku." How did you achieve sage mode? I do not recall teaching you, and your natural energy is remarkably pure. Hearing the sage's inquiry, I explained, it is like this. Sage Fukasaku. Prior to signing a contract with the Wetbone Forest, I had already attained sage mode. Due to personal reasons, I resumed my training. Since I was already familiar with the training methods for sage mode, I simply lacked a tranquil environment for practice. Therefore, I entered into a contract with the Wetbone Forest, hoping to find a serene place to train. As for the pure natural energy, I developed my own sage mode, utilizing natural energy not from the 3 great sage regions, thus purifying the energy from the sacred places for my own use. Upon finishing my explanation, I began to gather sage chakra. 10 seconds later, I entered sage mode, opening my golden pupils to gaze at Sage Fukasaku. After hearing my account and witnessing my flawless sage mode, the sage's antennae waved in astonishment. After a moment, Sage Fukasaku spoke. I see. It appears yet another formidable being has emerged. Young one, the sage mode you employ resembles that which was modified by the Sage of 6 Paths. Yet you have not altered it. Rather, you have created it independently. Sage of 6 Paths? Modified? I inquired, perplexed. Indeed. Long ago, the Sage of 6 Paths ventured to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage techniques from that old toad, defeating Kaguya, who was the Sage of 6 Paths' mother. After vanquishing Kaguya, he modified the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku. However, he learned before he transformed, while you create directly, which makes you superior to the Sage of 6 Paths in this regard. Even your ancestor, that little fellow named Hashirama Senju, pales in comparison to your prowess. The Sage of Slugs explained to me. Is that so? Ha ha. I appreciate the compliment, Sage of Slugs. However, my strength also extends to the Wetbone Forest. Which isn't so bad, is it? Hee hee, little one, your eloquence surpasses that of Hashirama Senju. The Sage of Slugs waved his antennae. All right, little one. Once your training concludes, you should return. The ninja world has commenced its warfare once more. Tsunade had previously sought me out, saying you should find her as soon as you finish your training. All right, Sage of Slugs. Thank you for your care during this time. Hee hee, no trouble at all. Little one, should you require assistance in battle, feel free to summon my clones at any moment. With that, the Sage of Slugs vanished. At that moment, a small slug crawled over and said, Lord Tetsuya, do you need me to notify Lady Tsunade to summon you now? Not for the time being. I need to return to the village and freshen up. I'm too dirty and smelly. Very well, I will contact the nearest clone to the village. Please wait a moment. With that, the slug departed. As I watched it leave, I deactivated sage mode and sat quietly on the ground, awaiting my reverse summoning. A minute later, I felt a tugging sensation. The scenery shifted, and I found myself in a forest within the land of fire. The slug on the ground spoke. Lord Tetsuya, if you head west for approximately 5 kilometers, you will reach Konoha. Thank you, slug. You may resume your tasks. I shall return to the village. No problem, Lord Tetsuya. Farewell. With that, the slug crawled into the grass. After its departure, I shot off towards the village in a flash of golden light. Chapter 53. The people in battle at last. I am back. I pushed open the door and walked into my small dwelling. I discarded my clothing into the system backpack. System, please clean my clothes for me. I will wear them later. Understood, host, the system replied. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed into the bathroom to wash up. I adore bathing. My skin feels fantastic. I donned a shower cap and began to sing and dance. Thus, I spent 20 minutes in the bathroom, humming a tune and enjoying my cleansing ritual. 20 minutes later, a handsome young man with 6-pack abs, wrapped in a towel, appeared on the couch in the living room. As I slumped on the sofa, I suddenly lost the motivation to move. To hell with the ninja war, to hell with Uchiha Madara. Why must I, in such a lazy state, still engage in battle? Staying at home sounds far more appealing. Just as I was lamenting my life, an insistent voice interrupted. Knock, knock, knock. I chose to ignore it. Knock, knock, knock. Damn it, can't I just have a moment of rest? Reluctantly, I grumbled and made my way to the door. Upon opening it, the ENBU operative's face flushed with embarrassment at my appearance. Seeing the flushed face of the ENBU, I teased. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a girl. Ahem, Lord Tetsuya. The Hokage instructed us to inform you that upon your return to the village, you should prepare your belongings and proceed immediately to the command headquarters in Kimogakure, said Yuzuki Yugao. All right, I understand. You may leave now. With that, I closed the door. At that moment, Yuzuki Yugao stood at my doorstep, lost in thought, recalling my physique. Shaking her head, she quickly dispelled the thoughts and hurried away. Back inside, I helplessly retrieved a clean outfit from the system and changed. System, come forth. Yes, host. I require sunglasses akin to Kizaru-S. Understood, host. 1,000 points have been deducted. I donned the sunglasses reminiscent of military-style eyewear from my previous life and checked my status panel. Host, Senju Tetsuya appearance. Light golden hair, blue eyes. Hairstyle akin to Takigakure's Jinji bloodline. Senju clan abilities. Bloodline elimination. Light release. Wind, fire, lightning, water, yang, stamina. Max, spirit. Max strength. Max speed. Max chakra. 10 tons system backpack. 1 copy card. 9. 8 billion Ryo activated ninjutsu. Mastery in hand-to-hand combat. Mastery in swordsmanship. Sage mode. Perception technique. Planetary Raijin. Spiraling shuriken. Light release. Yada mirror. Yada magatama. Laser beam. Ama no Murakumo. Roar of light. Light speed kick water release. Water formation wall. Water break wave. Water dragon bullet. Water dragon bite explosion fire release. Great fire annihilation. Great fire extinction points. 11. 352. 600 system. Replicate the planetary Raijin using the copy card. Host, replication complete. Looking at the copy card in my hand, I thought, phew, done. I can just tap it on Naruto's forehead when I see him. After tidying myself up, I stepped outside. Dressed in a suit and cloak, aside from the pack of cigarettes in my pocket, I carried nothing else. No ninja tools or bandages, essentially. I left home dressed handsomely, huh? Thus, I strolled leisurely toward the gate of Konoha. Upon reaching the gate, I greeted the 2 guards. Hey there, you 2. Still on duty? It's just an easy job. There's no time for rest. You 2 heading into battle must be the ones truly working hard. Good luck out there. Tetsuya, don't forget to bring back our share. Watching them pumped up like they were on steroids. I felt inclined to send them to the battlefield, but that was impossible. After all, they were the gatekeepers, and if I sent them, they might not return. I could only say, don't worry, trust me. With that, I stepped out of the gate and prepared. Go. In a flash of golden light, I sped towards Kumogakure. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with numerous Narutos, all drawn by the chaos of the war. Upon learning that the entire ninja world was at war, Naruto charged headlong into the fray. Even Iruka could not deter him. Killer Bee had no choice but to follow closely behind. In the vast desert, 5 figures wandered aimlessly until suddenly a massive sandstorm swept in. Magnet release. Sand gold. Raza summoned gold sand to create a barrier. Shikaku. No, could it be? Gaara? Raza pondered uncertainly. Hey, isn't that the ability of Shikaku, the tailed beast of Tsunade? Jiraiya exclaimed. Long time no see, father. A cold voice echoed. Gaara? Whereas Shikaku? That thing has long since departed from my body. Thanks to you, my father, Gaara replied from a high vantage point. What? It was because of you that I became a Jinchuriki. It was because of you that I had to strive for the recognition of others. It was because of you that I finally managed to become Kazekage, Gaara stated impassively. What? You're the Kazekage now? This shocks Raza. Is this your son? He seems to be a fine young man, the 3rd Raikage remarked. It seems you have not been a very good father, Jiraiya chuckled. Just then, the flying Inoki interjected, and that is not all. He is now the supreme commander of our ninja coalition. Really? It appears I have truly been an incompetent father, Raza replied helplessly. Inoki? It seems that because of dust release, you have lived for a long time, the 2nd Tsuchikage remarked. Indeed, Lord Mu. It allows me to witness the dawn of a new era. Hey, don't ignore me. The 2nd Mizukage shouted. Stand back. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Everyone scattered. Boom. The 2 techniques collided. Gaara and Raza began their sand-based counterattack. The 3rd Raikage charged towards the Kumogakure ninja forces. The 2nd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage commenced their battle. Only the 2nd Mizukage stood motionless. Jiraiya attempted to summon a toad. But due to the lack of blood from the Edo Tensei, he was unable to perform the summoning. Kabuto, noticing Jiraiya's inability to summon, began to manipulate Jiraiya to use Rasengan to charge into the enemy forces when a golden figure appeared before Jiraiya. Perverted sage. Naruto exclaimed. It is Naruto, who has grown stronger. Is this the power that comes with mastering the 9 tails? Jiraiya gazes at Naruto with a sense of pride. Yes, indeed, this is the 9 tails mode. Naruto replies joyfully. Is that so? Unfortunately, we cannot have a proper conversation now. I am being controlled. Defeat me. This is your moment to surpass your master. Super Giant Rasengan. X2. The two engage in an intense battle, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. But Naruto hesitates to harm Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya shouts, Naruto, use your ultimate technique, quickly seal me. Naruto is reluctant to do so, but he has no choice. With tears in his eyes, he unleashes the wind release, Raisen Shuriken. The attack sends Jiraiya flying, and the sealing team seizes the opportunity to seal him. Naruto, you have surpassed your master. You are the most perfect masterpiece of Jiraiya's legendary tale. Jiraiya smiles at Naruto. Ah, perverted sage, thank you, Naruto says, bowing his head in tears. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hidden cloud village. Finally arrived, brother. How do I get to the command headquarters? Stop. Who are you? What do you want? Two guards block my path and inquire. I am Senju Tetsuya. Lady Tsunade sent me to find her. All right, please wait. One of the guards departs. After a while, Senju Tetsuya, follow me. The returning guard leads me into the hidden cloud village. Along the way, I marvel at the houses perched on the cliffs, reflecting, indeed. In terms of technological application, Hidden Cloud is undoubtedly the best at present. Chapter 54, On the Battlefield. Raikage-sama, Lady Tsunade, Senju Tetsuya has arrived, the leading ninja announces. Understood. You may leave, Raikage waves his hand. Yes. I enter the command headquarters, observing Shikamaru and the beautiful secretary of Hidden Cloud devising plans, along with Uncle Hayashi seated at the communication device. At this moment, Tsunade calls out. Hey, what are you staring at? Come here. Oh, I saunter over leisurely. How is the training going? Have you completed it? Tsunade asks curiously. Hee. The Sage of Slugs said my Sage mode is even more powerful than that of the Sage of Six Paths. What? X2. The Raikage beside me is taken aback, but upon seeing the Raikage's expression, Tsunade's head tilts slightly, as if a peacock is about to display its feathers. Kid, do you know what you're saying? The Raikage states seriously. Come on, have you forgotten when I defeated you? I clean my ears and reply. Kid, what did you say? Let's go outside and have another fight. The Raikage shouts angrily, drawing the attention of everyone working nearby. All right, Tetsuya. Say less, Tsunade interjects to ease the tension. In truth, Tsunade had laughed heartily when she first heard about the Raikage's defeat. TCH. All right, Tetsuya. The reason I called you here is to send you to the battlefield and help analyze the current situation. Each battlefield is maintaining a steady advance, and Naruto has already joined the fight. Initially, I intended to protect him, but Iruka couldn't stop him. What are your thoughts? For now, let's maintain the status quo. Once the Edo Tensei issues are settled on each battlefield, we will gather towards Naruto. No need to worry about White Zetsu. And as for Naruto, it matters not, for the best defense is offense. The Raikage and Tsunade ponder this statement. After a moment, very well, kid. Go find Gaara. Let that old man Inoki take a break. After fighting for so long, I'm afraid he might collapse from exhaustion, Tsunade says. Indeed. That old fellow is getting on in years, and his back isn't great either. We don't want him to injure himself on the battlefield. Haha, the Raikage laughs heartily. I'm fine with anything. You all can make the arrangements. I shrug, then set off immediately, aiming to arrive as soon as possible, Tsunade instructs. How long will it take to use the body flicker technique to reach the battlefield? Kid, how do you know about the body flicker technique? The Raikage asks. It's not exactly a well-kept secret. You treat it like a treasure. Enough of that. You two are truly rivals. You can't even have a conversation without arguing. Tsunade sighs in exasperation. Using the body flicker technique takes about 5 minutes. But this technique has particularly high physical demands. Are you up to it, kid? The Raikage questions. You old man, who do you look down upon? The Golden Flash? I can move at the speed of light. Your technique is too slow. I'm off. Without waiting for the Raikage's response, I vanish in a flash of golden light. Upon hearing my words, the Raikage immediately readies for a fight, only to find that I have already disappeared. Cough. All right, Raikage-sama. He's already gone, Tsunade sighs. That was fast. The Raikage is puzzled, recalling that I used the Flying Thunder God technique. Yes, recently that kid developed a bloodline limit that fuses 4 elemental attributes, allowing him to transform into light and utilize its capabilities. Currently, no one in the ninja world can match his speed. His light speed is nearly on par with the Flying Thunder God technique, Tsunade explains. What? It seems I need to challenge that kid sometime, the Raikage says excitedly, cracking his knuckles. Shikaku, inform Hayashi to notify Gaara's coalition that Tetsuya has set off and will arrive shortly to provide support. Tsunade commands Shikamaru. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru replies before heading towards Hayashi. At this moment on the desert battlefield, Naruto has just resolved his confrontation with Jiraiya and is still in mourning, while Gaara has dealt with Rashi, feeling the love from his mother's absolute defense. On the side of the third Raikage, wind-release ninjas are currently stalling, while the second Mizukage is playfully using illusions to engage the allied ninjas in a game of hide and seek. Meanwhile, Inoki is struggling against the second Tsuchikage. Just as the two prepare for a third round of dust-release confrontation, a voice from above calls out to the second Tsuchikage. Have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? With a whoosh, the second Tsuchikage is sent crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Inoki quickly pursues and uses Earth Release, ultra-heavy rock technique on the second Tsuchikage's head buried in the ground. Sealing team, quickly come to perform the sealing. Inoki shouts, and only then does the sealing team react, rushing forward cautiously. Before he can finish speaking, the second Tsuchikage is sealed. Having landed, I approach Naruto, who appears dejected. I take out the replication card and, with a snap, slap it onto Naruto's forehead, asking, Yo, golden light bulb, what's wrong? Heartbroken? Get lost. You're the light bulb. This is the Ninetales mode. By the way, why did it take you so long to arrive? After being slapped, Naruto retorts without any cheer. I just finished my training, took a shower, and changed my clothes before coming. A master always makes the last entrance, I say with a grin. Isn't that my line? Naruto is caught off guard. After all, back in the land of waves, Naruto had said this in front of Sasuke. Haha, just borrowing it. Don't mind it. Quickly absorb the ninjutsu I just gave you. Oh, okay. By the way, I just defeated the perverted sage, Naruto adds while checking the ninjutsu description. Is that so? He was also resurrected by Edo Tensei? This planet spiral shuriken is impressive, Naruto exclaims excitedly after digesting the memory. Yes. Since it is a chaotic spinning Rasengan, it consumes more chakra, but you should be fine using it. Thanks a lot. Just then, Gaara and Inoki approach. Tetsuya. You're here. Yes, Gaara, quite impressive. You've become an outstanding Kage. Congratulations. Thank you. You're the kid from the previous 5 Kage summit, right? I heard you are the new generation of the Golden Flash and also possess a bloodline limit. Inoki examines me curiously. Old man Inoki, not at all. It's just a matter of mutual support. Gaara. Inoki. Naruto. On the battlefield, Ohayaki chuckled, saying, in a certain sense, the younger generation is truly formidable. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Gaara echoed his amusement. All right, let us cease the jesting. Ohayaki. You and Gaara should handle the second Mizukage. He employs steam illusions, and Gaara-san should easily locate his true form. After you've dealt with the second Mizukage, do take a moment to rest. Naruto, come with me. We shall confront the third Raikage. With that, I grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar and soared toward the direction of the Raikage. Chapter 55, The King of the Battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the explosive sounds of ninjutsu, the third Raikage fought fiercely, entering and exiting the fray with remarkable agility. As Naruto and I observed his battle from the skies, he pondered for a moment and suggested, Tetsuya, let us unleash the Raisen Shuriken together. A coordinated attack should decisively end this conflict. Agreed. I will drop you down to restrain the third Raikage, and when the moment is right, I will strike from behind with my own jutsu. Okay. After formulating our plan, I propelled Naruto toward the third Raikage. In midair, Naruto quickly formed a Raisen Shuriken and hurled it at the Raikage, who deftly dodged to the side. Seizing the moment, Naruto threw a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique near the Raikage's feet before summoning the Raisen Shuriken back to himself. As the Raikage leapt to evade, Naruto landed and caught the Raisen Shuriken with a chakra-infused hand, teleporting in front of the Raikage to strike him. At that instant, I too appeared behind the Raikage, launching my Raisen Shuriken at his back. Wind release, Raisen Shuriken. Once we were out of the range of the ninjutsu's impact, we exchanged a fist bump and shared a smile as two colossal vortexes of wind swirled around us. The other ninjas, witnessing the damage we inflicted on the third Raikage, erupted in cheers. Prepare the sealing team. Yes. Once the smoke cleared, only half of the third Raikage remained, and the sealing team swiftly commenced their work. Well done, Tetsuya. This matter is resolved. Let us find Gaara and the others. All right, let us go. With that, I led Naruto toward Gaara's location. As we soared away, those below gasped in astonishment, while the young Sand Village ninja gathered near Shikamaru, questioning, "Is this the bloodline limit ninja you spoke of, Lady Shikamaru?" Shikamaru explained, "Indeed. The one I mentioned earlier is the third Tsuchikage, Hokage, and this is the new generation's golden flash from Konoha. I just received word that he possesses a bloodline limit, recently developed, as evidenced by the golden aura surrounding him. No wonder he is so powerful. Look at his attire, it's striking. And that charmingly rogue expression. I wonder if he has a girlfriend," gushed two infatuated young sand ninja. Upon hearing their remarks, Shikamaru replied with exasperation, "Don't entertain such thoughts. He is already married and on the verge of tying the knot." Meanwhile, on Gaara's side, thanks to my warning, Hokage managed to avoid injury. And together they successfully dealt with the second Mizukage, resting alongside the allied ninjas. Naruto and I soon joined Gaara and the others, engaging in conversation and preparing for the next confrontation. Just as I was about to ask Naruto to disperse his shadow clones, an overwhelming chakra surged forth. With a resounding crash, a coffin lid was forcefully kicked aside, revealing a man clad in crimson armor with dark hair, Uchiha Madara, the legendary king of the battlefield. What is this? Impure world reincarnation? What are Nagato and Black Zetsu up to? Madara pondered, somewhat perplexed by his own existence. "Greetings, Mr. Madara. I am the one who resurrected you," said Orochimaru, controlling the second Tsuchikage. "Ha, a cowardly rat who dares not show his face," Madara scoffed disdainfully. "Do not be so dismissive. I have restored you to your prime," Orochimaru replied proudly. "Foolish child, do you truly comprehend my prime?" Madara glared fiercely at Orochimaru. "Isn't this your moment to shine?" Orochimaru gestured theatrically. After a lengthy pause, Madara cracked his neck and flexed his wrists, saying, "Very well, allow me to show you, young one, what my prime entails." At that moment, those gathered below, particularly Hokage, stared in disbelief, muttering, "Uchiha Madara." Naruto, hearing this, inquired curiously, "Is this the Madara?" That masked man claimed to be Madara as well. How can there be two? The others paid no heed to Naruto, their eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara, all preparing for battle. Suddenly, Madara leaped from the stone platform, gradually quickening his pace as he charged toward the allied forces. I stood back, observing Madara's movements, ready to act when the time was right. Madara reveled in the chaos, weaving through the crowd with ease, before seizing an individual by the neck, enacting a classic scene, and asking, "Do you wish to dance as well?" With a thunderous clap, Shikamaru successfully struck Madara away with her fan, exclaiming, "Stop underestimating others." In response, I facepalmed, thinking, "Oh dear, this fierce woman truly believes she can challenge him. He not only has the right to look down upon you, but could also eliminate you in an instant." However, I didn't dwell on my thoughts for long, aware that Madara was about to unleash his jutsu. In a flash of golden light, I positioned myself in front of the others. At that moment, Madara brushed off the dust from his shoulders, forming hand seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. Simultaneously, I formed the same hand seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. Thus, two towering infernos collided, and after several seconds, a tremendous explosion echoed. Madara turned to me and remarked, "Not bad, young one. Would you care to join my plan? Welcome to the opposition, Madara, Orochimaru, everyone." Only Naruto, with a perplexed expression, recalled my earlier words to the masked man. Madara inquired of Orochimaru, "What does that statement mean?" I'm not entirely sure," Orochimaru admitted. Seeing this, Madara did not press the issue further and activated the second form of Susanoo, wielding dual blades that slashed toward the gathered ninjas. At that moment, Naruto, having overexerted his Nine-Tails chakra, activated Sage Mode and charged at Madara, unleashing an enormous Rasengan aimed at Susanoo. However, it was futile. Subsequently, Naruto hurled a Rasen Shuriken toward Madara, while Hokage rushed to lessen the weight of Gaara's sand. Gaara manipulated the sand beneath Madara's feet, coordinating with Naruto to pull him from Susanoo. Just as Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was about to strike Madara, he swiftly activated his Rinnegan, absorbing the jutsu. Naruto, witnessing Madara's eye transformation, gasped, "Why does Madara possess Nagato's eyes?" The Rinnegan is likely the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan, which lacks ocular bloodline limits. Otherwise, you would have awakened your eyes long ago, I explained. "Oh, young one, It appears your analytical skills are quite impressive, Madara complimented. Not at all. It is merely the brilliance of my peers that shines brightly, I replied humbly. Madara thought to himself, I wish to eliminate this brat. The expressions of those around him shifted. Even in dire times, he jested. Is this the eye possessed by the Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru queried as he approached Madara. You, a mere rat unworthy of observing the Uchiha clan's tablet, presume to know so much? Madara retorted coldly. Thank you for the compliment. These deductions were drawn from Lord Orochimaru's studies on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Orochimaru proclaimed proudly. Humph, summoning technique. You haven't captured the Nine Tails yet? The blonde-haired boy below is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Orochimaru explained. Ah, a descendant of the Mito clan, is it? Madara said, sensing the chakra with disdain. Very well. With that, Madara formed hand seals, summoning Susanoo as he synchronized his movements. Chapter 56. The Gathering of the Five Shadows. At this moment on the battlefield, the once radiant sky suddenly darkened. The assembled ninjas looked up in despair, dropping their weapons in resignation and smiling helplessly. In the heavens above, a colossal meteor was plummeting towards the Ninja Alliance. I, too, was taken aback, exclaiming in awe, wow, this is even more astonishing than what I've seen on television. However, I quickly dismissed the thought, and, with a flash of golden light, soared into the sky. What does this little brat intend to do? Perhaps he thinks he can handle it. Humph, Madara scoffed disdainfully. Reaching midair, I surveyed the position of the Ninja Alliance below and slightly adjusted my angle, ensuring my allies would remain unharmed. Super Radiant Roar. I opened my mouth and unleashed a tremendous golden beam of light, instantly shattering the meteor. Oh, wonderful. The crowd below erupted in jubilant cheers. Inoki sighed in relief, having been prepared to intervene himself. At that moment, Madara's voice echoed again. And what about the second one? I noticed the second meteor descending and immediately darted towards Naruto. While I could have dealt with it alone, I needed to conserve chakra for the upcoming battle. After all, one use of Super Radiant Roar had consumed nearly 2/5 of my chakra. Naruto, let us combine our powers to create an enormous Raijin shuriken. Oh, no problem. We placed our hands together, with Naruto channeling the Raijin shuriken while I infused it with yang chakra and sage energy. Thus, a magnificent Raijin shuriken, nearly 5 meters in diameter, took shape. Witnessing our preparation to attack, the onlookers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Infusing that ninjutsu with yang release, are we? Madara observed with keen interest. At that moment, I commanded, go Naruto. All right. I hurled Naruto's flying thunder god Kunai towards the meteor, while Naruto teleported beneath it. He aimed carefully and launched the Raijin shuriken, then instantly returned to the ground. In an instant, a catastrophic threat was averted, leaving Naruto breathless on the ground. And I was not far behind, gasping for air as well. I didn't expect these two youngsters to pull it off, Madara remarked with delight. What's next? Lord Madara? I have a jutsu I wish to test. They will serve as the perfect subjects for this experiment. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. The survivors, having just escaped death, saw Madara unleashing wood release, and their emotions began to crumble. Inoki and Gaara had no time to reach Naruto and me. Inoki utilized dust release, while Gaara employed sand to defend, but the sheer volume was overwhelming and utterly uncontainable. Noticing the dire situation, I had no time to enter sage mode and gritted my teeth, resorting to another jutsu. Leaping into the sky, I shouted towards the advancing wood release. Super 8-span shuriken. After a stalemate lasting over a minute, my jutsu finally halted Madara's attack. I landed, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. I was down to merely 20% of my chakra, and Naruto was in a similar state. Hey, Naruto, why hasn't the Nine Tails helped you? I curiously inquired. This doesn't align with the narrative. The Nine Tails should be lending you chakra now, given its disdain for Madara. Is it because of me? I don't know. Previously, he was annoyed by my alliance with the Eight Tails, claiming it was humiliating. Hearing Naruto's words, my composure shattered. What the hell? At a time like this? P.S. still being Tsundere? The Nine Tails truly has a death wish. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Sigh. I'll have to think of another way. With that, I sat on the ground, extracting chakra. This kid's ninjutsu is rather intriguing, Madara mused. This person employs a bloodline limit. Reports indicate it's a newly created light release. New bloodline limit? Light release. Utilizing the power of light. An interesting junior. Madara seemed to regard it as a work of art. However, before long, Madara and Obito charged towards us as a blue light illuminated the sky. Bang! Pow! At that moment, Tsunade and the Raikage appeared, striking Madara away with a punch and kicking Obito aside. Approaching us, the Raikage declared, "Humph, kid. Your bloodline limit is quite intriguing. After this is over, we should have a spar. Let us discuss that after we win this war. Alright, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. I'll go treat Inoki and Gaara," Tsunade interjected. Upon seeing the Hokage and Raikage, Inoki exclaimed, "The princess and the rascal have arrived." At that moment, the Mizukage also arrived, transported by the flying thunder god, saying, "Am I late to the gathering?" "Right on time." Inoki responded, "Naruto, we'll handle things here. You leave the masked man to us," Tsunade instructed. "Okay," I replied, and Naruto's shadow clones dissipated. "I'm nearly out of chakra. I'll recover and then assist Naruto." The sight of the 5 Kage collaborating in battle was a first for me. Madara remarked with a smile, "We shall demonstrate the might of the 5 Kage onward." With that, the Raikage charged at Madara, while Tsunade began to heal Inoki. Madara unleashed his first form to engage. Water release, hidden mist technique. Lightning release, thunderclap axe. Fire release, great fire destruction. Water release, water barrier, water release, water dragon bullet. Lightning release, lightning fury. Lava release, lava beast technique. Sand binding coffin, sand waterfall funeral. Madara was ensnared by Gaara's sand. "This is the power of the 5 Kage. You bastard." Inoki, receiving treatment, declared, "Alright, sis, that should be enough. I'm off now." "Go ahead," she replied, and with a flash of golden light, I departed. If I lingered, I feared influencing the narrative, potentially leading to the demise of the 5 Kage. In the original storyline, they all survived. On my way towards Naruto. "System, is there a chakra potion available for purchase?" "Yes, host. It has been added to the system backpack, costing 300,000 points." I retrieved the potion from my backpack and consumed it, then incinerated the vial with fire release. I felt a clear restoration of chakra and closed my eyes. 10 seconds later, I opened my eyes, revealing golden pupils. Sage mode was complete. At this moment, Naruto and Killer Bee, 2 perfect Jinchuriki, were engaged in their tailed beast transformations, battling alongside 6-tailed beasts. Having just received memories from my shadow clone, Naruto was now aware of my words and entered the ceiling space to communicate with the 9 tails. Ultimately, the two, 1 human and 1 beast, shared a fist bump in reconciliation. All the tailed beasts learned through the 9 tails that Naruto was the prophesied child of the Sage of 6 Paths and the reincarnation of Ashura. As Naruto began to remove the nails controlling the tailed beasts, he also entered the deep consciousness space of the beasts, where all the tailed beasts offered their chakra to him. Observing this, Obito had no choice but to retract all the tailed beasts, preparing to engage in battle himself. Meanwhile, Naruto, Killer Bee, Guy, and Kakashi advanced to Naruto's side, ready for the fray. Just as everyone was engaging in pre-battle banter, Obito sensed the increasing strain. After all, my speed was overwhelming, and Obito could no longer utilize his Anaji. Chapter 57. I have always loved you. In an unknown forest, a figure was moving at high speed. Let us draw the camera closer. Upon seeing the face, we are astonished to recognize it as Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, he was heading towards Kabuto's location, accompanied by 6 others. Suddenly, another figure appeared from the lower right, exuding an air of arrogance. It was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, the youngest of the Uchiha's 4 heavenly kings. The two locked eyes, confirming they were indeed the right individuals. Sasuke abruptly yanked the handbrake, executing a tailspin drift as he turned to pursue the enemy group of 7. A group of 7. Upon hearing the shout, Itachi remained unfazed. A loud crash ensued, followed by a flurry of attacks from 2 Susanoo arms, one red and the other purple. "Sasuke, I am preoccupied at the moment. I lack the time for idle chatter." A group of 7. "I have already transplanted your eyes as per your wishes." Itachi fell silent, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he mused. If only you could forge a friendship with Tetsuya, perhaps I would no longer need to worry. Indeed, it was Tetsuya again. This thought harkened back to the encounter between the group of 7 and Nagato, who had confronted Naruto. As Naruto rushed to the battlefield, he was obstructed by the Edo Tensei Nagato and the group of 7. A skirmish broke out, during which Naruto inquired of Itachi about the massacre of his clan. He then relayed Tetsuya's words to Itachi, who was left astounded. It was astonishing that Tetsuya not only understood the cultivation of the Sharingan, but also possessed a broader vision than his own. While Itachi had been confined to the perspectives of the village elite and his clan, Tetsuya approached matters from the vantage point of the village and the nation's development. Furthermore, Itachi learned of the intricate training Tetsuya had orchestrated for Naruto, as well as the philosophies he imparted to him, many of which Itachi himself lacked. All he could do was foster Sasuke's resentment towards him and ultimately bestow his eyes upon Sasuke. Oh, if only Tetsuya and I had been born in the same era, we might have been friends, and the Uchiha clan would not have reached such a dire state. Itachi reflected. Thus, Itachi and Sasuke engaged in a relentless chase, a game of cat and mouse. After a considerable time, they arrived at a cave, where Itachi entered without hesitation, followed closely by Sasuke. Well, isn't this the group of 7 and Sasuke? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, speaking up. Who are you? Kabuto Yakushi? What has happened to you? Sasuke inquired, astonished. Ever since you dispatched Lord Orochimaru, I have utilized the remnants he left behind to conduct research, uncovering information on sage techniques. Consequently, I embarked on a journey to locate the Ryuchi cave. Upon reaching it, I accepted the sage inheritance from the White Snake sage. Initially, I was overwhelmed, but remembering Lord Orochimaru's ambitions, I persevered. Now, I embody the perfect snake sage. I surpass Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto recounted his experiences with wild enthusiasm. What a madman, Sasuke remarked dismissively. Without further ado, he activated his Susanoo and shot an arrow at Kabuto, who leaped to the cave's ceiling, revealing his abdomen's Jintoki Maru as he countered with an arrow of his own. Utilizing sage techniques, he aimed an arrow at Sasuke, while both Itachi and Sasuke activated their Susanoo to withstand the onslaught. Thus began their fierce battle. Itachi wasted no time unleashing Amaterasu, while Sasuke employed Kagutsuchi. Kabuto narrowly evaded. Deploying sage techniques, sage art, white strike technique, 8-span Magatama, Kagutsuchi, sage art, inorganic rebirth. The three engaged in a grueling confrontation within the cave, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds until Itachi's left eye succumbed to blindness. Noticing Kabuto's immobility, he began to enlighten Sasuke. Sasuke. This is the illusion technique known as Izanami, utilized by the Uchiha clan, aside from Izanagi, to counter it. This technique ensnares individuals within the recorded fragments of one's eye, repeating them endlessly. Only by confronting their true selves can those ensnared break free. Now, I must also end the Edo Tensei, Itachi declared. Ni-san. Sasuke murmured softly. After Itachi dispelled the Edo Tensei, he turned back toward Sasuke, conveying the entirety of his thoughts through his remaining right eye. Finally, he pressed his forehead against Sasuke's, a reassuring smile gracing his face as he said, "If I had been able to communicate with you as an equal back then, you might not have become what you are today. Yet, you have always been my pride. I shall no longer interfere with your choices. The path you choose from now on, your brother will unconditionally support you, for I have always loved you." With those words, Itachi's spirit transcended, leaving this world entirely. Ni-san. Sasuke bowed his head. After a lengthy pause, Sasuke approached the unconscious Akatsuki and utilized the sealing art to release Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun, I never expected to see you again, Orochimaru remarked. I require your assistance. Oh, how rare. And who is that? Kabuto? It seems he has mastered sage mode. Suddenly, the cave's walls exploded as Suigetsu and Jugo entered. Ah, Sasuke and Lord Orochimaru. Jugo nodded at Sasuke. It seems my once exceptional subordinates have now aligned with you, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru mused, approaching Kabuto to absorb his sage chakra. Orochimaru. I need to summon the previous Hokage using Edo Tensei, Sasuke stated. Ah, I have a method for that. But we must go to the Uzumaki clan shrine at the back of Konoha village. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Sasuke and his companions set off toward Konoha. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage struggled against Madara's relentless assault. Suddenly, Madara's spirit detached from his body, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Madara then spoke. Tell that little brat not to recklessly use forbidden techniques in the future. Edo Tensei dispel. What? The 5 Kage exclaimed in shock. Left with no choice, they resumed their battle. Tsunade, having overexerted her chakra, fell into a brief unconsciousness just as she was about to face a fatal blow, but Kato-dan appeared, utilizing the spirit transformation technique to save her before vanishing. Back at the battlefield, thanks to notifications from Kakashi and Ino, everyone learned that the Edo Tensei had been lifted, prompting Naruto's shadow clones to commence a siege against the disguised white Zetsu. Kakashi, all battlefields, be advised, the fighting is nearing its conclusion. Eliminate the masked man, and we shall secure victory. Everyone on the battlefield proceeds swiftly southeast to assist Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was discussing strategies to defeat the masked man, as his intangibility posed a formidable challenge. I suggest that I and Naruto feign an attack while Guy and Tetsuya remain on standby for support, Kakashi proposed. I concur. Naruto nodded. Kakashi, as expected of you. Guy praised with a thumbs up. I have an inkling of the situation. Kakashi, you may be shocked by what I reveal. What do you mean, Tetsuya? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Naruto and Guy turned their attention to me. In fact, I suspect that the masked man is one of Kakashi's former comrades. What? The three exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Obito, is he dead? Yet your Sharingan is identical, Kakashi muttered, falling into silence. Tetsuya, how do you know this? Naruto asked, intrigued. Because the masked man utilizes his right eye to achieve intangibility and escape, while Kakashi employs his eye to manipulate space for attacks. Both techniques belong to the realm of space-time ninjutsu, and since both are vortex-based, one serves offense while the other serves defense. Together, they form a perfect balance. Is that so? No wonder. Realization dawned on Kakashi as he processed my explanation. Indeed. Well done, Tetsuya, Naruto acknowledged with clarity. Guy gazed at Kakashi in surprise. Meanwhile, Obito scoffed. Your analytical skills are commendable. However, names are inconsequential. Madara, Akatsuki, even Obito, it matters not. For I shall obliterate this world and create a new one where everyone exists. Chapter 58. Breaking the Shell. With that, Obito launched his attack, prompting Naruto to enter the Ninetales mode and engage him in battle. Kakashi utilized his Sharingan to distract Obito, while Guy brandished his nunchaku to assist Naruto. Do not relent. Keep the pressure on him. Why, Tetsuya? Naruto queried. This is to ascertain whether his intangibility has a time limit, Kakashi elucidated. Precisely, every jutsu possesses vulnerabilities, and we must uncover them. All right, let us go. Naruto shouted as he charged at Obito. We're on it, Kakashi. Guy followed suit. Let us move, Tetsuya. As such, the four of us commenced an unrelenting sequence of attacks on Obito. After 5 minutes, Guy delivered a swift strike to Obito's head with his nunchaku. Obito was instantly sent flying, and I swiftly followed up with my ninjutsu. 6 consecutive lightning-style kicks, with a series of loud impacts. The sky was adorned with a golden radiance forming a hexagram. Meanwhile, Obito lay on the ground, bloodied and disheveled. One must admit, Obito's resilience is remarkable. The cells of Hashirama truly grant him strength. At that moment, Obito formed hand seals and summoned the Outer Path's demonic statue, employing the 4 Crimson Sun formation to shield it while he began to fuse with the tailed beast chakra, transforming into the 10 tails. Well, Obito, you seem to be in quite a predicament, a voice echoed. We turned to see Uchiha Madara. What have you done to the 5 Kage? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Who knows? Madara replied, crossing his arms with a mocking tone. Damn it. Calm down, Naruto. Do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Kakashi quickly interjected. Got it, Kakashi-sensei. Hey, you brat from the Senju clan, care to join me? Madara extended his invitation once more. No, old fossil, came the retort. The others were taken aback. What did you just say? Brat. Old fool. Did I say something wrong? Aren't you an old fool? I've already turned you down, yet you persist, appearing rather desperate. I quipped. Ha ha ha. Naruto couldn't contain his laughter. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Though Madara was unfamiliar with the term desperate, he understood it was not a compliment, veins bulging on his forehead. The Senju brat is as annoying as Tobirama. Oh, what a coincidence. Tobirama is my grandfather. Madara was momentarily speechless. Just then, Obito limped over, tossing the Uchiha fan to Madara. Here, return what belongs to you. Receiving the fan, Madara scoffed. Humph, brat. Let me show you the power of the Uchiha. Ah, I've seen enough of that already. No thanks, I replied. Madara's inner thoughts erupted. Damn it. I can't hold back any longer. Fire style, great fire destruction. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water dragon bullet. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck me, prompting me to send a shadow clone to find Kakashi. Kakashi, do you have any B-rank lightning-style jutsu? Just teach me one quickly. Alright. How about lightning-style, lightning ball? Kakashi began instructing my shadow clone in the hand seals, briefly explaining the key points. Alright, I think I've learned it, I said. And with a pop, the clone dispersed. As I engaged in close combat with Madara, I received the information from my clone, a smile creeping onto my face. Utilizing the momentum from my attacks, I leaped into the air, facing Madara as I formed the seals, shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones appeared. Sage Art, Great Fire Destruction. Sage Art, Water Dragon Bullet. Sage Art, Great Breakthrough. Sage Art, Lightning Ball. Ninja Art, 4-style Great Bullet Technique. Kakashi looked on, puzzled by my jutsu. What kind of twisted humor is this? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Guy gave me a thumbs up. You're truly your teacher's student, Kakashi. Madara activated the first form of Susanoo to mitigate the damage, but Sage techniques are not so easily dealt with, and Susanoo was shattered, Madara's form disintegrating. Haha, welcome to the battlefield, I declared, shedding my cloak to let it flutter in the wind, officially becoming a stylish combatant. I stood there, lit a cigarette, playing the part, quietly awaiting Madara's reconstitution. Naruto, leave this to me. We will deal with Obito, Kakashi instructed, racing towards Obito with Guy. Alright, be careful, Setsu, I called after them. Meanwhile, I observed Madara gradually regaining his form. It appeared that the Sage techniques had a significant impact on his Edo Tensei body. Amidst the booming sounds from Naruto's side. Approximately 5 minutes later, Madara was finally restored. Well, old man, are you finally back? I've waited long enough to finish my smoke. I flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, extinguishing it. I didn't expect you to master Sage techniques, but why don't you have the Senjutsu signature? Oh, about that. I began, rolling up my sleeves to reveal my tattooed arm. This is it, and of course my eyes. I gestured to my eyes. No wonder. I thought something felt different. Your original eyes were blue. Come on, Madara. I want to engage in close combat. I laughed heartily, assuming a fighting stance. Madara smirked. Very well, brat. Let me see how you measure up against Hashirama. With that, we lunged at each other, commencing our brawl. Our fists and feet collided, straight punches, hooks, elbow strikes followed by shoulder checks. I closed the distance, delivering rapid punches, knee strikes, side kicks, and finishing with a powerful uppercut. After a series of attacks, Madara was sent flying several meters. Neither of us utilized ninjutsu. It was pure hand-to-hand combat. Ha ha ha. I acknowledge your taijutsu. Among my opponents, none have surpassed you. I, Madara, shall deem you the strongest. Are you out of your mind? This is fighting technique, not taijutsu. I'm not even using chakra against you, just my bare strength. Madara stared blankly at me. Fighting technique utilizes no chakra, purely physical combat, employing the body's striking points, fists, palms, elbows, knees, legs, etc. You, however, relied solely on chakra and the Sharingan for defense. Is that so? It seems you possess much knowledge unknown to me. Suddenly, the 4 Crimson Sun formation erupted. The Ten Tails was emerging. Haha. Alright, brat, our duel is temporarily over. I shall seek you out later, Madara declared, dashing towards the Ten Tails. Obito followed suit, both ascending to the Ten Tails' head, connecting and controlling it with their Hashirama cells. At that moment, Naruto and Kakashi approached me, asking, how are things on your end? Not bad. Madara and I were in close combat. He can't defeat me. Really? We can only hold Obito back. His intangibility is quite troublesome, Naruto replied. Hey, Setsu. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be so formidable. I must spar with you when the opportunity arises. Youth. Alright, Guy, now is not the time for that, Kakashi interrupted, halting Guy's enthusiasm. Wow, Zetsu, your taijutsu is impressive. Oh yeah. Alright, Killer Bee and Naruto. It's time for your tailed beast transformation. The Ten Tails won't be easy to handle. Roar. In an instant, they transformed. I turned to the 9 Tails, saying, Kurama, I thought you'd be hiding inside Naruto and not come out. Brat. I merely dislike Naruto depending on external forces to harness my power as the mighty 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Besides, I detest Uchiha Madara. I must fight him alongside Naruto. The 9 Tails remained as proud as ever. Haha, your name is Zetsu, right? I'm the 8 Tails Gyuki. You know Kurama's name. You must be quite special. Greetings, Gyuki. He should know all our names. This brat is enigmatic, full of secrets. What did you say, Kurama? The 8 Tails exclaimed in surprise. It's because he informed me that Naruto is the child of prophecy and the reincarnation of Ashura. What? The Eight Tails was completely taken aback. Humph. Do you think I would deceive you? However, given that he does not reject tailed beasts and even encourages Naruto to befriend us, I shall overlook it. Humph. You arrogant beast, do I need your forgiveness? What did you say? Want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Enough. Stop the commotion. My head is spinning. Tetsuya inquired. What did the Nine Tails mean by the child of prophecy and the reincarnation of Ashura? The Nine Tails responded. You may regard the child of prophecy as akin to the child of destiny that Jiraiya spoke of. As for Ashura, that is something you need not concern yourself with for now. Focus on dealing with the 10 tails before us. By the way, Gyuki, share a portion of your chakra with Naruto. He is merely lacking your and Shikaka's chakra at this point. The Nine Tails was taken aback. How do you know this? I guessed, came the reply. It has been said that the azure-eyed boy frolicking with the tailed beasts would not be granted chakra for mere amusement. The Eight Tails was momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he fist-bumped Naruto, transferring some of his chakra to him. At that moment, the 10 tails surged towards them. The 9 tails declared, the 10 tails moves swiftly. We must evade while attempting to close the distance. Its eyes are its vulnerable point. Let us aim to strike it with a tailed beast bomb. I did not expect you to possess such tactical acumen, remarked the 9 tails. Do not presume that a few words exchanged with you grants you license to disrespect me. He roared. Naruto, hand me a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique. I will approach the 10 tails and toss the kunai near its eyes. You will then teleport the tailed beast bomb there. Understood, replied Naruto. In a flash of golden light, I found myself before the 10 tails, discarding the kunai and dashing away. Meanwhile, the combined tailed beast bomb from the 8 tails and the 9 tails was also delivered. Excellent timing. Praised the 9 tails. However, the 10 tails simply blocked the attack with its hand, rendering it ineffective. The 10 tails began to form its own tailed beast bomb, prompting the 9 tails and the 8 tails to shield themselves with their tails. I shouted, Kurama, direct your chakra towards Gyuki. I shall reinforce you with sage technique. Upon hearing this, the 9 tails reverted from its tailed beast form, and Naruto stood atop Gyuki's head, enveloped in an orange-golden chakra cloak. I leaped onto Gyuki's head, sitting cross-legged and unleashing my sage chakra. It's in your hands now, Gyuki, declared the 9 tails and Naruto. Kakashi and Guy could only cower within the 9 tails chakra, trembling. I entrust this to you, partner, encouraged Killer Bee. Leave it to me, replied the 8 tails, wrapping his body entirely with his tail, reinforced by dual layers of tailed beast chakra and sage techniques. Boom. The 10 tails tailed beast bomb struck the 8 tails. After a prolonged moment, the attack subsided. The 9 tails chakra had diminished by half, revealing the 8 tails, who had lost 3 of his tails, and I had exhausted my sage chakra entirely. At this juncture, I returned to my normal state, having dispelled sage mode. Phew, my sage chakra is completely depleted. I must first gather natural energy, I stated, commencing to draw in natural energy. Indeed, since the 10 tails is a conglomerate of chakra, let us observe it with sage techniques. With that, Naruto entered sage mode. Hey Naruto, I advise against that, warned the 9 tails, but it was too late. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of chakra, which resembled a planet. I told you not to look, the 9 tails lamented. Just then, the 10 tails launched its second tailed beast bomb. As the 9 tails prepared to defend, a massive gust of wind unexpectedly blew the tailed beast bomb away. Naruto turned and smiled. The first division of the allied shinobi forces has arrived on the battlefield. The second division has arrived. The third division has arrived. The fourth division has arrived. The fifth division is on site. Seeing the entire ninja world set aside their grievances to unite, Obito felt a tinge of surprise. As the assembled allies arrived, Obito resumed his verbal sparring with Naruto, who seemed to listen attentively. Remarkably, several of the shinobi behind them nodded along, leaving me quite astounded. At that moment, Kakashi found me, discussing the strategies ahead. Upon hearing Kakashi's plan, I realized it was indeed the strategy of the allied shinobi forces. However, I agreed with the stipulation that everyone should retreat 1 kilometer after the cooperation, leaving the rest to Naruto and me as we severed the connection between Obito and the 10 tails. Once the discussion concluded, Kakashi began orchestrating, instructing the allied forces. You may commence. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Wind release, laser ring. Wind release, gale dance. utilizing light and wind techniques to obscure visibility. Earth release, quake core. Lava release, lime solidification technique. Water release, water bullet technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. By mixing water and lime and using the heat from the fire release to evaporate the moisture, we immobilize the Ten Tails. Do you see? This is the strategy of the allied shinobi forces. Naruto proclaimed proudly before the massive pit. Kakashi then announced, everyone in the allied forces, except Naruto and Tetsuya. Retreat 1 kilometer. Though this command puzzled many, they complied nonetheless. Naruto, keep Obito from allowing the Ten Tails to become intangible. You hold off Obito while I deal with Madara. Okay, let us go. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Lightspeed kick. The spiraling shuriken severed the connection between Obito and the Ten Tails. I kicked Madara away, snapping the link. After resolving the situation, Naruto and I ascended from the pit, soaring toward the allied shinobi forces. The Ten Tails broke free from Obito and Madara's grasp, commencing its evolution into its second form. Barely 10 seconds after we returned, the Ten Tails emerged. Obito and Madara leapt back onto the Ten Tails' head, continuing to control it with the cells of Hashirama, each utilizing 2 tubes. At this moment, the second form of the Ten Tails began to gather tailed beast bombs in the sky. Sensing the impending danger, I turned to Naruto. Naruto, did you leave a flying thunder god mark near the Turtle Island? Let me think. I did leave one in a certain location, but Turtle Island is moving, and the spot is now just a small islet. Is there anyone living on that island? No. It's quite distant from the mainland. All right, follow me, I said, pulling Naruto away from the allied forces, and in a flash of golden light, we soared toward the command headquarters. During our flight, I communicated with Kakashi, Uncle Kakashi. Ensure the allied forces remain vigilant against the Ten Tails attacks. We shall return to assist shortly. Just then, I noticed a tailed beast bomb trailing behind us. Naruto, redirect that tailed beast bomb to the location you marked in the sea, I exclaimed, positioning myself in front of the tailed beast bomb. Naruto entered the Nine Tails mode, and upon touching the bomb, he vanished, only to reappear in a distant burst of light. Naruto, did you leave a mark with the allied forces? Yes. I left a kunai marked with the flying thunder god for Hinata when I used Shadow Clone. That works. You return to the allied forces while I shift the others to safety. Understood, Naruto replied, vanishing midair back to the allied forces. I continued toward the command headquarters, maintaining communication with Kakashi. Uncle Kakashi, prepare everyone thoroughly. I will assist shortly. Oh, thank you, Tetsuya. No need for thanks. I shall arrive soon. Subsequently, I materialized at the command headquarters, strategizing with Kakashi, aware that the enemy could sense our position, making any location unsafe. Ultimately, I made the decisive call, effective immediately. The command headquarters is disbanded. All personnel are to disperse and return to their respective villages. The command will be entrusted to Shikamaru on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, everyone began to gather their belongings and gradually return to their villages, while Kakashi and Ino still contemplated joining the battle. Are you two planning to head to the front lines? By the time you arrive, the battle will likely be over, Kakashi remarked. Ino added, all right, you two return to the village. It requires leadership. The front lines are in need, but the rear must also be manned. Ultimately, both Kakashi and Ino reluctantly joined the other sensing shinobi in their return to the village. Chapter 60. The Hokages of past generations. As I bid farewell to the group, my fingers grazed the ground, initiating my sensory perception. Lo and behold, Sasuke and the previous Hokages are gathered. It seems I must join the fray. Glancing at the direction. Ah, it is Konoha. In a flash of golden light, I vanished, eagerly setting off towards Sasuke. Within the Vortex Shrine, 7 individuals were engaged in conversation. It appeared we had been summoned through Edo Tensei. Minato expressed a sense of nostalgia. By the way, who are you? Hashirama inquired, puzzled. Ah, I am the 4th Hokage. Minato replied, revealing the large characters on his back. Oh, already the 4th? How is the village faring? Well, I cannot say, as I was sealed away before the 3rd. Due to the Nine Tails incident, Minato answered candidly. At this moment, Orochimaru interjected. The village is currently under the leadership of your granddaughter, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, you say? Is something amiss, 1st Hokage? Minato asked, intrigued. It's because she is my great-granddaughter. I have always indulged her, even in my fondness for gambling. Ha ha ha. Minato chuckled. The village should be doing well, I hope. Hashirama began to worry about Tsunade's management. Thanks to you, we are currently engaged in a war outside. War indeed. It seems we cannot escape the shadows of that era. Minato coughed. Now, esteemed ones, let us settle down. My companion, Uchiha Sasuke, has queries for the past Hokages, Orochimaru announced. From the Uchiha clan? Tobirama muttered. Ah, it seems you are all deep in discussion. May I join? A voice emerged from behind, and a golden light revealed my presence before them. Who are you? Hashirama asked once more. Senju Tetsuya, what brings you here? Sasuke coldly regarded me. I missed you, so I thought I would pay a visit. Is that not permissible? I grinned widely. Cut it out. Don't be a nuisance. I assure you, I am not here to disrupt. I have come to question the third Hokage. What do you mean? Tobirama inquired. Quite literally. The entire Konoha has been dragged into darkness by the third. Shouldn't we address this? Monkey, what is happening? Tobirama turned to Sarutobi for answers. Lord Tobirama. Sarutobi hesitated to speak. Allow me to elaborate, I said as I plopped down on the ground, lit a cigarette, and began. Since becoming Hokage, the third has abstained from participating in battles, be it the second or third Great Ninja War. He even sent freshly graduated genin to the front lines while he engaged in covert power struggles within the village alongside Danzo, plunging the village into darkness for the sake of that wretched power. The third is a hypocrite, and Danzo is a treacherous rat. Together they conspired to conduct human experiments with wood release. Monkey, what is the meaning of this? Did I not prohibit such experiments? Tobirama demanded. Master, it is due to the village lacking high-level combat power, Sarutobi explained. Of course, the high-level power was eliminated by your actions. If it existed, it would be a miracle. Konoha's White Fang, due to the threat he posed to the third's position, was driven to death by rumors instigated by Danzo. Senju Rope Tree was assassinated on the battlefield through Danzo's schemes, with all his organs mysteriously disappearing due to the human experiments. Boom. Upon hearing this, Hashirama erupted with chakra, his gaze fixated intensely on Sarutobi, startling Tobirama. Calm down, brother, let us hear what this boy has to say, Tobirama reassured Hashirama. Young man, your surname is Senju. You must be of our Senju clan, correct? Hashirama inquired, regaining composure. Indeed, Lord Tobirama, you could consider yourself my grandfather. What? X3 you claim I am your grandfather? Yes, my father is Senju Yukin. You are Yukin's child? I once held him as a baby. He even urinated on me. Ha ha ha. The others were left speechless. Tobirama, very well, I understand. By relation, you may indeed call me grandfather. Please continue. Following this, the fourth Hokage and his wife faced challenges during childbirth due to being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which led to Obito's orchestrations of the Nine-Tails attack. Wait, Obito? Minato exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Obito and Madara are the ones currently battling our ninja alliance. Madara. Haha, he has returned as well? Hashirama exclaimed joyously. Brother, let us not stray from the topic. Please continue, Tobirama interjected. Then the entire village focused on containing the Nine-Tails, while the third merely used a stick to force it out of the village, essentially avoiding battle. The fourth attempted to combat Obito's space-time ninjutsu while sealing the Nine-Tails within his son, Naruto, ultimately leading to the demise of both parents. The most absurd part is that Naruto, the village's hero, was labeled as the Nine-Tails Demon Fox under the third's indulgence of Danzo's rumors, while the third pretended to console Naruto, pocketing the fourth's legacy to elevate the Sarutobi clan, now the most prominent clan in Konoha. Meanwhile, Naruto suffered from hunger and cold, drinking expired milk and surviving on instant ramen, even pondering over a bowl of ramen costing 70 ryo. Tell me, how can such a hypocrite, colluding with Danzo, disguise their actions in the name of for the village? Were it not for Orochimaru's desire for your dignified departure, I would have considered ending you myself. After a prolonged silence, Monkey, it appears you truly are unfit to be Hokage, Tobirama finally spoke. The others remained silent. It is not over yet. There is more? X3 yes. The third, incapable himself, altered the curriculum to depict himself as the strongest Hokage, distorting the will of fire into a doctrine serving the third. The third directly sent the Senju clan to the battlefield during the Second and Third Great Wars, resulting in our clan's annihilation, leaving only myself and Tsunade behind. The Uchiha clan, too, was brainwashed by the third's will of fire, ultimately leading to their own extinction under Danzo's threats against Sasuke's life for the sake of the village. Thus, when Orochimaru killed the third, not a soul came to his aid. Even Danzo distanced himself, leaving only 3 commentators by the barrier to observe. TSK, 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 third. You truly are a failure. Even your signature jutsu, the 5 nature transformation jutsu, I mastered in a mere minute. Boom, boom. At this point, Hashirama and Tobirama could no longer contain themselves. Even Minato glared fiercely at Sarutobi. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Orochimaru watched the spectacle, knowing that not everyone could withstand the wrath of 2 Hokages. As the tension boiled, I spoke again. Why do I label it darkness? The purpose of the village is to protect its citizens, and the Hokage's duty is to safeguard the village. A Hokage may sacrifice their life for the village, yet you, Sarutobi and Danzo, are cowards, fearful of death. You send your family and the village's children to confront danger while you hide within the village, ruling as your own sovereign. Thus, I openly supported Sasuke in his quest to eliminate Danzo before my sister, and I also informed Naruto of everything. My sister stands with me. Once the war concludes, the remaining 2 incompetent advisors will be ousted. Konoha could have thrived far better were it not for your 2 rat-like figures and the 2 inept advisors, who have dragged Konoha down. During my battles in the Cloud Village, their technological advancements have surpassed all in the ninja world, whereas Konoha neglects its development. The entire village has become mere pawns in your power games, victims of your struggles. Third, do you deserve the title of human? Upon concluding my speech, I turned to the long-silent third, who found himself at a loss for words, burdened by the weight of my soul's inquiry. Chapter 61. Sasuke's path. Seeing the third fall silent, I addressed Orochimaru directly. Uncle Snake, please release this old man's Edo Tensei. His continued existence is but a waste of air, and his resurrection merely pollutes it. Very well, Tetsuya-kun, Orochimaru replied, resigned. In that moment, Hashirama spoke up. What have we truly protected? Brother, First Hokage. Do not think so, First Hokage. During your time, you safeguarded what was to be protected. Each generation has its own responsibilities. Where there is light, there must be darkness. We simply need to let the light illuminate more of the dark. Is that not true now? Everyone is united in the development of the village. What about in 5 years? 10 years? The village will be transformed. Ha. I never expected to find comfort from a younger generation. You will likely become the next Hokage, I believe, Hashirama said with satisfaction. Yes, brother. I also think this child has potential. Tobirama nodded in agreement. No, I do not wish to be Hokage. That is Naruto's dream. I firmly shook my head. Zetsukuin. Minato remarked with a hint of nostalgia, looking at the friend who had always supported his son. All right, we shall discuss this later. I have spoken so much that I have stolen the questions Sasuke wished to ask. Sasuke, please go ahead. I will refrain from speaking further. After saying this, I lit another cigarette. Sasuke looked at me earnestly and said, actually, before you arrived, I wanted to ask them about their views on the village. But now I would like to ask you first. As for me, if I were to summarize, it would be one word: home. A place that encompasses all those in need of a home. A home is also a refuge, no matter how arduous and exhausting the outside world may be. Returning home brings joy. Just like you, I share the experience of having my clan annihilated. My parents perished in battle when I was merely 3 years old. There was not a single clan member left in the village. I had not even seen Tsunade before she returned as Hokage. To evade the third Hokage's scrutiny, I had to conceal myself daily. This was because I understood that the village was in a dark period, requiring someone to break the cycle and breathe new life into it. This cannot be accomplished by a single individual. As I mentioned earlier, where there is light, there is darkness. To amplify the light, we must unite our strengths, collaboratively pursue a shared goal, and render darkness unable to exist. I refer to those who share this vision as comrades. I aspire to be part of this grand endeavor. As the village gradually improves due to our collective efforts, I will feel an immense sense of accomplishment. With success comes failure. The two are intertwined. Thus, our task is to identify shortcomings and rectify them. For failure is the mother of success. We cannot remain in existence forever. We must also entrust our hopes to the next generation. Therefore, I believe the village is a large family, one that can connect everyone within it to strive together, transforming it into a beautiful homeland. Subsequently, we shall hand the village over to the next generation, allowing them to further enhance it. Well said, Hashirama exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tobirama and Minato nodded in approval. Upon hearing my words, Sasuke fell into contemplation. After a long pause, he stated, "Can one person truly not accomplish what you speak of?" That is impossible. Without assistance, one can only become a tyrant, much like Madara, isolated and devoid of a confidant. Moreover, no matter how powerful one may be, upon their demise, the oppressed will rise against tyranny, igniting the flames of revolution, and war will return. Lasting peace and development require the gradual accumulation of efforts by countless predecessors. One cannot expect to achieve success instantaneously. Furthermore, perhaps a century from now, the history books of our descendants will record our modest contributions at this moment. Ha ha, I concluded with hearty laughter. Sasuke, upon hearing my words, let a slight smile grace his lips, as though an answer had begun to form in his heart. Ha ha ha, Zetsu. You articulated that beautifully. This embodies the will of fire I envisioned when I founded the village. Ancestors shielding their descendants from the storm, dedicating their efforts for the village, passing this legacy down through generations. Zetsu, have you truly considered becoming the 6th Hokage? Hashirama mused, attempting to persuade me. Tobirama also displayed a rare smile of contentment while gazing at me, and Minato chuckled beside him. No, the Hokage has always been Naruto's dream, and I will help him realize it. Moreover, there are so many capable individuals in the village, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and others. Together, we can strive collectively. Besides, who says one must be Hokage to contribute to the village? Is that so? I thought you would assist me in becoming Hokage, Zetsu. Sasuke suddenly interjected. I felt a moment of awkwardness. Haha, but it matters not. As you said, one need not become Hokage. You also mentioned that any position can contribute to the village's welfare. Thus, I have resolved to be the shadow of the village, protecting it from the darkness and eliminating all dangers. Henceforth, this shall be my path, Sasuke declared with determination. That is a commendable thought. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Yes, I concur, Tobirama added. Sasuke-kun, I shall entrust Naruto's future to you, as well as Zetsu-kun, Minato said, feeling reassured. No problem at all. That underachiever expects me to protect him? Then let him relinquish his Hokage title to me, the proud Sasuke declared. Minato, haha, 4th Hokage. Do not mind him. He is simply being prideful. Tisich, Zetsu, it seems we have yet to engage in a duel. Let us find a time for that. Sasuke fixed his gaze on me. Oh, after the war, if you wish to spar, I will accompany you, I replied casually. Observing the exchange between Sasuke and me, Hashirama chuckled and remarked to Tobirama, just look at Sasuke. He resembles Madara from back in the day. Tobirama swiftly chastised. Brother, we are still amidst war. Let us maintain our seriousness. Oh, the despondent Hashirama has returned. 2nd Hokage, I must say, your pridefulness is not much different from Sasuke's, I retorted playfully. What did you say? Ha ha ha, you cannot deny it. You do share some similarities with Tobirama, Hashirama acknowledged, a grin returning to his face. Brother, Tobirama could no longer hold his composure and exclaimed, we must focus on the task at hand. Indeed, I have just arrived from the battlefield. Allow me to arrange our next course of action. All right, Snake Uncle, you should head to the elder sister's position. The 5 Kage just engaged in battle with Madara and are likely severely injured. However, with the slug around, it should not be too problematic. Take your 2 companions and assist them, then regroup with the main force. Understood, Zetsu-kun. The rest of you will accompany me to the main force's location to confront the Ten-Tails. The Ten-Tails? Yes, the Ten-Tails, a fusion of the 9-tailed beasts. Rest assured, Naruto is safe. He is utilizing the remains of the Gold and Silver brothers. I remember them. They once consumed the flesh of the 9-tails while inside its belly, and thus they possess its chakra, Tobirama explained. I then briefed everyone on the general situation of the battle. After listening, Minato remarked, once we arrive at the scene, we can employ the 4 Red Suns formation to contain the Ten-Tails movements. The 1st Hokage may attempt to suppress the Ten-Tails' power. As for the 4th position, Zetsu-kun, how about you join us? I have observed your chakra, and it should suffice. Certainly, I have no objections. Very well, let us first visit the village. It has been a long time since I have seen Konoha, Hashirama said with excitement. Tobirama sighed, using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the 1st Hokage away, while Minato cheerfully followed suit. Sasuke, let us also take a look. After all, it has been quite a while since you returned to Konoha, Orochimaru suggested. All right, I shall accompany you. I will take responsibility for bringing Sasuke along. I do not require your assistance. Do not need my help? With your speed, by the time you arrive, the battle will likely be over. Sasuke, enough with the pride. We must prioritize what is important. Thus, Sasuke and I gradually made our way toward the Hokage rock. Chapter 62. The one who knows everything. As I walked with Sasuke toward the Hokage rock, a thought suddenly struck me, prompting me to call out to the system. System, are you there? System, I am here, host. Please swap a copy card and replicate the training method for the Rasengan. Host, the copying process is complete. I held the card in my hand and approached the fourth Hokage, slapping it down beside him. Directly placing the copy card onto the forehead of the fourth Hokage left him momentarily bewildered before he solemnly began to examine his memories. The others turned to me upon hearing the commotion, while Orochimaru, with a glint of curiosity in his eyes, inquired, Zabuza, what is this? Would you mind if I conduct some research on it? I hesitated, explaining that it was likely not permissible since it pertained to my unique abilities. Is that so? What a pity, Orochimaru lamented. At that moment, Tobirama approached and asked, what are you discussing? What abilities? Before I could respond, Orochimaru interjected, oh, you are unaware? Zabuza possesses the ability of bloodline elimination, which piques my interest greatly. Nani! Exclaimed Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato in unison, the latter already aware of what I had given him. How could you possess bloodline elimination? Tobirama queried. I developed it myself, I replied. What bloodline elimination? Hashirama pressed. It's light release, I clarified. Light release. They echoed, and Orochimaru stepped in to clarify. According to my intelligence gathered from my spies in Konoha, Zabuza had vanished for a month, and upon his return, he had already developed bloodline elimination. Hence, it is reasonable to conclude that he spent that month cultivating it. Really? Tobirama asked, astonished. Indeed, furthermore, he has made some bold conjectures about the first Hokage's would release, Orochimaru added with a chuckle. Oh, my would release. What conjectures? Hashirama inquired, his curiosity piqued, prompting the others to gather around to hear my explanation. Seeing their eager faces, I felt exasperated. Orochimaru had led me into this. Actually, my hypothesis is that the first would release is not a bloodline limit, but rather a bloodline elimination. Bloodline elimination? That can't be right. I used a fusion of water and earth, both of which are bloodline limits, Hashirama argued. Tobirama seemed to have formed a theory upon hearing Hashirama's words. I proceeded to explain, echoing my previous discussion with Tsunade, about the special formation of wood release, the fusion of bloodlines, the ratios involved, and the interplay of yin and yang attributes. The audience was left in a state of confusion, yet Tobirama regarded me with admiration, stating, excellent. I had similar theoretical speculations previously, but as I have not developed a bloodline, I lack the practical experience to substantiate them. Your fusion of bloodline elimination lends credence to your conjecture. Encouraged by Tobirama's words, I shared another hypothesis. Actually, I believe the ratios I previously shared with my sister were underestimated. The first would release likely comprises a ratio of water 1, earth 1, and yang 8. Or perhaps water 15, earth 15, and yang 7. This is because plants require sunlight to mature, and wood release similarly necessitates a substantial amount of yang to flourish. Consequently, each time the first utilized wood release, he expended a great deal of yang chakra, which his body could not regenerate quickly enough, ultimately shortening his lifespan. Tobirama responded, that explains it. No wonder so many clan members were of water and earth attributes, yet none could again fuse to produce the wood release bloodline. It seems they lacked sufficient yang chakra to awaken it. I continued, moreover, wood release is not accessible to everyone. If my guess is correct, the first should also be a reincarnation of Ashura. Ashura reincarnation? What does that mean? Hashirama asked, bewildered. Indeed, this concept was imparted to me by the Sage of Slugs after I trained in the Wetbone Forest. Ashura is the younger son of the Sage of Six Paths. What? The group gasped in astonishment. Moreover, Uchiha Madara is likely the reincarnation of Indra, which explains the intense rivalry between the first and Madara. What do you mean by rivalry? Madara is my dear friend, Hashirama quickly clarified. At this point, Tobirama inquired, you mentioned that Ashura is the younger son. Does that mean Indra is Ashura's elder brother? Precisely. Thus, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura are invariably drawn to one another, leading to conflict, I explained. The current reincarnations seem to be Naruto and Sasuke. As for Naruto, the Nine Tails informed me that he has become a perfect Jinchuriki and befriended the tailed beasts. Is that so? It seems Naruto has grown quite well, Minato remarked, visibly pleased. According to the Sage of Slugs, each generation of Ashura is characterized by optimism, facing life's hardships with a positive outlook. Just look at Naruto, who has endured so much hardship since childhood, yet manages to maintain a cheerful disposition, which leads me to believe he embodies Ashura's spirit. Consequently, Sasuke and Naruto's meeting can be considered fated, almost as if they are brothers from different parents. Sasuke. The others. From the above conclusions, we can deduce that Ashura's bloodline comprises the Senju and Uzumaki clans, which have enjoyed cordial relations throughout generations. In contrast, Indra's bloodline belongs to the Uchiha clan, explaining the ongoing conflicts between the two clans. Indeed, Hashirama nodded. Moreover, based on my deductions, the Sharingan need not awaken only from loss. It can also manifest from an intense need or the immediate acquisition of love. Historically, prior to our generation, wars led the Uchiha to awaken their eyes through the loss of loved ones. Perhaps in the future, Uchiha may awaken their eyes from love, resulting in a personality starkly different from that of the original Uchiha. Is that so? It seems, Sasuke, your future children might be able to explore this, Hashirama said with a smile directed at Sasuke. Sasuke, though somewhat perturbed, found his thoughts drifting to the image of a girl. You may consider pursuing this research direction. I believe it could prove beneficial for the village, Tobirama concurred. By the way, Zinya, did you also train in the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest? Hashirama suddenly asked. Yes, why? How did you manage to endure it? I took quite a long time to train, Hashirama replied, somewhat apprehensive. I didn't train in the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest. I created a human version of sage mode, I clarified. Nanny, the group was once again astonished. Ha ha ha, Zinya-kun, you are truly remarkable. I should have taken you with me back then, Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly. That's unnecessary, Uncle Snake. I believe it would be far better for you to come to the village later and collaborate on scientific research for Konoha, I suggested. Just imagine the legacy. Orochimaru, a genius of humble origins, a great man who dedicated his life to science. What a commendable evaluation. Ha ha ha, that does sound quite inspiring. But I will need to conduct research on your bloodline elimination, Zinya-kun, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Well, that is certainly feasible. Now, Zinya, please continue discussing your sage mode. What is it like? Hashirama interjected, interrupting Orochimaru. Chapter 63. To the battlefield. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, I closed my eyes and then reopened them, revealing golden pupils. Why don't you have the sage facial markings? Hashirama scrutinized my sage mode. The others began to examine me in detail. What is this on your arm? Tobirama asked curiously. This is my sage mode. I refer to the tattoo on my arm as a flower sleeve. I have a seal-like mark on my shoulder, which is where I store my sage chakra. When summoned, the arm would manifest this intricate tattoo, and the pupils would change color. However, the seal of the Shansu I created was forged through Shansu itself, and the Yin Feng Yin could not store Shansu. I see, quite impressive, Tobirama remarked. In fact, the Sage of Slugs once praised me, stating that in this regard, I surpassed the Sage of Six Paths. Really? Indeed, the Sage of Slugs explained. The Six Paths once studied Shansu on Myobokuzen, then transformed himself into a human version of it, while I created it directly, thus making me superior. The Sage of Slugs even claimed, I am stronger than you. Why is that? Tobirama questioned, perplexed. Because I asserted that my Shinrin Moshuru would enhance the Wetbone Forest as well. I had mentioned to the Sage of Slugs my intention to elevate the Shinrin Moshuru of the Wetbone Forest. Tobirama interjected. But I said I would promote the Shinrin Moshuru of the Wetbone Forest. Tobirama, brother, there's no need to continue. You've lost. Tobirama, why? Because the essence of my statement implies that my Shinrin Moshuru belongs to the Wetbone Forest, which now possesses two forms of Shinrin Moshuru, allowing future practitioners to choose. This surpasses both Myobokuzen and the Dragon Cave. No one learned Shinrin Moshuru from the first Hokage to me, not even my elder sister. At this, Tobirama fell silent. All right, let us hasten to the battlefield. We have delayed far too long, Tobirama urged. Yes, let us prepare to depart. Tobirama finally snapped back to reality. Fourth Hokage, you can create a shadow clone along the way to practice the ninjutsu I taught you. Mastering it would certainly aid us on the battlefield. Understood. Minato replied with a smile. Hee, then we shall part ways here. Let us seek Tsunade, Orochimaru declared before departing. I activated my Shinrin Moshuru, gripping Sasuke by the collar. And in a flash of golden light, we vanished. So swift, faster than my flying thunder god, Let us pursue them. Right. With a flurry, 3 figures disappeared. On the battlefield, everyone was struggling against the 10 tails, which had transformed its second form with tails morphing into arms. Wooden spikes began to sprout from its palms, followed by a large-scale wood-release technique. Numerous ninjas scattered in panic, while Naruto rushed to Hinata's side to protect her, with Neji joining them. Naruto unleashed a barrage of spiraling attacks against the palm, but the speed of the ninjutsu could not keep pace with the rapid emergence of the spikes. Just as a spike was aimed at Naruto, Hinata stepped in front of him, and Neji shielded her. Consequently, Neji was struck down, collapsing to the ground, his breaths becoming shallow, while Naruto knelt, consumed by guilt. Do not despair, Naruto. Because of you, I have changed. This was my fate, yet you called me a genius. With that, Neji's birdcage seal gradually dissipated, and he departed from this world entirely. At that moment, Obito began berating Naruto, criticizing him relentlessly, which caused Naruto to crumble under the pressure. He knelt in tears while Hinata comforted him. Hiroshi quickly gathered the members of the Hyuga clan to shield the two, utilizing the 8 trigrams empty palm to help them escape. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed, slapping him across the face. Please regain your composure. Everyone is fighting with all their might. We cannot let Neji's sacrifice be in vain. Speak plainly and act upon your words. Has this not always been your ninja way? Ah, thank you, Hinata. Rising. Naruto instantly entered the Nine Tails mode, summoning shadow clones to distribute chakra to everyone. Gradually, from Madara and Obito's perspective, a multitude of red dots appeared. Hee Obito. It seems your words have backfired, Madara mocked. Humph, it matters not. As long as the 10 tails exists, they are of no concern, Obito retorted dismissively. Thus, the others regained their fervor and collectively charged towards the two atop the 10 tails. Naruto hurled spiraling attacks at Obito, while Guy and Lee engaged Madara with taijutsu, successfully severing the connection between the two and the 10 tails. At this moment, the uncontrollable 10 tails began to transform into its third form. Its body crouched, and buds sprouted beneath its mouth. Obito then dragged Kakashi into the Kimui dimension to battle. Due to excessive chakra usage, Naruto exited the Nine Tails mode, collapsing in exhaustion. Sakura rushed to his side to provide healing. Meanwhile, the third form of the 10 tails gathered tailed beast balls, preparing to launch an attack, while Madara observed from the sidelines. Previously, Shikamaru had informed everyone that he would be in command at the scene. Seeing the current situation, Shikamaru could only contact Ino to relay the need for an Earth Release barrier. Boom. The tailed beast ball surged towards the group. Earth Release barrier. Barriers erupted from the ground, yet they could not withstand the force. At that moment, Killer Bee dashed in, using the 8 tails form to absorb the impact of the tailed beast ball. A voice rang out, "Hey, Naruto, why aren't you using Flying Thunder God to teleport away?" Tetsuya. Before Naruto could finish, I had already whisked him away. Sasuke was also tossed in front of Sakura, leaving her bewildered as her patience suddenly changed. Naruto, I will transfer chakra to you. Use Flying Thunder God to send the tailed beast ball back to that previous location. Understood. Flying Thunder God whoosh. The tailed beast ball disappeared, and the pressure on Killer Bee vanished, returning to Naruto and Sakura. Hey, Tetsuya, what do you mean by just dropping me here? Sasuke complained angrily. Haha, the situation is urgent. Don't take offense, Sasuke. What did you call me? Don't call me that. I have a name. Sasuke replied, flustered. All right, Sasuke. Understood, Sasuke, I chuckled, linking my arm with his. Naruto, when did you two become so close? Sakura asked, bewildered. I don't know, Naruto replied, equally confused. Whoosh, whoosh. Fourth Hokage, your Flying Thunder God is faster than mine. Hee, thank you for the compliment, second Hokage. All right, we have finally arrived. Is this the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and even the fourth Hokage Minato? Naruto, I hope I am not late. Not at all. Father, you arrived just in time. Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Is this your girlfriend? Minato inquired curiously. Before Naruto could respond, I interjected, she is not. She is Sasuke's girlfriend. Naruto is the young lady from the Hyuga clan over there. Oh. Sakura fainted upon hearing that I claimed she was Sasuke's girlfriend. Sasuke scoffed, rolling his eyes. Yet he did not refute it. Hinata's face flushed crimson, avoiding Minato's gaze, as if meeting her parents for the first time. Unbeknownst to him, Minato approached her with a warm smile, saying, You are Hayashi's daughter, right? Thank you for taking care of Naruto. I appreciate it. Ah, fourth Hokage, you are too kind. It is actually Naruto who looks after me. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Madara concluded their brief friendly exchange, and seeing both parties done, Tobirama spoke up. All right, brother and fourth Hokage. It is time to begin. Oh, very well. With that, I immediately entered Ninetales mode. Seeing this, Naruto was filled with excitement. 3 figures swiftly vanished. 2 utilizing Flying Thunder God and 1 at light speed, arriving at the designated location in an instant. Ninjutsu, 4 red yang formation. 4 crimson beams of light formed a barrier, successfully sealing the 10 tails within. What is this? Naruto asked curiously. Shikamaru approached and explained, this is the 4 red yang formation, a ninjutsu that can only be executed by the 4 Hokage in unison. How did Jiya manage to get over there? Naruto inquired. Ah, this. Chuji was completely baffled, thinking to himself, how on earth would I know why he's there? Chapter 64. Engaging in battle at that moment, as everyone was at a loss. Sasuke stepped forward to explain. Earlier, Jiya came to see me just as I was calling Orochimaru to perform the Edo Tensei on the previous Hokages, intending to ask a few questions. Suddenly, Jiya appeared and berated the 3rd Hokage, prompting Orochimaru to release him from the Edo Tensei. Subsequently, during the formulation of our battle strategy, the 4th Hokage invited Jiya to assume a crucial role. I see. But wait, aren't you a rogue ninja? How did you end up here? Shikamaru finally realized. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, the others also recalled that Sasuke was still a rogue ninja. Humph, do as you wish. I have my own path to tread, so do not hinder me. At that moment, Ino, having heard my voice, began to search for me and soon found me standing at the edge of the barrier, rushing towards me. Jiya. I turned to see Ino had reached my side. Since I needed to maintain the barrier, I couldn't embrace her. Darling, how are you? You're not hurt, are you? No, I'm fine. I was just helping Shikamaru relay battle information. That's good to hear. I must maintain the barrier and can't leave, so please be careful. Okay, you too. Watch out for surprise attacks. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Once the war is over, let's choose a good day to get married. Ah, alright, yes. Upon hearing me mention marriage, Ino's cheeks flushed. You are still as adorable as ever. Ino playfully retorted, humph, acting like this on the battlefield. Haha, alright. You should go now. I need to focus on maintaining the barrier. Okay, I'll take my leave. Stay safe. Yes, you too. With that, Ino returned to join the main force, and at that moment, Naruto, having nearly recovered, began to shout excitedly. Alright, the 7th squad is officially back in action. Let's go. Sakura, Sasuke. Yeah. Oh, damn. I am the rightful member of the 7th squad, you know. Naruto, I'll remember this. Hearing Naruto shout that, I could no longer contain myself and yelled back at him. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura. The crowd looked on in awkward silence at the 3 of us, some even casting a glance at Sai, whose lips twitched in response. Ahaha, sorry. I got a bit too excited there, Naruto awkwardly apologized. Meanwhile, Minato felt a bit embarrassed, and Tobirama stared at Naruto's naivete in disbelief, while Hashirama burst into hearty laughter. Alright, young ones, it's good to have enthusiasm, but you may have to wait a moment, Hashirama said earnestly. At that moment, the 3rd form of the 10 tails unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards the 4 red yang formation, but it was successfully blocked. Once the tailed beast bomb dissipated, Hashirama began to perform his jutsu, Senjutsu Divine Gate, seal the 10 tails. After concluding, Hashirama sent out a wood clone to engage in light-hearted banter with Madara. Alright, young ones. I will open the barrier for you, go. Hashirama called out. The group surged forward through the 4 barrier entrances, while the 10 tails summoned numerous smaller versions to resist them. Naruto and Sasuke began to coordinate their attacks, while Sakura used her immense strength to smash through the smaller 10 tails. In the end, Sai nearly got hit during an attack, but Naruto saved him, prompting the 3 of them to remember and begin forming seals. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. X3 boom, boom, boom. 3 plumes of smoke erupted. Toad Gigi, Blue Snake, Slug. The new era's summoning trio go. The 4th Hokage exclaimed. At that moment, I suddenly shouted towards Minato. 4th Hokage. What is it, Jiakun? If any techniques appear, please refrain from naming them arbitrarily. There's no way I can name them as well as you do. Your titles are just too over the top. And I can't think of anything better. Oh, alright. Minato looked puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Just as we finished our conversation, Naruto and Sasuke fused their massive Raisen Shuriken with Susanu's Tatsuka blade, unleashing an incredibly powerful jutsu that struck the Ten Tails' body. Tobirama watched in delight. Reflecting, I have never seen such a potent Tetsuya blade, crafted from chakras that are nearly identical in proportion. Even longtime partners would find it challenging to achieve this. As Jia said, these two are indeed fated to meet. Like a spinning shuriken, accompanied by arrows darker than lacquer. Minato exclaimed joyfully. In the end, I ended up shouting out that name, and I dubbed it the Blazing Wind Black Arrow Zero technique. Fourth Hokage, you really named it. Ahaha, I couldn't help it. No worries, I thought. After all, the author is responsible for naming it. It's not my concern. Author, I can't believe the protagonist was defeated by a mere fart from the Ten Tails. The story ends here. Hey, wait. I take it back. I'm sorry. Author, your combat power is only 5. Yes, I'm weak. Please spare me. On the other side, in the Battle of the Five Kage, Orochimaru brought 3 individuals to Tsunade's side. Observing her body severed in 2, he requested Suigetsu and Karen's assistance. He instructed Suigetsu to reattach Tsunade's body and for Tsunade to bite Karen. Reluctantly, the two complied under Orochimaru's threatening demeanor, with Suigetsu finding the slug repulsive, while Karen was somewhat disdainful due to Tsunade having absorbed too much of her chakra. After approximately 3 minutes, Tsunade slowly regained consciousness. Upon awakening and realizing Orochimaru was present, she expressed surprise. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Sasuke rescued me, and then Jia arranged for me to come and treat the Kage. Sasuke and Jia? As Tsunade pondered, she noticed a large slug. Thinking it was summoned by someone else, she was pleasantly surprised to discover it was Sakura, and she smiled warmly. However, turning to Orochimaru, she said, Orochimaru, if you had returned sooner, Jiraiya might not have. Do not dwell on it. That fool is simply that way. His pursuits differ from ours, and no one can change him. Moreover, instead of becoming the wind myself, I would rather see Sasuke and Jie become the winds that shape the world. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent. At that moment, Orochimaru added, Tsunade, you may not know, but Jie has had some fascinating conversations with me and the previous Hokages I summoned through Edo Tensei. The previous Hokages? My granduncle and second granduncle? Indeed. But there are also some intriguing stories. Thus, Orochimaru began recounting how I questioned the third Hokage, my speculations about the Uchiha clan awakening their Sharingan, the tale of Indra and Ashura, and finally, my ideas on how to change and develop the village alongside my comrades. Tsunade was left in a daze, completely unaware that Jie possessed such extensive knowledge. Who would have thought? Even I am surprised that the little brat from the Chunin exams had hidden such depth. And now he possesses terrifying strength. I regret not bringing him along back then. Orochimaru, do be cautious with Jie. I'll make sure to give you a beating if you mistreat him. Tsunade threatened Orochimaru directly. I would not dream of it. Jie has already promised to assist me in my research. Well then, you should go treat the other Kage. I must join the main forces on the battlefield. With that, he left without waiting for Tsunade's response. Chapter 65. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki Madara. Do not assist that boy any longer. We are all dead men. Do not interfere with the living world any further. Hashirama's clone stood before Madara, attempting to dissuade him. Hashirama, who said I was helping Obito. What do you mean? After a cold laugh, Madara began forming seals, manipulating Black Zetsu, to have Obito utilize the outer path, Samsara technique. Seeing Madara's hand seals, Hashirama's clone felt an ominous premonition and quickly turned to look at the Ten Tails. At this moment, the Ten Tails loomed ominously as Obito lay helplessly on the ground. His heart pierced by Kakashi's attack, hands forming seals to absorb the tailed beast chakra. Everyone, quickly stop him, Hashirama shouted. Following his command, Hashirama created 5 wooden clones, while Tobirama could only produce 2, and Minato gazed at Obito. After a moment of hesitation, he too summoned a shadow clone. Meanwhile, I merely observed. Knowing that Obito's jutsu was already in motion, killing him would be futile, as the Ten Tails could restore him. So, I decided to wait. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly charged towards Obito, but Minato, anticipating their move, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside Obito, striking his chest with a kunai. Obito, Minato murmured, staring at the fallen figure. Did it succeed? Sasuke inquired, approaching Minato. Who said you succeeded, Minato-sensei? Obito suddenly interjected. Boom. The entire Ten Tails began to contract, wrapping Obito's body in the truth-seeking ball. Realizing the danger, Minato and Sasuke quickly retreated, with Naruto catching them, while Gamakichi swiftly fled. Naruto exclaimed, "Obito has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." On the other side, Madara lowered his arm and rested his chin on his hand, saying, "Heh, it seems to have failed. Let that brat play a little longer." With that, he resumed his seated position. "Madara, what on earth is happening?" Hashirama's clone asked urgently. "It's nothing. Just that brat has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." "What?" Hashirama's clone exclaimed. Swish. Madara, uninterested in further discussion, obliterated Hashirama's clone. The truth-seeking ball gradually dissipated, revealing Obito as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato's clones regrouped. "To be honest, this guy possesses more chakra than I do," Hashirama stated. "Hee, brother. I noticed that already," Tobirama replied. "Lord first, Lord second, let us feign an attack to gauge the enemy's condition." "Indeed, that is the plan. Let us proceed." As soon as the words left his mouth, boom. Hashirama's clone was instantly shattered by Obito's truth-seeking ball. I summoned another shadow clone to assist. "Second and fourth. You have arrived, Jia. Perfect timing. We are preparing a feigned assault." Tobirama acknowledged our strategy. "Very well, but be cautious. Those black entities behind him appear to be a fusion of all attributes." "All attributes?" "Yes, the basic 5 elements combined with yin and yang, making 7 attributes in total." "Is that so? Nevertheless, let us test it and observe their attack patterns." After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama commanded, "All right. Flying Thunder God, second stage Spiral Shuriken. Laser Beam. Impure World Reincarnation. Explosive Tag Exchange." Boom. Their combined attacks were all thwarted by Obito's truth-seeking ball. I remarked, "This entity seems capable of altering its form at will." Quite troublesome," Tobirama agreed. At that moment, boom. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki suddenly mutated, transforming grotesquely. "Run." With that, we all swiftly distanced ourselves from Obito. I added, Obito's earlier state was likely due to an overload of chakra, causing him to lose consciousness. He is likely regaining awareness now, so be cautious during the attack. If he becomes aware, it will be problematic. Is that so? Understood. Fourth, let us leave Flying Thunder God marks on each other. We might need them shortly. All right, Lord Second. While we conversed, Obito suddenly lunged at Naruto and Sasuke. Just as 2 truth-seeking balls were about to strike them, Naruto and Sasuke teleported to our side using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Oh, that little brat can use the Flying Thunder God? Did you teach him, Fourth?" Tobirama asked, slightly surprised. No, I'm not sure about that." Minato scratched his head. Naruto explained, "The Flying Thunder God? Jia taught me. He can use it too, but he said he doesn't need it right now. Jia, you can use it as well. Why not employ it?" Tobirama questioned. "Oh, I had some issues with my body previously and spent a month on bloodline training. After mastering light release, I haven't used the Flying Thunder God since." "Is that so? It seems your bloodline is indeed quite convenient." Not at all. It's merely the support of my peers." Suddenly, Obito extended a chakra arm, tearing through the barrier. It appeared that he had regained consciousness. So I dispelled my shadow clone and awaited my true self's arrival. With a resounding pop, the clone vanished. The others followed suit, dispelling their shadow clones as well. Soon, 4 figures emerged, 3 Hokage and my true self. Hashirama remarked, "I did not expect this young man to be so formidable." Tobirama added, "Indeed. My brother's wooden clone was swiftly eliminated. Furthermore, Obito has regained consciousness, making him even harder to deal with." Minato's expression turned grave. "First, you should go to Madara. We have no one to restrain him here." "Jie is correct. Brother, you should confront Madara," Tobirama urged. "Understood, but you must also be cautious. That young man is not easy to handle." "We understand, brother." With that, Hashirama set off to confront Madara. "Minato-sensei," Obito called out, charging towards him. Minato promptly threw a Flying Thunder God kunai, utilizing space-time jumps to evade the attack, while Tobirama joined the fray. The two engaged in a series of rapid jumps using the Flying Thunder God technique, while I leaped into the air, arms crossed. Seeing this, Naruto shouted, "Dad! Uncle Second! Quickly dodge! Sage Art! 8-span Yata Mirror!" Whoosh! Countless golden light points surged toward Obito. Minato and Tobirama quickly leaped away, marveling at the dazzling golden light above. "Is this light release? Such a vast area of continuous assault would be difficult for anyone to withstand," Tobirama mused. Obito attempted to defend with the truth-seeking ball, but it was ineffective against the sage technique. Gradually, the truth-seeking ball began to crack, and the attack struck Obito. After a minute of relentless assault, I descended, having expended roughly 1/5 of my chakra, indicating the attack's potency. I wonder if it caused any damage, I remarked upon landing. It should have inflicted some damage. Given the scale, Minato replied. I shook my head. During that attack, I distinctly sensed Obito using that thing to defend for a period. While the latter part was shattered, I am uncertain of the extent of damage inflicted on him. No worries, Zalama's chakra is fully gathered. We can commence our assault, Naruto declared. Alright, let us coordinate our ninjutsu to ensure continuous damage against Obito. In Chapter 66, the 6 paths Obito, owing to my sage technique, found himself compelled to incessantly manipulate the Ten Tails chakra to mend his wounds. Minutes later, Obito emerged from the rubble, fully restored, prompting solemn expressions from all present. Naruto and Sasuke, without hesitation, charged forth, too quick for Minato to stop them. Tobirama interjected, "Forth, let them proceed, we will support them. We can utilize the Flying Thunder God to maneuver and attack in tandem." Very well, Minato agreed as the two followed suit, executing a dazzling array of Flying Thunder God movements to launch another assault against Obito. This time, however, Obito remained unharmed, absorbing their ninjutsu with the truth-seeking ball, leaving everyone astonished. Hey, Gamakichi, what are you doing? We should strategize before attacking, Naruto expressed his confusion. Apologies, Naruto, my summoning time is up, and I am reluctant to leave, Gamakichi replied. Is that so? Thank you. You all must do your best. With a clap, Gamakichi returned to Mount Myaboku. Naruto turned to see Obito blocking his attack with the truth-seeking ball, suddenly recalling his previous assault, causing him to close his eyes. Observing Naruto's reaction, Tobirama chuckled. Obito then taunted, Naruto, look at your father, what a failure. Unable to save his comrades, unable to protect his family, a truly unsuccessful Hokage. Silence. You have never been a Hokage, thus lack the right to mock. Whoosh. Tobirama vanished with Naruto, rumbling. As the father of the Hokage, I unleashed the Rasengan. Indeed, even if ninjutsu fails, senjutsu proves effective. Both Tetsuya and the Toad of Myaboku utilize senjutsu. How could it suddenly harm him? Sasuke inquired. It is due to senjutsu. The attack I just executed was a senjutsu strike against him. He recovered for a few minutes, after which Naruto also witnessed the Myaboku Toad employing senjutsu. Therefore, Naruto harnessed Sage Mode to strike Tobi with senjutsu chakra. Senjutsu, huh? Sasuke muttered, absorbing my explanation. No worries, after the war. You can train in Sage Mode at the Dragon Cave. Alright, I shall try that afterward. At that moment, I suddenly recalled and asked, Fourth Hokage, has your clone learned the Raisen Shuriken? Ah, Tetsuya-kun, the time was too brief. I could only manifest a prototype version, the fourth Hokage lamented. Is that so? Then never mind. At this juncture, Naruto returned alongside Tobirama. Naruto, did you mark Tobi? I forgot. Well, first communicate with Kurama to see if senjutsu can be employed in the Nine Tails mode. Okay. With that, Naruto closed his eyes to seek out the Nine Tails. Gradually, Naruto re-entered Sage Mode, evidently having communicated successfully with Kurama. Tetsuya, Kurama has agreed. He said I could use it together during my previous conversation with Nagato, Naruto joyfully announced. Good, let us prepare to exploit our speed advantage for consecutive assaults. Before I could finish my sentence, Tobi unleashed the Ten Tails and hurled it in 6 directions, forming the 6 Red Yang formation. Subsequently, a massive tree formed from 4 blossoms began to gather chakra, preparing to unleash the tailed beast bomb. He intends to trap us all inside and annihilate us. Fourth Hokage, how many can you transfer? Apologies, but I can manage only 1 at most. I can only transfer 1 as well. Observing the 3 growing anxious, I said, do not transfer. Move all 4 away, as the terrain will change elsewhere. Naruto, you and your father should connect the chakra of the 2 Nine Tails. That should suffice. Then, using the Flying Thunder God, you can collectively transfer everyone outside. Right. Tetsuya, you are brilliant. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Fourth Hokage, let us commence swiftly, Tobirama urged. The two of them fist-bumped, connecting the chakra of the Nine Tails. The chakra cloak, which had previously vanished from the Ninja Alliance, instantly reappeared. With a swoosh, everyone except Tobi was instantaneously transferred outside. while the tailed beast bomb within the barrier detonated. Hashirama, observing Naruto's colossal chakra, mused, Naruto's chakra is nearly on par with mine. Wait, this also includes Kurama's chakra. Phew. With this, everyone is safe now, Minato said, slightly out of breath. Indeed, quite astute. This utilizes the principle of shadow clones, Tobirama nodded. Does the second Hokage understand my shadow clones so well? Naruto wondered, slightly astonished. That is my technique. My shadow clone. Tobirama exclaimed defensively. Aha. Naruto could only respond with an awkward laugh. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage gazed fondly at Naruto. Feeling immense satisfaction at having witnessed Naruto grow into such a mature child during their brief exchange in the ceiling space. On the battlefield, Hashirama was engaged in a fierce conflict with Madara, while wooden clones fought against Susanoo, neither side yielding. With no choice, Hashirama dispatched several wooden clones to protect the other ninjas from being caught in the crossfire. All right, Dad, it's time to go, Naruto declared. Boom, boom. Two-tailed beast forms of the Nine Tails emerged, and together they concentrated to form the Rasengan, with Naruto infusing it with Senjutsu. After the explosion within the barrier, Tobi appeared, only to find everyone outside the barrier. Sensing a danger from behind, he immediately went on the defensive. Tobirama and the two others teleported beside Tobi, and before he could fully defend himself, their claws grasped Tobi's chakra arm. Super Giant Rasengan. X2. They sent Tobi flying. Alright, next is the tailed beast bomb. Naruto shouted with excitement. Minato reflected inwardly. Did you see that, Kushina? Our Naruto has grown up. Just then, Tobi unleashed the Ten Tails, transforming into its final form, causing a colossal tree to sprout from the earth. Countless branches and trunks violently shattered the barrier, charging towards the Ninja Alliance, instantly draining the chakra of anyone who was touched, rendering them like desiccated corpses. The others quickly evaded, while Madara and Hashirama leaped agilely between the branches, during which Madara educated Hashirama on history and his plans. Our group had scattered, hiding from the attacks of branches and trunks. Once more, I leaped into the air, utilizing half of my Senjutsu chakra to perform light release. Sage Art, Super 8-Span Yata Mirror. Boom. Crackle. Boom. Due to the rapid regeneration of the branches, my ninjutsu could only momentarily stall the divine tree, yet it provided ample time for everyone to escape. Naruto and Shikamaru were not ensnared by the tree branches as they were in the original story, thanks to my intervention, and everyone safely fled. Minutes later, I landed on the ground, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Summoning such a vast amount of Senjutsu chakra had taken its toll on my body, and I had involuntarily exited Sage Mode. At that moment, Naruto approached me, helping me up and utilizing the Flying Thunder God to regroup with the main force. As I sat before everyone, I initiated the process of absorbing natural energy through the seal, taking a moment to rest. Phew, I need to recuperate. I expended half of my chakra and can no longer maintain Sage Mode. Take your time to rest. We will handle the rest, Naruto assured. Ino approached my side, silently tending to my injuries. Just then, 5 figures appeared, the 5 Kaguya arriving post-treatment. Ah, Tsunade, my apologies. It seems our past transgressions have ensnared you younger generations. It is my fault, Hashirama expressed with regret. Do not say that, granduncle. We have all inherited your true will of fire, and that is why we strive together now. Tsunade replied. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and charged toward Tobi. Chapter 67. United efforts. Naruto and Sasuke dashed toward Tobi, with the 4th Hokage joining to assist. Tsunade then instructed, Sakura, Ino, and Tetsuya, come help. Together, we should summon roughly half of the slug clones. I then stood up to join them, and the 4 of us formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. With a resounding bang, an enormous slug clone, even larger than that in the original, appeared, approximately half the size of Marineford. This time, I expended another 30% of my chakra, leaving only 20% for my safety. As the slug emerged, Tsunade commanded, Slug, split your body and begin healing the Ninja Alliance. Understood, Lady Tsunade, the slug acknowledged. Then began to divide and crawl toward the Ninja Alliance to heal everyone. A slug also scaled my body, treating me while grumbling, Lord Tetsuya, why did you not summon me? Did you not say I could assist at any time? Ah, my apologies. I was preoccupied and forgot, I replied. Is that so? Then I shall continue to treat you. The slug responded, not dwelling on the matter, and resumed its healing. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke. One transformed and the other in complete Susanoo, struggled against Tobi. Suddenly, inspiration struck them. Sasuke recalled a technique Madara had once used, while Naruto remembered how I had directed Kurama to envelop the Eight Tails with chakra. Subsequently, the two stood together, simultaneously utilizing tail beast transformation and Susanoo, summoning forth a massive entity known as the complete armored Susanoo. Is this the sensation experienced when the pattern was utilized? It truly exudes a sense of power, Sasuke murmured as he clenched his fist. Thus, Naruto infused the sage chakra of the Nine Tails with Sasuke's Susanoo, charging towards Obito. Obito manifested the Six Paths Heavenly Halberd and the Truth-Seeking Ball Shield, while Naruto concentrated Nine Sage Art, super spiraling shuriken at the tip of his tail. With the assistance of the 12 young ninjas, they shattered the Truth-Seeking Ball Shield, leading to a clash between Obito's Heavenly Halberd and Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo Great Sword, ultimately resulting in a deep gash across Obito's abdomen. The wound allowed the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts to surge forth, and Naruto seized the opportunity to swiftly grasp the chakra of the beasts with the tail of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Gaara rushed over to assist in restraining Shikaku's chakra, as the Eight Tails had previously bestowed chakra upon Naruto, leaving Killer Bee absent this time. At that moment, Minato also dashed to the foot of the Nine Tails, seizing its tail with a chakra arm and releasing numerous chakra tendrils, exclaiming, "Everyone, grab hold. Let us unite our strength." Witnessing this, the others joined in, grasping the long arms, initiating a tug-of-war against Obito. Naruto encouraged everyone to exert their strength in the contest, and at that moment, chakra connected with the hearts of all. Ultimately, Obito, too, found himself gradually swayed by Naruto's words of persuasion. Through their collective effort, they successfully extracted the tailed beast chakra from within Obito. The chakra transformed back into the tailed beasts, with the Eight Tails and Nine Tails chakra directly entering Naruto's body. The tailed beasts exchanged sentiments, astonished that Naruto had indeed liberated them from their seals. At this juncture, Kakashi emerged from the Kemui dimension after healing himself. Sasuke charged towards Obito, intent on resolving the matter, but Kakashi, quicker than Sasuke, had already drawn a kunai before Obito. Minato, however, grasped Kakashi's hand, saying, "Let it be, Kakashi." With the tailed beasts extracted, Obito has little time left. Kakashi fell silent, grappling with his conflicted emotions. "Minato-sensei," Obito whispered. "I never anticipated I would make the same choice as Nagato." As he spoke, Obito struggled to form hand seals. "Obito, what are you doing?" Kakashi surmised his intentions. Just as Obito prepared his hand signs, Kaguya's Black Zetsu swiftly climbed Obito's body, redirecting the target of the jutsu to Uchiha Madara. "Black Zetsu!" You, Obito exclaimed in shock. "Hee, at long last, we have reached this moment." Obito, Black Zetsu chuckled. "Hurry, Kakashi, kill me." Obito shouted urgently. Kakashi and Minato simultaneously launched their attack. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Black Zetsu, now possessing the nearly lifeless Obito, declared, "It's futile. It's over. Now that I inhabit Obito, I can extend his life for a while longer." Meanwhile, Madara, utilizing the Gate of Revelation and two wooden dragons entwined, successfully suppressed Madara. "Now you can no longer utilize chakra," he stated. Super giant spiraling shuriken. Madara leaped away, contemplating. "Timing is impeccable, son of the fourth." Following the completion of the ninjutsu assault, Sai immediately formed hand signs. Ninjutsu, Tiger's gaze. However, it was too late. The cracks on Madara's face vanished, his body radiating heat, and the Rinnegan in his eyes shattered, marking his complete revival. "Ha ha ha." The resurrected Madara laughed maniacally, living up to the reputation of the leader of the four madmen. At this moment, Gaara approached the tailed beasts, addressing Shikaku. "Shikaku, I seek your assistance. I require your sealing technique." Shikaku bellowed, "Who do you think you are?" "I am Lord Shikaku." "Ah, I know. Hence I merely request, should you refuse. I will find a way myself," he replied, preparing to depart. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't assist you," Shikaku interjected. At this juncture, the Four Tails spoke up. "Hey, do you know Naruto Uzumaki?" Gaara smiled, responding, "Ah, he is my dearest friend." "Is that so? We shall assist as well," the Four Tails declared. Shikaku, observing Gaara, pondered. "Is he the Nine Tails brat from back then?" At this moment, Madara, hearing the tailed beasts exchange, charged towards them with a maniacal laugh. The tailed beasts, in response, prepared for battle. Gaara summoned sand projectiles before Shikaku. Wind release, sand projectile. Boom. The tailed beasts assaulted Madara from above and below, left and right, while Shikaku transformed his palm into sand. Ninjutsu, desert layer burial seal. This is an amalgamation of my runes. The attack, however, was thwarted by Madara's third form Susanoo. Upon landing, Madara proclaimed, "Beasts should be caged. Rest assured, none shall escape." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the Ninetales delivered a resounding slap, retorting, "Who would allow you to dictate terms? Apologies, I had to attend to the wounded. No matter, there shall be no further casualties." Boom. The tailed beasts relentlessly pummeled Madara from below and above, left and right. "Everyone, let us stack our tails together." Boom, boom, boom. The Ninetales struck Madara, severing one of his arms. At that moment, a white Zetsu appeared beside Madara, presenting the Rinnegan. Madara swiftly inserted it, unperturbed by the risk of infection, and laughed maniacally. He then glared at the tailed beasts. Rinne rebirth, edge of hell. Boom, boom, boom. The tailed beasts were suddenly taken down one by the vanishing fists. Summoning technique, outer path golem. Boom. The outer path golem appeared before Madara, who, now adorned in a white six-paths robe, had his hair turned white. A headpiece resembling a forehead protector and horns obscured his eyes, with 9 truth-seeking balls hovering behind him, indicating his perfect six-paths mode, in contrast to Obito's 6. Upon witnessing that the Ninetales had been stolen from Naruto, I vanished in an instant, racing toward Minato. By this time, Gaara had arrived, explaining the situation to Minato, who was preparing to transfer the Ninetales to Naruto. "Wait," I suddenly called out. "What is it, Tetsuya?" Minato inquired, puzzled. "Gaara, elevate the 4th and Naruto into the air using sand." Gaara and Minato were momentarily bewildered by my intent. If they remain on the ground, Black Zetsu will intervene. At that point, the two understood, and Gaara swiftly lifted the 4th and Naruto high into the air with sand. On the ground, a dark figure materialized, exclaiming, "Brat, do you dare disrupt my plans? You dare challenge me?" I retorted, advancing towards Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, intimidated, retreated back to Obito, falling silent. "Humph, coward. Do you think you can save Kaguya? What did you say?" Black Zetsu was taken aback, astonished that his plans had been uncovered. "Do not be alarmed. In truth, I support your endeavor to rescue Kaguya. Why? Because I believe the Sage of Six Paths ideology is overly narrow-minded, his methods flawed and selfish. While Kaguya's actions were not without fault, I believe communication is possible." Black Zetsu remained silent, uncertain whether to trust me. "So, shall we cooperate? You continue your actions. I will assist in your performance." "Really? You're not deceiving me?" "Why would I deceive you? Otherwise, I would have sealed you long ago. You are merely a product of Yin-Yang release. Moreover, do you think I would refrain from acting against Obito? I could eliminate him at any moment. My inaction is solely to cooperate with you." "Very well. Once my mother's seal is lifted, I will inform her and facilitate communication between you and her." "That is acceptable. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to discreetly contact me." "Understood. I will reach out to you using White Zetsu if anything occurs. Then I shall take my leave." After speaking, I departed to find a secluded spot to contact the system. "System, come forth," I commanded. "System, present, host. Is there something that can resolve the souls of the 6 paths, Azura and Indra?" I inquired. "System, yes. However, it will consume all of the host's points." "That's acceptable. Proceed with the exchange," I replied. "System, understood, host. The exchange is complete. When you need to eliminate the souls, simply call upon the system." "All right, splendid work," I acknowledged. Subsequently, I began to roam about, engaging in idle activities. Just as I left, Obito awakened. Upon realizing that Naruto remained unconscious despite Minato's infusion of the Ninetales chakra, Obito devised a plan. He transported Naruto into the Kimui space, and just after he completed this, Madara approached, continuing to extend his invitation to Obito. In response, Obito extracted a portion of chakra from the one tail residing within Madara. Afterward, Obito and Kakashi collaborated using Kamui to send Obito to the Kamui space, where he promptly infused the one-tail chakra into Naruto. Witnessing Naruto's condition, Sasuke rushed in to confront Madara, only to be pierced through the heart within mere moments. Then, Naruto and Sasuke unexpectedly connected with the Sage of Six Paths deep within their hearts, leading them to express their thoughts on the ninja world. After subduing Sasuke, Madara unleashed the Ten Tails, transforming it into the God Tree, awaiting its bloom. He then sought out Obito, intending to reclaim his eyes. At that moment, Kakashi and Minato coordinated their efforts to battle Madara. Minato swiftly activated Sage Mode and utilized Flying Raijin to launch a Rasengan at Madara, only to have his arm severed by Madara's staff. Madara retaliated by kicking the severed arm toward Kakashi and sending Minato towards Gaara. Kakashi adeptly evaded the Rasengan using Kimui, while Gaara rushed to catch Minato. In that moment, Guy stepped forward, activating the 8th gate to engage in combat. Observing that Guy had only opened the 7th gate, Madara scoffed. Is that truly the last gate before the 8th gate of death? You underestimate me. Floating in the air, Madara prepared to eliminate these bothersome flies. At this juncture, Guy once again rose to the occasion, giving a thumbs up to Lee, declaring, "Now is the moment for my Azure Beast to transform into a Crimson Beast." Watch closely. Guy proclaimed, 8 gates open. With that, the 8th gate opened, unleashing a wave of power. Is this the 8th gate? Quite intriguing. I shall indulge you. Madara mused. With a swift motion, Guy charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Madara into the ground nearly 100 meters deep. So this is the power of the 8th gate, Madara murmured, though he began to acclimate to it. Now, I shall unleash a series of attacks. As Madara lay on the ground, he mused about the air cannon generated solely from taijutsu, noting that its speed did not match that of Zetsu. Just then, Madara soared into the air, only to find Guy charging towards him. 1 fist, 2 fists, 3 fists, 4 fists. Madara enveloped himself with the truth-seeking balls. Forget the rest, go for it, Guy, Minato shouted. Kamui. Seeing an opening behind him, Madara immediately launched an attack with the truth-seeking balls. In that critical moment, one of Minato's hands appeared before Madara's truth-seeking ball, blocking it, and then vanishing in an instant. Guy charged in, delivering a 5th kick that sent Madara crashing to the ground. Madara, upon landing, sustained minimal injuries and looked at the nearly exhausted Guy, taunting, "It's not over yet. Continue to entertain me." Feeling cornered, Guy prepared to unleash his final strike. Gather. A torrent of red steam surged towards Guy, gradually forming the head of a dragon. Analyzing chakra, this must be his final blow. As the dragon's head took shape and roared towards Madara, he laughed, "I acknowledge your chakra. In terms of taijutsu, none have surpassed you in battle. I, Madara, deem you the strongest." He suddenly recalled that he had previously said the same to Zetsu. Where did that fellow wander off to? I have not seen him since. Puzzled by Zetsu's absence, Madara dismissed it, ready to face the impending attack. Here it comes. Guy charged at Madara, shouting, "Nanny, the space is warping." With a powerful kick, Madara's left side was shattered, and Guy's right foot began to disintegrate. Madara expelled blood as Guy propelled him toward the god tree's trunk. An explosion erupted beneath the tree. "You nearly killed me, you bastard. However, since you have pleased me, I shall grant you a farewell." With that, he unleashed the truth-seeking balls towards the scorched Guy. In a critical moment, Naruto sprinted forward and kicked the truth-seeking balls back. He placed his hand on Guy's heart, reviving him in an instant. Did he just avert the fatal fate of the 8th gate? It seems something has changed within Naruto, Madara contemplated. Turning to Naruto, Madara remarked, "It seems something has transpired within you." "Indeed, I feel capable of anything now," Naruto declared, launching a punch at Madara. Madara swiftly blocked with his staff and retreated, intent on reclaiming his eyes. Naruto harnessed the power of the 4 tails and hurled a lava-release Rasen Shuriken at Madara, who attempted to use the Rinnegan but was evaded by Naruto. Thus, the god tree was severed by the Rasen Shuriken. Floating midair, Madara suddenly heard a voice. Absorb the god tree, consume it. Once restored, he ignored Naruto and directly absorbed the god tree, then rushed toward Kakashi to seize his Sharingan, ready to utilize Kamui to locate Obito. In the Kamui space, upon seeing Madara's arrival, Obito realized he was doomed. Chapter 69. Each fighting for themselves as Madara entered the Kamui space. Naruto and Sasuke approached Kakashi, and I soon joined them. "Hey, Zetsu." Naruto. It seems you and Sasuke have acquired new abilities." He indeed. While displaying the power of light on his palm, Sasuke revealed his left eye, the 6-tomo Rinnegan, along with his power of darkness. "Now, let me help teacher Kakashi," Naruto said, placing his hand on Kakashi's left eye. A few seconds later, Kakashi's left eye regrew. How did you do that? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Well, how should I explain this? Naruto pondered. Essentially, the power of light possesses a creative essence. Naruto likely utilized Kakashi's other bodily tissues to generate a new eye for him. Ah, yes, precisely. Naruto confirmed. At that moment, I called upon the system. Eliminate the Indra and Azura chakra from Naruto and Sasuke. System, understood, host. Commencing removal, which will take approximately 10 seconds. Please be patient. After around 10 seconds, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly sensed something was amiss, feeling as though something was missing from their bodies, though they did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, the Sage of Six Paths, in the Pure Land, sensed the disappearance of his son's chakra and began to investigate the cause. Just then, a vortex appeared, and Madara, accompanied by a Beto possessed by Black Zetsu, emerged. With his two Rinnegan eyes, Madara gazed at Naruto and Sasuke, muttering, one possesses the Yang power of the Six Paths, and the other the Yin power. Yet, I already have both. Sage Art. Yin released Thunderclap. Naruto, upon witnessing the situation, immediately summoned the Rakuto Stone, throwing it out to block. Sasuke, utilizing his Tenjitin and swapping places with a nearby stone platform, swiftly adapted to the unfolding chaos. Madara, sensing the shift, ceased holding back and directly unleashed the Rinne Tensei. Naruto, did you see that? There are 4 figures, Sasuke inquired. Although I couldn't see them, I distinctly sensed their presence, Naruto replied. At that moment, Madara's Rinne Tensei clone launched an assault, prompting Naruto to create 4 shadow clones to engage. As Madara targeted Naruto's original form, Sasuke moved forward, and the 3 clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, I had gathered enough Sage Chakra and activated Sage Mode, rushing towards the fray. Thus, a fierce battle ensued. Madara found himself struggling against 3 adversaries and leaped back to evade their combined might. Sasuke, seizing the moment, urged Naruto, Naruto, use the sealing technique and strike towards me. Though uncertain, Naruto complied. Magnet release, Rasengan, Tenjitin. The 2 initiated their coordinated attack, but in an instant, Madara appeared between their techniques. Having yet to comprehend the situation before being struck, I recognized Sasuke's intentions, yet I knew it would likely fail, for Madara possessed the Rinne Tensei. Indeed, just as the sealing was about to commence, Madara utilized the Rinne Tensei to swap bodies and escape. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke resumed strategizing, but Madara denied them the opportunity, soaring into the sky to gather chakra. Soon, several gravitational orbs were launched in all directions, causing the ground to fracture as they flew forth. Before long, the numerous Earth explosion stars were complete, and Madara swung his arm, sending them plummeting down. It's raining, though this rain is rather hard, Madara proclaimed arrogantly from the skies. Sasuke, transformed into his complete Susanoo, charged upwards, while Naruto began to condense chakra, preparing to unleash a spiral shuriken. Noticing their attention divided, Madara promptly directed his gaze towards the moon, revealing the 9 tomo of his Rinnegan. At this juncture, I queried the system, will I be affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi? The system responded, no, as the host's 6 eyes grant immunity to all illusions, your mental strength is at its peak. You can withstand 1 full instance of the infinite Tsukuyomi, but thereafter, it will depend on your own training of mental fortitude. I understand, I acknowledged. Sasuke was tirelessly slicing through meteors while Naruto hurled Rasengan after Rasengan skyward, cautious of hitting Sasuke. Meanwhile, Madara commenced hand seals to unleash his jutsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The moon's surface reflected the patterns of his Rinnegan, transforming the eyes of all into those of the Rinnegan, plunging them into a dreamlike state. I sprinted towards Ino, recognizing the futility of my efforts as I beheld her eyes, aware that it was too late. Now, aside from the 3 reanimated Hokages and myself, who remained unaffected by the illusion, everyone else was beyond rescue. Naruto continued to launch Rasengan at the sky, concerned about Sasuke's safety. Sasuke, observing the plight of those below, dove down, channeling his shadow power into Susanoo to shield Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto. Hey, Sasuke, diving down like that will get you hit. Enough. Be quiet. Madara has already cast the illusion. Everyone is under his control. What? Suddenly, the ground erupted with numerous massive tree trunks, ensnaring all those ensnared by the illusion, dangling them above. At that moment, Kaguya appeared beside me, stating, the plan is progressing smoothly. I will now seek the opportunity to control Madara. I have left a white zetsu on you for communication. Understood. Once Kaguya emerges, let Naruto and Sasuke engage her while you allow her to transport you to another dimension. Just ensure she isn't sealed during the battle, and wait for my signal before returning. Why is that? Kaguya asked. Because if Kaguya battles Naruto and Sasuke here, the Sage of Six Paths won't appear, and I won't be able to deal with him. I see. That fool Kaguya has been watching over the ninja world all along. Kaguya expressed, frustration evident in her voice. Calm down. It will be resolved soon. Now, go ahead with your plan. Very well. We will contact each other later. Farewell. With that, Kaguya vanished underground. Approximately 10 minutes later, the infinite Tsukuyomi concluded, and Sasuke dispelled his Susanoo. Madara descended, tauntingly stating, "Heh, now only you few remain. But I am still here. Have you forgotten?" My voice interjected. "Tsuchikage!" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "Senju Tsuchikage? Why are you unharmed?" Madara questioned, astonished. "Heh, because my eyes grant immunity to all illusions, including the infinite Tsukuyomi." "Impossible!" Madara exclaimed in disbelief. Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura were equally astonished. "Not anticipating my eyes' immunity to all illusions. Heh, it matters little. It's merely an additional opponent to me." Madara regained his confidence. At that moment, Kaguya silently appeared behind Madara. The expressions of the four, aside from myself and Madara, froze in place, yet none dared to speak, uncertain of Kaguya's intentions. Suddenly, Kaguya pierced her hand into Madara's heart. "Kaguya, what are you doing?" "Heh, what am I doing?" "Naturally, I am utilizing you to resurrect my mother." "You think you can?" Before Madara could finish his sentence, he found himself unable to move. The ground trembled violently as the god tree began channeling chakra into Madara's body. "Kaguya, you are merely a manifestation of my consciousness." "Wrong. Madara, I am the consciousness of Kaguya." "Impossible." The stone tablet of the Sage of Six Paths states. "Ha, Madara, who said only Obito was a pawn. You are no different." "Madara, I have lived far longer than you. I can alter the contents of that tablet at will." "Ah." Madara's body began to swell. Hey, that's an excessive amount of chakra," Naruto exclaimed in shock. The others merely observed in silence. Gradually, the absorption of chakra ceased, and Madara's inflated form began to shrink, sprouting long hair. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and charged forward, only to be ensnared by Madara's hair, rendering them immobile. Slowly, a feminine figure emerged, her eyes opening to gaze upon us. Chapter 70. Delivering the people from harm. As Kaguya scrutinized us, she suddenly sensed two individuals entangled within her hair, Sasuke and Naruto. Frowning, she cast them aside. At that moment, Kaguya's zetsu returned to her sleeve, saying, "Mother, take them to a place advantageous for us to battle, but leave that yellow-suited boy. His speed is too troublesome." "Understood," she replied. In an instant, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi vanished. Realizing they were safe for the time being, I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket, lit it, inhaled, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. I then found a stone platform beside Madara's lower half, sat down, crossed my legs, and awaited the arrival of the first, second, and fourth Hokages. About 10 minutes later, the three indeed arrived, immediately inquiring about the situation. I relayed how Madara had used the infinite Tsukuyomi, subsequently being betrayed by Kaguya, leading to her resurrection. "Are you saying that this illusion itself is a technique to revive Kaguya?" Hashirama asked. "Yes, precisely. We understand that we, being reanimated, are unaffected. But how is it that you remain unharmed?" Tobirama asked. "Because my eyes grant immunity to all illusions, once." "What? All illusions?" Tobirama echoed, astonished. "Indeed. From a young age, I have possessed remarkable mental strength. I instilled the suggestion within myself that I could self-hypnotize to dispel illusions when under attack. However, this ability is limited to a single use, and I no longer possess such abundant mental energy." "I see. It seems that Tetsuya-kun, much like Lord Nidame, excels in the development of ninjutsu," remarked Minato with a smile. "Well, it's not a big deal," I replied modestly. As the conversation continued among us, an ethereal figure manifested from the lower half of Madara, revealing none other than the Sage of Six Paths. "I am the former reincarnation of Ashura, known to the world as Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths." "The Sage of Six Paths," the group exclaimed in unison. I, however, remained unfazed. "Indeed, it is I. This youth appears rather unsurprised to see me. Huh. The Sage of Snails has already informed me of your presence. Besides, your mother has appeared. What is there for you to be astonished about? Is that so? It seems you two harbor secrets, I noted. Sage of Six Paths. What exactly do you mean by the reincarnation of Ashura? Hashirama inquired curiously. Very well, I shall enlighten you. The sage then began recounting the tale of his two sons' tumultuous relationship. Upon hearing this, I interjected before anyone else could speak, stating, in essence, this is merely a family matter. You and your brother fought your mother, and after that, your two sons turned against each other. Your family's discord has plunged the entire ninja world into chaos and strife. At this, silence fell upon the group, for it was indeed the case. The Sage of Six Paths, too, remained silent, observing me intently. I then posed another question. Sage, did you create the Pure Land? After a prolonged pause, he replied, indeed. It was I. Can the souls of the deceased in the Pure Land reincarnate? Yes, but not immediately. It requires time to gradually arrange for each soul's rebirth. How many soul's powers have you absorbed in the process? I queried, to which the sage's expression turned grave. Young man, you are becoming overly inquisitive. Ignoring him, I called out to the system. System, resolve this matter immediately. Understood, host. Please allow 10 seconds. As I awaited the countdown, I engaged the sage in conversation, though my deductions were merely speculative. For one so young, your thoughts are quite intricate. I must commend you, he remarked. At that moment, the sage's expression shifted dramatically. What have you done to me? He questioned, alarmed. Nothing much. Your interference has been excessive, so I shall send you to reincarnation. Soul dispersing technique. The sage realized his body was disintegrating beyond his control, with his chakra flowing into me. 5 minutes passed, and the sage's chakra dissipated. Through this acquisition, I gleaned insights about the Pure Land. Tetsuya, what are you doing? Hashirama asked, bewildered. What has happened to the Sage of Six Paths? Tobarama echoed, equally puzzled. Though Minato remained silent, his expression mirrored theirs. Seeing their confusion, I explained, in simple terms, the sage's soul has been eradicated. He will no longer appear. Furthermore, the chakras of Indra and Ashura within Naruto and Sasuke have been purged. This family's issues are now conclusively resolved, allowing us to dictate the future of the ninja world. I had another motive for eliminating the sage, Tobarama interjected. Was it not your inquiry regarding the sage's creation of the Pure Land and whether souls could reincarnate? Through the absorption of the sage's chakra, I had uncovered the details of his creation of the Pure Land. The Pure Land resembles the base of a membrane. Before the Divine Tree's emergence, the ninja world had no chakra, only sage arts. The advent of chakra enveloped the ninja world in a layer of chakra. After the sage's death, he established the Pure Land at the lowest tier of this membrane to prevent the deceased from transcending it to enter the afterlife. The sage could not entirely offend the realm of the dead. Thus, he would allow a few souls to reincarnate after absorbing a substantial number. His actions were driven by a desire to maintain his own existence and monitor the ninja world, ensuring no events exceeded his expectations. I, however, was one who defied those expectations, for his selfishness has harmed the entirety of the ninja world. Following the sage's soul's dispersal, I utilized his power to dismantle the Pure Land, allowing souls to ascend to the afterlife. The Pure Land has now vanished, enabling the deceased in the ninja world to reincarnate normally. It is possible that in your next lives, you may become the sons, daughters, grandsons, or granddaughters of any among us. Indeed, if what you say holds true, it is quite possible, Hashirama laughed heartily. Is that so? It seems there are many secrets yet to be uncovered in this ninja world. Nevertheless, Tetsuya, you have resolved a matter of profound significance for all, Tobarama smiled. Then, Kushina and I shall reincarnate. I wonder what we will become in our next lives, Minato remarked. I cannot say, but your memories should be entirely erased, as they pertain merely to the soul. With this matter resolved, you can depart in peace, with the dissolution of the Pure Land. The impure world reincarnation technique can no longer be employed. At this, Tobarama interjected, the impure world reincarnation technique is rendered useless? Indeed, it relied on the souls trapped in the Pure Land, which possessed chakra, allowing them to be summoned back to the physical realm. Due to the sage's interference, each use required a living sacrifice to be sent to the Pure Land. With every application, another soul would be added to the Pure Land, which ultimately benefited the sage. I see. Tobarama fell silent, realizing that his own forbidden technique had inadvertently aided the sage. Very well, that is enough discussion for now. I must contact Kaguya and bring everyone back. The next step is of utmost importance. Chapter 71, Collaboration, Finale. Having absorbed the sage's power, I activated the Sage of Six Paths mode and sensed the presence of White Zetsu, subsequently awakening him. White Zetsu, inform Black Zetsu that I have dealt with the situation. He should return promptly. Understood, Tetsuya-sama. I will go at once, he replied before departing. After some time, a sudden whoosh heralded the arrival of 5 figures. Just as the others began to comprehend the situation, Kaguya spoke. Did you summon me? How did you suddenly acquire Hagoromo's chakra? I absorbed chakra from the sage's soul. What? Naruto gasped. Enough noise from you, I retorted. Kaguya, I wish to propose a collaboration. A collaboration with me? She questioned, intrigued. Yes, I am aware of your concerns. In truth, our objectives align. Kaguya fell silent, while Naruto, unable to restrain himself, interjected, Tetsuya, what are you saying? She aims to eradicate humanity. Silence. What do you know? Have you been misled by the sage? I then recounted to the newly arrived individuals the matters concerning the Pure Land, which left them in stunned silence, even silencing Naruto. Kaguya asked, how do you propose we collaborate? We will no longer seal you away. Instead, you shall live freely upon this land. In return, you must agree to cease the creation of White Zetsu and partition half of the chakra from each tailed beast to restore their freedom. Without White Zetsu, you cannot defeat them. With White Zetsu, you still cannot prevail. You have been sealed for a millennium and are unaware that even our weakest ninja can easily vanquish White Zetsu. Black Zetsu, is that correct? Indeed. It aligns with what Tetsuya has stated. Kaguya, I can truly empathize with you, for I, like you, perceive the cosmos beyond this mere planet. Your son possesses a narrow vision, only aware of this lake, oblivious to the vastness of the ocean. Although you once sacrificed humans to become the White Zetsu. In the context of a millennium ago, such actions were undoubtedly pragmatic. Hence, I do not deem your methods erroneous. Do you believe I have erred? Indeed. The prevailing mindset of that era obscured the existence of the universe, including from your progeny. Your only misstep lay in failing to enlighten the people of your time about such knowledge and neglecting to foster unity. You merely became a despot, and the world remained ignorant of the truth. Thus, in my era, the creation of White Zetsu is no longer necessary. We share a common objective, discovering technology while awaiting the arrival of our adversaries on this planet. At this juncture, Sasuke interjected, inquiring, philosopher, what is this talk of the universe and the enemy? To which I suggested, perhaps Lady Kaguya could enlighten us all, as we shall be the principal combatants. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Kaguya consented, stating, very well. I shall impart this knowledge to you. Subsequently, Kaguya recounted the history of the Akatsuki clan, detailing how they harnessed the divine tree's power and the impending threats of Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. Once she concluded her narrative, I remarked, now do you comprehend the selfishness I spoke of regarding the 6 paths? He observed the world of shinobi, witnessing his sons reincarnate and wage war for a millennium without intervening. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Words eluded them. Now, Naruto and Sasuke, extend your other hand that has yet to acquire power. I then bestowed upon Naruto the power of Yin and upon Sasuke the power of Yang. Thus, they united both forces, causing Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while Naruto was empowered to create the truth-seeking orbs and maintain the 6 paths sage mode indefinitely. Now, you too, conclude the hand seals and dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi, thus bringing an end to this war. This narrative has reached an untimely conclusion. Initially, I aspired to follow the storyline, yet as I progressed, I found myself increasingly at a loss for words. I had not intended to portray the protagonists as overly formidable, fearing it would disrupt the narrative structure. However, I discovered that writing alongside them rendered me incapable of continuing. The distinctions became negligible, akin to merely watching the anime, with only slight variations. In the aftermath of the Shinobi War, each returned to their villages to flourish. Kakashi ascended to the position of the 6th Hokage, embarking on the development of the village. Eventually, Naruto succeeded in becoming the 7th Hokage, while Sasuke assumed the role of the Umbu captain. I resolved the matter of Kawaki, and Tazime married Ino, welcoming 2 sons and a daughter. Together, they vanquished Ishiki. My eldest son formed a bond with Ada, the younger son with Himawari, while Boruto and Sarada paired off. My daughter developed feelings for Shikadai. Sarada became the 9th Hokage, and Boruto took on the role of Umbu captain to assist her, while Konohamaru became the 8th Hokage. This tale has reached its end. I initially had a vision for the narrative, intending to develop alongside the protagonists. However, I soon realized that Kishimoto is primarily a manga artist. The expansive worldview of Naruto necessitates an independent storyline, if one does not venture beyond the protagonists. The narrative demands extensive descriptions. Unlike reading the original work, a novel requires the development of every character. Originally, I planned to write beyond the resolution of Ishiki, depicting the village's vigorous growth and subsequent exploration of the cosmos, ultimately confronting the Otsutsuki clan to save the shinobi world. However, I discovered numerous inconsistencies in my earlier writing, particularly concerning bloodlines. Writing about the Uchiha would have been considerably more manageable. Furthermore, I could have created numerous original plots, as the documentation on the Senju clan is regrettably scant, resulting in significant limitations that hindered my writing. Ultimately, I must concede that I chose an unsuitable path, which rendered the latter stages of my writing increasingly challenging. I also acknowledge my own shortcomings. I had not adequately prepared before embarking on this endeavor, resulting in its premature demise. Had I known, I would have crafted a narrative centered around the protagonist's own storyline. This is my first attempt, and I lack sufficient experience. I hope to rectify my mistakes in my next endeavor. I am determined to clarify my thoughts and ensure that my next work does not mirror this one, resolutely pursuing my own narrative arc.